This was just an ordinary spirit bug, destined to end its life in the belly of an angry thunder chicken. Yet from the moment I first laid eyes on it, I resolved to make a pact with it and turn it into my beast. My classmates laughed at me, questioning how powerful a mere spirit bug could be. Even my beloved girlfriend Lu Ruyan chose to break up with me right then and there. However, what they didn't know was that this was no ordinary bug. It was the six-winged heavenly centipede, the foremost among the ancient 10 miraculous insects. Holding the tiny bug in my hand, I was filled with deep emotion. Previously, with my low innate talents, I had always been humiliated by everyone, to the extent that not even the most basic beast would deign to look me in the eye. Meanwhile, my arch-nemesis Yang Zhengdong, surrounded by a dozen of his lackeys, slowly closed in on me. Yang Zhengdong, arrogant and overbearing, grabbed me by the collar. "Zhang Fan, you haven't paid this month's protection fee of 500 gold coins. Hand it over if you know what's good for you, and while you're at it, lend me your energy core," he demanded. My brow furrowed, knowing full well the threat in his words. Yet I cowered and handed over the newly issued energy core from the school. I could only blame my lack of a beast for having to grovel like this. At that moment, Yang Zhengdong, holding my energy core, looked triumphant. "Don't blame me, blame your lack of a beast," he taunted. "Honestly, someone like you should just drop out and live as an ordinary person to avoid suffering." Minutes later, there I was sitting on the ground, face bruised and clothes slightly torn, staring again at the small bug in my hand. "You're a bug, and now I'm no better than a bug," I cried out to the heavens, lamenting the injustice. "Oh heavens, why grant me such a strong nurturing ability, yet not a single beast to make a pact with?" Just as despair gripped me, the little bug in my hand emitted a purple glow that entered my brow. My eyes widened in recognition of the glow. It was the pact glow I had longed for in countless dreams, a beast-initiated pact. A beast-initiated pact, the six-winged heavenly centipede, rank 0 low skill, 100 refined goo. As long as I nurtured it with my thoughts, all bugs in the world could be refined into goo. I burst into laughter. "Six-winged heavenly centipede, I finally waited for you." The laughter was heavy with bittersweet emotion. "Is that so? Well then, let those people see just how formidable the bugs they look down upon can be," I said, adjusting my mindset and quickly checking the attribute panel in my mind. I discovered that the six-winged heavenly centipede didn't just have one way to evolve. There were hundreds of refining and evolution paths. All the evolutionary conditions required at least a level 1 low-class energy core, and some even a level 1 high-class energy core. This meant that the higher the quality of the materials and energy core used, the stronger the combat power after evolution. Looking at the little centipede in front of me, I said, "Come on, little guy, it's time for us to get stronger. It's time to show those people just how terrifying the power of our bugs can be." I slowly extended my palm, and the centipede, previously motionless on the ground, leapt into my hand. A chilling, electrifying sensation spread throughout my body. Such insect-type beasts were unheard of in the 4 academies, and I wondered how my goo would compare in battle strength to their beasts. A spark of anticipation grew within me. Now the six-winged heavenly centipede was only at 0 low. I needed to find a way to elevate it to at least a level 1 mid-tier soon. Most people this year were at that level. There were even a few at level 1 high tier. To avoid being bullied, reaching at least level 1 mid-tier was essential. For now, I needed to gather the materials and head to the training room. Suppressing the anger in my heart, I thought, "Yang Zhengdong, the things you took from me, I will definitely take them back. Right now I can't change much. But everything will wait until the six-winged heavenly centipede is refined and reaches level 1 mid-tier." I quickly arrived at the training room. The spacious room was bustling as usual, with people coming and going. A stunningly beautiful girl was testing her beast in the training room. "Come, Jade dear, use your full strength to attack the test column." Numbers appeared on the test column: 147. After the amethyst deer charged at it, it also emitted some cries of pain. However, the girl's face showed helplessness. All the food she had fed the amethyst deer was according to the monster hunting group's standards. Normally its level should have reached the mid-tier of the first order. How could it possibly regress instead of progressing? At a glance I could see that the amethyst deer was in a state about to undergo metamorphosis. Metamorphosis is generally stronger than normal evolution. But in this world most people dislike it because it only represents a temporary increase in combat power. And most are clueless about what follows after. I walked over openly and directly. "Your amethyst deer is in a state close to metamorphosis. Now it has 2 choices: do nothing and complete the metamorphosis by tomorrow morning. Or let me help you see how to suppress it for a while. Because when it comes to the theoretical nurturing of beasts, my studies are ranked first in the entire school. It's just that few people care about this. Most people only know me as someone without a beast and without the talent for evolving beasts. Are you Zhang Fan? It really is you. Wang Bing showed a slight smile when she saw me. You know me, yes, but I don't care about your talents. I know you always rank first in the beast nurturing exams. Actually, I was planning to find you. My sister wants me to invite you to join our monster hunting group. Wang Bing stroked the amethyst deer beside her, soothing it. At the same time, she walked over with the amethyst deer. My eyebrows raised slightly. It seemed that my abilities were indeed in demand. We can talk about the team later. Let's solve the issue with your amethyst deer first. Wang Bing's eyes lit up. If you can help me solve this, I will give you 300 gold coins. It seems a bit little, but that's all I can afford right now. No problem, I replied. The Death Venom Giant Black Demon Scorpion, a lower tier level 5 creature, boasts traits such as Death Venom, which enhances the effects of its poisonous abilities fivefold, and Gigantism, causing its body to balloon to 5 times its size and its bodily strength to increase proportionally. Its skills include Soul Severing Death Strike, Indestructible Armor, Heartless Poison, and Fury Strength. Soul Severing Death Strike can annihilate any creature below level 9 with its toxin in with. The Death Venom trait enhancement, it can incapacitate creatures up to level 11, those below level 11 cannot survive its poison, and this ability can be used only once a day. Indestructible Armor, a passive skill, makes it invulnerable to any attacks below level 9 unless they are psychic. Heartless Poison is an extremely potent toxin inherent to the creature itself, capable of killing any beast below level 9 and significantly weakening those between levels 9 and 10. Fury Strength increases the power of all skills by 50% and triples all attributes, but at the cost of losing sanity, though it can still respond to the voice and presence of its master without attacking allies. This can only be used once every 3 days. Excellent, your abilities are indeed formidable, Zhang Fan remarked, implying that with such capabilities, the upcoming mission should pose no significant issues. The evolution results matched his expectations. The strength of these two creatures surpassed that of the Shining Mantis and the six-winged beast. Upon hearing this, the Locust and the Scorpion visibly brightened with pleasure. As for the Shining Mantis, it simply nestled quietly in Zhang Fan's sleeve, showing no reaction. The six-winged beast, however, was not as pleased. Its temper flared, and it seemed ready to burst out in anger, prompting Zhang Fan to soothe it. Don't be upset. Next time I'll definitely prepare more materials for your evolution. In this evolution, Zhang Fan had even used the materials meant for the six-winged beast. Simply put, he had applied a brute force method of using more and higher quality materials than the evolutionary path required, allowing the Locust and the Scorpion to gain more strength during their evolution. However, Zhang Fan also sensed that a considerable amount of energy had still dissipated during the process. He estimated that roughly twice the materials required for the evolutionary path might allow a creature to gain even greater strength during evolution, a logical conclusion since greater strength demands more energy. Following this, Zhang Fan asked the two creatures to shrink and come in front of him, as his sleeves were already occupied by the six-winged beast and the Shining Mantis. The Locust and the Scorpion did not go there. The Locust, now gleaming in golden color, hung from Zhang Fan's ear like an earring. As for the Scorpion, it directly curled up at the location of Zhang Fan's collarbone. It appeared as if Zhang Fan had a tattoo there. With Zhang Fan present, the four little creatures seemed to have no inclination to quarrel or fight. Perhaps they did have the capability, but Zhang Fan's earlier soothing must have made it clear to them that he did not want to see them behave that way. It was time to leave. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. He couldn't afford to idle in the upcoming days. In the city of Shirtu, what was spent was not mere coins but energy cores. Thus, in the next few days, it would be best for him to go into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts to acquire some energy cores, which he would need for the expenditures in Shirtu city. Additionally, he would need to purchase materials, so he might as well gather these materials while he was out collecting energy cores. Doing this alone seemed tiring. Perhaps tomorrow he would bring along Li Tian and some people from the guild, including Wang Yu and others. He would focus on hunting the beasts in the dark forest while Li Tian and Wang Yu could handle the task of collecting items. Creak. Zhang Fan pushed open the door of the evolution room. Immediately he saw Lu Dong, Lu Bufu and Lu Yi. Haven't you guys gone to rest? Zhang Fan was startled, guessing it must be very late since he had emerged. His guess was right, it was already the middle of the night. Had he been out a couple of hours later, it would have been the next morning. No rush, we were just waiting for Mr. Zhang to come out. It seems that your beast's evolution is complete. I can feel that your aura has become much stronger than before. The strength of a beast can indeed enhance the combat power of its master to a certain extent. Some people have tried to become stronger by relying on the number of beasts they control, but those who have attempted this eventually failed. After all, beasts have their temperaments and their patience has limits. In such cases, the outcome is often the beast devouring its master. By the way, Master Ludong, when did we need to be so formal? Didn't you say earlier that you had matters to discuss with me? Fortunately, I am free tonight. A beast master not sleeping for 3 or 4 nights doesn't really affect much. Zhang Fan was also curious about what kind of issue Lu Dong was currently unable to resolve, or perhaps he was hesitant to act without certainty. Could it be that someone outside already possessed a 9th-tier beast? Thinking this, a trace of excitement flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. What a fortunate situation. It seems I underestimated our relationship, he mused. Well, it's actually about my son. Subsequently, Lu Dong repeated the matter concerning his son to Zhang Fan. In Zhang Fan's view, it was a trivial matter. It wasn't that troublesome at all. It's just delivering a message, nothing difficult, he assured. Louis, what are your plans for the next few days? Zhang Fan pondered how many people he could take if he were to go hunting in the dark forest. Indiana, his opinion, the only thing that would slow him down in the forest was the time needed to collect bodies and materials, hence bringing more people seemed like a good idea to him. Fortunately, the dark forest was vast enough, otherwise with Zhang Fan's sweeping approach, the entire forest would be cleared out soon. By the next day, nearing noon, Zhang Fan realized he had indeed gathered quite a crowd. People from Li Tian and the guild, from the Lu family, and some from the Wang family. However, Wang Bing and Wang Yu were not present. The previous day, Wang Yu had apparently received a commission from the military, a significant one. Originally, this commission was intended for Lu Dong, but he had passed it on to the Wang family. First off, let me clarify, each family gets 20% and I take 40%. The Lu family will handle the distribution, Zhang Fan declared. Those present nodded in agreement. Whether it was the Lu family, Li Tian, or members of the guild, they all understood Zhang Fan's situation and their own as well. It seemed likely that these parties would often collaborate in the future. As long as Zhang Fan didn't encounter any issues, their cooperation might continue indefinitely. This partnership was also setting a foundation for their future. Li Yeye and Louis were also there. So where are we heading next? The dark forest. Li Yeye clenched her fist in excitement, her face alight with enthusiasm. Her competitive nature was well known, and her beast had grown many times stronger than before. Moreover, her beast's evolution still required materials, and she couldn't always be asking her cousin for them after arriving in Shirtu's city. Louis felt the same. A smile quickly spread across Zhang Fan's face. Correct, the dark forest it is. Other places are either too far or their beasts too weak. From now on, I won't make a move unless you two face issues. Of course, if you can't resolve a battle within a minute, I will let my beast intervene. Neither Li Yeye nor Louis were fools. They understood the stakes and the support they had in Zhang Fan. They certainly knew that in the coming period Zhang Fan intended to fully focus on accumulating energy cores, thus every minute wasted on the road meant fewer energy cores and fewer materials. They had no objections to Zhang Fan's words, and in fact they agreed wholeheartedly. Alright, Li Yeye waved her hand and agreed immediately. However, Louis looked at Li Yeye with a teasing smile. Well then, Yeye, why don't we have a little competition? Inside the grand hall of a family residence in the inner city of Shitushan, Ko Fengshan's face was etched with indifference. He was that cousin Koningning, family head. The message you sent has been received by your sister. She has now found some guards to escort her back, the butler announced excitedly. With his words, several elders in the hall began to stir with excitement. As long as Koningning was dead, no one in the world would know what they had done. This little girl, I usually dote on her a lot. I hope she would repay me in some way, but unfortunately she does not. Ko Fengshan sighed. I just need to use the beast tide to attack Jiangnan City. I don't know how many people will die, but surely a significant number of exotic beasts will perish. Eventually, our family will emerge as saviors to the people of Jiangnan City. With the energy cores and resources, and a large number of exotic beast corpses, we will then be able to undertake that task. Before a beast tamer reaches the soldier level, the lower the rank, the higher the combat effectiveness. Once they reach the soldier level, the power they gain becomes more formidable, he mused. The evolution after reaching the soldier level involves seeking out caves within the soldier level. Unfortunately, while there are many cave scrolls, most are of low level, and only the eternal scrolls that can be used repeatedly are somewhat useful. With this, he finally found a way to increase the level of the cave scrolls. Once this is done, in the future our family will be able to look down upon those so-called consortia. We will become one of the top 3 families in Shatushan City. No, by that time it will not be just 3 top families, but 4. Every time he thought about this, Ko Fengshan could not help but want to laugh. He seemed to have already seen the day approaching. Now, let's first discuss who she has found to guard her and whether they have reached the 9th or 10th rank. The 9th and 10th ranks are a watershed. Once a beast tamer reaches these ranks, it indicates that the beast has potential and is considered decent in Shatushan City. To the people of Shatushan City, any beast tamer who hasn't reached the 9th or 10th rank is simply not up to par. In fact, they might outright call it waste. Certainly, if one has a profound understanding of such beast taming, then the strength of these beasts is another matter altogether. However, in the city of Shatushan, their tamed beasts are generally not the ordinary common kind. After all, this place is not Jiangnan City. Haha, master, you think too highly of that place. It's just a remote backwater. If we from Shatushan City were to go there, the Empire's peacekeeping forces would keep an eye on us. They worry that our presence might disturb the local flora and fauna with our sheer impact. Simply put, they fear that people from Shatushan City going to Jiangnan City or similar small towns might oppress the locals or even turn these small towns into personal backyards for their power. Such actions are not permitted within the Empire. Once such a red line is crossed, it's a matter of life or death. This is also why Ko Shanfeng himself didn't go or send someone directly to kill his cousin in Jiangnan City. What infuriated him more is that previously Ko Ningning insulted him. He never expected that the deceased old family head had actually left Ko Ningning a teleportation scroll. It took some time, but now his entire clan supports him. As for those who didn't support him, they have already been dealt with by him. Yes, I know about these. I remember that in that small town even a mere 8th order trash level strength can be considered a master, a strong one at that. It's quite laughable. Ko Shanfeng twisted his neck and then looked at the butler. Continued, you should also tell me the intelligence you know so I can make some adjustments. Otherwise, using our own people is somewhat inconvenient. After all, in that girl's eyes, I am just a cousin looking out for her best interests. It's also thanks to my ability to adapt on the fly, otherwise that girl would have realized that I am behind all the family affairs. Ko Shanfeng spoke slowly while fiddling with his fingers. Essentially, he believed everything was resolved. All that was left was to kill his cousin. But the question remained, should he capture his cousin alive? Her appearance actually quite matched his personal tastes. Now, the Ko family was essentially his to command. In such circumstances, if he wanted to do something, as long as it didn't go against the interests of most, the family members would agree. Moreover, the family elders had already been replaced by him. These people were all his supporters. Oh, a small guild and 2 minor families. I heard that the guild leader's beast evolved not long ago, reaching the 8th order. The other 2 little guys seemed quite weak, both at the 6th level, while the rest were around the 2nd or 3rd level. To you this task would surely pose no problem at all. At this, smiles of great relief spread across everyone's faces. With such capabilities, it seemed almost like child's play to them. Anything below the 9th or 10th level is mere ants, one scoffed. Just spend some core resources to bring my sister back, and for those guards hire a few at the 8th or 9th level to play with them. I even warned my cousin that the family might send someone of the 8th level to assassinate her. Imagine her face when she realizes that it was all my plan, Ko Shanfeng said, his face twisting into a somewhat sickly grin. However, among those present, some forced to smile while others clenched their teeth in anger. In the following days, Zhang Fan was mostly waiting as his team swept through the dark forest, but there were hardly any formidable beasts to stop them. Zhang Fan was even close to gathering materials for the 5th beast under his command to evolve to 8th level combat power, yet currently he had no plans for a 5th beast. To him, 4 were already enough. Besides, the core of a 6-winged 9th level was not entirely reliable. This time, accepting Ko Ningning's commission felt somewhat off. At least now he didn't fear any 9th level opponents being sent against him. The only real concern would be someone of the 11th level. That would indeed be troublesome, primarily because he lacked a 9th level energy core. Without it, he had to take on Ko Ningning's commission. But the more Zhang Fan thought about it, the more he realized that if the 6-wing didn't evolve again, the commission would still pose a significant risk. It was a vicious cycle. This dark forest is such a Wretched place, not even a single 9th level beast in sight. Zhang Fan lamented with a heavy sigh, feeling utterly helpless. So far he had only encountered a couple of 8th level beasts, but they were just low level ones, nothing at the 9th level. In fact, Zhang Fan hadn't made a move at all yet. However, when the others collecting materials heard Zhang Fan's words, they were momentarily stunned. Huh? Weren't we supposed to be collecting materials and corpses? When did it become about finding 9th level beasts? No one had mentioned this before setting off, but thinking it over, they realized there wasn't much to worry about. The previous low-level 8th grade beast hadn't lasted a minute against them. Even if a 9th level beast came along, they figured there wouldn't be much to fear. At that moment, someone heard Zhang Fan's voice and cautiously asked Zhang, "Brother Zhang, are you looking for a 9th level beast?" Oh, Zhang Fan turned his head and saw a member from the Litiana Guild. The man appeared to be nearing middle age, and his accompanying beast bore many old and hidden wounds which seemed superficially minor. However, Zhang Fan could see these injuries clearly at a glance. Naturally, Zhang Fan was not the type to help everyone he met. His assistance to Li Tianhe and Li Ye was merely to repay a favor, and his initial help to Lu Dong was to find resources for Lu Qi. In the adult world, initial interactions are never about emotions, they're always about interests. Yes, I'm mainly looking for a 9th tier energy core, that's my main goal. But we don't have it here in Jiangnan City. If we did, it would be much easier. What, you know where to find a 9th tier beast? Zhang Fan suddenly became interested. He was currently troubled about acquiring a 9th tier energy core. With one, no challenge would be insurmountable. Even after visiting the powerful Koningning's family, Zhang Fan still felt confident. However, his instincts told him that the family in Shitushan City would certainly be strong, perhaps even formidable. You must know about the dungeon scroll, right? I have one here, a 9th tier dungeon scroll. It should contain a 9th tier beast, but I'm not sure how many exactly. This scroll has been a family heirloom and now I wish to sell it to you. The dungeon scroll, right? How could I forget about the dungeon scroll? Initially, Zhang Fan had considered this. The scroll rewarded by the academy was a 5th tier one, quite useful for someone just graduating, but for Zhang Fan, whose strength had soared to a terrifying level, it was practically useless. And the Wang family's dungeon scroll, which could be entered repeatedly, was called the Eternal Dungeon Scroll at a 7th tier level. For Zhang Fan, it was of no use. He came here to gather some materials and earn some energy cores to spend in Shitushan City. Actually, I've long thought that I might never use this scroll in my lifetime, but now it's different. With you here, passing through this dungeon shouldn't be a big problem. As for what I want, just give me 2 9th tier energy cores. Of course, there won't be just one 9th tier beast in the dungeon, I'll take 2 as well, the man said, peering cautiously at Zhang Fan. After all, he hadn't yet witnessed Zhang Fan's strength firsthand, but the respect Li Ye and Louis showed towards Zhang Fan clearly indicated there was a solid reason behind it. Moreover, although he hadn't seen Zhang Fan's abilities, he had heard some stories, but whether Zhang Fan would agree to his request was still up in the air. For him, bringing out the 9th tier dungeon scroll, which could only be used once, was a huge gamble. Thus, his heart was filled with unease and helplessness, and even a bit of fear. Don't worry, just 2, right? Here's what we'll do. I'll take the 9th tier energy cores I've collected, and you can have 30% of them. 30% might seem little, but after all, it's free. Zhang Fan spoke calmly. He knew that even contributing a 9th tier energy core was significant. He understood that Zhang Fan's offer was already quite generous. Otherwise, when he had unveiled the dungeon scroll, there was a high chance it would have been snatched away by some powerful family or clan. That's just the way it is in this world where everyone is a beast tamer. The weak are often bullied. It's the law of nature. Big fish eat small fish and small fish eat shrimp. Really? The man's face lit up with surprise. Of course, if you hadn't brought it out, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything. In a way, you've done me a big favor. Let me take a look at your beasts later, maybe. Your beast can evolve too. Zhang Fan continued, well aware of the dangers of possessing a valuable item. He figured that after this man obtained the 9th tier energy core, others would likely covet it, but if the man's beast also grew stronger, it would mitigate some risks. As for powerful individuals, Zhang Fan guessed that nowadays in Jiangnan City few dared to approach the LV family, the Wang family, or Li Tianhe's guild. These 3 forces, even those who had the strength, didn't necessarily have the urgency. After all, it was just a 9th tier energy core, not much different in effect from lower tier cores to most people. But for someone like Zhang Fan who needed a 9th tier energy core to evolve his beast, it was quite significant. If I manage to get a good number of 9th tier energy cores this time, then I'll directly choose 10 9th tier energy cores along with double the materials to evolve my Hexwing. This way Hexwing's combat power will surely receive a significant boost after its evolution. What? You really are willing to help me? Won't this be too much trouble for you? I really appreciate that you would do this, the man said, once again speaking cautiously. Regarding the evolution of beast taming, these people had heard of it, with Zhang Fan being a beast taming nurturer. It was said that the evolution of the beasts of President Li Tian was guided by none other than Zhang Fan himself. It wasn't a hassle at all. Moreover, this was not something troublesome and there was no need for thanks. Fundamentally, we were simply trading. Now the 9th tier energy core, only the two of us will share it and the rest of the resources will be distributed among everyone else in the original manner. Any objections? After Zhang Fan's words fell, everyone immediately widened their eyes. Many hadn't expected that from this venture into the dark forest they had already obtained a good amount of materials and energy cores. Although the common low-tier energy cores didn't seem like much in Zhang Fan's eyes anymore, if you think about it carefully, just a couple of weeks ago Zhang Fan was actually quite worried about materials. Now he's worried about higher tier materials instead. Then Zhang Fan turned to look at Li Ye and Louis. What, is it not enough? Zhang Fan mainly didn't want to gather materials himself as it was quite a bothersome task. Li Ye and Louis couldn't help but smile. It seems in this regard Zhang Fan was somewhat naive. But that's alright, after all beast taming was always his forte. Note you've given quite a lot. Theoretically, almost all teams exploring dungeons in secret realms are comprised of those who slay monsters and those who provide the scrolls for the realms, sharing the benefits. Others are replaceable, so they don't get anything from the dungeons and secret realms. The only thing they get compared to usual commissions is some extra gold coins. Just as someone wanted to say something, Li Ye slowly started speaking, her gaze fixed on those people. Noticing her look, many immediately lowered their heads. Everyone wanted to fight for their own benefits. No worries, let's stick to the distribution method we agreed upon earlier. With these words from Zhang Fan, many eyes immediately lit up. Great, thank you brother Fan, you are too kind. With this my son can also buy a decent beast. That's great, my child can also attend the 3rd academy. Beasts don't need to be bought as the academy actually provides them, but the contract still depends on oneself, and getting my child into the 3rd academy feels really good. After witnessing the scene, Zhang Fan didn't say much. The majority of the people had reached middle age. Among them Zhang Fan could spot some youthful faces in his team. Those were members from the Lu and Wang families. They seemed quite happy as this trip was essentially to fulfill a familial mission. However, Zhang Fan's actions indeed allowed them to share some benefits. Well, it's time to set off and see that 9th tier cave, he thought. The place known as the Cavern of Malice ranged from 8th to high 9th tier, yielding materials like soul bones, immortal grass and corrupt blood. Is this the secret cavern? This is my first time visiting such a place. Mooney, shall we have any of you been to a cavern before? Zhang Fan looked up again at the panel that appeared and then vanished in the sky, his lips curving into a slight smile. This place is rather interesting. If I'm not mistaken, the 9th tier beasts here are quite numerous, maybe even abundant, he mused. This was the main reason for Zhang Fan's excitement. Perhaps this cavern journey could allow his two controlled beasts, Yao Tang and Lu Qi, to evolve. By then, when he heads to Shirtua City for that mission, his heart would be more at ease. But this really is a stroke of luck, he thought. Without it, this mission would still seem fraught with danger, as true peril often stems from the unknown. One often cannot reveal all one's cards. Otherwise, one might face a desperate situation at a critical moment. This is my first time coming to a cavern, Tuli Uus spoke while pointing at the sky. It seems the cavern scrolls must be technological creations from the Empire, evidenced by the panels in the sky. Usually, the Empire's technology features such floating panels serving as simple explanations. As she spoke, many people instinctively looked up, their moods calming down after experiencing the transport via the cavern scroll. In the wilderness, carelessness could truly be deadly. It had become an instinct ingrained in many of them, from 8th to high 9th tier. Could this level be dangerous? Someone wondered. How could it be dangerous? His brother Fan doesn't even take it seriously, another retorted. Is this the cavern? The aura here really feels oppressive. Many were somewhat uneasy, yet many more had different confidence in Zhang Fan's strength, especially those from the Lu family. 8th or ninth tier might be terrifying to others, but in front of Zhang Fan it was just another level, nothing to fear. They and Zhang Fan would surely wreak havoc. At that moment, in response to Zhang Fan, Louis nodded lightly. The caverns were indeed a technological marvel of the empire, but only those below the 10th rank were commonplace. I heard this from my father, and each cavern within the scrolls of the cavern mysteries is completely unique, entirely different from the next. In some of these mysterious caverns, there isn't even a place to stand, and just now, that was the teleportation of the cavern mystery. We certainly haven't mistaken the location. The creatures here are no ordinary beasts. They are untamable, though not devoid of some mythical creatures among them. Of course, even these monsters have energy cores within them. As Louis spoke, he cautiously let his beast, the three-tailed spirit cat, survey their surroundings vigilantly. Liaya did the same. After all, both of them had some backing and were not completely ignorant. At the very least, although Liaya had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. So this was a mysterious realm without any information. It seemed to be just that kind of place. Zhang Fan slightly raised his eyebrows and his lips curved up. He seemed to have grasped the situation. Since that was the case, he decided to first clear this cavern mystery and see how many 9th rank mythical beasts were there. Yes, we could leave at any time, but the scroll would not regenerate. Louis also looked seriously at Zhang Fan. Of course, she didn't think that Zhang Fan would leave. I see, I know now. Yeah, shall we you two protect them? As for the monsters in this mystery, leave them to me, Zhang Fan said excitedly, just as he was assessing the combat abilities of the fierce locust and the poison scorpion. Just as Zhang Fan had this thought, his two beasts, 6 wings and glowing mantis, also poked their heads out from his sleeve. Although they could not read Zhang Fan's thoughts, they could sense some of his broader ideas. If it's just you alone with 2 beasts facing the encirclement of 9th rank beasts, it might still be troublesome. Why don't we slowly chip away at the outskirts for now? After all, there are still about 11 or 12 days left until the end of the month, Liaya suggested, sensing the scent of blood in the air and feeling somewhat uneasy. In fact, Liaya didn't yet know that Zhang Fan had recently nurtured 2 more beasts. Only Louis from the Lu family and 2 others were aware of this, since last night, after discussing many matters with the Lu family, Louis and Zhang Fan had taken the opportunity to rest and practice calligraphy together. Maybe it would have been possible before, but now things were different. I've nurtured 2 more beasts not long ago, Zhang Fan said, and simply let 6 wings, glowing mantis including fierce locust and poison scorpion, all come out completely. The others saw what seemed like 4 black pebbles flying out from Zhang Fan's body, shooting off into the distance. However, these 4 pebbles suddenly enlarged in mid-air. Hiss, roar. As soon as Yao Tang and Lu Qi appeared, they let out a fierce roar. Simultaneously, Lu Qi spread its insect wings and soared into the sky, its face full of excitement. Now it wasn't just Zhang Fan who could sense it, anyone who saw Lu Qi could feel the extreme thrill for bloodlust emanating from it. On the ground, Yao Tang fully stretched out its body, its several insect blades gleaming with a chilling cold light wrapped in an intensely belligerent aura. Meng Huang also held several insect blades, but unlike Yao Tang, he stood upright on 2 legs, not sprawling like Yao Tang. His insectoid body was slightly tilted forward. Yao Tang's body spanned over 100 meters, Lu Qi's was over 300 meters, while Meng Huang was roughly 150 meters. As for Du Xie Zhang Fan was seeing its size clearly for the first time. It was around 700 meters, a truly colossal creature. Even in front of these 4 beings, Zhang Fan felt as though he had stepped back into ancient times, experiencing the primal fear humans felt when facing wild behemoths. Of course, such fear was absent in Zhang Fan, for these were his tamed beasts. Why would he fear his own creatures? Soon Zhang Fan heard a phrase that seemed all too familiar. What kind of monster is this? How can it be so huge? And there are 4 of them. Wait, something's off with their levels, aura, right? Tier 5, is this really Tier 5? My cousin's tamed beast is already a high Tier 4, and it's nowhere near this massive, this size, and that huge scorpion, it must be over 500 meters. Is this really just Tier 5? What kind of joke is this? Wait, these seem to be Fan's tamed beasts. Weren't they the small stones that Fan just threw out? Some people instinctively sat down on the ground. Among them, some had never in their lives seen such terrifying tamed beasts and were nearly swallowed by their innate fear and dread. However, some quickly came to their senses. These 4 beasts had appeared right after Zhang Fan threw those 4 stones, so it was highly likely that these creatures were Zhang Fan's tamed beasts. Don't be afraid, these 4 little ones are my tamed beasts. Although one of them is a bit more aggressive, there's no need to fear. Indeed, as soon as Zhang Fan said this, everyone felt a sigh of relief. Both Li Yeye and Lu Yi were momentarily stunned. What primarily shocked them were Zhang Fan's formidable creatures, the locust and the scorpion, which had undergone terrifying transformations. Although Lu Yi knew that Zhang Fan had evolved his creatures the previous night, she had no idea what they had become until they arrived at this secret underground realm. What she hadn't anticipated was that these creatures, which were originally as small as the palm of a hand, had grown so immensely. Their size now was truly terrifying. Lu Yi began to understand why Zhang Fan had specifically chosen insect-type creatures as his main beast companions. The evolutionary paths he devised for them significantly enhanced their powers. Typical insect-type creatures could grow 100-fold in size, and their combat abilities were equally formidable. If Zhang Fan had devoted himself to nurturing other types such as fierce beasts like tigers or leopards, the creatures he raised would be even more fearsome, possibly reaching sizes of kilometers. Creatures of the 7th or 8th tier reaching kilometer sizes were indeed terrifying. However, the resources required for such transformations were astronomical. Previously, Lu Yi had privately asked Zhang Fan why he had chosen insect-type creatures as his main companions. Zhang Fan had simply replied that they required fewer resources, a comment Lu Yi hadn't fully grasped at the time. But now she seemed to understand some of Zhang Fan's thoughts and intentions. Are these the two insects you mentioned before? How did you evolve them into this? Lu Yi was practically at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Yeye was slowly coming to her senses. Zhang Fan, when did you raise these two creatures? I've never seen them before, she inquired. Just yesterday she had only learned of their existence. Hearing Li Yeye's question, Lu Yi almost blurted out how Zhang Fan had evolved two tiny insects into their current formidable size in just one night, but then she realized that they were not alone and they needed to be cautious with their words. If details about Zhang Fan were to be leaked, it could lead to serious trouble. Naturally, Lu Yi didn't want her momentary slip of the tongue to endanger Zhang Fan. Li Yeye was also slow to react. At this moment, Zhang Fan spoke up directly. For that evolution, I made quite a bit of preparation to achieve the results we have today. Alright, next up we should continue to move forward. I don't want to waste too much time here. Saying this, Zhang Fan waved his hand grandly, and the four beast guardians charged out immediately. Among them, the six-winged and the poison scorpion caught everyone's attention for very simple reasons. The six-winged naturally soared in the sky, its abilities creating golden phantoms trailing behind it as it moved at high speed. The poison scorpion drew eyes simply because of its terrifying size, which was extreme to the point of disbelief. Who else has seen a creature of merely the 5th or 6th tier, no, just the 5th tier, with a size reaching 700 meters? Soon Zhang Fan and others encountered the monsters within this underground secret realm. Some looked like wild beasts, but each had a bizarre appearance, as if they were infested by a demonic parasite. However, at least the energy cores they produced were not much different from those outside. An energy core remained an energy core, almost identical to those found in the bodies of beasts outside. Of course, these monsters were no match for the likes of Yao Tang or the six-winged. However, the most eye-catching was the poison scorpion. Virtually none of the monsters could withstand a single strike from its tail sting. In this secret underground realm, Zhang Fan had lost count of how many beasts and monsters they had killed. They had gathered nearly 1,000 energy cores of the 8th tier. However, the number of 9th tier monsters and beasts was relatively small, quite different from what Zhang Fan had expected, where one could encounter 9th tier creatures every few steps. It was indeed possible to encounter some 8th tier monsters and beasts within a few steps though. But after 7 or 8 days he realized that the haul was quite good. There were 18 9th tier energy cores in total, including 10 high-level 9th tier, 1 low-level 9th tier, and the rest were of the 8th tier. The harvest was quite satisfying with a substantial number of 8th tier energy cores. Initially, Lu Yi and Li Yeye were mainly protecting the logistics team responsible for collecting or extracting energy cores. However, it soon became clear that protection was unnecessary. The monsters were generally killed by Yao Tang and Zhang Fan's other beast guardians before they even came into sight. Initially, there were concerns about whether Zhang Fan's beast taming skills would result in his creatures getting injured. However, all doubts were dispelled when they saw Yao Tang obliterate a 9th tier monster with just 2 moves, causing everyone to gasp in unison at the display. From that moment on, safety wasn't a concern for them, besides Lu Yi, who stayed close to Zhang Fan without letting his beast stray too far. Li Yeye actively took her creatures into battle. Zhang Fan knew her well enough to understand her personality, which he thought was quite similar to the six-winged creatures in certain aspects, as both seemed to relish the act of killing. To be more precise, Li Yeye enjoyed combat even more than the six-winged, whose nature was more of an instinct entrenched deep within its bones. Should we head out? It's been about 7 or 8 days, right? Louis understood why Zhang Fan would bring this up given the tasks that lay ahead. They had a commission to head to Lion Camel City, a mission that Louis suspected was fraught with danger and potentially a trap. However, the trap wasn't meant for them but for Koningning. Liu, however, refrained from sharing his suspicions prematurely as it could render him ineffectual and meddlesome if events unfolded differently from his predictions, possibly turning them into targets of resentment. Has it already been 7 or 8 days? Time flies. It seems we've nearly cleared out all the 9th tier monsters around here. It would be great if there were some in the dark forest. We initially planned to push through, but it's already been so long. If we decide to push through now, it might take a few more days. This underground secret realm is truly vast, Zhang Fan said, stretching his neck since he hadn't moved much lately, mostly just walking and watching his beasts and other monsters fight. The monsters in this secret realm were strong, but his beasts, especially Yao Tang, were stronger. Initially, Yao Tang struggled against 9th tier monsters, but now it seemed to be due to the growth of his skills, which brought about enhancements in his attributes, that his body gradually became stronger. Facing those 9th tier monsters, he was increasingly gaining the upper hand. Over the past few days, Yao Tang had already developed the strength to fight against 9th tier monsters. Even when facing lower 9th tier monsters, he could defeat them without using any skills. Shall we go out? Louis asked again, excitement evident in her heart. She knew that Zhang Fan was only missing a 9th tier energy core, but now Zhang Fan had gathered all the 9th tier energy cores he needed, and next was the evolution of the 2 guardian beasts. Over these days, she had witnessed the terrifying combat power of the 6 wings in Yao Tang. If one were to compare, Louis felt that 6 wings was the strongest. Yes, it's indeed time to go out. After all, we still have commissions. We can't lose our reputation. Then Zhang Fan and Louis began to gather everyone to return. However, when Zhang Fan saw Li Yeye, he was momentarily stunned. Li Yeye was covered in blood. Did you participate in a hunt yourself? Zhang Fan asked with a hint of teasing. At this level, it was very difficult for beast masters to attack or really harm these 9th tier monsters. Of course not, I didn't participate. I just helped you collect a 9th tier energy core. You know, these monsters are really huge, but compared to your guardian beasts, they are still quite inferior. After all, they are already 9th tier, Li Yeye said, her face lighting up with excitement. Zhang Fan also smiled and nodded. Very good, so now we have 19 9th tier energy cores. 19 9th tier energy cores. You know, before I wouldn't even dare to dream of having 5. After all, I couldn't find a single 9th tier beast in the entire dark forest, not to mention a 9th tier energy core. Great, great, here comes another 9th tier. And it's a middle 9th tier, not bad. Let's go, we should head back now. Otherwise, we might miss that commission. As Zhang Fan spoke, Li Yeye's expression changed, realizing that she had indeed forgotten about that. Right, there's her commission. I almost forgot about her. We really should head out now. We shouldn't have missed it now, right? Soon after, everyone returned to the city. However, Zhang Fan found that they had indeed almost missed the commission. After sorting everything out, Zhang Fan hurriedly headed to the Wang family. Li Yeye and Louis followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the Wang's residence, they saw Koningning sitting on the sofa looking somewhat unhappy. I was about to think you were going to stand me up. I didn't expect you to actually show up. You gave me quite the scare. Honestly, without you guys, I wouldn't have known how to get to Shitushan City. After saying this, Koningning really did feel a sigh of relief. After all, in Jiangnan City she couldn't find anyone more powerful than Zhang Fan. Even if there were people with similar strength to Zhang Fan, they were few and far between. In fact, she couldn't find even one. That's just the way it is. Similarly, those with level 8 strength demand more, which she can't afford, and even if she did find some level 8 warriors to guide her, she wasn't sure they would be reliable. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, was different. Although his beasts aren't at level 8, Zhang Fan's prowess exceeds level 8, that's the key. And this is truly terrifying. Don't worry, we won't break our promise, and the reason we haven't been in Jiangnan City these past few days is that we went on a trip to the wilderness. We also visited a dungeon scroll. But you're right about one thing, if we can't escort you to Shitushan City, then no one in Jiangnan City can. Zhao Fan is boasting now because he is confident that he can get Yao Tang and Lu Qi to evolve further. Soon Lu Qi will have the aura of a level 8. As for the combat power, it will undoubtedly Surpass level 10, the level 5 Lu Qi and Yao Tang already possess such terrifying combat strength. If they really reach levels 7 or 8, then their combat power will be even more fearsomely enhanced, so Zhang Fan is qualified or rather confident to say such things. To others, these words might seem arrogant, but to Lu Yi and Li Ye, Zhang Fan's words seem normal. Indeed, following this statement, Wang Bing and Wang Yu the sisters looked very seriously at Zhang Fan's expression. Especially they scrutinized Zhang Fan's eyes carefully. However, they didn't see any arrogance in his eyes, just absolute confidence. The last time they saw such confidence was when Zhang Fan was planning the evolution path for Wang Bing's beast. They know Zhang Fan well, he generally doesn't speak arrogantly. If he says such a thing, it's a testament to his solid confidence. Hey, it looks like you've gained a lot from this trip. Wang Yu looked seriously at Zhang Fan. She really wanted to gauge what Zhang Fan might reveal. It's just a pity that in the end Zhang Fan didn't say anything. He simply returned her gaze with a smile. Oh, why such sudden confidence? Koningning was immediately intrigued by Zhang Fan's words. She asked him directly. However, Zhang Fan did not clarify, just gently shook his head. There's no need to discuss it now, just wait for our departure tomorrow. By the way, I'll take your commission and see it through to the end. I'll personally escort you to your family to see what the situation is really like. There, how about that? Zhang Fan inherently didn't trust this so-called cousin of Koningning. There surely was a conspiracy involved. Of course, he couldn't say this outright. It was still necessary to see how things would unfold. Besides, the 5 9th-tier energy cores he wanted, as well as his status within the inner city, were also tied to Koningning. If Koningning were to die in Shituas City, those 9th-tier energy cores, though Zhang Fan already had 19, would only be enough for the evolution of his 2 pets, 6 wings and Yao Tang. Let's not forget that Zhang Fan also had 2 other divine beasts, making 4 in total. He would need at least 40, maybe even 50 9th-tier energy cores. To Zhang Fan, even 50 9th-tier energy cores seemed too few. In essence, this commission was not just about Koningning, it had become his concern as well, and if Koningning were to indeed die in Shituas City, those who survived might end up smeared in scandal, unable to clear their names even with just cause. Considering these reasons, this was why Zhang Fan cared so much about this commission. Okay, that works. At that time I can introduce you to my cousin. Maybe there will be some commissions for you to complete. I'll facilitate the connections and you should be able to receive a good reward. Consider it my way of repaying you, how about that? Although Koningning wasn't fully aware of the changes within her family, she could guess that some were after the family's power or perhaps the divine beast baptism in Shituas City. She had also stumbled upon the shady dealings of the 3 elders, but it was only because of her cousin that she had managed to escape. In reality, at that time, Ko Shanfeng had not yet fully taken control of the family, and fearing that his actions would be exposed, he had let Koningning leave. Now that he had complete control, he naturally thought of Koningning again. Alright, then rest well today, we'll set off together tomorrow morning. We'll still meet here at the Wang family's place, Zhang Fan concluded, and Koningning immediately nodded in agreement. She was very much in favor of Zhang Fan's plan. Soon after Koningning left alone, she primarily visited the Wang family because she felt something was amiss, mainly due to the absence of Zhang Fan in the city and at the Wang's residence. Had it not been for Wang Yu linking her with Zhang Fan previously, Koningning would have thought that Zhang Fan had slipped away. Now, she could ask why there was such confidence. Wang Bing curiously stared at Zhang Fan, who was seated beside her. She believed that there must be a reason behind Zhang Fan's confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so boldly. In this regard, Wang Bing felt she understood Zhang Fan quite well. Why do you have such confidence? She asked. It's mainly because this trip has been tremendously fruitful for me. My beast is about to evolve again. Once it does, even those at a higher level will pose no threat to me. It might even surpass the 10th rank, but that depends on whether his cousin is supportive. If his cousin sends some strong fighters, I might gain more energy cores. Beasts indeed have energy cores. Unlike humans, most beast tamers return through the beast taming contract, which enhances their attributes and strength. However, personal combat strength is something few people study, as the human body has its limits and requires training. But beasts are different. Just by investing resources, they inevitably grow stronger. Although there's a limit, it requires much less sacrifice compared to training. However, in the Empire's army, there's still a need for personal training. With these words from Zhang Fan, both Wang Bing and Wang Yu nodded slightly. They didn't inquire further about Zhang Fan's gains, respecting his privacy. There needs to be some boundaries in such matters. So you've also noticed the problem, Wanya remarked. Honestly, though she is my friend too, I prefer not to discuss such matters openly. I also feel that her cousin is suspicious. Why did he choose this time for her to return? I suspect it's due to a family emergency caused by her cousin. Being from a similar family background, Wang Yu understood this all too well. As for Wang Bing, knowing about the assignment made her realize that something was off. However, since their relationship with Koningning wasn't very close, speaking up could only harm their budding friendship. Moreover, this assignment was particularly important to Zhang Fan. Being a clever person, Wang Bing naturally wouldn't speak recklessly. However, Wang Bing and Wang Yu suddenly realized some issues. Their eyes widened as they stared intently at Zhang Fan. Is your beast going to evolve again, so soon? If it evolves again after the 9th tier, could it possibly be the 10th tier? How come I've never heard of this level? Wang Yu couldn't help but blurt out. To him, this seemed utterly terrifying. He remembered hearing just a few days ago about the beast evolving once, and now it was set to evolve again. The pace of its growth was indeed frightening, but if one were to think about it, even without this particular plan, Zhang Fan's rate of improvement was already quite astonishing. Among his graduating peers, many were still honing their skills in the Blackstone Forest or within some factions' logistics. Was this the difference between individuals? Yet Zhang Fan's achievements had already reached a pinnacle that others might never achieve in their lifetimes. Wang Yu felt a twinge of melancholy about this. After the 9th tier, it is indeed the 10th tier. I can confirm that. Alright, I should go let my beast evolve now. We are set to depart tomorrow. Has there been any trouble with the Wang family recently? Zhang Fan's question was also something Wang Yu was aware of. Just last night, he was worried about potential problems the Wang family might face after his departure. Teach had resolved it just to be safe. However, Wang Yu was clear that currently their family in Jiangnan City was quite untroubled. Any issues were also mitigated by Li Tianhe and the Lu family's assistance. No one was troubling their family. Of course, if their family wanted to develop on their own, they needed to rely on themselves. Continuous reliance on others' charity was not an option. Wang Yu was very clear about this and was quite satisfied with their current situation. Without Zhang Fan, the players might have already been targeted by now, a prospect Wang Yu did not wish to see. Recently, the Wang family has been fine, and now with Xiao Bing here, the family warehouse has been stocked up a bit. How are your preparations? Wang Yu asked with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, both Lu Yi and Li Yeye were very excited. Mainly because this trip out into the dark forest to hunt exotic beasts had been very successful. Their beasts performed exceptionally well, overpowering the ordinary 7th and 8th tier beasts effortlessly. In fact, throughout the entire period of hunting in the dark forest, they didn't even need Zhang Fan to step in and resolve any issues. Their strength had almost reached the peak in Jiangnan City. They were now capable of defending themselves in the same city. Our preparations are all set. My beast is ready to advance. It looks like the Wang family is doing well, so I'm relieved, they concluded. This trip we are headed to Lion Camel City, and it seems we might stay there quite a while, unlikely to return within a month or two. If anything comes up, remember you can contact me through Wang Bing. Zhang Fan spoke with a serious expression. Wang Yu knew that Zhang Fan's concern was probably due to their apparent vulnerability or perhaps because of Wang Bing. I understand, if there's anything I will contact you, Wang Yu said with a smile. That night, in a clearing behind the Wang family's mountain home, Zhang Fan was aware that Lu Chua's creature was no longer the same as before. Its size had now reached 300 meters. If it were to evolve again, it would probably need to do so in the wild. Evolving in the city again could draw unwanted attention due to its massive size. Concerning renting an external evolution chamber, Zhang Fan felt it was not safe as his evolution might be monitored. It's your turn, Xiao Lu. This evolution must be something you are looking forward to, Zhang Fan said as Lu Chu immediately jumped out from the sleeve of his robe and stretched out its body fully. The space in the Wang family's mountainous backyard was still sufficient for it to stretch even if it grew several hundred meters more. Lu Chu chirped excitedly upon emerging, greeting Zhang Fan enthusiastically. Gazing at Zhang Fan was always its happiest moment, its numerous wings fluttering slightly. Let's begin the evolution. After that we'll head to Lion Camel City, where I suspect we'll encounter many formidable foes, Zhang Fan said, starting to arrange the ceremonial space for the evolution with Liu Chu's help. He did not let the other three creatures stretch out, as that would leave no space left in the Wang family's backyard. With the final ingredient in place, Zhang Fan took out 10 9th tier energy cores and placed them in the center of the formation. Let's start, as he wielded a strange and eerie force emerged from him. At the same time, all the surrounding materials turned into black mist, swiftly enveloping Lu Chu. The scene was like a ritual to resurrect some demon, chilling and terrifying. Unlike the initial evolution, Zhang Fan could clearly feel Liu Chu's excitement and eagerness at this moment. The initial evolution was indeed somewhat painful for Lu Qi. After all, going from 0 to 1 is often the most difficult step, but once you reach 1, progressing to 2 becomes somewhat easier. Finally, after a full half-hour, the unstable energies in the air gradually dissipated. At the same time, a terrifyingly fierce aura shot straight into the sky. However, this aura appeared only for a moment before quickly concealing itself. "You look much better now," remarked Zhang Fan, "though there was no change in your size. Your current form is quite sufficient." Zhang Fan carefully observed Lu Qi and noted that there was no change in the size of his body. However, the color had indeed changed significantly. The insect wings had become brighter, translucent with a silvery sheen, clearly not ordinary. The shell had turned from its original black purple to a dark golden color at this moment. It was unclear how many pairs of insect legs there were, but they too were now a dark golden color. The primordial sacred golden centipede level, high 7th tier skills, undying perfect body, evil plunder, triple heart sweep, freewheeling flight. Undying perfect body, the body's durability is extremely high. Indestructible by creatures below the 13th tier, immune to any skill or ability including psychic powers. If the body suffers a wound, it will heal rapidly, permanently enhancing its own physical strength. If severely injured, it can regenerate by shedding its exoskeleton. During the hour of regeneration, all skill usages are without any consumption. If no skills are used after an hour, the body's strength will permanently increase by 20%. Evil plunder, triple heart sweep. From the body, wings or eyes, 3 beams of golden light can be emitted. These beams sweep across, sealing all perception and plunging the opponent into illusions while also blocking all of their abilities, including psychic skills, for 15 seconds. If hit by the skill twice, there is a certain probability that the opponent will forget their own skills. Freewheeling flight. Regardless of the area from which it moves, it cannot be detected or slowed down. The more hostility it senses around, the more it accelerates. Each movement is subtly enhanced according to its mood. An astonishing skill set, though it seems reduced while characteristics are missing. However, Lu Qi now looks completely different from before. Now, the only difference from before evolution is the color of its body and that fierce aura. Of course, for Zhang Fan, what's even more terrifying is what Lu Qi needs for further evolution after this. He has never even seen a 10th tier energy core, and now it's already requiring an 11th tier. There was another path, a terrifying evolutionary route by the name itself, but the required materials for it were indeed frightening. A 13th tier energy core. Right now his combat power, well, the power of the 6 wings can't really be measured by levels. The combat strength of the 6 wings is absolutely terrifying, probably around the 14th tier. Originally, Zhang Fan felt that after this evolution in going to Shirtu City he would be able to earn quite a number of 10th tier energy cores. Then another wave of evolution would follow, and meanwhile he could see if there were any profitable trades in Shirtu City. Logically speaking, a place like Shirtu City should offer more opportunities. Getting some 10th tier energy cores should not be a problem, but what Zhang Fan did not expect at all was that the energy core needed for the 6 wings directly jumped to the 11th tier. Actually, when Zhang Fan saw the panel, his mood was quite good, even excited to a certain extent. However, after carefully looking at the materials needed for the evolutionary path listed later, Zhang Fan was stunned. At that moment, the 6 wings also shrank its body and happily hopped toward Zhang Fan. "Ah, Xiaolu, your evolution is really impressive. No matter what, your combat power has substantially increased. One day we can reach the peak together." Zhang Fan gently stroked the head of the 6 wings. It was then that a cry from the 6 wings snapped Zhang Fan back to reality. Just materials. Reaching the peak, his path seemed much simplified. Some people exhaust all their strength and still can't embark on such a path. His path was just a matter of some materials. What's there to complain about? "Thank you, Xiaolu. Now it's your turn, Yao Tang." The material needs for Yao Tang were just one less than those for the 6 wings, but Zhang Fan chose to use more materials to fill this gap. There were only so many 9th tier energy cores, and lacking one, Zhang Fan couldn't just conjure another. Naturally, he used the extra materials for Yao Tang. Yao Tang showed no dissatisfaction. The locust and the scorpion, these 2 creatures, stood quietly to the side, their small bodies full of anticipation for their next evolution. However, they were very clear that Zhang Fan would definitely not evolve them anymore since they lacked the needed materials. "Come on, Yao Tang, you must be looking forward to this moment too." come stand in the middle of the magic circle. In most cases Yao Tang was a taciturn creature, then it also stretched out its body, returning to its 100-meter-tall stature. As soon as the formation was activated, the surrounding materials immediately transformed into swirls of black misty energy. Rushing towards Yao Tang, the terrifying aura was so intense that it seemed to distort the very void around it. It seems that your evolution this time is truly extraordinary, Zhang Fan mused to himself. Perhaps using a 9th-tier energy core this time was indeed a leap in enhancing the essence of life itself. For instance, the 6 wings now, this evolution was undoubtedly superior to all previous ones, elevating the inherent qualities to a higher level. Soon the energy around stabilized, and Yao Tang's body underwent significant changes. Its original body color had completely vanished, replaced now by a jade white hue. Additionally, a layer of carapace had appeared on its body. Originally, it had 6 arms and 6 insect blades, but now, only 2 insect blades remained. Zhang Fan couldn't see or feel these blades, but the sensations transmitted through their beast taming contract informed him that the 2 arms of Yao Tang now possessed a pair of insect blades. Invisible though they were, Yao Tang let out an excited chirp. It could also feel the overwhelming power surging within itself, truly astonishing. The Primal Saint Jade Mantis level, high-tier 6th stage skills, Annihilation/Death, Annihilation/Selfless, Annihilation/Erase, and 1/Annihilation/ utilizes the insect blades on the forelimbs to gather the chi from the entire body for a slash. Each hit imposes certain limitations on all speed and strength exhibited. If hit 5 times, the vitality throughout the body will involuntarily shrink and dissipate. Creatures below the 12th tier cannot withstand this skill. Death Annihilation/ consumes 1/3 of the internal spiritual energy for a powerful slash, which is 5 times stronger than Annihilation/. If the enemy is killed, it restores half of the expended spiritual energy and permanently enhances the body. Creatures below the 14th tier cannot resist. Selfless Annihilation/ consumes all strength. Creatures below the 16th tier, once hit, will be erased by the rules. As a price, 1 insect blade will permanently disappear before the next evolution, unable to recover. Erase in 1/ consumes all power, will, and potential for a mad strike. The creature targeted by this skill cannot escape. Creatures below the 20th tier cannot resist. As a price, before the next evolution, strength, will, and potential cannot be recovered. Yao Tang's current status panel is truly extraordinary. The skills displayed on the panel have completely changed, utterly different from before. Moreover, the effects of the skills are incredibly powerful. Originally, the psychic skill required hitting the enemy twice and consumed a significant amount of energy. However, now it seems that the psychic skill has changed. Not only has its power increased, but it also doesn't consume as much energy as before. Compared to the original, the current energy consumption is minimal, especially the last 2 skills. They now have the capability to single-handedly defeat high-tier exotic beasts. In particular, the final skill can single-handedly defeat a level 19 exotic beast. Early the next morning, at the Wang family residence, the patriarch of the Li family visited, once again feeling astonished that the Wang family was still in existence. He remembered that during his last visit, the patriarch of the Wang family, along with several elders and a top expert from Jiangnan City, had all been killed. Even now Li was still fraught with unease, fearing that one day the young man would come with the Lu family to find their clan, potentially leading to their clan's destruction. During this period, he was extremely anxious and even personally prepared generous gifts to visit the Lu family. At least they had accepted his gifts, for now he should be out of danger and free from safety concerns. Nevertheless, he felt no reassurance in his heart, since his safety was not in his own hands but in the hands of others. It was from that day he felt so powerless. What was a 6th level? It was still nothing but an ant, even less than an ant. A mid-level 8th tier was nothing but a flick in the eyes of the opposing beast master. President Li, I didn't expect to see you here too. Are you also one of the escorts this time? Li, feeling a bit helpless, turned to Li Tianhe. He wished Li Tianhe were one of their Li family members. Unfortunately, despite sharing the same surname, there was no relation between them. Li Tianhe had his own guild, which had recently evolved. Now Li Tianhe's guild was considered the top power in Jiangnan City. It was rumored that Li Tianhe's guild and the Lu family had become allies. How they became allies was puzzling to many, and some even suspected there was a conspiracy behind it, as there had been no prior interaction between them before suddenly becoming allies. Li Tianhe slowly turned his head to look at Li, having heard about the head of the Li family from his sister who had previously helped the Wang family. Of course, the one being helped is the head of the Wang family, not Wang Yu or Wang Bin. To be honest, Li Tianhe doesn't have a good impression of this head of the Li family. Indeed, I also accepted this commission, and it was quite some time ago that I received it. Going to Shirtu City is just a matter of knowing the way, but for now it's better to see what the patron thinks. In fact, Li Tianhe is now clear about his own commission. He also knows that the person who commissioned him and his cousin are now somewhat friends. After going to STO City, everything will be led by Zhang Fan. Basically, there's nothing his sister needs to worry about. At the same time, he is also somewhat looking forward to this time. How strong will the people who act against them be, 8th or 9th rank? To be honest, Li Tianhe no longer considers 7th or 8th rank beast tamers significant, mainly because his own beasts, including those of his cousin, are extraordinarily formidable. Ordinary 8th rank beasts stand no chance against them. As for 9th rank beasts, honestly Li Tianhe has not yet encountered a beast of this level. After saying all this, Li Tianhe slowly closed his mouth, not planning to continue. Seeing Li Tianhe like this, not speaking, Li Buting understood that the other party did not want to engage too much with him. Guild leader Tianhe, I wonder if you have heard about the matters concerning the Wang family. Although we are currently in the Great Hall of the Wang family, there are not many people from the Wang family here now. The most people here are from Li Tianhe's guild and his Li family clan. As for the Wang family clan, it seems that no one has come here to gather. They are all busy outside with their own family affairs. Perhaps the Wang family might not continue to be involved in the upcoming departure. In that case, could the Li family get a bigger share of the commission? However, it also depends on what the patron thinks. The departure was supposed to be at the city gate, so why was the gathering place moved to the Wang family residence? Could it be that the patron also has some connection with the Wang family? It couldn't be that the commission has suddenly changed, asking them to trouble the Lu family, could it? That seems unlikely. Thinking of the head of the Lu family, whose cosmic fighting power is now capable of killing 8th and even 9th rank beasts, not sparing them a glance, Li Buting felt a chill in his heart. If the commission really changed, directing them to trouble the Lu family, he would without a second word prefer to pay the breach of commission fee, absolutely unwilling to provoke the Lu family. The fact that he survived that night was fortunate enough. The opponent did not pursue them to the death, which was giving them a chance. If the other party really intended to settle accounts with them, then the Li family might no longer exist by now. Perhaps they would end up like the Mao family with only a few survivors left. However, lately, the Lu family doesn't seem to harbor any dislike towards the Wang family. It appears they plan to incorporate them. I don't know and don't want to know. As these words were spoken, several people entered from outside. Li Buting's eyes widened instantly. There was Wang Yu from the Wang family, Lu Yi from the Lu family, that financier, and Li Yeye, who is Li Tianhe's sister. Thus, it seems that the Lu family indeed intends to incorporate the Wang family, and it's very likely that they have already been involved in this commission. Others might not recognize Lu Yi from the Lu family, but Li Buting had seen him clearly before and knew he had an unusual relationship with that mysterious young man. As for the origins of that young man, Li had secretly investigated him, deploying numerous people and spending a lot of money. He had even thoroughly investigated the First Academy's grounds, yet found nothing about Zhang Fan, no deeds or any intelligence. This made him suspect that Zhang Fan might very well be from outside the city, perhaps from Lion Camel City. In Li Buting's view, if Zhang Fan truly came from outside the city, then his abilities would all make sense. Hello, President Li Tianhe, and you, the head of the Li family. This trip has indeed troubled you, but we still have to wait for 1 or 2 more people. Also, Wang Yu and the other members of the Wang family do not plan to join me in going to Lion Camel City. As for the payment, rest assured, there will be no changes, no reductions, said a voice. Upon hearing this, Li Buting breathed a sigh of relief, yet he couldn't help frowning. What now? Do we continue to wait? But for whom? Where did these 2 people go? What are they doing? Currently, Li Buting felt quite uneasy, especially since he was in the Wang family's territory and frequently thought of Zhang Fan and others. Moreover, Louis was not far ahead. His heart was racing, not wanting to stay there any longer. While speaking, Ko Ningning couldn't help but glance several times at Li Tianhe. She had heard quite a bit about him recently. It was said that this president, after a long silence, suddenly revealed an 8th-tier beast. Furthermore, the combat power of his beasts was terrifyingly formidable according to the city's intelligence. The president's beast has actually reached the 9th rank in combat power, which is quite remarkable considering its level is only at the 8th. Many people have been talking about this. It seems that there was an incident where the president's beast effortlessly defeated 2 high-level 8th rank beasts, and since then word of its 9th rank power has spread. Ning Ko thought to herself quietly. She then turned her gaze to Wang Yu, who was beside her. When are those two coming out? She asked, helplessly, ready to set off but unsure what Zhang Fan and Wang Bing were up to. Li Ye and Louis exchanged glances, knowing very well that if the two hadn't shown up by now, last night must have been wildly eventful. At this point Li Buting became impatient. Wang Yu, your family's service has really gone downhill, he said. Miss Li Ye, I mean no offense to you, but waiting here all morning without even a cup of tea from the Wang family is unacceptable. As Li Buting spoke, everyone's eyes widened in shock at his bold words, but Wang Yu, who used to run a monster hunting group, knew exactly what the Li family head was implying. Seeing the current weakness of the Wang family, he simply took the opportunity to voice his discontent, even though any tea served would likely still be criticized. Is that so, head of the Li family? I hope you can take back your words and apologize to Sister Wangya right now, or else I will inform my uncle about your family's intention to start a conflict with ours, Louis retorted. Her relationship with Wang Bing having grown strong after teaming up with Zhang Fan for various activities. After Louis spoke up, Li Buting's face turned the color of liver, regretting his decision to challenge the Wang family. Just as he was about to continue, a voice he never wanted to hear again interrupted. What's going on so early in the morning? Have you all gathered already? Sorry, my beasts were just playing outside and I had to find them. Generally, Zhang Fan preferred not to have his beasts around while working, so he had let them out. Unbeknownst to others, the 4 little creatures, due to their small size, had been scampering around the Wang family's grounds unnoticed throughout the night. Who is this? Why do I feel like I've seen you before? Zhang Fan stared at Li Buting, slowly sinking into his thoughts. Next to him, Wang Bing looked at Li Buting with an unfriendly expression. Now Li Buting's face had completely stiffened, along with the few family executives he had brought with him. They had all clearly witnessed the recent troubles at the Wang family's home. What Zhang Fan looked like and the sound of his voice they could never forget. Indeed, you do look familiar. I noticed that no one seems to have prepared any tea or anything, and considering the supplies needed on the road, I brought some myself. Also, Wang Yu, if you have any trouble, remember to talk to our Li family. After all, your great-great-grandfather had some connection with my great-grandfather. Our families have been friends since a long time ago. At this moment, Li Buting felt like he had reached a new limit. Honestly, even when facing powerful beasts in the past, he hadn't felt as tense as today. Koningning had a strange expression on her face, while Li Tian and others showed a hint of a cold smile. Soon after, he didn't say much more. Let it be, let's go, we should set off. Although Zhang Fan couldn't recall who this person was at the moment, he could guess a bit of the situation. Wang Yu didn't seek trouble with the Li family because of this incident. The reason was that the Wang family was currently too weak. However, with the Eternal Cave Scroll rebuilding was not a big issue. Not long after Zhang Fan and the others left Jiangnan City, it was only a short time after they left, a message quickly spread into Shitua City, more specifically into a family within the inner city. Let me see what this is about. My cousin has finally set off. Haha, I've been waiting for several days now. Ko Shanfeng's face showed a reckless smile and his eyes twinkled with excitement. Thinking of his cousin's figure, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Apart from beast taming, what he cared about most in this family was that cousin of his. Now that the fruit was ripe, it was time to harvest. I've got it. Someone tell them it's time to make a move. My cousin has already left Jiangnan City. The Dark Moon Mountain will be the burial ground for those people. Except for my cousin, everyone else must be eliminated. At this moment, Ko Shanfeng seemed to have thought of something, his heart growing increasingly expectant. Master, it seems there are people from the Blue Moon Consortium over at Dark Moon Mountain. They appear to be searching for some mythical beast. Are we really going to make a move there? After hearing his servant's words, Ko Shanfeng couldn't help but sneer. Don't mind them, those people only see profits, and this is a matter for our family alone. They won't interfere. Besides, my cousin has limited funds. Mere promises won't pique the interest of those consortiums, so we have nothing to worry about. We'll proceed as planned. As for why we shouldn't strike in the dark forest, I'm worried that the girl might run back there. We only have one chance and I don't want any mistakes. If those fools mess up, they better not come back. Beyond the Greenblood Swamp lies the dark forest and pass that is Dark Moon Mountain. After crossing Dark Moon Mountain and passing the lighthouse, we will reach Lion Camel City. the journey is just so, at our current pace it will take us about 3 days. Koningning said this while cautiously observing Zhang Fan. At this moment she truly entrusted her safety to Zhang Fan and his group. She noticed that everyone seemed to revolve around Zhang Fan, which meant that he must indeed be the most formidable figure in Jiangnan City at the moment. Don't worry, we'll take our time on this trip. I've already felt that there's no one following us anymore. It seems this time you were indeed misled. Initially Koningning was somewhat worried that something unexpected might happen along the way. Now reaching this critical step was pivotal for her. As long as she could successfully return to Lion Camel City, she wouldn't face any more dangers. Once again she found herself on this wilderness road, the very path she feared the most, lest any mishap occur. However, Zhang Fan's next words made her freeze on the spot. As these words came out, everyone subconsciously paused for a moment. Had there been someone following them just now? Was I deceived? What does that mean? I wasn't deceived. My cousin wouldn't deceive me. It's impossible for him to deceive me. Koningning was no fool. She immediately realized that Zhang Fan was referring to his cousin. But thinking about it, her cousin had no reason to deceive her. If her cousin had indeed intended to harm her, he wouldn't have helped her escape in the first place. Pondering the details of that time, Koningning couldn't quite make sense of it. Nothing is impossible, Zhang Fan said confidently. The puzzled looks on everyone else's faces were evident, as they hadn't felt anyone following them earlier, but since Zhang Fan had said so, they nodded in agreement. If my cousin was deceiving me, why did he bother to escort me out in the first place? There must be a reason behind my brother's actions concerning the family affairs, although there are still some uncertainties. If he wasn't in full control of the family at that time and didn't want to make a big show of it, what do you think was safer at that time? Killing you or letting you leave the family? Killing you would mean bloodshed within the family. These days, who doesn't have a beast or two by their side? And beasts are far more sensitive to the scent of blood than humans. Let's not argue about this anymore. Let's head to Shirtu City. The people we meet along the way will provide us with answers, Zhang Fan said, moving forward without any intention of debating further with Koningning. By saying this outright, Zhang Fan actually silenced Ko Lingling somewhat, because he felt that Zhang Fan was quite right, and at that time his cousin did seem a bit off, as if he knew something. Nevertheless, there was only one path forward now. Now that she had to return, she couldn't possibly stay in Jiangnan City forever. Once back in Shirtu City, all the answers to the problems would become clear. If things are truly as you say, then upon returning to Shirtu City, I will do my utmost to provide you with more compensation. Koningning could only respond in this way. However, the one regretting the most at this time was the head of the Li family. In their current team, only Wang Bing from the Wang family had joined and the rest had not gotten involved, whereas Li Tianhe's guild was fully participating. As for their Li family, they were the weakest among this group. Originally, regarding this commission, it was clearly stated that the enemy might be of the 8th tier, but he had not believed it initially. After seeing Koningning, he subconsciously thought she was just a little girl merely exaggerating dangers. He hadn't thought much of someone who had run away from some family wanting to wander around Shirtu City. In his view, it was just a case of a foolish person with too much money. That was his thought at the time, so he decisively led his family to take on this commission. At that time he thought he was lucky, having picked up a relatively easy task, and this commission could also be quite beneficial for their family. After all, in Shirtu City their family hadn't yet developed any business. However, in Jiangnan City their family business had repeatedly faced obstacles, so the head of the Li family had thought of Shirtu City. Yet, as things progressed to this point, he started to feel that something was amiss. But now, there was no turning back. Rest assured, we have made quite a few preparations this time. You won't have any safety concerns, Louis assured, noticing the paleness on Koningning's face. We guarantee that we can get you into Shirtu City and even to your family's place. At that moment Koningning seemed a bit frightened. Louis continued to speak gently, mainly because he saw the fear on the young girl's face. From the first moment he saw her, he had a feeling that Koningning would often meet with them in the future. Why he felt this way Louis couldn't quite explain, so don't worry about these issues. As for anyone who might attack you or trouble you, leave it to us. We had already agreed to this, Louis reassured Koningning, who soon calmed down. After all, she had no choice but to take this path. Given our current situation, it's not possible to stay in Jiangnan City forever, so now we must rely on Zhang Fan and others to take us to Shirtu City. What's the target of this mission that requires so many of us to mobilize? In a cave in Dark Moon Mountain, dozens of people gathered, each showing signs of impatience. To them, this mission seemed like overkill. However, Bai Ruohua, the leader among them, leaned against the wall deep in thought yet visibly annoyed. He had always felt something was off with the Ko family in the inner city lately, something must have changed within the family, but as an outsider it wasn't his place to comment too much. Nevertheless, their guild had collaborated with the Ko family several times in the past, benefiting greatly from these partnerships. The Ko family had always been a good partner from a business perspective. However, the individuals discussing the current mission seemed off. Usually, those representing the Ko family appeared dignified and spoke straightforwardly, unlike now. Their manner of speaking and behavior were unlike what he had come to expect from the Ko family. Could it be that the family was indeed facing some sort of crisis? What are you thinking about, President? One of the guild members interrupted Bai Ruohua's thoughts. This mission is like picking up a huge bargain. Those Ko folks really are foolish with their money. I've always felt they paid too much and asked for too little in return. The one who interrupted Bai Ruohua was none other than the vice president of their guild, also considered his right-hand man Hang Zheng, a formidable individual with the combat power of a tier 10 beast master. Recently Bai Ruohua couldn't shake the feeling that his vice president seemed somewhat dissatisfied with him. Actually, the main issue lies in the differing philosophies of these two individuals. Bai Ruohua, as the president, believes that as long as a commission isn't too outrageous, he will definitely take it. However, Xing Zhangming lacks any moral constraints. He only cares about how much profit a commission can bring and whether it's possible to extract more benefits from the client during the process. He doesn't consider the consequences his actions may have on the client. This has led to a continuous decline in their guild's reputation within Shirtua City over the past few months. People with money aren't fools. They simply trust us more to handle matters effectively. There is a cost to betraying trust. After Bai Ruohua expressed these thoughts, Xing Zhang's face immediately showed no signs of benefit. In the past, he would have listened to Bai Ruohua, but in recent years their guild's efficiency has been declining. Also, his level of beast control has been stuck at the 10th tier for 15 years without any progress. The current form and level of his controlled beast have reached their limit. Not to mention breaking through the 10th tier, even aspiring to reach the rumored soldier level seems like a luxury. About 5 or 6 months ago, someone approached him. Reputation? Reputation is meant to be sold. President, do you know why your beast has never evolved? Do you know how many resources we need to waste to explore a path of evolution? Countless failures, all for the gamble of one success. For that one success, we've let countless people defecate over our heads. If we don't exhaust all means for profit, how can we compete with those family clans or corporations? Yes, you have some talent, you have some qualifications, but President, it's time for you to wake up. Your beast has been at the 11th tier for 12 years. Haven't you ever thought about changing your way of thinking? Xing Zhan looked straight at Bai Ruohua, his gaze unflinching, as this was a discussion he had long wanted to have. Previously, Bai Ruohua always avoided him as if busy with something else. Bai Ruohua knew Xing Zhang's thoughts too, but to avoid quarrels and to keep the guild running, he often avoided this topic. However, today it was inevitable. I have considered it too, but without my reputation, neither the corporations nor the families will continue to entrust us with any commissions. Then we can only go back to being a monster hunting group, just like when I first established the guild. Do you understand? Hearing this, Xing Zhang became furious. Ah, you were saying? Just as the words left his mouth, a person rushed into the cave. President, Vice President, our target has appeared, but she's got quite a few guards with her. Each of her beast tamers has creatures of at least the 8th tier, while the rest are of the 6th and 5th tiers. It seems that Jiangnan City really doesn't have many strong competitors. At that moment, everyone's gaze was keenly fixed on Bai Ruohua and Xing Zhang, though it was well known that Bai Ruohua and Xing Zhang had ideological differences. No one was eyeing the positions of president or vice president. The main reason was that apart from Bai Ruohua and Xing Zhang, the highest tier anyone in their guild could reach was the 9th, and there weren't many at that level, only 5 who were the senior officials of the guild. After all, one's position matched their strength, that was all their guild could offer. Let's talk about our matter later. Let's deal with this commission first, Bai Ruohua promptly said. He really didn't want to continue discussing the issue with Xin Zhang. After all, it ultimately boiled down to a matter of talent and perhaps their insufficient research and understanding of beast taming. In Shirtua City, every beast tamer was also a beast breeder. Otherwise, it was impossible to raise a beast to the 8th or 9th tier. Alright, let's handle this commission first then, he concluded. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and his group, who had just entered the Dark Moon Mountain, suddenly stopped in their tracks. In fact, it was Zhang Fan who had halted first and the others followed suit. impressive sensing abilities. What kind of beast do you have that it detected us from such a distance? However, please wait here for a bit, don't go any further. Who is Koningning? Please come forward voluntarily, alright? It would be unfortunate if we have to fight and kill you later, after all the Ko family wants you alive. Without looking around, someone noted the shortest one in the crowd. That must be her. Brothers, be careful not to let your beasts hurt her, or else the Ko family won't pay us the commission. Indeed, no sooner had they stopped than many people surrounded them, even though they hadn't sensed anyone before. Compared to the panic amidst the Li family, Li Tianhe and others, including Wang Bing and Louis, wore calm expressions, mainly because Zhang Fan was there. As long as Zhang Fan was present, they felt no disturbances. To be honest, these people did pose a significant threat, but with Zhang Fan around, they were hardly a concern. Are you in such a hurry? I thought you might continue to lie in ambush for a while longer. I felt that ever since we entered the dark forest your people had been watching me, and their presence was far too conspicuous. My beast sensed your murderous intent. The next time you ambush us, I really wouldn't recommend revealing any murderous intent. On one hand, a powerful individual can easily detect it, and on the other hand it exposes your own tracks. From the moment Zhang Fan spoke, everyone around was momentarily stunned. Their gazes involuntarily shifted from Koningning to Zhang Fan. What's the deal with this young man? He hasn't even released his beast, so why does he dare to speak like this? Could he possibly have some hidden strength? However, they had already thoroughly investigated Zhang Fan and his group along the way. Among Zhang Fan's group, the highest level of beast mastery was merely 8th tier at its peak. There wasn't even a single 9th tier among them. It goes without saying about their president and vice president. Even their regular guild members were confident they could easily capture any dissenters. Kid, you don't need to teach us these things. Do you know what our strength is? You're just a naive youngster. Perhaps in Jiangnan City you are considered a genius, or an 8th tier is considered strong, but in our Shirtua city an 8th tier is just an ant by the roadside, nearly an ordinary person. Why haven't we acted yet? Didn't you get any message just now? The vice president said we should wait for their arrival before making a move. A message from the vice president, I see. By the way, the Ko family isn't our partner, right? Doing this might be a bit. No matter, partners are there to be used. Moreover, this is the vice president's command. It has nothing to do with us, we just follow orders. After hearing the people surrounding him talking like this, Zhang Fan just shook his head slightly. I thought there was a leader among you. So the president and vice president haven't arrived yet and you've acted on your own. While speaking, Zhang Fan's sleeve moved, and unbeknownst to when a scorpion had crawled over. However, the scorpion's size was so small that it didn't attract any attention. Zhang Fan did this as a precaution in case the opponents decided to launch a surprise attack at that moment. If they did, Zhang Fan would directly throw out the scorpion to block these people, then let the fierce locust take action. These people's beasts were actually at the 8th or 9th tier level, and people like LVE could easily stop them. It was just unknown what level the vice presidents and president's beasts were, 10th tier, 11th tier, or perhaps even 12th tier? To be honest, Zhang Fan now faces people of this level with hardly any fluctuation on his face, mainly because the evolution of Yao Tang and Lu Qi has increased their combat power by too much. It was this very thing that gave Zhang Fan no small amount of confidence. Shut up, kid, you talk too much. The vice president ordered us to act to hold you guys back first, otherwise once we enter the inner area of Dark Moon Mountain it's easy to encounter various exotic beasts and also people from some consortiums, and we don't want any trouble with them. However, at this moment Koningning was completely stunned, yet she still somewhat disbelieved that her cousin would harm her. Soon after she slowly spoke up, did my cousin send you here? She directly asked, voicing the doubts in her heart. But these people were after all just ordinary members of the guild, not the ones responsible for handling commissions. They did not know the details of these commissions. Just then a voice suddenly came from afar. Yes, the ones who are to take you back are indeed from the Ko family, now headed by Ko Shanfeng. As this voice reached them, everyone saw two figures slowly emerging not far away, and with one step forward they had already reached the group. Bai Ruhua frowned slightly. He was not clear about this matter concerning the Ko station. So when did his own vice president get the news? This commission is actually twofold. The first is to take you back. The other, it's up to you. If you have more resources we can help you fake a body to take back. Although he wants you alive, faking a body is not a problem for me, and we haven't fully entered on Yue Mountain yet. This area is all our people. The people of Lion Camel City won't come here. There are no resources. the beasts are extremely weak, so you can be at ease. Xingzheng said this while carefully observing Koningning. However, at this moment Bai Ruhua opened his mouth, ultimately choosing to say nothing. In fact, he knew that Xingzheng had already made a concession to him. If Xingzheng didn't want to make a concession, then this so-called second commission wouldn't exist at all. Xingzheng would have directly demanded more benefits from him, give him a glimmer of hope, then plunge him into despair. In plain terms, it's about completely squeezing all the benefits possible from a single commission. So you two are the president and vice president? Zhang Fan showed a hint of interest in his eyes, mainly wanting to know what level and strength the beasts controlled by these two were. If the beasts of these two reached the 13th tier, that would be the best scenario. In that case, he would be able to collect two 13th tier energy cores, but the very thought of the 6th evolution required almost 30 13 tier energy cores. As for the level of these two individuals' beast taming, could it possibly be extremely high? On this point Zhang Fan was very confident, because Liushi had not shown that kind of extreme excitement. If there were indeed strong enemies, Liushi would be very excited. Liushi's nature was to enjoy challenging strong opponents and was sometimes quite brutal. Thus Zhang Fan could always gauge the strength of the people around him from all of Liushi's behaviors, and he himself also had some sense of it. My cousin, how can this be? Koningning's face was filled with disbelief. Now, as the situation unfolded, it turned out that Zhang Fei was right all along. He was merely a bait to lure her out. Moreover, at that time, there indeed had been an incident in the family. Even when he left, he could hear an elder in the clan calling his name, but at that time her cousin directly told her that the elder wanted to kill her. In that chaotic situation, she had no time to think more. By the time she realized, she had already been sent out of Shirtuo City. So among you, are you the leader? Yes, I'm the deputy president, and the person next to me is the president. What do you want to say, kid? Don't tell me you think just because you have a beast of the 8th or 9th tier you can compete with us too. I'll tell you, in Shirtuo City, although we're not much for you people from Jiangnan City, we are absolutely strong. Because there is no one in your Jiangnan City who has broken through to the 10th tier. And I am now at this level. What can you do about it? Hearing this, many people's faces changed. Even Li Tian and others felt a chill in their hearts at this moment. 10th tier, this level was something they had never even heard of before. As for the Li family members, they were completely frightened. 10th tier, this level was in their minds non-existent. Now only people like Li Yaya Lui and a few others who were very close to Zhang Fan remained calm, because they knew that not long ago Zhang Fan's beast had evolved again. The evolution of Zhang Fan's beast was not dependent on the beast's own level. The beast's own level generally was half of Zhang Fan's combat power. In most cases, the true combat power of Zhang Fan's beast was about twice its own level. 10th tier, 11th tier, these levels were also something they had heard from Zhang Fan's mouth. However, these two levels were not really considered significant by Zhang Fan. 10th tier, 11th tier? No 13th tier, the people of Shirtuo City, it seems far just so. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening a bit. At the same time he wondered, could it be that Shirtuo City was really so weak? We're just slightly bigger, small fry, that's all, he scoffed dismissively. Those families, those large guilds, those conglomerates, they are the real powers. Our level among those people is nothing more than that of an ordinary person. Alright kid, I've said enough. Now it's your turn to say a few last words. Of course all of you can say your last words. In this regard, our guild is always very generous. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Xingzheng's expression instantly turned cold. It seemed as though he saw in Zhang Fan's eyes a flicker of surprise, perhaps because they were too weak. He hated that kind of look. This was just a young man from Jiangnan City, probably someone from one of the local families, either relying on his family's influence or on some backing in Shirtuo City. But, sadly, this place was Dark Moon Mountain, a place most from Jiangnan City seldom reached. As for those from Shirtuo City, they rarely ventured here either, because this area was right at the border between the Dark Forest and Dark Moon Mountain. Even exotic beasts were rarely seen here, and if it weren't for this commission he might not have noticed this perfect spot for an ambush. Last words? Why do you think the people of Shirtuo City are necessarily stronger than those from Jiangnan City? What makes you so sure you can take us down? While saying this, Zhang Fan casually tossed a scorpion far away. The crowd's eyes widened as they suddenly sensed a low-tier 5th-rank aura. This puzzled Bai Ruo and Xingzheng, a bug-type beast controller. Was there some kind of potent toxin on this creature? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the next moment completely shocked them. they saw the scorpion's body suddenly swell in midair, growing from the size of a palm to a colossal beast 100 meters tall, its form nearly blocking out the sun. Its massive venomous stinger was even larger than some beast controller's creatures. 5th rank. This size, this aura, was this really a 5th rank? How could there be such a powerful beast controller? What was this thing, this beast? Was this really a beast controller? 5th rank. Was this truly 5th rank? Am I not mistaken? People from the Bai Rua guild gaped their mouths wide enough to swallow an egg, some completely stunned and frozen on the spot. Indeed, not just Bai Rua and his men. At this moment Li Tian and the others were somewhat unsettled. What was going on? How had Zhang Fan's beast changed? Was this still the same beast? Wait a minute, could this be one of the 2 new creatures that Zhang Fan mentioned he had been cultivating recently? Hold on, that means this one here is just one of them. Don't panic, everyone stay calm. The opponent's beast is only a 5th tier, the Skywing Tiger. Attack and kill it. Boom. A senior member of the Bai Ru Guild was shouting loudly, immediately sending his own beast into the fray. However, a dark shadow swiftly knocked it away to a far distance behind him, and the crowd vaguely saw that it seemed to be his beast that was flung away. How could this be possible? It was Officer Yang's beast, a 9th tier beast. How could a 9th tier beast be defeated by a 5th tier? Is this really a 5th tier beast? Can someone tell me if this is even real? Is this some kind of monster? Ha, 5th tier, ha. Some people were completely stunned while others seemed to have gone mad. As for the other officers, they hadn't even summoned their beasts yet, and in the current situation summoning them wouldn't have been of much use. After all, their beasts had only just reached the level of 100 meters, but the scorpion's size was a terrifying 700 meters, 8th tier. Well, it's not really a big deal to me. You see, I think you shouldn't focus on what tier my beasts are. At this point their levels are really irrelevant. Oh, and there's another one, the fierce locust. Aren't you going to wake up and move around? If you keep staying curled up without moving, you might get weaker the next time you evolve. Zhang Fan's comment to the fierce locust was somewhat in jest. Of course, a real evolution wouldn't actually weaken the fierce locust, but it wasn't aware of that. The crowd just saw something hanging on Zhang Fan's ear looking like a golden earring. Suddenly, it sprang open, a pair of insect wings, and flew out. Wait, could this insect also be? Some were already sweating in their palms. One scorpion was already terrifying enough. If another one joined, this battlefield would indeed become even more dreadful. As always, the things you least want to happen tend to happen. There appeared a golden exoskeleton like a locust standing upright in the air, but this locust seemed almost human-like. However, it was different in that it held several blade-like limbs. The fierce locust's standing posture was quite human-like, resembling a swordsman. As for the glowing mantis, it relied purely on its instincts, its twin blades poised in front. Xiaoyi Yeya Xiaobing, I'll leave the others around to you. With the help of the fierce locusts and poisonous scorpions, killing them should pose no problem. Tian and Big Brother, please protect Koningning. Her beastmaster skills are not very useful right now. She herself is quite vulnerable, and it would be troublesome if the enemy becomes desperate. Zhang Fan immediately began to divide the battlefield. As his voice fell, Li Yeye and the others stopped restraining their beasts, allowing them to reveal their true forms. In other words, they returned to their original body sizes as beasts, following the evolutionary path given by Zhang Fan. Their sizes ranged around 1 to 200 meters. In the blink of an eye, 5 enormous creatures stood on the field, one of which was truly massive. Are these people really from Jiangnan City? Since when did people their train beasts to this level? How is it possible? Their beasts haven't even reached the 10th rank. How could their sizes reach 100 meters? No, everything we see must be an illusion. It's all fake. Crack. Suddenly, a thick shadowy rope swept across, turning a dozen people and their beasts into mists of blood in an instant. The poisonous scorpion slowly lifted its tail, flicking off the fresh blood. At this moment, Bai Ruhua and Xing Zhang were completely stunned. Indeed, the beasts of Wang Bing, Li Yeye, and Lui had terrifying potential, with body sizes ranging from 100 to 300 meters even at the 8th rank. This size not only signifies their combat strength but also their potential. Reaching this level at the 8th rank would draw attention even in the vast Lion Camel City. Anyone with clear eyes could see the immeasurable potential of these beasts. However, what truly shocked and puzzled them were Zhang Fan's poisonous scorpion and fierce locust. Both were merely 5th rank beasts, yet their combat power was comparable to no, it even crushed the 9th rank beasts, especially given their terrifying size. 5th rank, 700 meters, these were mere insects? Humph, even if you are talented, your beasts can never overcome those of the 10th rank. Moreover, your beast must be in some kind of skill state right now, its aura very unstable. This must be costing you a lot, isn't it? At this moment everyone's beasts were fully engaged in battle, and indeed the scene was intermittently shaken by roaring sounds. However, it was clear to those present that Zhang Fan's two beasts were formidable. The poison scorpion could easily defeat a 9th tier beast, but the other beast, the fierce locust, seemed somewhat slower by comparison. It appeared not as formidable as the poison scorpion, which was enveloped by a strange aura. Clearly, the scorpion had entered some kind of skill state. Yes, it was indeed in a skill state, and of course you could wait for this state to end. As for the cost you mentioned, the scorpion might not be able to use this skill again for the next day, so it's time for you two to make a move. Let me see how feeble the 10th and 11th tier beasts really are. Zhang Fan casually raised an eyebrow when he realized that neither of these two were of the 12th or 13th tier. His interest waned significantly. A 13th tier energy core was missing. Well, that was understandable. Perhaps at this level it was rare even in the city of Shirtua, but these two hadn't even reached the 12th tier, which somewhat dismayed Zhang Fan. If people knew about Zhang Fan's situation, they would find it chilling, because just a few days ago each of Zhang Fan's beasts were only of the 8th or 9th tier in combat power. As for now, the combat power of 6 Wings and Glorious Mantis had reached the terrifying level of the 14th tier. Even Glorious Mantis possessed a skill that could annihilate a beast of the 20th tier. Under such absolute suppression, Zhang Fan had lost all interest in these two individuals. Arrogant, you are too arrogant. Managing so many 8th tier beasts is indeed troublesome, but the gap between the 10th and 11th tiers isn't so simple. Come out, bloodthirsty flying mantis. As Xingzheng spoke, he summoned his own beast. However, his beast was also an insect-type beast, though not as large as Zhang Fan's. His bloodthirsty flying mantis was only 80 meters in size, but its aura was indeed of the 10th tier. Zhang Fan also noticed that this bloodthirsty flying mantis had many hidden injuries. On the surface, these injuries seemed to be under control, but in fact they were not controlled at all. Zhang Fan could tell at a glance that this beast, if seriously injured without a strong recovery skill, would easily die. Ah, old pal, it seems I have to hurt you again, Ming Hao Tian ape. In an instant the situation on the field changed dramatically once more. Two other controlled beasts were suddenly summoned. One was Xingzheng's bloodthirsty flying mantis, the other was a pale beast, the Ming Hao Tian ape. This ape was not small either, measuring a full 137 meters. Moreover, its fur was a light shade of red. However, its hands bore many calluses. At the same time, Zhang Fan noticed that this controlled beast was actually very close to evolving. Its physical condition had already been pushed to the limit. As for the internal injuries they had been stabilized. If this beast were to break through and evolve, its future would indeed be promising. Unfortunately, evolution was just one step away. Perhaps it needed some more time or maybe additional materials. At the worst, it would take another 2 or 3 months. If it hadn't encountered Zhang Fan and his companions, this outcome would have been quite decent for an ordinary person. However, unfortunately, it now faced Zhang Fan and his team, and with both parties involved, it had turned into a fight to the death. Just as it was in the beginning, regardless of what was said, for the sake of their mission, Xingzheng and Bai Ruohua were determined to kill them. But now, the situation had reversed because Zhang Fan and his team were stronger. One was at 10th tier, the other an 11th tier, still just a bit short. Zhang Fan shook his head gently. In his view, even if reaching the 13th tier was not mentioned, at least achieving the 12th tier would have been good. With that, they could have been more useful. But at the 11th and 10th tiers, even the evolution of the ferocious locust and poisonous scorpion beasts was not feasible. However, it was still worth collecting them for now. Later he could plan properly based on the materials. Zhang Fan felt fortunate that his golden finger allowed for countless methods of beast evolution. Any path of evolution could branch out into numerous variants. Thus, looking at it this way, the evolution of the ferocious locust and poisonous scorpion might still be possible. After all, the demand for evolutionary materials started at the minimum required tier, such as a 9th tier energy core as stated on the panel. Therefore, using 10th and 11th tier energy cores was not out of the question. Plus, with the beast cores produced by other members' 9th tier beasts in the guild, one of these two creatures could actually evolve. Indeed, it must be said, such talents in young people like you are terrifying. I believe you in Jiangnan City must truly have a reputation that resonates through the entire city. As you have said, your controlled beasts are quite powerful, but unfortunately, their strength is only at the 9th tier. They have not yet reached the 10th tier, which marks a new beginning. The boost provided by every 3 tiers is significant. This means that from the 10th tier onward it's rare for beasts to engage in cross-tier battles. Xing Zheng calmed his mind and exhaled softly. Truth be told, just moments ago Zhang Fan had put considerable pressure on him. The most crucial point was that it was now clear to them that Zhang Fan was merely a young man who had just reached the age of 20. This age was exceedingly young among beast tamers, almost to the extent of being a newborn. This is because for most the life of taming beasts begins at this age. Before that, the souls of most people are incapable of sustaining such a beast taming contract. Therefore, it's typical for people to start taming beasts at this age. Of course, there are exceptions, where some had contracted a beast during their childhood, often indicating exceptional talent. At this moment, Xing Zhang was almost too excited to contain himself. He realized that although Zhang Fan's beast was terrifying, the creature was only a 5th-tier beast, whereas his own was a 10th tier. Throughout the Empire's history, there had been no record of a 5th-tier beast killing a 10th-tier one. Such cases, if they existed at all, were exceedingly rare, compared to the now calm Xing Zhang and Bai Ru on Zhang Fan's side. Besides Li's family and Koningning, people like Li Tian and others showed no particular expression. Only Lu Yi's face slowly revealed a mocking look. However, she didn't say anything. Her expression was just noticed by Bai Ru. He always felt something was off. After all, Zhang Fan was not just now becoming aware of the strength of their beasts. It seemed he had sensed the power of their beasts right when they arrived. What could this man be relying on? Could it be that he has other beasts? It shouldn't be. Both of the opponents' beasts looked quite fierce. Generally, having 2 such beasts is already challenging enough, let alone 3 or 4, which would likely cause constant fights among them. Moreover, regarding the number of their own beasts, the 2 of them actually commanded more than just 1 beast each, but the beasts they currently presented were their strongest. As for the others, they were either 8th or 7th tier, and exposing these at the current moment seemed unnecessary as it would not influence or change the outcome of their dominance. It was nothing more than a few more corpses. At the same time, the 2 of them had no choice but to immediately summon their own beasts. Otherwise, the morale of the guild members was on the verge of collapsing. Most of the people they had let out from the guild were now dead, and the losses this time were simply incalculable. However, it was better to resolve the situation first before discussing the losses, otherwise talking about losses without a resolution was entirely superfluous. Hand over your 2 beasts, and we might consider sparing you. Otherwise, for someone as talented as you, wouldn't it be a pity if you died? There was a hint of cold light in Xing Zhang's eyes. At the same time, there was some discussion, as in his view Zhang Fan's 2 beasts were extraordinary, but the next words from Zhang Fan left them stunned on the spot. It seems you think you have me cornered, but I have more than just these 2 beasts. As these words left Zhang Fan's mouth, the atmosphere, which had seemed to relax slightly on the guild side, suddenly froze again. What did that mean? Did Zhang Fan have other beasts, and were they stronger than the 2 currently present? How could that be possible? At his age, Zhang Fan did not appear to be from one of those influential families. Those from such families carried a distinct aura about them. This was something they could feel from Wang Bing, Koningning, and even LVE. Having a family or not has a profound impact on a person's character and all aspects of their actions, but today was somewhat different. Bai Ruhua and Xing Zhang nearly popped their eyes out and still couldn't discern Zhang Fan's background. To be able to train such beasts, his background must be incredibly formidable. Even if he wasn't from a family, it was very likely he was from a guild. So could it be possible that they had misunderstood, assuming prematurely that Zhang Fan was from Jiangnan City? Could it actually be that Zhang Fan was from Lion Camel City? The 2 were suddenly startled by this unexpected thought. Could it be that you are not from Jiangnan City? However, if you are also from Lion Camel City, you should know that in the inner city of Lion Camel City, the Ko family is one of the 9 major families. We must complete this mission, but if you truly are from Lion Camel City, we can give you some respect and let you leave. However, that girl must stay. There is no negotiation on this. After saying this, a wary expression reached its peak on Xing Zhang's face. Bai Ruhua also stared intently at Zhang Fan. Young man, we admire your talent. If I am not mistaken, these 2 beasts were trained by you without much help from others. Here I personally speculate that you have your own insights into nurturing insect-type beast tamers. With your talents even within the city of Shatushan, I reckon there are very few who can match you. How about this? You leave that girl behind and the rest can follow you. As for her, she is our commission target and we cannot compromise on this. At this moment, Bai Ruohua and Xing Zhang are very clear in their minds. If Zhang Fan really has a backup plan, it would be best not to provoke him, otherwise they might just fall directly into Zhang Fan's hands. Just like Zhang Fan said he still has two beast tamers, they are also gambling that Zhang Fan's beast tamers are not much stronger than theirs, otherwise they would really be out of options. It's surprising that your family is quite renowned in Shatushan, but don't worry, I won't hand you over. I am still waiting for the 9th tier energy cores you promised me. At this moment Zhang Fan turned his head and glanced at Koningning. It was this glance that made him notice the tears in Koningning's eyes. What's wrong? Why the tears? Is it fear or the betrayal of kinship? If it's fear, then don't worry, neither the 10th nor the 11th tier mean anything in front of me. If it's because of kinship, then wipe your tears and kill him instead of crying here. I remember one you told me that when you escaped you didn't shed a single tear. Why have you become so weak now? Zhang Fan continued. In fact, it was this speech from Zhang Fan that directly led to different reactions from Koningning and Xing Zhang. At this moment Koningning realized that she might have thought too highly of Zhang Fan. At least in her view Zhang Fan doing this much was really quite good to her. This was genuinely taking responsibility to the end. Not a big deal. Humph, you're too arrogant. Do you think you're relying on your strength? If it weren't for the power behind you, would you dare? Xing Zhang had only just started speaking when Bai Ruohua pressed down on his shoulder, because the next words couldn't be continued, otherwise if pursued by the other party they really wouldn't be able to withstand it, and the current situation of the guild is already very bad, if it continues to decline like this. Whether their guild could still hold up in the end had become a significant issue. Just hand over the person from the Ko family and we will all be at peace. Otherwise we will have no choice but to go to war, Bai Ruohua said, struggling to maintain his composure. However, he and Xing Zhang saw an extremely odd expression on Lai Yi's face, as if their faces were saying that the two of them were fools. Do I rely on my family, my guild, or the forces behind me? What forces? The orphanage in Jiangnan City. Is that force with its name strong? I was once called a worm by others. That's why I swore that I must become stronger. I couldn't bond with ordinary spirit beasts and was considered useless by everyone, but in my view even a worm is not weak. Everything starts from something insignificant, and isn't your spirit beast a worm too? Wu Zhang Fan said as he threw out two more worms. This scene dramatically changed by Ruohua and Xing Zhang's expressions. How is this possible? Not only are there spirit beasts, but how could the power of these spirit beasts be? Roar! A six-winged beast expanded its form in mid-air, soaring into the sky, a gigantic creature 300 meters long with golden legs and countless wings fluttering suspended high in the sky. The other spirit beast was also extraordinary. A pair of insect blades hung in front of it, but the malevolent aura it exuded was far more terrifying than Xing Zhang's bloodthirsty mantis. Even after Zhang Fan's radiant mantis appeared, the bloodthirsty mantis instinctively stepped back a few paces. Everyone could clearly see the frightened stance of the bloodthirsty mantis. When the people inside Bai Ruohua's guild saw Zhang Fan's two spirit beasts, they all lost their voices, their hearts involuntarily drew a cold breath. Despair, numbness, helplessness, and many other complex emotions floated in their minds. Now they no longer cared about the aura of Zhang Fan's two spirit beasts. Who else's spirit beast at the 5th rank had the combat power of the 9th rank? Could these still be called spirit beasts? Are they sure these aren't king beasts captured from the wild? High 7th rank? Low 7th rank. If typically the combat power is twice the rank, then the real combat power of these two spirit beasts is at the 14th rank? 14th rank? Is this some kind of joke? No joke, this is an inference. His two spirit beasts, although only 5th rank, have the combat strength comparable to the 9th, even 10th rank. Even if the real combat strength is twice their own rank at one rank lower, that is still the 13th rank. 13th rank. He seems to be only 20 years old, so young, and already. At this moment everyone in Bai Ruohua's guild was completely unable to remain calm, because this scene was fully shocking their worldview. At this time, their hearts were filled with curiosity and also full of questions. Is Zhang Fan really a person from Jiangnan City? Are you sure they are not from the Lion Camel City? Their strength is so formidable and the beasts under their command are terrifyingly powerful. This goes beyond mere talent, it's simply monstrous. At this moment, on Zhang Fan's side, the head of the Li family, including those he brought from his clan, were utterly dumbfounded. The performance of Zhang Fan's beasts was too horrifying. Among them, a poison scorpion 700 meters tall had left them voiceless. For the people of the Li family, it was the first time in their lives they had seen a beast of such a terrifying size. Could this still be considered a beast under command? Some of the Lee family couldn't help but question themselves internally. Such terrifying creatures, could they still be called beasts under command? Had they gone to the wrong place? Had they wandered into some illusion? Was everything before their eyes merely an illusion? But upon closer inspection they understood that this was simply not possible. This was indeed the beast of that Lord Zhang Fan, that centipede flying in the sky, which left an indelible impression on me. The head of the Li family mused, his gaze now fixed on the six-winged creature. He too could feel an intensely terrifying aura emanating from it, an aura that chilled him to the bone, even though he was standing firmly on the ground with no fear of heights. Under such circumstances he felt his feet growing weak. If not for his years of mental discipline, he might have ended up sitting on the ground like those from the opposing guild. Thankfully, they were not Zhang Fan's enemies. However, the head of the Li family suddenly remembered that before they set off he had complained about Zhang Fan's slowness. If he could travel back in time, he would probably be the first to slap his former self. Damn, he had almost doomed the entire Li family. His beasts could crush those at the 11th or 12th tier. Such combat powers, let alone one Li family, even 20 Li families would likely perish. Li Tianhe was also quite astonished internally. At the same time, the vice president accompanying him was also staring with eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. Now I understand why you were so confident when we set out. It was because he was with us. Indeed, these people from Lion Camel City are no different from us. Upon seeing his beasts, they all turn into fools, the vice president said. Then realizing that Li Tianhe did not respond, he turned to look at him and saw that Li Tianhe's eyes were also significantly wider. In fact, it was the first time he saw his beast evolve again. This power is truly terrifying. Li Yeye and Lu Yi's faces, however, showed no overly surprised expressions. They all knew Zhang Fan well enough to not be surprised if he could produce a level 20 beast tomorrow. Compared to Li Yeye and others who seemed quite indifferent, Ko Ningning was utterly shocked. Honestly, she had never imagined Zhang Fan possessing such strength. It was only now that she began to understand why Wang Yu had told her before they set off that if Zhang Fan couldn't take her, then no one in Jiangnan City could. The current situation proved Wang Yu right. Such power just from a few level 9 energy cores, Ko Ningning couldn't make sense of it. The energy cores in the beasts of the two men Zhang Fan was about to kill were surely worth more than a dozen level 9 cores. Impossible. How could you possess such beasts? There must be the backing of a family or some power behind you, otherwise it's impossible for one person to achieve this. Xing Zheng couldn't accept what was happening before his eyes. What he found most unacceptable was that Zhang Fan was so young, yet his beast-controlling abilities were already terrifying, and Zhang Fan wasn't like him. He was nearly 50-inch while Zhang Fan was barely 20. Realizing this, Xing Zheng felt as if fate was mocking him, especially since he noticed his own beast, the bloodthirsty mantis, showing fear when facing Zhang Fan's glorious mantis. This emotion might not be apparent to others and beasts could mask it, but he as a beast controller couldn't be deceived. Of course, Zhang Fan didn't rely on family talent or any guild, rather he had his own golden finger panel that crafted all his achievements. Nothing was impossible, so now it was time to make a move. Let them see how strong my two beasts are after their evolution. This is their first battle since evolving, and to be honest, I'm not entirely sure of their combat strength myself. Zhang Fan then snapped his fingers. In the next moment, his six-winged beast roared and charged towards the colossal ape Minghao Yin Yuan. The giant ape showed a hint of fear in its eyes, but perhaps thinking of its master right behind it, it knew it had no room to retreat. Every step back demands its price, a truth known all too well. Yet sometimes the choices one makes are not driven by personal desire, as is evident now. The six-winged creature lunged at it. It immediately deployed its psychic skills, but in this abrupt moment it realized everything had changed. It was no longer in the dark Moon Mountain but found itself in a beast forest back amongst its own kin. In reality, the onlookers' eyes widened in shock, for they witnessed the once submissive creature pale as if bewitched, starting to resist. Moreover, the aura of its skills, psychic in nature, signaled their grave recognition. Unexpectedly, just as the skill's aura emerged, it abruptly ceased. The stone ape seemed frozen, unable to move, stuck in place. What was happening? What kind of skill was this that suddenly suppressed it, despite it already being affected by the skill? The patriarch of the Li family watched intently, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. He surmised that this must be some illusion-like bewildering skill. Wait, how could the creature be affected without any physical contact? Suddenly the patriarch of the Li family heard the clattering of the six-winged creature's carapace and the sound of its insect legs. These noises seemed to transport him out of this space. He immediately bit his tongue and his eyes cleared up as he realized something. The six-winged creature appeared to be a brute-type combatant, but the reality was far from it. Zhang Fan's creature was adept in both physical and magical combat, their powers complementing each other to terrifying extents. Flight, sensory deprivation, casting illusions, and possessing a body of extreme physical strength. These traits are usually found only in rare creatures. But today all these characteristics were displayed by a single creature, stunning the patriarch of the Li family. He was speechless because such traits in one creature usually indicated formidable combat abilities, and the synergistic presence of these traits in one being meant the increase in power was not as simple as 1 plus 1. But the critical issue was that Zhang Fan did not possess just one such creature. Suddenly, crack! No, heavenly ape, no, ah! Bai Ru hurriedly shouted, and the scene before him seemed to slow his heartbeat. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The scene before them delivering a terrifying blow. A six-winged creature flew high in the sky, biting off half of the brain of a heavenly ape in one swift move. Such a gruesome sight froze most of the onlookers in fear. But the six-winged beast was not one to cease its attack until its foe was dead. How could it stop then? With a few more bites, the once radiant heavenly ape became a headless corpse. Hold on. Spit that out. Those materials are of great use to me, a voice rang out, startling everyone. The six-winged creature, its face smeared with blood, slowly turned its head, looking even more fearsome with the bloodstains. Everyone jumped at Zhang Fan's words. Big brother, don't you know your own beast? This creature is terrifying, and you interrupted at its most excited moment, and you ask it to spit out what's in its mouth. How could you speak to such a fierce creature in that manner? You know, most beast tamers would coddle a creature as powerful and brutal as this, yet Zhang Fan seemed unfazed by the six-winged creature, as if he does not hold it in high regard. Isn't he afraid of it turning on him? The creature immediately turned and rushed towards Zhang Fan, stopping in front of him to spit out an 11th tier energy core from its mouth. Its black eyes stared intently at Zhang Fan. Good boy, save the energy cores for me from now on. You know they are important to me. As for the corpse, eat it if you want, but next time I won't call you, just don't digest it completely. Off you go. Zhang Fan caught the energy core flying from the six-winged creature's mouth while gently scratching its chin. The creature's hard shell felt somewhat icy and smooth under Zhang Fan's fingers. With a cry, the six-winged creature responded and then happily scurried away from Zhang Fan. Once it got a little distance, it soared into the sky. At this moment everyone's mouths were agape, large enough to fit an egg. If they had such a brutal-looking beast, they could never handle it as effortlessly as Zhang Fan did. How could this beast be so docile in front of him? The head of the Li family had countless questions in his mind, but only one made it out of his mouth. However, at that moment, no one could answer him. The guild leader, pale from the backlash of his beast's death, was now lying on the ground. This was why many were unafraid of beast tamers. The higher the level of the beast, the more terrifying the backlash of its death, unless one simply turned and walked away. Otherwise, once the beast perishes, truly there would be no escape. At this moment, the entire battlefield had quieted down. After a few bites, Lu Qi devoured the corpse of the stone monkey. Zhang Fan could feel that Liu Qi's strength had increased slightly. Frankly, Zhang Fan thought that if Lu Qi were left here to devour different beasts daily, over time its combat power would see a significant enhancement. However, in Zhang Fan's view, this wasn't the most efficient method for Lu Qi. The most effective way was to let Lu Qi evolve. Evolution could not only enhance its potential but also significantly boost its combat power, far surpassing what mere leveling up could offer. Ordinary leveling up was just that, increasing levels, which brought very limited improvement. But evolution was different. Each evolution dramatically strengthened its skills, much like the current Yao Tang. After consuming the corpse, Lu Qi then turned its gaze to Bai Ruhua. Although Zhang Fan didn't say much, Lu Qi could sense his will. Immediately Lu Qi spat out some venom, instantly hitting Bai Ruhua, who vanished into steam without even a scream. Now, the toxins in Lu Qi had also been greatly enhanced. However, for Lu Qi this toxin was no longer considered a skill. It was mostly used to clean the plaque left on its teeth after devouring things and to facilitate its biting. It never thought of using it as a primary offensive tool. After doing all this, Lu Qi landed and hopped slowly towards Zhang Fan, shrinking quickly in size. Everyone could see that Lu Qi seemed very happy. Look how happy you are. Seems like the new move is quite Effective Zhang Fan couldn't help but praise Lu Qi. In fact, for Zhang Fan, no matter what, he would never blame his beast for any misdeeds. Praise was always what Zhang Fan had for his beast. At that feeling, quite pleased, Liu Qi's insect wings almost vibrated like electric fans. Then it immediately shrank back into Zhang Fan's sleeve. Unlike Yao Tang, who liked to go out and challenge other insects in its weakest form, Liu Qi's happiest moments were always spent alongside Zhang Fan. Everyone watched the scene and then turned their attention to Yao Tang and the bloodthirsty mantis. At this moment, the bloodthirsty mantis had already stepped back 3 or 4 steps, almost retreating behind Xing Zhang. Goodness, a beast hiding behind its master. Although this scene was somewhat absurd, it made many onlookers inexplicably want to laugh. As for Xing Zhang, his face had completely darkened, and the size of the bloodthirsty mantis was like a grandchild before a grandfather when facing Yao Tang. At that moment, Yao Tang immediately shrank its body significantly and its aura weakened considerably. This scene filled Xing Zhang's face with rage. Over the years, what Xing Zhang feared most wasn't death or defeat. What he truly dreaded was being looked down upon. Now he felt as if Zhang Fan was despising him. Unable to help himself, he glared at Zhang Fan furiously. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not going to manage how it fights. Perhaps it senses that your beast is too weak, so it suppressed its own power. It wants to challenge your beast in its weakest form," said Zhang Fan as his words came to an end. By then Yao Tang had returned to the size it was when Zhang Fan first threw it out. However, at this moment a nearby fierce locust had a mocking look on its face. "Ha, why fight one-on-one when you can have a gang-up? I'm totally satisfied with my cloning ability." As for the scorpion, it wore a look of utter confusion, wondering, "Where is my master? Where is my master? Those two are so strong they've completely suppressed my senses. I can't feel where my master is at all." Despite the scorpion's large stature, it had the heart of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Every night when Zhang Fan let his 4 creatures go out to play, the scorpion always liked to stay close to him, never wanting to leave. The 6-winged creature also needed to play near Zhang Fan. It didn't want to go too far away. Suddenly, it realized that after the 6-winged creature and Yao Tang fully released their aura, it also became unintentionally suppressed. This was why the scorpion didn't dare to move now. However, when the 6 wings retracted, the scorpion suddenly found its senses much clearer and immediately felt relieved. Of course, no one noticed the scorpion's situation. Even Zhang Fan, if he didn't actively sense what these beasts were thinking, would be completely unaware. So that's how it is. Who would have thought? After all my efforts, have raised such a beast. Come on, I don't want to watch anymore, just kill me," he said. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Xing Zhang's figure stiffened. He looked at Zhang Fan's Yao Tang, and for a moment he felt like Yao Tang was his own beast. It had an attitude of challenging everything, not conforming to fate. But he knew these were all illusions. Zhang Fan deep down knew very well why Yao Tang had such a personality. Yao Tang's nature was one of vengeance. He never forgot a slight, storing every incident deep within his heart. Take for instance the examination at the Second Academy, where faced with a flying beast, Yao Tang was completely at a loss, ultimately sustaining severe injuries. Zhang Fan, not one to blame his beast easily, was surprised by his own praise and encouragement for Yao Tang. This bolstered Yao Tang's resolve to never find himself in a situation where he couldn't fight back. If it came to it, he would risk everything to defeat the enemy before him. This aspect was actually something Zhang Fan had been curious about before: how a beast's skills evolved. He later discovered that the skills a beast could learn during evolution were related to its deepest desires. "Ha, I can't believe that the beast I painstakingly raised was no match for your casually nurtured one," he remarked. For Xing Zhang, raising a beast was akin to raising one's own child. He had poured his heart into it. To facilitate evolution, he had even taken his beast to dangerous places, allowing the environment to trigger its transformation. Such cases were not uncommon in the empire. However, Xing Zhang was unaware that such evolution required the beast to reach a certain threshold in its level and state of being. Under such conditions, evolution was highly probable, or as they say, a breakthrough after a collapse. But his bloodthirsty mantis was already in poor condition, and the current circumstances only worsened its plight. "All your efforts, I could see at a glance that your beast had many recent hidden injuries. You probably used materials it couldn't withstand or exposed it to harsh environments. You wanted it to evolve, but sadly that was just your wishful thinking. You aren't the beast. You can't feel its pain or hear its cries. Now it has become fearful, desperate and timid. If you'd release the contract, I'd have Yao Tang granted a swift end," he suggested. Zhang Fan believed that most beasts initially didn't have inherited memories, which was true for the majority. Unfortunately, some people, despite lacking talent and resources, fancied turning their beasts into dragons soaring through the heavens. Influenced by their owners, these beasts not only failed to develop positively but also ended up with numerous issues. In the end, these owners blamed the beasts' poor natural abilities, completely absolving themselves of any responsibility. Zhang Fan's words caught most of the people present off guard. They couldn't feel its pain, they couldn't hear its cries. At the same time, everyone was also quite astonished. No wonder Zhang Fan was able to train his beast as if it were a wild beast from the wilderness. No, it was even more terrifying than the wild beasts. What lay at the core of this was support, a kind of emotional and spiritual support rather than just blindly piling up resources. Many people at this moment suddenly understood a lot more. Of course, among these people, the one most affected was Xing. After Zhang Fan spoke, Xing couldn't help but be stunned. Then the memories of the past quickly surfaced in Xing's mind, but soon after a resigned expression appeared on his face. Release it, huh? Alright, you think my beast has potential in your eyes? Xing's gaze fixed intently on Zhang Fan. In fact, this was an idea that suddenly came to Zhang Fan. At the beginning he had never thought this way. However, after suddenly speaking so much, he realized that the bloodthirsty mantis opposite him actually had decent innate talent. Although it had many hidden injuries and might be the weakest among the 10th rank, Zhang Fan could still see from these injuries that this beast should have been very excellent. Perhaps Xing had always hoped that this beast would continue to excel, and such expectations inadvertently put enormous pressure on it. Besides, Xing probably also wanted the beast to gain stronger powers, thus subjecting it to training that it fundamentally couldn't withstand. Such training, of course, wouldn't produce any positive effects, hence Zhang Fan suddenly had this idea. He wanted to see what level this beast could reach. However, thinking about the upcoming evolution of his own beast, which meant more materials were needed, Zhang Fan felt an inexplicable pressure increase. But it was alright actually. With his golden finger, his beasts would always undergo positive evolution. Okay, can you tell me what your beast is? I have never seen such a beast before. Xing's gaze couldn't help but rest on Yao Tang, yet Yao Tang did not deign to look directly at Xing. In its perception, apart from Zhang Fan, it never took any other bipedal creature seriously. If these bipedal creatures dared to challenge it, then its blade would still fall without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, Yao Tang continued to fix its gaze on the bloodthirsty mantis. Without shifting its eyes even for a moment, with Zhang Fan behind it, it showed no hesitation. It was actually quite ordinary, a lowland mantis. I found it in the green blood swamp, and at that time one of its legs was actually broken. However, with just one glance I took a liking to it. I really like this child, so I never gave up on nurturing it, although it has its own way of training. For example, now if the opponent doesn't force it to exert its full strength, it will suppress itself to the weakest state. After Zhang Fan said these words, everyone was once again shocked. A lowland mantis. This type of mantis is actually commonly seen in the Dark Moon Mountain, and there are indeed some in the Green Blood Swamp, but they are quite rare. Wait a minute, with a body height of 100 meters and an incredibly terrifying aura, this powerful creature was originally a lowland mantis. Could this be multiple mutations and evolutions? How is that possible? Mutations and evolutions are unrecorded. A common beast. How could it possibly have such potential? Xing's face was filled with disbelief. If previously he could blame the poor quality of his own beasts, Zhang Fan's beast had an exceptionally strong potential, coupled with Zhang Fan's own talent in handling beasts and some resources which helped nurture Zhang Fan's beast to this level. But now it seems that it's not the case at all. Nothing is impossible, and just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he glanced at the poisonous scorpion and the fierce locust. When he mentioned that Yao Tang's leg was broken, these two little guys also felt a stir in their hearts. Just like the fierce locust, it generally looked down on Yao Tang and mostly chose to hang on Zhang Fan's earlobe, too lazy to move. When going out for a nightly stroll, it wouldn't choose to accompany Yao Tang. But today was different. It looked at Yao Tang with a bit of recognition. It understood what it was like to be weak and barely clinging to life. You can't be fooling me, can you? Its original form, a lowland mantis, a weak beast found everywhere. How could such a beast be so powerful? Are you even lying to a dying man? Xing roared in madness, his eyes completely red at that moment, and he stared intensely at Zhang Fan, trying to discern any hint of deception on Zhang Fan's face. He wanted to see that Zhang Fan was indeed lying. How could a mere lowland mantis evolve to this extent? Moreover, it underwent aberrant evolution not just once but at least twice or thrice. If that's really the case, then the value of Zhang Fan's beast is immeasurable. Do you think in my eyes you are worth deceiving? Look around you. Aside from you, the rest of your guild has already surrendered. What benefit would there be for me to deceive someone like you? Bu Zhangfan said indifferently. Meanwhile, Xing Zheng couldn't help but scan his surroundings, only to discover that apart from Zhang Fan's group, everyone else was curled up, their eyes wide with terror, bodies trembling. As for their beasts, some were already dead while the others had been recalled. In this world, among beastmasters, retracting one's beast is akin to raising a white flag. However, in the wilderness, few would do this because it's useless when the opponent wants to kill you. Fine then, I will dissolve the beast contract and hope you treat it well. With these words, Xing Zheng did not hesitate to dissolve the contract. Such dissolution doesn't cause any backlash. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden change occurred. The bloodthirsty mantis, wielding its bladed limbs, struck Xing Zheng, instantly cleaving him into two. Following this, the mantis let out a mournful cry and, in a self-sacrificing move, ended its own life. Thud! Its massive body slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, Yao Mantis also retracted its stance and lightly leaped backward. It didn't really care. Seeing no more opponents, it neatly extracted the energy core from the bloodthirsty mantis. Zhang Fan looked at the energy core, feeling somewhat regretful. Oh well, it seems there's no fate between us. He clicked his tongue. I guess I understand now why incidents of beasts devouring their masters occur. Suddenly Zhang Fan realized that even if he hadn't intervened, given time, the opponent's bloodthirsty mantis might have succumbed, first erupting and killing Xing Zhang. Well, time to clean up the battlefield. Come back, he beckoned. Yao Mantis immediately shrank and dove into Zhang Fan's sleeve. As for the poison scorpion and the fierce locust, the two little creatures closely followed behind, returning to their usual spots, especially the poison scorpion. It curled up at Zhang Fan's collarbone and rubbed against his clothes. After the fierce locust clung to Zhang Fan's ear from the side, it looked not like an insect but more like a golden earring. Subsequently, the members of the Bai Ruhua Guild left directly. However, they did take out a considerable amount of their own materials, which seemed like a ransom. At this time, Ko Ningning regained her composure and approached Zhang Fan once again. Her gaze towards him was no longer the same as before. Now it carried a significant amount of admiration. After all, witnessing something firsthand is entirely different from hearing about it, and this was exactly Ko Ningning's situation. Initially, she was indeed very surprised by Zhang Fan's capabilities, but since she had never seen Zhang Fan's beast-taming skills herself, and knowing the good relationship between Zhang Fan and Wang Yu, she couldn't just openly inquire about it. Although she had some doubts, she chose to trust Wang Yu, who had helped her through some tough times before. At the outset, she believed in Wang Yu more than Zhang Fan. But now things were different. Zhang Fan's strength was well recognized in Shitua City. It seems you were right. The letter my cousin gave me was a trap. He hoped I would die too. You saw through it from the beginning. I shouldn't have doubted you. I'm sorry. When I truly realized this, I was indeed surprised, and of course I'm very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I might have been taken back and killed by now, Ko Ningning said slowly, her eyes expressing deep admiration at that moment. In her view, even if she were the same age as Zhang Fan, she couldn't achieve what he had. Moreover, Zhang Fan was just 2 years older than her, and she had just come of age this year. Back in her family, she had only bonded with an ordinary beast, and her current strength was merely at the 3rd tier. Given this situation, even if she had another year or even 5 years, she doubted she could reach Zhang Fan's level. It seemed like a delusion to even think about reaching Zhang Fan's level. Hearing Ko Ningning's words, Zhang Fan simply smiled. No need to apologize, and you don't need to feel surprised. Always keep some guards up. That's the way to survive. And trusting everything to others means you're also handing over your vulnerabilities. You're still young, aren't you? Realizing this now is not too late, Zhang Fan remarked, his eyes sparking with a hint of excitement as he slightly lifted the corners of his mouth. According to what that person just mentioned, there are numerous formidable beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain, right? Perhaps I can gather enough materials here to evolve my 2 little creatures, the fierce locust and the poison scorpion. As for the 6-winged and glowing mantis, they have just evolved, so there's no rush for them. However, it depends on the situation. If there are energy cores of level 12 or 13, I should reserve them for their evolution. Anything below level 12 can be used for evolving the poison scorpion and the fierce locust. Ko Ningning's words, however, threw everyone into confusion. I don't recommend you stir up trouble with those conglomerates right now, she advised, leaving the group puzzled. Zhang Fan was only hunting exotic beasts in Dark Moon Mountain. How did this relate to the conglomerates? Their faces were filled with bewilderment. Dark Moon Mountain was vast. Could it really be linked to some conglomerate? Some people had visited Shatushan City before, but Dark Moon Mountain was truly expansive and seemed unlikely to be connected to any corporate interests. Around Shatushan City, places where powerful beasts often appeared were controlled by conglomerates and families. Dark Moon Mountain, for instance, was divided into 12 regions, each managed by a different conglomerate, though there was a certain distance between each region. Outside these regions, while there were still some beasts, they were generally not very strong, usually not exceeding level 10, as Koningning continued. The group was visibly shocked. They suddenly felt the dominance of these conglomerates. The reason I advise against it is because they have many people, and among them, there are quite a few of level 11 and 12 stationed in their areas. The power of the conglomerates is not something guild members can compare with, even more so than families. Their terror lies in their research on beast taming. Koningning reminisced with a flicker of memory in her eyes. At this moment, Zhang Fan glanced at LVE, who immediately met his gaze. Both recalled what the patriarch of the LV family, LV Dong, had mentioned before they set out. Is that so? Alright, then let's take a detour. You lead the way and we'll deal with your issue first. By the way, what's the strength of your cousin? After Zhang Fan spoke, Koningning's face turned pale as she suddenly realized that if her cousin intended to kill her, it meant that her family was now completely under her cousin's control, or to say now everyone in the entire family is led by her cousin. Under such circumstances, if she were to return Zhang Fan alone, his combat power would simply not be enough. Even though Zhang Fan possesses 4 imperial beasts, her cousin's beasts are of the 15th rank. How could they possibly fight against that? In that moment, Koningning was literally frozen in place, speechless, her face turning deathly pale. What's going on? What rank is he? The 20th rank. Zhang Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, was he still too weak? If the opponent's strength was above the 20th rank, then things would indeed be more troublesome. They absolutely must not go to the inner city then, and instead should first complete the tasks entrusted by LV Dong. Meanwhile, they should see if there's a way to obtain more energy cores in Shatushan City. As long as his imperial beasts evolved from the last time, there wouldn't be any need to worry about dying. Although there was the skill of Yao Tang that could deal with exotic beasts below the 20th rank, Zhang Fan didn't feel right. Using this skill meant that the opponent would be left without any moves to counter. Moreover, the power of that move was indeed great, but Zhang Fan didn't want Yao Tang to pay such a heavy price unless absolutely necessary. However, at this moment, Zhang Fan's direct statement left everyone somewhat baffled. What's the situation? That's not right. Before, weren't our enemies at most around 11th or 12th rank? When did the level jump straight to the 20th rank? Is the 20th rank so ordinary in your eyes? The 20th rank is terrifying no matter how you look. Added, once you reach the 8th rank you can strut around Jiangnan City with pride, but now, Zhang Fan is directly talking about fighting someone of the 20th rank, let alone the head of the Li family. At this moment even LVE and Wang Bing were staring wide-eyed. How much? 20th rank? No, his level isn't that high yet, his imperial beast's rank is at the 15th. Besides that, I don't know what else he relies on, nor do I know how he managed to control the family. After saying this, tears suddenly streamed down Koningning's eyes. I can't do it. Suddenly Koningning felt a breakdown. Today she had set out full of confidence, arrived at Dark Moon Mountain, then faced with utter despair after knowing Zhang Fan's strength, followed by a heart full of joy. At that time, she thought returning to Shatushan City would be no problem at all. But now, what? Suddenly, she realized that after returning to Shatushan City, her main source of confidence had been her cousin. Upon discovering that her cousin was a 15th level entity and also the one wanting her dead, Koningning almost collapsed. Lui's gaze turned cold immediately. Her way of thinking was that everything was for the safety of Zhang Fan. 15th level Fan, don't blame me for being cold-hearted, we should abandon this mission, Louis said, causing a sudden silence in the room. It was as if even time itself had paused. Meanwhile, tears streamed down Koningning's face even more. Zhang Fan simply shook his head. He knew that Louis was considering his safety, and he certainly wasn't going to blame her. Just as Louis saw him shake his head and was about to say more, Zhang Fan interrupted her. I know about the 15th level, but there must be a fallback plan. If we retreat now we are safe, but we cannot ignore Shatushan City. Running away is only a temporary solution. Just like Ningning has always stayed in Jiangnan City, she seems safe, but her cousin will surely think of new ways to harm her. So running is useless, and this is not a dead end. There has never been a dead end in this world. Only people who despair of their circumstances, Zhang Fan said calmly, pinching Louis's cheek. Although Zhang Fan did not blame Louis, his eyes clearly indicated that he was determined to make a trip to Shirta City. How about this, Tianga? You take your guild members back first and the Li family as well, just a few of us will do. Next, let's change our clothes and head to Shirta City, he continued. We can use the clothes from these bodies. As long as we settle our matters in Shirta City, we can look for opportunities regarding the Ko family's issues. If we go, we still have a chance. If we don't, Jiangnan City won't have any resources to support us in getting stronger. To flee is truly to sit and wait for death. After Zhang Fan spoke, Li Tianhe also frowned slightly. Are you sure about this? If so, then we'll leave first. It really isn't meaningful for us to follow. Do you need any more materials from me? Li Tianhe as a man was very impressed by Zhang Fan. At Zhang Fan's age, he had neither the insight nor the courage that Zhang Fan displayed. Perhaps it was this very talent that made such a difference. At the same time, Li Tianhe thought about repaying Zhang Fan someday. This was almost an opportunity. After all, he very much hoped his beast could evolve, and it was Zhang Fan who had helped him with this, so he wanted to continuously thank Zhang Fan. Now, there was indeed half an opportunity in front of him. No, the materials we've collected along the way aren't of much use to me. Tian, your guild still needs to operate. And your people need to eat. You should just head back the way you came. From here on, I'll go with them to Shirta City. First, we'll find someone. Once we're settled, we'll make further plans. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he ruffled Koningning's head. At this moment, Koningning's crying gradually subsided. She lifted her head to look at Zhang Fan. My cousin's beast is of the 15th rank intermediate level, and the elders in our family are all at the 14th rank. My father's beast is of the 16th rank. If my cousin really has taken control of the family, then his strength. Koningning's voice was choked with emotion, and she was a bit breathless as she spoke. Her eyes were slightly red. Clearly, Koningning was truly feeling desperate at this point. Indeed, most people would crumble in such a situation. The biggest support one has turns out to be the sharpest knife to stab oneself. It is only someone like Zhang Fan, who has lived 2 lives, who can remain calm and detached. Ordinary people might not even perform as well as Koningning is now. At this point, they might not be able to articulate even a single word clearly. Right now, Koningning also felt like she was on a countdown to death. Alright, I understand. I can hear what you're saying clearly. Let's change your clothes next and we'll quietly enter the city. Zhang Fan was somewhat incredulous. After going to Shirta City, could it be that there was no place to stay? As long as they could settle down, his 4 beasts could evolve again, and by then there would naturally be a solution to the Ko family's issues. And returning to Jiangnan City, this idea had crossed Zhang Fan's mind just now, but the moment it emerged, Zhang Fan immediately dismissed it. Fleeing back to Jiangnan City would be of no use. Then you all must be careful, and you too, be careful. Li Tianhe knew about his sister, who sometimes was very stubborn, just like now. She definitely wouldn't agree to go back with him. Afterwards, Li Tianhe bid farewell and took his guild members and left, as there was no need for them to stay any longer. At this moment, Wang Bing and Li Yeye looked at each other and silently nodded. The 3 women were prepared to follow Zhang Fan wherever he went. Now only the Li family members were still standing there. Seeing that Li Tianhe was about to leave, Li Xiangwen clenched his teeth. He was ready to risk it all. The sudden increase in strength of Li Tianhe's guild and the Lu family had been figured out. Now he also had his chance. But opportunities come at a price, and he was willing to pay it. For the betterment of his family, Mr. Zhang Fan, I do not plan to leave. I think that even though my Li family doesn't have much in terms of assets and friends in Shirta City, if I were to accompany you there, I could take care of all the miscellaneous matters like lodging for you. I believe you'll still need someone to handle these things, and I can do that for you. Li Xiangwen could somewhat guess Zhang Fan's plans. It was highly likely that Zhang Fan would first go to Shirta City, then use the resources there to evolve his beast, and perhaps in a year or 2 he would take Koningning back to the Ko family. By then, facing a genius like Zhang Fan, the Ko family would inevitably be powerless to resist. Currently, Zhang Fan was also considering the situation in Jiangnan City. Due to previous issues with the Wang family, their family's business in Jiangnan City had also encountered obstacles. The gifts previously sent to the Lu family had bought them a semblance of peace. Yes, for now the Li family was safe. But what about the future? If this trend continues, the Lu family and Li Tianhe's guild could potentially become the leading power in Jiangnan City. Li Xiangwen was very clear about this. As long as he did his part well, Zhang Fan would likely help him, such as advising him on how to evolve his beast. Li Xiangwen was confident about this because just a moment ago Zhang Fan had directly pointed out the issues with someone's beast handling. Standing by his side, Li Xiangwen had seen clearly enough. With such capabilities, Li Xiangwen did not believe that the evolution matters of beasts belonging to the Lu family and Li Tianhe were unrelated to Zhang Fan. But to receive Zhang Fan's guidance he would have to pay a price. Family head, family head, family head. Many of the Li family members suddenly widened their eyes, their expressions drastically changing. Some even turned pale. No need to say more, I have made up my mind. A sense of relief filled Li Xiangwen's heart. Good, truly worthy sons of the Li family, not like those traitors. At a critical time, not only did they care continuously about the Li family, but I, as the family head, also felt quite cherished. Today Li Xiangwen was ready to risk it all, but feeling that he was greatly cherished by the people of the Li family, Li Xiangwen puffed out his chest even more. No, family head, if you don't go back we can follow Chairman Li Tianhe and the others, but the problem is we can't explain this to the family back home. Without your token, the elders, they'll treat us as traitors. The person spoke, his voice getting lower and lower. At that moment, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Li Xiangwen felt like he wanted to spit out a mouthful of congested blood. Alright, I understand. Nearby Li Tianhe and others slowly widened their eyes. They hadn't expected Li Xiangwen as the head of the Li family to suddenly act this way. However, at this moment Li Tianhe also silently nodded. Indeed, most who become family heads usually have some skills up their sleeves. Zhang Fan also looked up at Li Xiangwen. Actually, Li Xiangwen hadn't said anything wrong. He indeed needed Li Xiangwen's help, otherwise he would have to handle all the miscellaneous tasks himself. Have you considered it? Well, Zhang Fan with an indifferent expression changed into a dead man's coat and casually smeared his hair, also putting on a hood. His eyes subtly shifted as well. Such a move by Zhang Fan was incredibly practiced, as if he had done it countless times. Now for Li Xiangwen, if he couldn't feel that the person in front of him was Zhang Fan and the voice wasn't familiar, he would have been completely deceived by him. I have considered it well. After all, this is my only chance, Li Xiangwen said earnestly, his face breaking into a slight cold sweat. After all, he was asking for a favor, and asking favors required a certain demeanor. If one was too stiff-necked while asking for help, nothing would get done. Pride is something one should never actively seek to gain. Without real skills, any undeserved gains will eventually be forced out. With skills, pride comes naturally. I have made up my mind, Li Xiangwen directly responded. Zhang Fan nodded in approval. Okay, fine, then follow us. If you want to leave halfway, that's possible too. But once you enter Shituas City, I won't allow you to leave for safety reasons. If you have any regrets, you can leave now. I'm still quite generous. Zhang Fan could of course read the nuances in the other's eyes. Since he was being asked for help, Zhang Fan made his terms clear. Good. Finally, Zhang Fan and the others all changed into dead men's clothes. Li Ye, dressed in men's clothing, had a unique charm. The other two women were no less impressive. It seemed that Lu Yi's words didn't cause any rifts among the three. Actually, Lu Yi's thoughts were quite normal. After all, those who had a good relationship with Koningning weren't them but Wang Yu. So when Lu Yi spoke those words, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Aren't you changing clothes? How about it? I haven't given up yet. Have you already given up on yourself? If that's the case, I'll kill you and then take your corpse to the family. Tell me, would I then receive a reward from your cousin? Zhang Fan saw Koningning seemingly lost in thought and then slowly spoke, almost like a devil's whisper. Such words immediately jolted her. Quickly, with the help of Liu Yi and the others, Koningning changed her clothes. However, she was still a bit frightened. At this moment, Zhang Fan took Koningning's hand. Once we enter the city, you are my sister. You are not Koningning anymore. You are Zhang Xin, just like that. Everyone can abandon you, but you cannot abandon yourself, understand? After saying this, Zhang Fan pulled Koningning forward. The three women exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. Among them, Liu Yi looked directly at Li Ye and whispered in her ear, did you fall for Zhang Fan because of this very reason? Li Ye's face turned red. To say how she fell for Zhang Fan. Wang Bing couldn't help but pout. A feeling told her that maybe one day Koningning would truly become one of their sisters. This feeling was not only felt by Wang Bing. Liu Yi and Li Ye felt the same. After Zhang Fan and his group left, a team arrived at the place they had just been. It's strange, the energy reaction has disappeared, and there are no traces of any aura here, just a pile of corpses. How strong is that creature? What does the detector show? The group wore cold expressions, each with a hint of surprise in their eyes, while they also completely concealed their auras. It turns out about 10 minutes ago, their consortium's creature detector suddenly made a noise. Initially, they thought it was just one or two ordinary creatures that had escaped within their consortium's control area, but after looking at the detector, they realized 4 creatures had escaped. Thinking about the information displayed by the detector about those 4 creatures, Wang Shu swallowed hard. We must find it. The recent thing has not been found yet, and if other consortiums find out that we have discovered creatures with terrifying qualifications here, it would be the end. The level information displayed by the detector for 2 of the creatures was surprising because they were 2 5th tier and 2 7th tier creatures. A glance would tell that these 4 creatures were not a problem. They must have escaped from their consortium's control area. As for why they were creatures, it was because these creatures had a terrifyingly fierce aura. This kind of fierce aura was only found on creatures that grew up in constant battles without rational thinking. Some beast tamers might also have it, though it did not have the bloody smell that only comes from devouring corpses. However, it was not impossible for the detectors to mistake a beast tamer for a creature, although such cases were very rare. It is rare, happening perhaps only once every year or two. But this time, there were 4 of them at once. Ordinarily, these 4 mythical beasts wouldn't have drawn much attention. However, the real problem lay in the fact that their combat power readings were alarmingly high and completely mismatched with their supposed levels. This was truly frightening. Despite being of a lower tier, 2 of them had combat ratings that had reached above the 10th level. They had to double-check their beast controlling device to ensure it wasn't malfunctioning, and breathed a sigh of relief when they confirmed it was working fine. After all, these devices weren't cheap at all. In fact, they were quite expensive. Wait a minute, if the device wasn't malfunctioning, then these mysterious beasts were. Damn it, where had those 4 creatures gone? They suddenly lost track of their whereabouts. Could the device have broken down after all? No, the device was still functioning properly. It continued to monitor their own controlled beasts without issue. There wasn't a problem with the device, but rather with those 4 beasts whose current location was now a major concern. Facing such terrifying creatures, they felt it might be necessary to report this to the consortium. As the group surveyed the scene, they also noticed several enormous footprints, some of which were as large as 100 meters across, likely belonging to some insect-type mythical beast. But could an insect-type beast leave such large footprints? Weren't insect-type beasts supposed to be relatively weak? Everyone was suddenly plunged into confusion. However, they were also aware that it had been half an hour since they first detected those traces. In that time, these creatures could have easily covered half the perimeter of Shirta City. Now, as they looked around and found nothing, it meant they probably wouldn't find anything further. The situation was such that they could only report it upwards and hope that it wouldn't escalate into a conflict. Even without this incident, the earlier beasts had already sparked a potential crisis. There was not much the little guys could do about it. For now, they would just have to report today's events to the consortium. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and his group weren't actually moving slowly. During this period, they also tried their best to conceal their own aura, appearing very weak. To anyone from Shirta City, they looked just like country bumpkins from Jiangnan City. In this way, their low-key appearance and modest aura, which at a glance seemed to be at the 7th or 8th tier, wouldn't arouse any suspicion. In the city of Shitushan, generally by the time one reaches their 30s or 40s, it is common for ordinary people to reach a certain level. This attainment is not due to any particular reason, nor is it because the residents inherently possess superior talents. The fundamental reason lies in the abundant resources available in Shitushan. While other factors might also contribute, talent alone is not particularly outstanding here. At this moment, Zhang Fan's figure suddenly halted. It wasn't that he sensed anything unusual in the surroundings, but rather that Lucci, his 6-winged creature, peeked out from his sleeve. It seems that the place we just left has already been searched by others. This speed, indeed, as you said, there are many corporate personnel around here. Zhang Fan discerned through the movements and perceptions of Lucci that some people were indeed searching for them. However, it wasn't for Koningning, they were after his creature Lucci. This meant that, at this time, creatures like Lucci were seen as potential resources ripe for plundering by some. Koningning felt a chill in her heart as Zhang Fan spoke, her anxiety rising anew. So soon, she thought. If her cousin truly wished her dead following this pattern, she and Zhang Fan might not even make it to the gates of Shitushan, potentially dying in the Dark Moon Mountain region instead. Every day many perish in Dark Moon Mountain, which, unlike inside the city protected by imperial law, sees frequent deaths. The empire doesn't intervene in family conflicts, partly due to the high cost and partly because it isn't deemed necessary. moreover, the more an authority tries to control, the more likely mistakes will occur. Can we make it back to Shatushin? She asked. Of course we can go back. Those people are probably not looking for you, but for my creature, Lucci, who has sensed a clear investigative presence. It's likely those corporate people. Moving forward, we'd best keep our creatures concealed. This means we'll need to avoid routes where strange creatures are numerous, as dealing with these corporations can be very troublesome. Do you know the way? After speaking, Zhang Fan looked directly at Koningning. For now, it's best we head to Shatushin, he concluded. Once there, most of our problems should start finding their solutions. Koningning then realized just how unique Zhang Fan's creature was. Indeed, some corporations are known to rob powerful creatures, as most ordinary people stand no chance against them. I really don't know the roads. When I ran away, it was purely to save my life. I had no idea how I managed to escape. The only thing I knew was that those areas were controlled by the 12 consortiums. Those places are relatively easy to find since they always hang their flags nearby. Koningning's face showed a trace of reminiscence. Then she thought of something. Zhang Fan really didn't need to risk his life by coming out with her. At this thought, Koningning was about to say something more. It was at this moment that Zhang Fan could see what Koningning was truly thinking. Don't worry so much, I just wanted to see if you knew any routes. We should avoid the mutant beasts if possible. We don't have to avoid all mutant beasts, just follow the rule of not entering the areas controlled by the consortiums and find a way to Shirtu City. Right now the most urgent thing is to reach Shirtu City. Once we settle down, the next step would be to visit the consortiums, starting with delivering a letter to Ludong's son. Then we'll look for other consortiums to see if we can get some commissions or perhaps exchange the low-grade energy cores I have for a higher grade one. Despite the many plans in Zhang Fan's mind to realize them, reaching Shirtu City was the first step. Otherwise, all these plans are just idle talk. Okay, if it's just about avoiding the areas controlled by the 12 consortiums here, I can manage that. Koningning saw the determination in Zhang Fan's eyes and quickly composed herself, not continuing with any objections. That night, Ko Shanfeng sat in the chief seat of his clan, his brows almost knotted together. What's going on? An 8th tier, a 7th tier beastmaster killed our president and vice president? Do you think I'm a fool? Damn it, have you guys provoked some consortium? And since when can a 7th or 8th tier beastmaster kill a 10th or 11th tier one? Are you joking with me? At that moment, Ko Shanfeng was furious. He had originally thought that the mission he sent out would go smoothly. At least he believed that his cousin's team, being no higher than 10th tier, since reaching beyond 8th tier in Jiangnan City was a limit for many, with some choosing to retire there, could not have exceeded this level. But anyone with a bit of ambition born in Shirtu City would never settle for less in Jiangnan City. No one could bear to see there conditions worsen. In such a place, his sister seemingly recruited some unknown individuals who managed to intercept his own dispatched men. To be precise, even the guild's president and vice president were eliminated. At this moment, Ko Shanfeng's mind raced with thoughts, feeling increasingly that something was amiss. It shouldn't be happening. What kind of powerhouse could possibly be in Jiangnan City? If someone's beast-taming strength was above the 10th level, why would they bother staying in Jiangnan City? They could easily find a faction that would offer a handsome reward. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely for anyone above the 10th level to go to Lion Camel City. Ko Shanfeng had considered various aspects when dispatching his men, whether it was concerns about Lion Camel City or Jiangnan City, and not to mention other unexpected factors. He had thought of them all. For instance, after his sister might have been captured, she quietly escaped on the way back. He had considered such a small probability event. However, he had never imagined that someone's beast at a 7th or 8th level could defeat beasts of the 10th and 11th levels. How could that be possible? Was this a setup against him? At this moment, Ko Shanfeng's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Good gracious, was your guild preparing a big move against me? Finally, as Ko Shanfeng watched those people leave, a vague unease settled in his heart. His cousin, even if she were not dead, was likely heading towards Lion Camel City. But it was also possible that she might decide to hide back in Jiangnan City. After all, being able to kill 10th and 11th level beasts didn't necessarily mean she could kill 13th or 14th level beasts. Ningning, I really didn't expect that you could find such people. But do you dare come to Lion Camel City, or will you keep hiding in Jiangnan City? If you keep hiding, that's not necessarily a bad thing. At this thought, a gleam flashed in Ko Shanfeng's eyes. As long as his Cousin was not dead or out of his control. He felt uneasy. Just then, two elders slowly pushed the door open. Elder Chief, second elder, what brings you here tonight? Now, these two were his men. After all, they hadn't started in these positions. He had much to thank for his rise. At this moment, the two exchanged a glance. If we can't resolve the matter with that girl, our plan. Upon hearing this tone, Ko Shanfeng understood that his cousin was the only one who had seen their plan. Although she had only seen a bit of the details, she wasn't fully aware of the entire scheme. In fact, she wouldn't really affect our plan. At most, she would have a minor impact. If they were bold enough, they would come to the family to find me. If not, she would probably hide in Jiangnan City and then we could simply proceed with our plan. Moreover, those consortia have been searching for something in Yu Mountain recently, right? Perfect, they can be our natural scapegoats. Ko Shanfeng's face revealed a slight cold sneer, but his eyes still carried a mix of chill and regret. After all, in his eyes his sister was indeed a piece of art. Inside the Ko family, many people were still unaware of what was happening. Of course, this included Zheng Fan and others. Now night had fallen, everyone had found a place to stay. 3 rooms in total. Li Jia's patriarch Li Xiangwen had one, Zheng Fan and Louis shared another. As for Koningning, she naturally had a room to herself. This was sure to us city. Though it was night, the city was indeed vast. Zheng Fan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the endless cityscape, feeling somewhat emotional. He could also see some hot air balloons above the city. The prosperity of the city far exceeded his imagination. It was just as Wang Yu had said, one couldn't see the end of this city at a glance. At this moment, Zheng Fan was on the 30th floor of a high-rise. Even so, he couldn't take it all in at a single glance. Indeed, it was a big city. Now I feel like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Tomorrow, it would be time to look for the person who had commissioned them. Zheng Fan slowly spoke in front of the window. The 3 girls were sitting on the bed, each playing with their own miniaturized spirit beasts. Although the girls said nothing, the flush on their faces under this atmosphere was hard to conceal. Okay, stop looking out there, we have some serious matters to attend to tonight, Wang Bing said as she shifted uncomfortably. Thump thump. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. The girls' expressions turned cold. Who is it? Don't they know better than to disturb others' rest late at night? Brother Fan, are you there? It's me, Ningning. Hearing this voice, the 3 girls glanced at each other and their eyes widened in surprise. Isn't it a bit too late for her to come looking for us? It must be said, the people of Shirtuwa City really know how to play. At that moment, Zheng Fan turned his head and rolled his eyes at the 3 of them. He figured that Koningning wasn't there just for some trivial male-female issue. Sure enough, not long after, Zhang Fan opened the door and they all gathered around a table. Brother Fan, do you think I can go back? I feel like, in the end, I'll still follow you back to Jiangnan City. My cousin is at the 15th tier. I don't have the confidence to surpass him, and he has so many helpers too. Koningning, who had been somewhat stable earlier, now seemed a bit desperate again. It was mainly because she truly felt there was no hope of surpassing her formidable cousin. Moreover, her beast wasn't very strong, just a 3rd tier, a contract beast given by her family in the past. Running away is useless. If running away worked, then you'd just run forever. I used to run all the time too, but in the end, my resources were still taken away. Why do you think you'd be safe once you reach Jiangnan City? Since you're here, think about how to accumulate resources next. What I'm lacking right now are 9th tier energy cores and above. As long as we have enough energy cores, the rest of the problems won't be problems, Zheng Fan said calmly, though he knew his words might not have much effect. Of course, Zhang Fan didn't really expect his words to bring about any change in Koningning. Under such circumstances, not breaking down was already good enough. Koningning slowly nodded, though Zhang Fan knew she wasn't really listening. How about this? Do you know any friends in Shirtuwa City? I plan to take on some commissions with our strengths. As long as we have enough materials, enough energy cores, my beast can evolve again. Then you won't have to worry about your cousin anymore. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. He was not worried at all. He didn't believe they wouldn't find any commissions here. Even in a place like Jiangnan City, he knew there were endless commissions to be taken every day, though of course most of them ranged from 3rd to 5th tier. Higher tier commissions were rather rare. Brother Fan, your beast is evolving. Koningning was momentarily stunned, but then her expression shifted from surprise back to calmness. After all, Zhang Fan's beast was not to be viewed as an ordinary beast. Considering its current level, a 7th tier beast that could easily kill an 11th tier one demonstrated that its combat power was possibly around the 12th tier, if it evolved again. Suddenly a spark appeared in Koningning's eyes. If that was the case, then indeed they could possibly But, ensure to us city, all my friends are just acquaintances, none are truly close, Koningning said with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Having experienced such events, she now hesitates to meet even those common friends who are relatively strangers to her. Upon seeing this, Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Let me ask in another way then, among these common friends, who do you think is easier to talk to? We will go find her and you can stay here. Zhang Fan was quietly calculating in his mind the possibility of evolving Luqiai a step further, though the difficulty was immense. The best strategy at the moment seemed to be advancing the evolution of the venomous scorpion and the fierce locust once more. By then the combat power of the 4 imperial beasts should make attacking the Ko family straightforward. As for Koningning's cousin, there was also a way to deal with him. If Luqiai turned out to be no match at that time, they could use Yaotong's ultimate move as a last resort. However, further backup plans were necessary. Thinking this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but glance at Lu Yi and the other two. In this case, having the 3's imperial beasts evolve as well would mean they could escape danger if truly necessary, as long as they were not within the family's domain. On the streets or in the city, no one dared to kill outright. Such an act would challenge the very limits of the empire. By then, the Ko family would face something far more severe than a mere conversation with imperial military personnel. They would be outright purged. If pushed to name someone, it would have to be Luo Yexin from the White Blood Consortium, though her imperial beast wasn't very strong and her influence within the consortium wasn't significant. If you plan to accept her commission, that's feasible. She often hires people to accompany her outdoors, sometimes even to caves. White Blood Consortium, Zhang Fan's eyebrows twitched. Had they already dealt with someone from the consortium? If so, that was more than ideal. The White Blood Consortium, huh? Good, I'm aware now. I have an intuition that this person might be able to help us. Zhang Fan nodded, slightly relieved to finally hear some good news. Well, tomorrow then I will join you. No, you cannot leave tomorrow or even show your face these next few days, just to be safe. Don't worry, this situation won't last long. As he spoke, Zhang Fan was also calculating in his mind which of the imperial beasts needed to evolve. First were his own two, the fierce locust and the venomous scorpion, his primary combat forces. The rest were for Lu Yi and the others as a backup. That meant a total of 5 imperial beasts needed to evolve. Each beast required at least 10 level 9 energy cores, not to mention other materials for evolution which they had accumulated enough of on their way. So, as long as he could get 50 energy cores, there shouldn't be any problem. At this thought, Zhang Fan gave a slight nod. It didn't necessarily have to be a 9th rank, anything above would also suffice. Meanwhile, in a very spacious villa district tucked away in one of the corners sat a villa. Inside, in a pale pink room, a young girl was not sitting on the bed but rather leaning against it, sitting on the floor. Her legs, as white as jade, were casually stretched out to one side. A white fox with 3 tails lay obediently by her side, its body adorned with purplish red patterns. This girl was none other than Luo Yexin. Luo Yexin was stroking her spirit beast, a 3-tailed purple chief fox. This type of spirit beast also utilized illusion-based psychic abilities as its combat power. However, the issue now was that her spirit beast had already reached the 7th rank. After achieving the 7th rank, it was supposed to have mastered some psychic abilities, yet it hadn't mastered any psychic abilities. Instead, it had acquired several skills related to close combat. Originally, this type of spirit beast was not adept at close combat, but now all its skills were of the close combat type. Consequently, her spirit beast's combat effectiveness was not even fully manifesting its 7th rank potential. Maintaining 6th rank capabilities was already quite good. Alas, recent events had been truly troublesome. Ning Ning had disappeared to who knows where. There were internal conflicts within the Ko family, and on the corporate side, that guy, I never intended to compete with him for anything, yet he'd become increasingly excessive. Anger flickered continuously in Luo Yexin's eyes. The issues within the Ko family had made her particularly concerned about Koningning's safety. Regrettably, despite having sent out many people, she had only managed to gather a bit of news recently. Ko Shanfeng, Koningning's cousin, was now in control of the Ko family. Furthermore, Ko Shanfeng had used a device to control the former family head's spirit beast. Additionally, the former elders had all been killed by Ko Shanfeng. Currently, the Ko family's combat strength was not even half of what it was at its peak. After all, many of the family's experts had died in the internal strife, which inevitably led to a decline in the family's overall combat effectiveness. She could no longer afford to pay attention to this, as there had also been some issues on the corporate side. Ding dong, suddenly a message popped up on her phone. News from Dark Moon Mountain? It was surprising that a formidable exotic beast had appeared in such a place. Considering the vastness of Lion Camel City, the surrounding region couldn't possibly consist only of Dark Moon Mountain. Dark Moon Mountain was merely the poorest area among the surrounding regions. The area controlled by the White Blood Corporation around Dark Moon Mountain was the poorest with fewer materials, resources, and exotic beasts. Putting it nicely, it was considered a region. Less flatteringly, it was just a piece of land. However, things had become somewhat lively recently. She heard that the Worship Sun Corporation was searching there for ancient spirit beast fossils. Luo Yexin was highly skeptical. Could such fossils really be found? Is this even possible? A 7th tier aura, yet the battle strength of a 14th tier beast. The moment Luo Yexin caught sight of the message, she immediately stood up. She quickly made a phone call to her subordinates. Although this area was the poorest aside from the council, she was the top leader here. Are you sure there isn't a problem with the scanner? Luo Yexin said this as she stood up, unable to keep sitting any longer. Soon, however, she confirmed the truth of the message. Immediately, she instructed her people not to let this information leak to the council. She didn't want to share the potential benefits she might gain. A 7th tier level, but a 14th tier battle beast. What kind of terrifying creature was this? The next day, Zhang Fan and the 3 women went directly to a branch of the White Blood Corporation following the route provided by Koningning to find Luo Yexin. At the same time, Zhang Fan had the head of the Li family Li Xiangwen check out other corporations. Along the way, Zhang Fan also had Lui deliver a letter to Lu Dong's son. It turned out that Lu Dong's son was working as a clerk in a large corporation which was also the White Blood Corporation. It seemed like everything was converging at once. Soon Zhang Fan and the others arrived in front of a large building. This corporation was quite similar to the companies Zhang Fan had seen in his previous life. However, one difference was that this corporation didn't have the issue of wage arrears. After all, everyone here was risking their lives. Today they might be dealing with beasts, and tomorrow they might be dealing with the corporation itself. What you want to see, Miss Yexin? Do you have an appointment? Zhang Fan fell silent for a moment. This scenario felt all too familiar. Well, no, but I came here looking for some work. I've heard that your corporation has abundant resources, so I came here out of admiration, Zhang Fan said while internally pondering about visiting a nearby guild instead. Haha, thank you for saying so, the receptionist replied. Looking for work, are you? We indeed have quite a few external jobs available. Today you're in luck. Our miss is heading out to Dark Moon Mountain for a trip, escorting a 5th tier energy core. Zhang Fan shook his head. Such ordinary jobs were not worth considering. He was looking for something more dangerous. His statement implied that he found the price of a 5th tier energy core too low. Well, there are some, but they require special abilities such as checking what's wrong with our Mrs. Beast, the receptionist said. That sounds like a good commission. I just wonder how much it would pay. If it pays well, then there's no need to wait several days. We could just head to the Ko family in a day or two. That would make everything much easier. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. The consortium was indeed overbearing, each controlling a region around Shatushan City, all to continuously hunt exotic beasts. If ordinary people wanted to obtain energy cores or materials, their only options were to take on commissions or join a consortium. However, there wasn't much choice in the matter. Moreover, pondering this was of no use to him at the moment. His priority was to settle the affairs of the Ko family for Koningning. Once those were resolved, the materials brought by the Ko family could potentially facilitate the evolution of the Lu Qi gang. What's the reward for that commission? How many energy cores? Zhang Fan asked excitedly. The receptionist at the counter was momentarily stunned. How many energy cores? Haha, you must be from outside the city, right? Well, let me tell you, if you can solve the issue with our young lady's beast, we can offer you a dozen or so energy cores from the 13th or 14th tier. Of course, if you can't solve it, even a 12th tier energy core would suffice. This rule wasn't there initially, but last year many tried their luck, prompting the young lady to add this clause. If you're considering it, I can make the arrangements right now. Without any hesitation, Zhang Fan nodded. Meanwhile, things weren't going as smoothly for Louis, who was tasked with delivering a letter, and Li Xiangwen, who was seeking other consortia. At that moment, Li Xiangwen wiped the blood off his nose. Damn, a bug from the small place of Jiangnan City with only 6th tier combat power dares to inquire about commissions in our consortium? The jobs here are not something you garbage can handle. You come here and offer a 3rd tier energy core as a tribute. A 3rd tier energy core? Are you looking down on me? As he spoke, he grabbed a 3rd tier energy core and smashed it onto Li Xiangwen's face. Passers-by busy with their own affairs didn't pay much attention, although some frowned slightly. However, upon seeing the words Lanbing Consortium Branch engraved on the building, they shook their heads and walked away. Li Xiangwen, however, wasn't angry. In his view, the humiliation he suffered now would be something he could reclaim in a year or two. Sorry, I just wanted to, Tui. Before he could finish, a gob of spit landed on his face. Li Xiangwen simply took out a tissue, wiped his face, and turned to leave, though his departure was hampered by a limp. Damn fool from Jiangnan City didn't even ask what place this is, really. The middle-aged man disdainfully watched Li Xiangwen's retreating figure, shaking his head as he went back inside the consortium building. I don't want to keep mining anymore. This isn't even my responsibility. Why should I be the one to keep mining? At one of the Bai Shui corporations or cracking sites, many people swung their pickaxes like it was just another day, tirelessly chipping away at the rocks in front of them. These rocks, brought up from various caverns, might contain powerful beastly fossils or at the very least some floral materials. If one was lucky, they could even unearth some gems that, when worn over time, could enhance one's physical constitution. Additionally, these gems could heal the wounds of a beast when adorned by them. Of course, such gems were extraordinarily expensive. At this moment, the young man caught in the midst of this turmoil was Lu Dong's son Lu Wenhe. Suddenly, a portly man approached with a look in his eyes as if he were staring at trash. Why stop now, young man? Just keep at it. I've been here for 3 or 4 months now, retorted Lu Wenhe, exasperated. I clearly remember my job was to inspect the caves and prepare beast healing potions. How did it turn into mining? By now Lu Wenhe was utterly unable to restrain his frustration any longer. All those positions are gone, so this is what's left. I said it might be tough, and here it is, tough indeed. Sign here, work for a year and you get 10 ninth grade cores. Of course, if you don't complete the year you cannot leave. Moreover, you have to pay 300 ninth grade cores as a penalty. If you have the money you can just leave. If not, you stay and work. Any more questions? The middle-aged man's expression was calm, as if he saw young people like Lu Wenhe all the time. Originally, these contracts weren't so exploitative, but ever since Luo Jifeng, the third heir of the corporation, did something that significantly increased his influence within the corporation, there came a 2-year operational period for the branches, and Lu Wenhe's branch was unfortunately under his command. What, I need to pay a penalty to leave? Does the corporation even allow that? At this moment Louis also found her way here. But as soon as she arrived, her eyes widened in shock. What kind of place is this? Are these even humans? Some people are nothing but skin and bones, and still they don't stop. Where are their beasts? Why can't they take a rest? You are big sister. Lu Wenhe's face flushed with embarrassment. Being away from home, it wasn't the fear of encountering obstacles that troubled him, but the thought of his family seeing him suffer. I'm here to send you back. It's not like the family can't afford to keep you. Well, you can leave if you want, but you'll have to pay me 300 ninth tier energy cores here. If you don't have them, I'll have to report you to the Imperial Law for maliciously affecting the corporation's development, the middle-aged man said, causing LVE to fall silent. Why? The middle-aged man repeated his reasoning. After finishing his explanation, he added, actually, I don't have much of a choice. If I let someone go from here, I need to hand over 100 energy cores, and well, I can't say much more. The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of helplessness. He even felt that, looking at it now, the third heir of the corporation indeed had a decent strategy. However, in a year or two chaos was inevitable. By then the entire corporation would likely collapse due to such actions. Whether the corporation would still exist at that time was another matter. But for now, these were words he couldn't say. If the corporation fell, he would just find another place to continue his work. The corporation's ability to gather resources was unmatched by families and guilds, but similarly within the corporation one shouldn't expect too many people to lay down their lives for it. Most people were there for resources, materials, and controlling beasts. The rest was just nonsense. Look, I see people like you quite often. Just go back, finish this year, and you should be fine to leave. Sure, to a city, what a place full of opportunities. Well, if I had to say, it's full of opportunities to be harvested like leeks, he continued. After this, LVE, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded. He then patted his cousin's shoulder. Hang in there a bit longer, trust me, we'll sort out your issue. The middle-aged man standing nearby could also hear LVE's words. He squinted his eyes. He had no intention of dying for the corporation. If one corporation fell, he would just move to another. Fight to the death for the corporation? Would the corporation give you resources first if they had any? At best, they'd give you an empty promise. Who would benefit from the results? Obviously, those with connections, not you. Hey young lady, there are actually 5 heirs in this corporation. Alright, that's all I'll say. If you're smart, you'll understand what I mean, and you should also leave, though I don't know how you got in here. Normally, outsiders aren't allowed in this mining site. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, LVE was initially puzzled, but then her eyes cleared. She nodded lightly and walked straight out. We've already arranged contact with the young lady for you. As for the energy cores you left with me, as long as the young lady says there's no problem with the beast, we will return them. Well, the young lady will take a while to return, so come with me to the second floor guest hall and wait a bit, Zhang Fan said, taking out a considerable number of energy cores as a deposit. For Zhang Fan, this was somewhat of a trial balloon approach. Nodding, he casually glanced behind him and noticed that only Wang Bing and Li Yeye were present while Lu Yi had yet to return. No need for elsewhere, let's just wait here, there are seats and I'm somewhat in a hurry anyway, said Zhang Fan as he took a seat with the two women. The receptionist scrutinized Zhang Fan carefully. She suddenly felt that Zhang Fan seemed different from the other trainers. Although in the city of Shirtua most people possess the skills of a trainer, to earn the title in Shirtua one must frequently observe and handle beasts, pinpoint their weaknesses, hidden injuries and figure out solutions. Only when one's reputation was established could they truly be considered a trainer. Of course, if someone made a mistake, their reputation could decline and nobody would care. Generally, in Shirtua city, few people pursued the profession of a trainer. Usually, those who did were mostly elderly with graying hair, giving their words some credibility. Also, perhaps when people realized they had been deceived by an elder, they would refrain from physical retaliation. Soon after, Lu Yi returned. With a worried look, Zhang Fan immediately inquired about the situation. After a brief discussion, Zhang Fan understood the gist of it. So it seems that the consortium wasn't originally like this. The issue seems to involve the 5 heirs. We might need to look into these heirs, Zhang Fan said without showing any disdain for the consortium. Lacking confidence and courage, he feared the unknown. But Zhang Fan was different. He was aware of the consortium from the beginning. By choosing not to join the imperial military, he was bound to encounter civilian forces, consortia, families, guilds and monster hunting groups. These 4 types of powers were prevalent in most places. Avoiding them, simple, just quit being a beast trainer. But since he had entered this world, he had to compete, and retreat was not an option. Retreating would mean losing spirit, and not just stopping progress, but making even half a step forward would become exceedingly difficult. It must be one of the 5 heirs. There are many ways, the simplest and most effective is. Lu Yi's words were cut off as Zhang Fan abruptly placed a hand on his shoulder. Let's discuss his matter later. There's no rush and I don't think this issue is holding me back. Has the letter been delivered? It has. Good, then what follows is our responsibility. Once my part is done, there shouldn't be any problems on your cousin's side, Zhang Fan declared. After hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes widened involuntarily. Could it be that Zhang Fan had already found a unique solution at that moment? Wang Bing and Li Yeye revealed the situation regarding Zhang Fan. It was about helping a young lady from the consortium to check on a beast. Zhang Fan's ability in this area was well known. He was virtually unrivaled. Child, I think it's really time for you to change your beast, Li Auntie said solemnly. I admit I've watched you grow up with it, but it has reached its limit accompanying you till now. Among the 5 of you, you are the weakest now. If this continues, I'm afraid. Her voice trailed off as they sat in a luxurious, spacious car driving down the road. Luo Yexin's face showed a hint of helplessness. Her beast hadn't improved in combat strength for 2 years, which was unacceptable to her supporters within the consortium. Because of this, she received the smallest share among the 5 heirs in the consortium. The only one still supporting her was Li Auntie, who had raised her. Listening to Li Auntie's continuous nagging beside her, Luo Yexin chose not to say much, just silently listening. Of course, listening was one thing, actually doing something about it was another. This time the area you're responsible for has revealed a beast with terrifying potential. I think this is an opportunity given by heaven, Li Auntie continued. I know you don't want to give it up, but in this world emotions are not always reliable, not always powerful. Only strength is the true credential for everything, the rest is just dependency. After finishing her words, Li Auntie continued to look at Luo Yexin, who still maintained an impassive facade, prompting Li Auntie to sigh deeply. At that moment Luo Yexin felt uneasy inside. She understood the rationale, but sometimes people preferred to cling to something. Luo Yexin was no exception. I understand, Li Auntie, this is the last time, she said firmly. The division controlled by Luo Jifeng has taken my commission, so I've decided to go and see for myself. This is also my last promise to Ziyu. Ziyu, referred to here, was none other than her beast. Li Auntie sighed deeply, looking at Luo Yexin. This child was truly like her parents. Alright, As for whether Luo Jifeng would make things difficult for her, that was unlikely to happen. Unless Luo Jifeng truly ascended to that position within the consortium, in that case Luo Yexin would need to be very careful, so, at this moment, neither of the two was wary about going to that place. If Luo Jifeng were to show immense ambition now, not by competing but by brutally and bloodthirstily eliminating the other heirs, then ultimately no one in the consortium would want Luo Jifeng to take over. Soon after the two arrived at the branch of the Bai Shui consortium. Technically this branch was under her jurisdiction, but as time had passed, her beast-taming abilities hadn't improved and most in the consortium had turned away from her. Where is the person? Luo Yexin asked hurriedly upon arrival. Before the receptionist could answer, Zhang Fan and others emerged from the side. Are you the client? I am the breeder who took on the commission. Zhang Fan had a youthful and appealing appearance. However, following right behind Luo Yexin, Antli, seeing Zhang Fan, was internally shocked. Her third beast, the alarm mouse, had the ability to sense dangers that were imperceptible to others. Where is it? Thought quickly transmitted. Antli immediately focused her gaze on Zhang Fan's cuffs, neck, collarbone area and his ears. This golden earring. No, this wasn't an earring, it was an evolved form of a locust-like beast. This golden color, a sacred gold locust with the potential to evolve up to the 21st stage? For a moment Antli's breathing became rapid. However, she quickly calmed herself, knowing that nobody would dare to commit murder in broad daylight. It wasn't as if the consortium was waging war or there was a conflict between families where the Empire's laws wouldn't intervene, but to murder without any reason, the Empire's laws would definitely take action. There was no leeway in that. You are the breeder? When she saw that Zhang Fan was young and handsome and saw that he was followed by Lu Yi and others, she frowned slightly. She probably mistook Zhang Fan for someone more interested in women than in beast taming. Her heart also sank. Were people like him now bold enough to target her? Zhang Fan, still unaware of any misgivings, carefully observed Luo Yexin. He wondered if Luo Yexin's beasts like his own could also shrink and attach themselves to a person's body. The idea was that Zhang Fan could sense some beast-taming aura from Luo Yexin. In fact, these auras were merely Luo Yexin's beast-taming skills and did not mean that her beasts were physically with her. Yes, I am. Call out your beast and let's see. Zhang Fan said, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What's with this woman? He was beginning to feel that she seemed a bit annoyed with him. Forget it, Antli, let's go. Front desk, please return his energy core to him. Also, please cancel my commission. Luo Yexin was somewhat weary. Perhaps it was fate's way of telling her to let go of the purple jade. Now that things had come to this, she had little hope left. After her words, Antli suddenly snapped back to reality. She knew that the young man before her was not to be judged by his appearance and certainly wasn't there for Luo Yexin. Even Luo Jifeng, as the third heir, wouldn't seek out someone like this from within Lion Camel City. This young man must be a terrifying genius who had climbed his way out from among the common folk. With 4 beast companions, all of them insect types, their power was not to be underestimated. She had never seen her own screaming rat so terrified upon sensing Zhang Fan. At that moment, from Zhang Fan's sleeve, the shining mantis opened its eyes, sensed its surroundings, and then closed them. Again, disregarding everything as too trivial, it showed no interest in stirring. As for the 6-winged creature, it was restless, poking out its large black eyes and even licking its lips, sensing what seemed like good food nearby. Zhang Fan quickly pushed 6 wings back in place very nonchalantly. The fierce locust hung on Zhang Fan's earlobe, motionless, occasionally swaying with the breeze but mostly sleeping. The poison scorpion, too, sensed something, a probe not like a mechanical detector, as it was too close for the other little ones to feel except 6 wings. The poison scorpion felt it too but realized the probe posed no danger and slightly shifted to continue leaning on Zhang Fan, curling up comfortably. It loved nothing more than staying close to Zhang Fan, wishing it could do so every day. Zhang Fan's casual movement went unnoticed by everyone, including Li Yeye and the others. However, Antli, who had been observing, saw everything clearly. She understood that the beast in Zhang Fan's sleeve must have sensed something and was pushed back by Zhang Fan. This also indirectly showed that Zhang Fan's beasts, with such perceptive abilities, could not possibly be weak, especially to be able to scare one's own shrieking mouse into such a state. Are you not taking the commission then? Well, why not call out your beast for a look? After all, since you're here, summoning your beast is just a matter of a minute or two, it won't delay anything. Zhang Fan had a hint of confusion in his eyes. Logically speaking, this was his first time coming to Lion Camel City. He hadn't done anything here yet, and the people here shouldn't have any information on him. Even if they did, they shouldn't be looking at him with such eyes. Could it be that his clothes were not appropriate? When Zhang Fan came here, he had also changed into a new outfit, partly because he was afraid of being recognized. On the other hand, he also didn't want to be noticed accidentally by the Ko family members. Logically speaking, Lion Camel City was so large it was boundless. The imperial capital of his previous life was divided into several rings. If you were to apply the divisions of his previous life to Lion Camel City, it would probably have 100 rings. Do you really understand how to cultivate beasts? Luo Yexin suddenly became impatient. However, her words made Lu Yi and the others widen their eyes in surprise. Even Aunt Li was the same. Zhang Fan wasn't angry. He thought that perhaps it was because of his youth that he was doubted. Yexin. Although Zhang Fan didn't care much, his time was also limited. Since he couldn't get things done here, he didn't believe there wasn't another place where he couldn't take a commission. As for now, Zhang Fan was truly curious. And Aunt Li's later interjection also made Luo Yexin somewhat puzzled. It was her first time seeing Aunt Li speak like this on such a matter. But before she could finish, Zhang Fan spoke first. "Release your beast, I want to take a look." "It's not about the commission now, I'm just curious to see what's wrong with it. Why many breeders couldn't handle it?" Luo Yexin was startled. She suddenly realized that when Zhang Fan looked at her, his eyes were clean, devoid of any desire, just a bit of curiosity and a faint disgust. Okay, Luo Yexin didn't know why Aunt Li had that expression just now, but for now, summoning her beast wasn't a problem. Instantly, Luo Yexin waved her hand and her beast crawled out from behind her. Zhang Fan fixed his gaze on it. A three-tailed purple chi fox. This kind of beast had great potential. They were more suited to the illusionary psychic path. Zhang Fan finished speaking, then turned around intending to leave directly with the three people. Luo Yexin rolled her eyes and likewise took her beast back. However, this beast was different. It couldn't comprehend the illusionary psychic skills. Its body was naturally unsuitable, considered an anomaly within its species. Meanwhile, it naturally possesses the ability to be immune to any illusion-based psychic abilities. However, this also causes it harm whenever it devours resources with illusion-type psychic properties. My suggestion is simple. It's not for the sake of the commission I see it in pain. Let's move on and check other conglomerates. With these words, Zhang Fan made Aunt Li and Luo Yexin's eyes widen in shock. Indeed, Luo Yexin's beast has never been able to grasp any powerful illusion-type psychic abilities. In fact, it couldn't grasp them at all. To address this, Luo Yexin had spent a considerable amount of resources to acquire items that could potentially endow her beast with such abilities. Each time it consumed these resources, she found her beast in great pain. She thought this was just how its growth was supposed to be, but now Zhang Fan's words stunned her. "Ma'am, I apologize on her behalf." Another figure spoke. She's been in a bad mood lately, so her words were a bit harsh, but I assure you, she meant no harm. Also, I've just acquired a 14th tier energy core. Please accept it as a gesture. Don't just stand there. Notify the logistics to prepare our finest tea to be served in the lounge on the second floor. Aunt Li knew that Luo Yexin was stunned at the moment, but then she also knew that Luo Yexin couldn't persuade Zhang Fan to stay. His earlier words might have already offended him. It was good enough that he didn't make more trouble, and Aunt Li was aware that even now, as Luo Yexin came back to her senses, she couldn't make Zhang Fan stay. Zhang Fan's lips slightly curled up and he paused in his steps. Not that he was greedy or anything, he didn't care about the 14th tier energy core at all. He was concerned about the beast's suffering, otherwise he wouldn't have bothered to say another word. As for why he didn't leave immediately, well, after all this walking, resting here and having some hot tea wasn't a bad idea. Now Luo Yexin was slowly regaining her composure. She immediately turned her head and stared at Zhang Fan, who was about to leave through the door. She couldn't help but ask, "How did you know? Why do you think I accepted that commission? You don't think I like wasting time, do you? Forget the tea, I feel it's not worth it for your beast. Take good care of it." Zhang Fan knew he couldn't stay any longer. Moreover, that middle-aged woman certainly wouldn't let him just leave directly. Zhang Fan acted this way also to see if he could get more energy cores. No choice, all four of his children needed to evolve and each child's evolutionary materials were different. In the past, 3 to 5 energy cores were sufficient, but now at least 10 were needed as a minimum requirement for their evolutionary path. To bolster his combat capabilities, Zhang Fan was bound to invest in more materials. Most materials were fairly straightforward to procure except for the energy cores, which were particularly troublesome. Please don't leave in such a hurry, sir. You must be tired from your journey. Why not go upstairs first and have some tea?" he said. "The girl had been angry with me earlier, but she meant no harm to you. I apologize on her behalf once again." Additionally, I can pay you upfront for the commission. Xin come here and apologize. It was really quite unseemly. Anli was even more agitated than Luo Yexin herself. If Zhang Fan could give some guidance, and considering the accumulation of power in Luo Yexin's current beast, it was likely that the beast could evolve soon. If it did evolve, she was very confident that Luo Xin could be pushed to that position within the consortium. Luo Yexin quickly regained her composure, knowing that if she wanted to solve her beast's issues, Zhang Fan was the only option now. As for seeking help from others, that would mean waiting indefinitely. I'm so sorry, sir, I was really blind earlier. Please come upstairs with me so we can talk this over properly, and don't worry about the compensation. I will definitely not shortchange you. Luo Yexin immediately apologized without any hesitation. There was no point in hesitating any longer. It was time to make things clear. Luo Yexin would be lying if she said she had no regrets. Initially, the visitor had indeed planned to examine her beast. Now her preconceived notions had led to a misunderstanding. Is that so? My price now is different from before. I need 50 tier 12 energy cores or 30 tier 13 energy cores. I can consider higher tier cores as well. If you have them, let's see. If not. Zhang Fan's words immediately eased Aunt Li's worry. However, Luo Yexin's face showed some difficulty. Her resources were scarce lately. Even if she had energy cores, most were spent on her beast, albeit fruitlessly. Now she truly lacked energy cores. Alright, then come with me, she said. Xin, don't be dazed. Call your beast out now, let the gentleman have a look. Aunt Li's eyes brightened. Energy cores after all were negotiable. It was time for her to step in. Although she didn't have many energy cores herself, gathering 50 tier 12 energy cores was basically feasible. If all else fails, she could go to her brother and ask for a favor. Once Luo Yexin's issue was resolved, she was confident she could successfully push Luo Yexin into that position. Oh good, there's no need to look now, and since there are no issues, I'll go up with you. As long as the price is right, I won't make it difficult for you. Zhang Fan knew this was about right. However, at this moment the three women's eyes were almost popping out with hearts. Earlier they hadn't understood any of Zhang Fan's maneuvers, but now, standing by Zhang Fan's side, the three women quickly caught on. If today Zhang Fan managed to resolve everything well, then he could immediately allow his beast to evolve. Although they didn't know exactly how many energy cores Zhang Fan needed, when he called out that number, they guessed that it was enough for at least one evolution. In the blink of an eye, the group had moved directly to the second floor, a very spacious guest hall nearly 400 square meters large. Sofas, tea and plenty of snacks were laid out before everyone. Zhang Fan was not in a hurry at all, first taking a leisurely sip of tea before gently setting down his cup. The three women were somewhat restrained. Sit down, why are you three standing there? What are you here to keep watch for me? Zhang Fan's slightly relaxed tone immediately broke the somewhat tense atmosphere. Aunt Li and Luo Yexin both sighed in relief. Luo Yexin was still somewhat puzzled. Earlier she hadn't understood how Aunt Li had noticed Zhang Fan's extraordinariness. At that time Zhang Fan had not yet revealed the situation with his beast. Haha, right, you three are indeed beautiful. To be able to follow this gentleman you must also be quite capable. Don't be strangers, come have some tea and rest your feet. Aunt Li immediately warmed up the atmosphere. The three women also quickly took their seats, mainly because Zhang Fan was very relaxed at the moment, which made them feel at ease as well. I have already witnessed the gentleman's abilities, one of them said, mainly because we had never heard of the gentleman's reputation before, so that's why. No worries, I have also just arrived in Lion Camel City, intending to find a place to live here first. The resources at home are too poor to keep up with my development, so I brought my three wives out. Although mediocre in strength, it's not too difficult for me to provide for the three of them. Zhang Fan's words made the three women blush slightly. To put it bluntly, they weren't actually married yet. In this world, marriage is usually associated with financial groups and guilds which often want to unite. At that time, a joint marriage would be the best bond. However, Zhang Fan's remark made Aunt Li's mouth twitch slightly. In Lion Camel City, people from the 10th to the 13th level usually live in the outer city, and most of them have this level of strength. This one is a bit stronger too. The stronger individuals in Lion Camel City make up less than 1% of its population. Moreover, those who are at the 10th rank are generally in their 30s, if not older. Then there's Zhang Fan, who is only about 20 years old. You can tell just by looking at his face, he appears as young as someone who has just graduated. In fact, when Aunt Li heard Zhang Fan describe his own strength as mediocre, she could hardly keep her face straight. So young, yet his beast taming power is at least at the 13th tier. And it's not just one beast, he has 4. Can this really be called mediocre? but if one listens carefully to what Zhang Fan says, Antli could roughly understand why Zhang Fan came to Lion Camel City. The main reason was that his previous city could no longer satisfy the resources needed for the evolution or upgrading of his beasts. That makes sense. However, since you currently have no place to live, it just so happens that I have a vacant residence. You can stay there. Here is the key. As long as you can help this young lady solve her problem, I will keep that house available for you as long as you need it. Zhang Fan was puzzled, and by this point it wasn't just him. Luo Yixin and Liu could also feel that something was amiss. The other party was being overly enthusiastic, mainly because this beast issue has been troubling us for a long time. Let's leave other matters for later. For now, let me take a close look at this beast. Can you bring it over here? Let me touch it, Zhang Fan said straightforwardly. No matter why the other party had shown such great goodwill, first with the 14th tier energy core and now even offering a place to live. Although in this world houses aren't really that valuable, it still represents a kind of trust, generally for people who are trusted or considered good friends. It's possible to give a house as a gift. Go ahead, Ziyu, go and see. Don't worry, the gentleman won't hurt you. Soon, the three-tailed purple chief fox walked over to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan could clearly feel that the purple chief fox seemed a bit afraid of him. Then Zhang Fan immediately tried to appear more friendly, though it didn't seem to have much effect. In the end, Zhang Fan still placed his hand on it. A purple fox, mutant, level 11th tier, affected status currently 7th tier. Skills: ferocious rot, fire beast roar. Phantom entanglement, affected status unable to use. It has many hidden injuries, 3 on the hind legs, 47 internally. All these injuries were caused by the stimulation of illusion-type materials, making ordinary injuries unable to heal. When Zhang Fan was young, he swallowed a tri-tail fox heart herb, which completely destroyed his foundation. There was no way for him to evolve unless he pursued the Gu cultivation evolutionary path. Halfway through examining the panel, Zhang Fan's expression darkened. The condition was terribly poor, the worst he had ever seen in a beast master. Despite appearing unharmed on the surface, Zhang Fan felt that the creature was in extreme pain. How much did you feed it? You. His voice fell sharply, then he halted, realizing it wasn't his place to interfere too much with someone else's beast. At this moment, the previously intimidated purple chief fox bared its teeth. As it did so, the closely positioned Yao Tang and Lu Qi could no longer hold back. They were ready to burst out of Zhang Fan's sleeve and fight a lengthy battle. The poisonous scorpion also tried to climb out from Zhang Fan's collar. Realizing this, Zhang Fan quickly moved back and tried to calm the little ones down. After all, he was here to earn energy cores, not to engage in mischief with these people. Sorry, it. I did feed it quite a bit of illusionary resource materials. I didn't realize its body couldn't handle illusionary materials, Luo Yexin admitted, looking quite embarrassed, and quickly tried to soothe the purple jade. Antli shuddered. She had felt a terrifying deathly aura earlier. This young beast was certainly not an easy one to handle, definitely the type that could devour its master. Few dared to engage with such fierce beasts. The term devouring its master was frighteningly real for most beast masters. Only a daring young person like him would attempt it, as anyone else would likely end up being consumed. It's been through too much. Last time, you must have fed it the hallucinatory fierce insect, a second-tier insectoid beast, though it's linked to hallucinatory properties and illusionary spirit energy skills, which would normally be beneficial for other tri-tail purple chief foxes. For it's one of the deadliest toxins. I can't even imagine how it survived, Zhang Fan explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Yexin was visibly shaken, even tears welled up in her eyes. We didn't know. Please don't blame her, sir. She didn't do it on purpose, Antli interjected, trying to smooth things over. She also realized why their numerous material offerings had been ineffective. The root cause was now clear, something no one could have anticipated. It was like a flock of sheep, all grass eating, and suddenly there appeared one that ate meat. Such a situation was beyond belief. And thereupon Luo Yexin burst into tears. She had grown up with her spirit beast, and Zhang Fan's words had struck her deeply. Luo Yexin felt an immense guilt towards her spirit beast. Seeing this, Zhang Fan understood that it wasn't intentional. Was this spirit beast hatched from an egg bound by a contract since it was young? Zhang Fan suddenly thought of something and frowned again. Antli hurriedly nodded at this moment. Yes, sir, the young lady chose the spirit beast's egg over any other. So who was it that fed it the three-tailed fox heart grass? It was supposed to be a one-tail. That thing completely destroyed its foundation and deprived it of the possibility to evolve, Zhang Fan said. Both Luo Yexin and Antli were utterly astonished by his words. In fact, only Luo Yexin's parents and their grandparents, aunts and such, no more than 10 people knew about Luo Yexin's spirit beast. The three-tailed fox heartgrass is quite an expensive material used for evolution. Generally, this material is tremendously beneficial for fox-like spirit beasts, especially those that rely on illusion-based spiritual powers. The help it provides far exceeds that for ordinary spirit beasts. However, if a spirit beast inherently dislikes illusion-based powers, consuming such material could harm its body or even lead to its death under such circumstances. How do you know about the three-tailed fox heartgrass? This. Andley's eyes widened in shock, for this was a matter from years ago, and not many were aware of it then. Moreover, the three-tailed purple chief fox usually has 3 tails in various colors and sizes, but these 3 tails and the purple pattern on its body are the unmistakable marks of the three-tailed purple fox, indelible traits. Nevertheless, Luo Yexin's three-tailed purple chief fox was indeed experiencing some problems. When it was first hatched, it was actually a one-tailed purple chief fox. Given its odd appearance and frail aura, they initially thought this spirit beast had low potential and planned to exchange it, but Luo Yexin wouldn't hear of it, leaving them with no choice. Fortunately, the conglomerate had some resources, including the three-tailed fox heartgrass. At the time, they paid a certain price to use the three-tailed fox heartgrass on Luo Yexin. They were concerned about another faction within the consortium catching wind of their actions, so they used the ingredient very discreetly. The three-tailed fox heartgrass possesses a high level of illusion-based spiritual power. If the beast under control does not have illusion-based spiritual energy within, consuming this herb is akin to seeking death. Alternatively, if the beast's body can naturally accommodate such energy, then it can be used, though the effects are not as potent. I've mentioned before that this beast is an anomaly. It simply should not consume the three-tailed fox heartgrass. Zhang Fan's brow was furrowed deeply. In his view, these people seemed utterly foolish. Couldn't they see how much pain the beast was in while consuming these substances? How could they be so reckless? Moreover, with each painful episode it should have been a cue to stop and assess what was wrong. Zhang Fan felt that it was only because of the beast's inherent strength that it hadn't perished from such mistreatment. But then he thought carefully and realized that Luo Yexin hadn't done this intentionally. Plus, the way the beast had protected Luo Yexin earlier clearly showed that it wasn't being abused. Ultimately, Zhang Fan could only attribute this situation to his own capabilities. His unique abilities saved him a lot of trouble and allowed him to diagnose many issues. If Zhang Fan had only relied on his own knowledge without his special abilities, the most he could have done was to prescribe some medicine to treat the beast. With his abilities, however, he was confident in giving the beast a future once again. Your capabilities have already surpassed many beast trainers in this lion camel city. You might not even be aware of it. Andley also wanted to clarify the situation at this point. She didn't plan to hide anything further. Moreover, those who originally supported Luo Yexin had long ceased their support. Those who wanted to leave had already left. Now only those who stayed due to familial reasons planned to continue supporting Luo Yexin. I know this child started as a one-tailed purple chi fox. No, rather it was a purple chi fox with only one tail. Such a promising seedling, and look what has become of it. Without sufficient intelligence and beast training, it's a miracle this beast is still alive. Zhang Fan's words once again left Luo Yexin and Andley astonished. Remarkable. Take Andley for instance. She knew how many people Luo Yexin had consulted for her beast and how many had offered barely useful remedies. Some people even prescribed medicine that not only had no effect but caused Luo Yexin's beast, the three-tailed purple chi fox, to fall seriously ill. Subsequently, the two of them came to a realization. Zhang Fan had merely glanced over and already spotted the issue. At this moment, having physically checked as well, it wasn't surprising, or rather, it was entirely surprising. What was the background of this man? Ordinary beast trainers usually rely on tools and take half a day just to point out a few issues. Yet, someone like Zhang Fan could discern so much just by casually touching it. Now it depends on how much you're willing to pay. Negotiate a good price downstairs and I'll prepare a medicinal soup to restore its original strength without a problem. However, it will always remain at a level 11 and cannot advance further. As Zhang Fan spoke, their hearts sank once again. Level 11. This level is quite ordinary for people not affiliated with conglomerates or guilds. It's the peak for the average person. But for people like Luo Yexin from conglomerates, this level is too low, embarrassingly low. The higher the price, the faster the treatment, right? 30 level 13 energy cores, can you heal it at the fastest speed? Luo Yexin slowly asked. at least she now wanted to compensate her beast, hence she said so. She was regaining her composure. No matter what, her beast could no longer continue as her primary combat beast, it would have to step back to a secondary or tertiary position. Indeed, it was time for her to look for another beast. Moreover, she had realized that Zhang Fan's beast training abilities were terrifying almost eerily. So, from a certain perspective, she had stumbled upon good fortune this time. Auntie Li immediately accepted Zhang Fan's capabilities, inwardly marveling at their good fortune to have such a noble person visit them. However, Auntie Li soon heard Luo Yexin's words. Yexin, you. Auntie Li wanted to suggest that Zhang Fan perform a standard treatment to heal the beast's injuries. Any recovery of strength was better than none. But seeing the immense guilt in Luo Yexin's heart towards her own beast, she understood why Luo Yexin hoped for Zhang Fan to heal her beast as quickly as possible. The fastest? It's just some internal injuries, not a big deal. As long as you prepare the materials, I can heal it in 3 days, with better materials even in 1 day. It depends on the materials you prepare. I will give you 3 prescriptions. The slowest and cheapest one requires a month for recovery. I've given you the 3 prescriptions, and let me clarify. These prescriptions can only be used on it. They are useless on other beasts. Moreover, most people wouldn't even recognize these as prescriptions. At this point, Zhang Fan paused. However, it was these few words that once again shocked both Luo Yexin and Aunt Li. Wait a minute, several prescriptions, all 3 given? Prescriptions are usually kept secret, not shared so openly like Zhang Fan does. Just 30 tier 12 energy cores can buy a prescription? But it was only after they heard what Zhang Fan said next that they realized the prescriptions were useless for other beasts. So, are these prescriptions made on the spot? Such prescriptions usually require experiments, right? This young man can just. Suddenly, both of them remembered Zhang Fan's behavior just now, and it dawned on them that making a prescription on the spot didn't seem too difficult for him. Also, you might not have understood my point. If you offer a higher price, I can also restore its potential and facilitate its evolution. Simply restoring its potential would cost 50 tier 12 energy cores, for evolution which will fully restore its potential and result in a variant evolution due to its current condition. It would cost 60 tier 13 energy cores. Zhang Fan realized they might not have understood him and reiterated his point, but this time both were too stunned to respond and just gaped. Evolution, how familiar yet foreign that concept seemed, especially to Luo Yexin, who dared not even contemplate it. Aunt Li too sharply inhaled at that moment. Wow, such arrogance. No way, he really seems confident. Meanwhile, Wang Bing and the other 2 women leaned back on the couch with puffed chests. And they say they're from the city, but people from Lion Camel City are all the same, aren't they? Can you really do it? Aunt Li swallowed hard before blurting out her question. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. Is it that difficult? For me, it's not very challenging, but you'll need to prepare the materials for its evolution. The amount of materials will determine the power it gains from the evolution. Of course, you can also choose to just heal its injuries, and if you want to evolve it later, we'll talk about the price then. Don't think I'm being greedy or anything. The initial price wasn't like this. Zhang Fan spoke with outright candor, and Aunt Li quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Luo Yexin had spoken more kindly at the beginning, the outcome might have been different. But the current result is already quite favorable. Haha, I hope you won't mind this small detail, but can the payment for the 60 tier 13 energy cores be made in installments? It's not that I don't trust you. No problem, this isn't a big deal. It seems you 2 have been having some difficulties lately, but I believe it's only temporary. Once this 3-tailed purple chief fox evolves, you can give them all to me at once. After saying this, Zhang Fan stood up, embodying a purely businesslike demeanor, showing no intention of taking undue advantage. Aunt Li immediately felt some regret. How did she make the same mistake as her niece? Was there a need to deceive such people? No, 60 cores are too few, make it 80, I was mistaken about you, a person of your caliber, and here isn't this the key? Make sure you bring it. The environment at that residence is quite nice. After all, compared to a single cooperation, I hope you can become friends with Luo Yexin. 80 tier 13 energy cores is not a small resource for her, but she is willing to risk everything for this evolution. Lately, Luo Jifeng has been very active within the consortium. If Luo Yexin's beast evolves to either tier 13 or tier 12, there should be no problem in making her a representative of the consortium. Friends, then, I'll take the 80 energy cores. Since we are friends, there's a small favor I need to ask of you later. Of course, it won't affect your interests, just a very minor matter. My wife Louis, her cousin, works in the mines behind you and the family wants him to return." When Zhang Fan mentioned this, both Luo Yexin and Antli breathed a sigh of relief. They thought it was going to be something serious, so it was just this matter, huh? Indeed, Zhang Fan wasn't wrong, it really was just a small thing. Haha, I see. In that case, I will. Never mind, just prepare the materials for the beast and remember, bring out all the materials you can and you choose the location for the evolution. However, it's best to find a place you can control. The process won't be quiet. Alright, that's all. I'll wait for your news. Zhang Fan then left with the three women, not intending to linger for further conversation. Once Zhang Fan and his group had completely left, Antli also breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to Antli, Luo Yexin was also relieved, but she looked somewhat oddly at Antli. If she remembers correctly, Antli seemed to have been overly enthusiastic and cautious towards Zhang Fan before. Now that Zhang Fan has left, Luo Yexin immediately allowed herself to relax. "Antli, why were you so cautious around him? I remember that even before he mentioned the issue with Ziyu, you seem to have noticed something." Without hesitation, Luo Yexin directly voiced her question. After all, Antli was no stranger to her. She was like family. Ever since her parents disappeared, Antli had been the one taking care of her. Hence, previously in the car, when faced with Antli's lecture, Luo Yexin chose not to respond. She knew that her relative was considering solutions for her sake. However, often people are not emotionless machines. They don't always operate on maximum efficiency. Instead, personal emotions often influence their actions. Luo Yexin felt the same at this moment. Perhaps this was the difference between humans and machines. "You're spirited, my girl, and I can understand that. But next time, don't be so impulsive." Luckily, he was broad-minded. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. That man, his strength is extraordinary, with 2 of his beasts at the 14th tier and the other 2 between the 9th and 10th tiers. Overall, he has 4 beasts, one of which was even hidden in his sleeve. Regardless of the number of beasts, just the strength alone is terrifying at his age. Moreover, his beasts scared my screaming mouse so much that it dared not move. Ever since I had you, I've never encountered such a situation. Even higher tier beasts didn't frighten the screaming mouse. As Antli spoke, Luo Yexin's eyes widened in shock. What? That terrifying? So young and he has 4 beasts, and 2 of them are at the 14th tier? Could it be a mistake? Luo Yexin wanted to continue, but she quickly remembered that the screaming mouse wasn't a creature that understood human nuances. Mostly what you see is what you get with beasts, and they rarely deceive. Moreover, she had seen her aunt's screaming mouse before. Though its power was limited, its only significant ability was to sense real danger, and it was quite a proud little creature too. Let's not talk about this anymore. Today you should focus on stabilizing Ziyu's condition. I'll prepare the materials. He didn't specify what materials to prepare, but I'll get everything that might be needed. Yexin, if he really can evolve your beast, then the favor we owe him can't be repaid with just a bit of resources. I see that the young man has a good appearance and his abilities are quite rare. You might consider. At this point, Luo Yexin didn't yet know what her aunt's intentions were. However, Zhang Fan certainly has good looks and, more importantly, his abilities. You must understand that in this world, most people only value benefits. This young man, despite already having 3 women, does not treat them as subordinates. Instead, he genuinely treats them as his own people. Even considering the kin of one of these women, such minor matters are worth mentioning in his eyes. I suspect that he has long had a solution for your beast taming issues, but he probably disdains the resources offered in the commission, likely because of this very reason. At this moment, Antli's mind is more and more occupied with speculating about Zhang Fan's motives, feeling increasingly that Zhang Fan is a person of terrifying talent and extraordinary character, and most importantly, he values loyalty and righteousness profoundly. Of course, Luo Yexin is no fool. At this moment, her beast also seems likely to evolve. Although her mental troubles have not completely dispersed, this has already unraveled half of them. I understand now, she said as a slight blush crept across her face. By the afternoon, Zhang Fan and others had already settled down in a villa. Before this, they had also brought over Koningning. Even now, Koningning was still bewildered. What's happening? Her friend's beast taming issue has been resolved by Zhang Fan. Soon after, Zhang Fan will receive 80 13th tier energy cores. Besides, this villa was also a gift from Antli of the White Blood Consortium, who holds significant power as one of the 21 elders in the consortium, commanding a 14th tier beast among her forces. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the people in the consortium isn't their individual combat abilities. Mainly, they possess more high-end combat power compared to typical families, along with more vast resources for mobilization. How much combat power a consortium can truly exert only becomes apparent in a life-or-death situation. The consortium, as the largest power in the Lion Camel City, certainly has its reasons for this status. How is this possible? You have such capabilities. Koningning's mouth gaped open, her pair of eyes, like cinnabar jade, seemed as if they wanted to stay fixed on Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled and pinched Koningning's cheek. Now Koningning no longer minded these gestures from Zhang Fan. Moreover, speaking of which, her feelings about Zhang Fan have been quite complex recently. Haha, I indeed possess quite a few abilities. Like tonight, we plan to discuss the economy, mainly about expanding the market in terms of both imports and exports. Do you want to come and see too? Relax, most people are nervous. The first time Zhang Fan casually changed the topic in front of Koningning, instantly Koningning's face turned red. She might not have eaten pork before, but she had seen pigs run. Though she hadn't done anything of that sort, she wasn't ignorant about such matters. Humphew Yeye's sister, won't you manage him? Koningning cried out, hiding behind Li Yeye. However, at this moment a sly smile appeared on Lve's face. It seemed like having 5 people together wouldn't be too bad, it could even share the burden a bit, but she wondered if the small frame could withstand it. Just as Lve was thinking this, Koningning suddenly felt something unsettling. A chill ran down her back. She turned around and suddenly noticed that Lve's smile looked somewhat eerie. Koningning involuntarily shivered. Lve's sister, what kind of expression is that? Speaking of which, it seems like you have nowhere to run now. This is really interesting. At that moment Koningning saw what seemed like a red glow emanating from Lve's eyes. Just then the door burst open. A man and a woman walked in. They were Wang Bing and Li Xiangwen. The atmosphere in the villa had been relatively relaxed, but as these two entered it instantly froze. Zhang Fan naturally noticed Li Xiangwen's now lame leg. Without wasting words, Wang Bing recounted Li Xiangwen's ordeal before Zhang Fan could speak. Now Li Xiangwen, a middle-aged man, didn't even dare to lift his head. Originally he planned to help Zhang Fan with some miscellaneous matters, busying himself so that Zhang Fan might guide him in controlling his beasts, but now he hadn't been able to assist Zhang Fan at all, and his current troubles had only added to Zhang Fan's, although he didn't know how Zhang Fan had managed to secure such a place to live. People do care about their dignity. As Li Xiangwen's mind was cluttered with these messy thoughts, Wang Bing's face was grim. It was mainly someone from the Blue Ice Corporation's branch who had thrown him out, despising his third-tier energy core, and for some reason had broken his leg. There was also the Seven Wolves Guild that had humiliated him. That was pretty much it. The disdain of the people from Shirtua City towards those from Jiangnan City was normal, as the people from Shirtua City generally looked down on those from the surrounding small towns with a sense of equality. So such incidents did not bother Wang Bing much. However, what infuriated Wang Bing was the conduct of that person in the Blue Ice Corporation. Not granting the commission was one thing, disdain was tolerable, and a few insults could be ignored, but to cripple a man's leg, wasn't that a bit too much? Li Zhang Fan's face was so dark it seemed he could bleed. The other party has gone too far. It's understandable not to give commissions or to hurl insults, but resorting to physical violence is simply crossing the line. Mr. Zhang Fan, I apologize for causing you trouble. It's not your fault. Our relationship is akin to an exchange. I help you study the evolution of the spirit beasts, and you handle some miscellaneous matters for me. As long as it's done, the outcome is a separate issue. However, the fact that the Lan Bing Corporation resorted to violence is clearly wrong. Tomorrow, after we resolve this issue together, in the evening we will confront the Lan Bing Corporation. Zhang Fan's tone carried a chilling severity, yet Li Xiangwen could discern a hint of protection in his words. It was at this moment that Li Xiangwen realized why some people loyally follow a genius. While some are geniuses, they lack loyal followers. Now Li Xiangwen understood. From the moment he started to carry the Li family's banner alone, he realized he had no one to rely on. As for brothers, yes, there were some, but after the struggle for the family head position, he was left alone. It's that simple. Just as Zhang Fan himself said, him coming along was part of a deal with Zhang Fan. Even now he might have caused trouble for Zhang Fan. Mr. Zhang Fan, I have caused you trouble? Trouble? There's no trouble. This matter isn't over, so it's not trouble. It's unsolvable, unknown how to solve, and if nothing is gained after it's over, I would have wasted a lot of time. That would be trouble. But for now, your issue, I will also seek justice for it later, so it's not trouble. Alright, you go rest well today. Zhang Fan also pondered planning to visit by Shui Corporation. again tomorrow to check their preparations. If they're ready, he would let their spirit beast evolve first, then he would use resources to let the 6-winged ones evolve. 80 level 13 energy cores should suffice for the evolution of 4 spirit beasts. Today he also has a 14th level energy core, including the 10th and 11th level energy cores he acquired earlier. Including other lower level energy cores, he could actually let the scorpion and locust evolve once now. Later 80 level 13 energy cores could allow 4 spirit beasts to evolve again. After that, there should be no problems with the Ko family. As for the so-called Lanbing Corporation, Luo Yixin should be quite familiar with it. Lanbing Corporation, this corporation is notoriously infamous. They control 16 regions, one of which is in the Dark Moon Mountain, but they also have many internal issues. I vaguely remember a cousin who wanted to kill me mentioned that within the Lanbing Corporation there are 4 factions, one of which acts without considering consequences. You probably encountered a branch under that faction's command. Among their people, it's said there are 10 with 14th level combat power, which is also quite troublesome. At that moment Kong Ningning suddenly spoke up. It was then that Zhang Fan realized he had a local guide right beside him. Do you know this consortium? Zhang Fan turned to look at Kong Ningning. Well, not really familiar with it. I've just heard my damned cousin mention it, and the information might not be accurate, Kong Ningning admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. No worries, even inaccurate information can serve as a reference. Now don't just stand there, go get some rest. I'll call you when we set out tomorrow. There's a small bedroom at the corner over there. It's a bit cramped though, Zhang Fan directed plainly. Li Xiangwen smiled at this moment. Haha, no, it's not too bad. Then Zhang Fan turned to the 3 women and said, you all should rest early today. I'm going to check out the evolution chamber in this villa. After all, we are in a world where everyone commands beasts. I'm not sure what else is in each house, but an evolution chamber is definitely one thing they all have. It's just a matter of size. In some houses, the evolution chamber is the smallest standard size, 100 square meters. As for the larger ones, it depends on how much money you have and how big you want the space to be. After entering the underground evolution space, Zhang Fan found that this evolution chamber was also 400 square meters in size, with a height of just over 200 meters. This place seemed to have used some kind of internal space-expanding scroll. Scrolls truly are marvelous. Perhaps later he could take some time to understand more about the functions of these scrolls. Without wasting any time, Zhang Fan immediately woke up Mange and Toxin, the 2 little creatures. These 2 were almost always motionless on him every day. For instance, Mange, who hung on his earlobe daily, barely moved at all except when there was a breeze. Facing this, Zhang Fan didn't want to say much. As the saying goes, each child has a different personality. If every child was as noisy as 6 Wings, sometimes he would really feel a headache. Meanwhile, 6 Wings suddenly opened its dark, glossy eyes and twirled around a few times on the sleeve of Zhang Fan's arm. What's happening? It felt as if Zhang Fan was calling it, but now that it opened its eyes, it seemed not quite so. I didn't call you, but if you want to come out for some air, that's fine too. Then Zhang Fan let Mange and Toxin start arranging the materials. First was Toxin's evolution, a 14th tier energy core along with numerous other materials. It was uncertain what tier it would reach after evolution, but Zhang Fan had a feeling it might be stronger than the current 6 Wings and Glint. Then came the fierce evolution of the locusts, featuring an 11th tier energy core and a 10th tier one. Now, the speed of the scorpion and the locust can be said to be incredibly fast, no longer the same as before their evolution. Scorpion, in this evolution, the environment was somewhat restrictive. You can just maintain this posture, no need to fully reveal your true form, as there is no space here for that. The scorpion let out a unique hissing sound that only insects make. However, Zhang Fan was able to understand the meaning of this hiss. It probably meant something like good. Then the evolution began. Suddenly a strange energy emerged within the formation. The materials placed around also transformed at this moment instantly, turning into masses of black energy directly merging into the scorpion's body. This evolution lasted for 3 to 4 hours. However, after the evolution was completed, Zhang Fan found that the aura of the scorpion was extremely terrifying. Also, as Zhang Fan had instructed, after the evolution, the scorpion still maintained the size of about a palm. Original fierce poison scorpion level, 7th tier high level size, 1100 meters skills. Evil blood poison, total annihilation, toxin, corrupting fierce poison, indestructible armor, absolute perception, evil blood poison. For creatures below 15th tier, including 12th tier, if they cannot resist the scorpion's toxin, then they will turn into dense water at the second onset of the poison, and 5% of the killed creature's essence will permanently enhance the scorpion's toxin strength, total annihilation toxin. Creatures below 20th tier cannot resist this rule-based toxin, and as a consequence, after using this skill, the scorpion will enter a frenzied state where no one but the Beastmaster can calm it down, with its strength increased fivefold and speed doubled. Cooldown time is 1 day, corrupting fierce poison indestructible armor. Close-range attacks will suffer from the backlash of the fierce poison. Creatures below 16th tier cannot cope with this backlash. As long as the poison inside the scorpion is not depleted, any attack from creatures below 20th tier cannot cause effective damage. Absolute perception. Out of a moment of panic in battle, the scorpion wishes it could always sense its Beastmaster. This skill allows it to sense the presence of its Beastmaster under any condition. After a single glance, Zhang Fan realized that the scorpion's panel was terrifyingly powerful, a high-level 7th tier rank, indeed not some 10th tier rank. What level of combat power had it reached? Attacks from creatures below 20th tier directly immune, and that evil blood poison, just hearing it sounds terrifying. Creatures below 15th tier directly turning into dense water. The power of the skill, it was simply monstrous. Zhang Fan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Indeed, no matter which evolutionary path it takes, as long as it involves those creatures like the scorpion, the more materials provided, the greater the improvement in strength. For a moment, Zhang Fan considered changing his original plan. His initial strategy was to have all 4 beast tamers evolve together. However, he now decided to adjust his plan. With the 80 energy cores he obtained, he split them in half, allocating them to Yaotang and Lu Qi. He was curious to see how much these 2 little creatures would improve in combat strength. Suddenly Zhang Fan realized that the scorpion was no longer in front of him but had somehow made its way to his feet without him noticing. Normally Zhang Fan would have reached out his hand by now, but he was momentarily stunned by the substantial increase in the scorpion's strength and thus didn't extend his hand right away. This caused the scorpion to anxiously circle around his feet. "Ha, you little guy, in front of me like this others would hardly believe it." Zhang Fan couldn't imagine many people seeing a beast tamer a kilometer high showing signs of tantrums and affection. At that moment, the scorpion was exactly like that. Zhang Fan immediately stretched out his hand and the scorpion hopped onto it. Zhang Fan could clearly feel the scorpion completely relax, its anger and slight anxiety instantly vanishing and becoming docile. Suddenly Zhang Fan realized why the scorpion had acquired its last skill. "Hi, you little fellow, I know you like to stay by my side, but one day I might not be around due to some accident, and at that time you mustn't panic. You have to rely on yourself." Zhang Fan said this, but the scorpion didn't listen. It swiftly climbed up his arm to his collar, rubbed against his neck, and then crawled back to its usual spot, curling up into a ball. "What, rely on myself? I can't hear you, I simply can't hear you. All I want is to stay by your side. No one can block my perception of you," the scorpion thought, which Zhang Fan was completely unaware of. He still thought the scorpion just wanted to stay by his side as usual, but Zhang Fan's understanding wasn't really wrong. On the side, the ferocious locust saw the scorpion now snug in Zhang Fan's clothes and remembered that it hadn't sorted out its materials yet. Looking at the pile of evolutionary materials nearby that it would need in a while, it found itself sinking into some deep thought. Soon, the ferocious locust also completed its evolution. Unlike the scorpion, the locust's shape had also changed considerably. However, due to the small space in this underground evolution chamber, Zhang Fan still had the locust maintain a smaller form after its evolution. The primordial sky-cleaving gold blade grasshopper, with a rank of high-tier 7th level, spans a size of 297 meters. It features skills like instant/million incarnations, unstoppable edge, and mountainous stance. Instant slash enables it to strike any creature below the 16th tier without them having a chance to react or perceive the attack. Using this skill once to annihilate an opponent increases all subsequent attack power by 3% of the energy from the slain creature. Million incarnations allows it to split into hundreds or thousands of incarnations in an instant. The more incarnations there are, the weaker each becomes, yet the consciousness of the main body can continuously transfer among any of the incarnations. Moreover, any injuries to the main body can dissipate by shifting consciousness and transforming the main body into an incarnation. This skill consumes no energy unless used to dissipate injuries, in which case it uses up 10% of the body's metallic spiritual energy. Unstoppable edge focuses on a mindset that locks on the target. A mere motion from the opponent guarantees an absolute strike. If the opponent remains motionless, the skill cannot activate. Once activated, it delivers a blow with 50 times the strength, consuming 80% of the body's physical energy. However, if the strike successfully kills the opponent, all spent energy is fully restored. Mountainous stance renders it immovable. Any creature below the 25th tier cannot affect it with attacks including spiritual or mindset locking skills. This skill will not activate if there is any movement on its part. Originally possessing 8 limbs, the ferocious grasshopper now has only 6, and instead of insect blades it wields weapons resembling Guan Yu's crescent blade, 4 in total, each held by one of its hands. Zhang Fan's lips curled into a smile, now certain that both the venomous scorpion and the ferocious grasshopper had reached the combat strength of the 15th or 16th tier, especially the grasshopper's mountainous stance. Simply standing outside would be quite imposing. Impressive, you've grown significantly stronger, Zhang Fan remarked. The grasshopper, previously displaying a serene and calm face, couldn't help but smile upon hearing Zhang Fan's voice. Quickly it tucked its 4 symbiotic insect blades behind its wings and swiftly charged towards Zhang Fan. Slowing down as it reached his ear, it gently touched his earlobe, transforming into a golden earring. Remaining perfectly still, Zhang Fan could feel the grasshopper's slight happiness. He then looked up at the small windows above, where faint sunlight was already filtering in from outside. So it's already morning, he mused, well aware that although the strength from the panel guides each evolution of his beasts, the time consumed could not be shortened, and he could not leave entirely either. Although Zhang Fan felt that he could step outside the boundaries of the magical formation, he also sensed that leaving during the evolution process might upset his beast companion. Therefore Zhang Fan had never actually left the formation. He didn't see the need. It's time to go out. I wonder how they're getting on with the preparations. I really don't want to wait too long, he mused, scratching his chin before leaving the basement. Meanwhile, at the By Blood Consortium, many had gathered around Luo Yexin. These were primarily her supporters. On closer inspection, these individuals were all somewhat related to her by blood. With all these materials prepared, are you sure they can facilitate Yexin's beast's evolution? But even if it evolves, will it reach the 10th tier? Even at the 10th tier it wouldn't be very effective, they discussed among themselves. At this point reaching the 10th tier doesn't hold much persuasive power anymore. Not to mention the 10th tier, even if it reached the 11th, other members of the consortium are unlikely to support Yexin. These slightly distantly related relatives were now pooling their resources for Luo Yexin, their faces marked with concern, primarily because their own children did not inherit the qualification to be the consortium's proxy. The so-called proxy of the consortium is the only person who controls the consortium under the Council of Elders, and typically, the elders do not interfere with the consortium's affairs unless it's something crucial. To become a proxy, one must first achieve significant accomplishments or possess substantial strength. Luo Yexin had not managed to meet either criterion. Usually one relies on achievements to become a proxy. As for having enough strength, unless it's strong enough to overpower peers, the second scenario isn't very significant. However, there was still a baseline, that is, having considerable strength. If one's strength was too weak, even if achievements were made, they could not become a proxy. At that moment Luo Yexin couldn't help but recall Zhang Fan's confident demeanor. This memory bolstered her spirits. With Zhang Fan's support, she felt less worried about potential failure. He had simply instructed them to prepare materials without specifying what kind. The quantity and variety of materials would determine the strength of the evolved beast. Li Sini, do you really trust this man so much? And with such urgency, could he be a scammer? Li Sini, who was Luo Yexin's aunt, raised her concerns amidst the hurried preparations. However, due to sensitivity within the conglomerate, coupled with various complicated reasons, the aunt could only be referred to privately on occasion. Most of the time Luo Yexin would choose to call her Aunt Li. At the mention of this, a smile immediately appeared on Aunt Li's face. She could certainly see a hint of distrust on the faces of others. Typically, the evolution of a beast requires preparation of several days, involving materials and managing the beast's emotions among other things. Only with thorough preparations can the evolution officially begin. Unlike Zhang Fan, who was set to evolve his beast in just a day or two without specifying the materials needed, merely asking everyone to bring out as much as possible. Moreover, the evolution was scheduled for today. Such a rapid pace made people doubt if it was truly an evolution, but it didn't matter. I have a few void scrolls. When the time comes, I'll use one. If that young man dares to deceive us, he won't be able to escape. If after using the void scroll the boy starts making excuses, then he surely has something to hide and there would be no need to prove anything further. An elderly man with white hair holding a cane stood by nonchalantly. He too had brought a significant amount of materials. Upon hearing the old man's words, the others nodded silently. Indeed, this was a good plan. Even if the other party had any intentions, they wouldn't stand a chance against so many in the void space. As for the void scroll, it transports people to a barren bright space with solid ground and nothing else. It is typically used for evolving one's beast without detection or for experimental purposes related to beast evolution, mainly after a void scroll is used, it is completely destroyed, leaving no traces of the beast's evolutionary path that could be detected by outsiders. The price of such an item isn't very expensive, but it's not cheap either. For most people, there is no need for such an item. Thus, it's quite available in the market. Yes, we all have void scrolls. Using one will resolve everything, won't it? But Yeshin, this is the last time I'm helping you. Next time we can't continue to do this, said another uncle. Related by blood. Of course, Luo Yeshin wasn't a particularly selfish person. She understood that these people were looking out for her well-being and had already treated her quite well. Why is it that others have always been kind to her without expecting anything in return? Luo Yeshin knew this very well and naturally didn't say much. I know, thank you all for your help all this time, but this time I feel it will be very different. The people did not pay much attention to Luo Yeshin's trailing words. At this moment, Antli spoke up again, her face always adorned with a smile. Since there are no outsiders here and this place is Xiao Yexin's home, I'll speak frankly. The beast tamer in question is a young man only a year or two older than Yeshin. As soon as she said this, everyone present was incredibly surprised. A young man? This felt to them as if they had seen an extremely young traditional Chinese medicine doctor on Earth, reputed to have terrifying medical skills. The main reason I trust him so much is that he has 2 beasts with the combat power of 14th tier and additionally 2 others at 9th and 10th tier. This isn't just something I scanned with a portable detector, but something my own beast, the Scream Mouse, sensed, Andley explained. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then exchanged glances. A young man holding 2 beasts with the combat power of the 14th tier? What kind of monster was this? Most people, even geniuses, would at most have beasts at the 13th tier. But to have beasts at the 14th tier and more than one at that was unheard of. Most people only start looking for their second battle beast as they approach middle age. If they were to choose a beast, they would often, like Adley, choose a functional beast such as her Scream Mouse. Adley then recounted yesterday's events in full detail to everyone. After listening, there was a moment of silence among them. However, since they hadn't met the person in question, some doubts lingered. Finally, an elderly man with a cane lightly tapped his cane. His complexion was rosy. There is no need for us to speculate here. Since the other party already has such plans and is even willing to work first before payment, we shouldn't be petty. Let's see what they can do. If Xiao Yexin's beast cannot evolve, the other party wouldn't ask us for resources. However, from what has been said, we shouldn't judge him just because he is young. At this point, the elder couldn't help but exclaim, it's simply outrageous. If it weren't for the fact that he knew Li Sini was not capable of lying, he would have been utterly shocked. Halfway through the event, just then Li's phone suddenly emitted a faint sound. She quickly picked it up, glanced at it, and her face immediately lit up with excitement. He's here. Soon after, Zhang Fan was led by several people to the largest room on the 3rd floor of the villa. Accompanying him today were also Li Xiangwen and of course Li Ye, and the others would inevitably follow. Why, you've got quite a crowd today. Looks like you've prepared plenty of materials. I reckon this evolution session might take the better half of the day. If we start now, we should be done by dusk, Zhang Fan said, showing no hint of fear and maintaining a calm demeanor with only a touch of surprise that everyone present could feel. Everyone's assessment of Zhang Fan was unanimously positive. He was an impressive young man, though no one knew where he had come from. Who is this man limping? I haven't heard Li Sini mention him. Subconsciously, everyone's gaze drifted stealthily back to Li Sini. They then realized that Li Sini was somewhat dazed. At that moment, Li Sini was completely stunned because just as Zhang Fan had entered, her screaming rat had told her that the 2 auras on Zhang Fan, which were supposed to be at the 9th and 10th tiers of combat power, had terrifyingly risen to a starting level of the 16th tier. Even her screaming rat, due to those 2 auras, had curled up into a ball, utterly afraid to move. Li Sini thought to herself in disbelief, no way have his 2 weaker beasts already evolved. How is this possible? Zhang Fan knew he should introduce the unfamiliar person since it involved evolution, a matter not to be taken lightly. I won't introduce these three, you probably know them. This person is my assistant, not an outsider. Let me see how much materials you've prepared. Also, have you found a place for the evolution? It's not here, is it? This place is too small. It needs to be at least 800 square meters in area and start at 2 to 300 meters in height. The location for evolution is very important. Also, I want to make it clear here that the evolutionary path I create is only suitable for that specific beast, not for other beasts of the same species, understand? With just a few sentences, Zhang Fan had everyone thoroughly subdued. Primarily, they sensed a confidence in Zhang Fan's speech and unshakable certainty that was somewhat uncanny. Moreover, they found themselves unable to penetrate the aura emanating from Zhang Fan, which indicated that his beast-taming powers were formidable. Either his tamed beasts were incredibly strong or he possessed them in great numbers, which shielded his abilities from their probing. However, Li Sini was still in a daze at this moment. It was then that Luo Yexin, having shaken off the previous day's mood, stared intently at Zhang Fan. Should the evolution take place within the Void Scroll, or are there other preparations needed? She asked earnestly. The mention of the Void Scroll startled everyone. Could it be that Zhang Fan was unaware of it? Mr. Zhang, the Void Scroll is a device that can transport people and their tamed beasts into a null space where activities remain secret except to those who enter together, someone explained. After its use, the scroll is destroyed, making it a favored choice for confidential beast evolution experiments. Indeed, Zhang Fan was not aware of this, but Li Xiangguan saw this as an opportunity to demonstrate his value. What a marvelous item! Zhang Fan exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. Now that the problem is resolved, show me the materials you've prepared. At this moment, the elders slightly furrowed their brows, feeling suddenly that Zhang Fan might be unreliable, perhaps because he was unaware of such a basic tool as the Void Scroll. Hold on, young man, are you really a beast tamer? One elder questioned, expressing doubts about Zhang Fan's credibility. Regaining his composure, Li Sini affirmed, yes, it's him, no mistake. I understand you might not trust me. Well, you should have all the materials ready and the venue is set. All we need now is a beast that can wield fire-based skills for some of the processes that require heating. Zhang Fan remained unflustered. I still have the Tier 83 energy core and my concerns are with the Blue Ice Consortium, not here. His casual remark left everyone stunned. No way, brother, are you really confident about evolving the beast directly? And doesn't this method seem a bit hasty? Yes, I have one. I also have one, they responded. By this age, most of them possessed functional beasts, including fire-breathing types which were not meant for combat but for tasks like lighting fires. Zhang Fan realized he might also need to acquire a few functional beasts, ideally a versatile one. This thought led him to consider the cultivation world where practitioners refine pills, forge tools and draw talismans. It seemed he had found yet another path to enhance his beast-taming prowess. Previously, I hadn't paid much attention to these matters. Now it seems they are quite important. Well, let's use the Void Scroll then. Once we're in that so-called void space, you won't have to worry about me running off with the materials, right? Zhang Fan's openness left everyone momentarily stunned. They quickly took Zhang Fan into the void space. It felt like the earth and sky had turned upside down, and when they opened their eyes again, they were no longer in Luo Yexin's house but had arrived in a desolate space. Below their feet was only yellow hard soil and the sky was cloudless, just a stretch of blue and brightness. Nothing else was there. No wonder people choose to use this kind of void scroll when evolving their beasts. This thing is indeed great. Li Yeye and the others curiously looked around. Li Xiangguan remarked that many things in Shituo City were not found in their Jiangnan City, and this void scroll was one of them. Unfortunately, while the price of this item was acceptable to the people of Shituo City, if it were to be sold in Jiangnan City for gold coins, no one would buy it. And as for using energy cores, how many people in Jiangnan City could produce energy cores? Those who sold these things surely had to consider more comprehensive issues than themselves. Zhang Fan nodded slightly and then looked at everyone. Without hesitation, everyone began to take out their material bags. Zhang Fan accepted each one and piled them next to him. Soon a small mountain of materials several meters high appeared before everyone. After a quick glance, Zhang Fan nodded slightly and then turned to Wang Bing. Binger, call out your purple moon deer. We need that child's help now. Without it, this evolution might take a lot more time. Wang Bing didn't question Zhang Fan and summoned her beast as he had asked. In the next moment, everyone saw a 50-meter-tall white jade deer with light purple patterns on its body appear. The huge antlers radiated a faint purple glow. Among those present except for Wang Bing, everyone's eyes lit up, especially the women like Li Sini. Their eyes were fixed on the purple moon deer. "Wow, what a beautiful beast," Luo Yexin said in awe, also struck by the beauty of the purple moon deer. Indeed, the purple moon deer is quite a sight to behold. However, the purple chief fox nestled in Luo Yexian's arms seemed somewhat dissatisfied, letting out a small yelp which immediately brought Luo Yexian to attention, prompting him to soothe the creature. "Moon deer, it's been a while since I've seen you. It seems Wang Bing has taken good care of you. Now you don't seem to harbor the same dislike for Zhang Fan as you did long ago. On the contrary, you seem rather fond of him now." The purple moon deer immediately walked up to Zhang Fan, bowed its head and nuzzled him. "Good child, today I need your help. First use your skills to make a pot and then just put the ingredients I mentioned into it." Following this, Zhang Fan began to prepare for the evolution process, with everyone watching intently as it was the first time they were witnessing such a method of evolution. Soon the purple moon deer slightly shook its head and a pot made entirely of wood materialized out of thin air, slowly taking form. This was, of course, crafted using its own wood-based spiritual power, so there was no concern of it burning or catching fire. After placing a small portion of the ingredients inside, Zhang Fan immediately instructed others fire-based beasts to start the fire and refine the mixture. "This is crucial and none of you should touch it," he instructed. Luo Yexian, "Once everything inside turns into a white liquid, the process is complete. Afterward, when your beast loses its senses, you must hold it back and sprinkle some of this liquid on its face before feeding it the rest." As Zhang Fan spoke, everyone was taken aback, having never seen such a method of evolution before. "Do you understand? Don't be distracted. Any mistakes could reduce the effectiveness of the evolution by at least half," Zhang Fan said sternly. At that moment, Louis couldn't help but scratch his neck, recalling a close call with a similar situation in his family. However, Zhang Fan hadn't blamed him too much afterward. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan's words had everyone on high alert. They might not have caught every detail, but Zhang Fan's warning that a mistake could have the effectiveness of the evolution was crystal clear. Seeing the creature as relatively weak, the group understood that even if Luo Yexian's beast managed to evolve, it might not reach a very high level, but there was still hope. However, if it only achieved a rank of 8 after evolution, it would be hard for everyone to accept. "Don't worry, I can handle it. Do I just need to wait until these ingredients are refined?" Luo Yexian immediately assured. "No, all you need to do is stay with it. Soon I will hand you the pot of medicine, and once the evolution starts you must hold on to it and make sure it can feel your presence." This child has accumulated quite an aura which can be utilized later on. However, whether or not it possesses this aura, you must not let go. Once it no longer feels your presence, that's when the real trouble starts." As Zhang Fan spoke, he patted the purple moon deer, instructing it to arrange the materials into a formation according to his plan. For the purple moon deer, it only needed to expend a minuscule amount of spiritual energy to levitate these materials. In almost the time it took to utter a sentence, 1/5 of the formation was already set up. At this point, everyone couldn't help but look at each other, and finally, their gazes converged on Li Sini. Realizing their stares, Li Sini understood that they wanted to ask about the potential evolution of Luo Yexin's beast following Zhang Fan's method. "Mr. Zhang, after this evolution, what level will this beast reach?" Li Sini didn't hesitate and asked directly. She was no stranger to Zhang Fan by now, and her question was straightforward. She simply wanted to know how powerful Luo Yexin's beast would become after its evolution and what level it would reach. With all these materials, if everything goes smoothly, its level should reach the lower tier of the 18th rank. If the final step isn't executed well, it will only reach the 13th rank, and the next evolution will become very dangerous. Ultimately, the energy inside it isn't very useful for it. Otherwise, this evolution could perhaps reach the 20th rank. Zhang Fan's words flew out. The people around him all nodded slightly. 18th rank, that's not bad." "Wait, what rank did you say?" 18th, and at worst 13th. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. To be honest, seeing the scene before them, they understood that Zhang Fan was not joking at all, even appearing quite confident. Even now, in the inner city of Lion Camel City, the beasts of the top geniuses and designated heirs of various conglomerate families were only at the 16th or 17th rank. Zhang Fan's statement had completely stunned everyone, including Li Xiangwen, who had come with Zhang Fan, who was also visibly shocked, his face turning extremely pale in an instant. 18th rank? His own beast would hardly match even a single digit in comparison. How could this be possible? Wait a second, this is the evolution plan that Zhang Fan has laid out. 18th tier? Are you kidding me? Li Sini couldn't help but gape in shock, even Luo Yexin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Goodness, 18th tier? What kind of joke is this? However, she also saw the Ziyue deer, such a mystical beast, one she had never even seen before. It seems Zhang Fan is not joking after all. Of course I'm not joking. Didn't I mention earlier? Its current physical state is suppressing its power. It was originally supposed to be at the 11th tier, but to evolve to the 18th tier it uses these materials, including the toxins inside its body, which actually are the energy from illusion-based spiritual powers. This evolution is also about repairing its foundation, making the next evolution less troublesome and safer. With that said, Zhang Fan also noticed that the magic circle had been set up. As for the refining materials, they had all turned into a thick white liquid. At the same time, a fresh fragrance wafted from the wooden pot. Everyone immediately smelled it. The scent was overpowering, yet it felt like a breath of fresh air filling their lungs, utterly refreshing and invigorating. The beasts responsible for the fire also stopped at this moment, their aura slightly enhanced. It might be slow, but remember, this is the aroma of a medicinal soup. What if they drank this soup? Everyone was certain now. They hadn't paid much attention earlier to what materials Zhang Fan had asked the Ziyue deer to add. Is it ready now? Yes, moon deer, put a lid on it for now. Who would have thought your wood-based spiritual power can also enhance the potency of medicinal herbs and release some of their subtle nutrients? Ziyue deer immediately did as instructed. One of the fire-supplying beasts, a 7th-tier firetail chicken, seemed almost ready to jump into the pot. Bang! Suddenly a wooden lid appeared and immediately covered it. The fragrance was also completely blocked. Everyone was startled and then came to their senses. This concoction was meant for Luo Yexin's beast to evolve. They had almost been distracted. Especially one person, the one who owned the firetail chicken, now saw his beast had jumped onto the lid. The other fire-type beasts seemed to have similar ideas. Hey you little rascal, you dare eye this thing? Hurry up and put them away. Everyone was shocked and immediately took their beasts back. Now everyone knew for sure Zhang Fan really had the skills. Just with this one pot of soup, they had almost been too distracted. All the beasts wanted to drink the soup. Clearly, this was the real deal. Even more astonishing, Zhang Fan directly instructed them to prepare the materials. Scanning the scene briefly, he managed to put together the setup right then and there. Can you believe such capability? At this moment, no one dared to harbor any doubts anymore. Perhaps earlier they were indeed skeptical, especially since Luo Yexian's beast was only at the 7th tier, an evolution that could leap to the 18th tier. This sounded terrifying indeed, but with Zhang Fan stirring the pot, was the effect good or not? Everyone present was a beast master, so was there even any need to elaborate further? Alright, in a moment I'll have you Lu pass the pot to you. Now go to the center of the formation, place it there and don't leave its side. Also place your hand on it. Remember, no matter what you plan to do, you must make it feel your presence. Oh, and don't keep it on your body. Once the evolution starts, its true nature will fully emerge. At that time it will become violent, and during this period if it wants to be reborn it must do so. This is inevitable. As Zhang Fan finished speaking, he also instructed everyone else to step back a bit, clearing an area of about 300 meters. This area wasn't too large. No wonder he mentioned needing a venue. It seems this evolution is no ordinary matter. 18th tier, I think. If it can reach such a level after evolving, then everything we are doing now seems quite normal. Whether it reaches the 18th tier after evolution I do not know, but just with this medicinal concoction alone, that young man should not be underestimated. These dozen or so individuals are also quite influential among the top ranks of the Bai Shui Corporation. Right now each of their faces showed a significant opinion of Zhang Fan. Then there was Li Xiangwen, who came with Li Ye and others, completely dumbfounded. However, he quickly came to his senses, wondering if he might be lucky enough to have Zhang Fan guide the evolution of his own beast. His demands were not high. Evolving to the 9th or 10th tier would be very satisfying for him. Over at Zhang Fan's side, Luo Yexin and his purple chief fox were also sitting at the very center of the formation. Nearby Li Sini was slightly closer, but Zhang Fan did not bother with her. After all, it's necessary to have someone stand by just in case. Next, it's about to start. Get ready. Zhang Fan slowly raised his finger, a hint of spiritual energy gathering at his fingertip. This is how beast masters are. As long as the beast grows stronger and comprehends spiritual energy skills, a certain enhancement will indeed come to the beast master. This strengthens the physique and also causes spiritual energy to appear within the Beastmaster's body. Good. Luo Yi Xin carefully patted the purple chief fox, but the fox itself inexplicably felt a bit uneasy, its small head pressing tightly against Luo Yi Xin's knee, after hearing Luo Yi Xin's words. Zhang Fan immediately channeled the spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips towards one of the materials. Instantly the entire array was activated. A tenth of the materials transformed into an energy form and surged rapidly into the body of the purple mist fox. What followed was a series of massive auras shooting into the sky, from 7th order low to middle to high level, 8th order, 9th order, 10th order. In an instant everyone perceived that the purple mist fox's level and aura had increased several folds at that moment. Moreover, they once again felt that the weak aura previously on the purple mist fox had completely disappeared. At the same time, an even more fierce, cruel and brutal aura emerged from the body of the purple mist fox. What is this? Is the effect of this evolution really so significant? It seems that this evolution is indeed very stable. Just now it was indeed inappropriate to doubt him. So this is the evolution he spoke of. Looking at those materials, it seems that the evolution has just begun. Reaching the 18th order might also be possible. Is there even a need to discuss this? This is an inevitable matter, gentlemen. Next, we should think about how to make Luo Yi Xin the new representative of the consortium. Is there a need for a strategy? Think about it, an 18th order beast master with such terrifying combat power, not just us, even the elders in the consortium would support her. Wait, isn't this aura a bit too terrifying? This aura doesn't seem like that of a beast master at all, and this body size seems to be growing. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. At the beginning, their faces only showed a bit of astonishment, but as they realized that this evolution was just the beginning, and this evolution isn't just about raising the level of the purple mist fox. Boom, boom. At this moment, the body of the purple mist fox continued to grow larger. The white fur on its body suddenly turned a reddish color in an instant, and 2 more tails appeared. 5 tails. The purple patterns on its body had completely disappeared. Roar! A beastly roar came from the mouth of the purple mist fox. This sound inexplicably caused everyone to panic, and a more violent and brutal aura also began to emerge from the body of the purple mist fox at this time. The purple mist fox's eyes turned a bloody red, clearly having completely lost its sanity, and its size had grown from the size of a pet to 100 meters in size. Don't just stand there, your hand is about to leave it, you mustn't let it feel your absence, understand? Otherwise, once it enters a complete frenzy, we can only knock it unconscious. With these words from Zhang Fan, everyone immediately reacted. Indeed, the current state of the purple mist fox was very unstable, and basically they could feel that the purple mist fox was in a very violent state. In this state, if the Ziki fox truly couldn't sense Luoya Xin's presence anymore, it would indeed go on a killing spree. Luoya Xin was immediately brought back to her senses by a single sentence from Zhang Fan. She realized that her palm was indeed about to lose contact with the other's body. In that moment, Luoya Xin hurriedly placed her hand back on it. Following that, nothing unexpected occurred. Initially, people could still converse a few words. However, when they saw the number of tails on the Ziki fox reach 9 and its size expand from that of a normal pet to a massive 300 meters right before their eyes, it seemed like a monster. The 9 tails waved unconsciously in the air. Those large blood-filled eyes, along with a unique terrifying aura emanating from its body, made this creature seem less like a tamed beast and more like a king of beasts that had fought its way out of the wild. Finally, most of the materials had been consumed. The Ziki fox's level had also risen from the 7th to the 17th level. Honestly, when people initially talked about the 17th or 18th level, it seemed like just an ordinary matter. But now, seeing the Ziki fox's appearance and feeling its menacing aura, everyone involuntarily swallowed their saliva. If someone had told them at this moment that this creature was indeed the Ziki fox, they would definitely not believe it. Now, the final step was to awaken its sanity. Yulu, send the pot over with your spiritual power. Luoya Xin, first sprinkle some medicinal liquid on its head to help it maintain some clarity and pour the rest directly into its mouth. At this moment, Luoya Xin was like someone clutching at a pillar, embracing one of the beast's legs. Of course, she couldn't really hold it, she could only stretch out her arms fully over it. Now she could also feel that her beast, if she weren't still standing there, might very well have dashed out to start slaughtering. She immediately took the floating wooden pot. At this moment, she could also smell the scent of the medicinal liquid in the pot, indeed invigorating and refreshing. Without any hesitation, she immediately lifted the medicinal liquid and sprinkled it a bit on the head of the Ziki fox. Just like that, the Ziki fox regained much of its clarity, the look in its eyes regained that hint of agility. Seeing this, Zhang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the consortium had provided abundant materials and that the beast's body contained a lot of accumulated material energy toxins. Under these circumstances, the effects of this evolution were so remarkable, otherwise achieving such effects would have been impossible. At most, the level could have reached the 14th tier. The energy within its body combined with those materials accounted for the current results. At this thought, Zhang Fan felt a twinge of injustice. Indeed, it's all about the consortium. They never have to worry about resources. Unlike them, he worried every day. It was always the same. Just as he gathered enough materials for evolution, he would use them up only to find he needed even more and a better quality. Take for example the present needs for the evolution of the venom scorpion and fierce locust. They required 15th tier energy cores and not just a few. Finally, all the materials in the magic circle were exhausted. The medicinal liquid in the wooden pot had also been fully administered by Luo Yexin. The magic circle had completely dissipated. Now before everyone's eyes stood a creature nearly 400 meters in size, its body a striking crimson color with 9 tails fluttering casually. Although its malevolent aura had been contained, it was not gone. Good, this evolution went smoothly, although it didn't achieve the results I expected. It's still quite good, Zhang Fan commented, his words not quite bringing everyone back to reality. At this moment in their eyes, Luo Yexin's magical beast was no longer like a purple chi fox, 9 tails, crimson fur. Besides, upon closer perception one could feel the immense malevolent aura. This form was hardly distinguishable from the wild beasts outside. However, they felt that this purple chi fox was now far stronger than those wild magical beasts. Is the evolution complete? Luo Yexin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Well, at least the evolution is complete. But now there arises a new problem. With such a large body, this magical beast can only be kept in a magical beast ring from now on. Yes, the evolution is complete. You can make its body shrink back to its original size. It still has that ability, and from now on you can feed it those so-called phantom system spiritual materials. Basically, when it comes to eating, it's not picky. However, the wild beast instinct inside it might make it crave the flesh or corpses of other mystical creatures. That's not necessarily bad. It just means that its inherent instincts have fully revived. Zhang Fan nodded lightly, feeling that this evolution was satisfactory. To the others, this evolution was extraordinary. When had they ever seen such an evolution? They had never even heard of such a transformation. Now Zhang Fan's words gradually brought them back to their senses. Is the evolution complete? What more do they want? It's already terrifying as it is. In the realm of beast taming, the strength and potential of creatures like foxes can often be gauged by the number of tails they possess. 9 tails signify the ultimate potential. The Qinghu Sky Guild, known for its legacy of beast taming, once boasted the strongest beast in their history, a 7-tailed Qingmian Dayu fox. However, our current specimen surpasses even that, exuding an 18th tier aura. Moreover, its size and the unique aura it displayed earlier are not typical of ordinary tamed beasts. It's as if it belongs to the category of mythical beasts. It's possible that its true combat power reaches the 19th tier. In the inner city you couldn't find 100 people of such a tier. Even Luo Yexin's relatives and the clan elders are taken aback. They can hardly believe that such a formidable beast belongs to an heir within their consortium. What terrifies them is Zhang Fan's revelation. This beast can also shrink in size, meaning Luo Yexin can conceal its true power to some extent. Moreover, the beast can always stay by Luo Yexin's side. After today, many in the consortium will remain unaware of Luo Yexin's beast's evolution. This provides ample opportunity for maneuvering. They are now confident enough to push Luo Yexin to the forefront. In fact, they might not even need to push hard. If the beast's aura isn't just a facade, Luo Yexin's appointment as the new proxy within the consortium is almost certain. However, they also feel that it's unlikely for Luo Yexin's beast to have a misleading level of power. It can shrink. Luo Yexin is surprised, as she has never heard of such a capability in tamed beasts, which typically cannot change their size. Of course it can. At that moment the purple chi fox shrank its body. Its fur turned white again and purple patterns reappeared on its body. The only difference from before its evolution was that it now had only one tail and it was difficult to sense the purple chi fox's aura anymore. Clearly, when the purple chi fox is this size, it becomes undetectable to anyone. "Thank you so much, your evolution is beyond our expectations," they expressed gratefully. They presented 113 tier energy cores as a reward, 20 more than originally planned, with the extra as a gift for a friend. Without hesitation, Li Sini stepped forward and handed over the prepared 13 tier energy cores to Zhang Fan. Initially, she had prepared only 80 of these cores. The extra 20 cores she had were a testament to the evolutionary process she had witnessed as well as its results. Seeing this, she decided to give Zhang Fan a few more cores. At the moment, they were indeed short on a significant amount of resources. However, this gamble had paid off for them handsomely. In such circumstances, Li Sini understood that more than just materials, offering up some energy cores and befriending Zhang Fan was what truly mattered. After all, a person of Zhang Fan's capabilities was always treated with great respect wherever he went. She even felt that this evolution from a certain perspective was a huge bargain for them. She was sure that in the city of Shirtua there were others who could treat beast control issues, but none could induce an evolution in beasts as dramatically as Zhang Fan. 100 cores, not bad, Zhang Fan noted as he glanced at the material bag and immediately sensed the quantity of energy cores inside. This was good. Now he could allocate some cores to purchase materials and initiate the evolution of the six-winged creature. He would then see if the remaining materials were sufficient for another evolution, this time for Yao Tang. As for the next step in acquiring materials, Zhang Fan already had a plan in mind to exploit the Ko family. Helping Ko Ning stabilize the Ko family would surely not only secure a steady supply of energy cores but likely increase them. I have accepted these energy cores, and now let's discuss the matter regarding my brother-in-law, Zhang Fan continued, referring to Lu Yi's cousin Lu Dong's son. As Zhang Fan spoke, a sparkle of interest flashed through everyone's eyes. They were not afraid of Zhang Fan demanding anything. They feared losing any business dealings with him from this day forward. Honestly, they had thought before that if Zhang Fan truly was an exceptional individual with formidable skills, they would need to find a way to have him join their consortium. Join them in aiding Luo Yexin to ascend to the position of consortium agent. Now indeed the opportunity had arisen. However, they felt that it would not be easy to bind someone like Zhang Fan with mere resources. Actually, this matter is not a big deal for us, they responded. Additionally, we wonder if you have considered joining our consortium. Of course, you wouldn't need to be involved regularly, just assist us on some critical matters. Zhang Fan was no fool. If he agreed to Li Sini's request, it was highly likely that he would be dragged into the internal strife of the consortium. At the moment, he had more than enough on his plate and certainly did not wish to be fully embroiled in the consortium's internal conflicts. Consequently, Zhang Fan turned his attention to Luo Yexin. At that moment, Luo Yexin was holding her guardian beast in her arms. The purple chi fox still sported its pristine white jade color, except now there was a hint of red in the purple patterns on its body. Its tail had also transformed into a single one, and from its facial expression Zhang Fan could feel that the guardian beast was extremely happy. Need some help? Well, speaking of which, I do have a matter to discuss. Are you familiar with the Blue Eyes Consortium? As soon as Zhang Fan mentioned this, everyone's hearts sank. Truth be told, their relationship with the Blue Eyes Consortium was not exactly amicable, and it wasn't just them. Several other powers within Shirtua City also had poor relations with the consortium. Typically, a consortium or a family in Shirtua City would have one or two enemies, but the Blue Ice Consortium was different. It had countless foes, with many powers antagonistic towards it. Even in the outer city of Shirtua, it was known as the top consortium due to its status as the primary external power. On one hand, their consortium's supplies went directly to the imperial military. On the other, their own strength was indeed formidable, significantly stronger than most other consortium forces. However, within the Blue Ice Consortium itself, there were 4 factions, all belonging to the consortium, and yet each faction's members barely saw eye to eye. Many of the consortium's enemies were provoked by members of the 3rd and 4th factions. From a certain perspective, it was precisely because of this that the 4 factions within the Blue Ice Consortium were constantly at odds. We know we're all external consortium forces here in the city, and we obviously understand those who are similar to us. The Blue Ice Consortium, what do you ask for? Have you joined them already? Li Sini immediately switched his tone of speaking. What does it matter if Zhang Fan joins or not? If he does, couldn't he just poach from them directly? There's a saying, after all, that where there's a will there's a way, and essentially this is just about poaching. Compared to those truly despicable tactics, this approach is rather normal. Such a maneuver by her is really nothing at all. The Longbing Corporation, I haven't joined them, on the contrary, I have some grievances with them now. I just wanted to gather some intelligence, for instance, how strong is the most powerful person among them? If you can provide me with this information, you are my friends. Zhang Fan's words carried a trace of immense confidence. Now he has a total of 113 tier energy cores. The combat strength of the Scorpion and the Locust is now at the 17th or 18th tier, and even when facing 20th tier creatures, they don't have any significant weaknesses, they can even fight them. Once Zhang Fan allows his six-winged creature and the Radiant Mantis to evolve directly in such a case, the 20th tier would truly become insignificant. This also greatly boosted Zhang Fan's confidence. Moreover, after dealing with the Lonbing Corporation, he would definitely be able to obtain some resources, and indeed the amount he could obtain would be much more than what he could get here. After all, there is a saying, committing arson and murder earns the golden belt. However, upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, everyone couldn't help but feel delighted. They had originally thought that Zhang Fan had already joined the Lonbing Corporation. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. Instead, Zhang Fan has made an enemy of the Lonbing Corporation. For Zhang Fan, he is actually very protected by nature. This mainly stems from his time at the 4th Academy, where many couldn't help him. At that time Li Yeye could have helped him, but if Li Yeye had helped him, then he really couldn't raise his head at the 4th Academy. So during that time Zhang Fan also longed for being born into some family. Now, although he is no longer dwelling on the past, this has shaped his protective nature. The Lonbing Corporation must have offended you. Their luck is really bad. I didn't expect they would offend someone like you. Regarding the strength of the Lonbing Corporation, it's actually quite complicated. They have divided into 4 factions internally. What Li Sini said next was basically similar to what he understood from Koningning. However, there were also some conjectures about their strength. Firstly, the leaders of the 4 factions within the Lonbing Corporation each have a 17th tier beast under their command, and there should also be 2 or 3 16th tier ones. In the entire corporation, there are no fewer than 300 16th tier powerhouses. As for the 14th and 15th tiers, there are also about 1 or 2,000. However, these forces are almost evenly split among the 4 factions. Besides, there might be some unknown trump cards. As for the trump cards, that's something nobody knows, only they themselves are more aware in their hearts. Now that I know, then within your corporation there should not only be you guys, but there should also be other high-level executives. Let's consider this, Luoya Xin. I will help you become the leader of your consortium, and afterwards you and I will declare war on the Blue Ice Consortium together. What do you think? This is quite the gamble, of course, and whether you agree or not, it won't affect our relationship since there are no outsiders here. It's clear that Zhang Fan can see that these people have brought quite a lot of materials, all piled onto Luoya Xin. Fundamentally, they are definitely supportive of Luoya Xin. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be standing here worried on behalf of Luoya Xin. But if we were really to say that there are only so few people in a consortium, Zhang Fan wouldn't believe it at all. A consortium, after all, is not just any guild. If it were a guild, Zhang Fan would believe that it has only about 20 or so top executives. But a consortium having so few top-level executives? Zhang Fan would never believe that, and it was after Zhang Fan spoke these words that everyone was momentarily stunned. However, they soon snapped back to reality. They really liked what Zhang Fan had said. Currently Luoya Xin is relatively weak, but with Zhang Fan's help she might even bypass the evaluation period and directly make herself the acting leader of the consortium. At the same time, Li Xiangwen's mouth couldn't help but gape open slightly. He knew all too well why Zhang Fan suddenly wanted to go to war with the consortium. It wasn't because Zhang Fan disliked that consortium. Essentially, Li Xiangwen felt that it was mainly because of his own affairs. And indeed, it was so. This left Luoya Xin somewhat at a loss. Of course, she indeed had the desire to become the consortium's acting leader, something she hadn't thought of before. Previously, it was more about being pushed forward by those who supported her. But after experiencing the events of this year, she suddenly realized that in the consortium, the games played among these heirs were not about life and death, but just that no winner had been decided yet. Now the process had reached its midpoint, and without Zhang Fan, according to the original procedure, she would inevitably be defeated. Such a defeat would mean either leaving the consortium forever or facing death. Neither outcome was desirable. Of course, whether she could stay in the consortium and become one of the top 100 was another matter. This was another position within their white blood consortium, different from the Elders' Council. At this moment, Luoya Xin somewhat anxiously looked at her Aunt Li Sini, and also at her other elders. Regarding this matter, she of course wanted Zhang Fan's help, but the problem was Zhang Fan didn't come without his own demands. This time, the task was to obliterate the Blue Ice Consortium. She saw this as no simple matter that could be resolved easily. On the contrary, if mishandled, it could potentially bring problems to their own consortium. Previously, she had been preoccupied with her own guardian beasts, not fully grasping the overall situation of the consortium. However, contrary to what Luo Yexin thought, the people present were all extremely eager, especially Li Sini. Almost immediately after Zhang Fan finished speaking, Li Sini eagerly responded, "Of course, there's no problem at all. This is exactly the opportunity we've been looking for. If you truly can help this child become the agent of the consortium, then we can also assist you." In Li Sini's view, this was an incredible stroke of luck that had fallen into their laps. If Zhang Fan could help Luo Yexin become the consortium's agent, they could then seek out other consortia with whom they had decent relationships. Introducing Zhang Fan to them would likely mean he could assist them with various matters, especially in something like the destruction of the Blue Ice Consortium. Moreover, the internal divisions within the Blue Ice Consortium were severe. Essentially, if one faction within could be defeated, the other three factions would likely not intervene or even might consider drastic measures to survive. After Li Sini finished speaking, Zhang Fan nodded slightly. On one hand, there was the Blue Ice Consortium, on the other, entering the inner city would definitely require the support of the White Blood Consortium. After all, he did not believe entry into the inner city came without stringent conditions. To ordinary people, these conditions would be extremely harsh, and realistically, the opportunity to enter the inner city wasn't even intended for them. It was merely a notion to keep them motivated to continue shining in Shirtu City. Otherwise, where would so many people come from to serve the powerful? If they could see this clearly, why not return to ordinary cities like Jiangnan City, where they could live and die in obscurity? After all, being powerful in one place and living with dignity, or living carelessly in a smaller place under the same conditions, most people would choose the latter. I digress. Fundamentally, Zhang Fan also hoped that his entry into the inner city would not be too troublesome, and then he could deal with the Ko family. It wasn't exactly about causing trouble. Theoretically, he was just helping Koningning fulfill a commission. Certainly Zhang Fan would choose whatever maximized his benefits. It seems you all have no issues. Then let's first discuss the internal situation of your consortium. For instance, what needs to be done to make her the current agent of the consortium. The term consortium agent was something Zhang Fan had learned from Koningning. Essentially, many people are vying for positions as corporate agents, while there is also a council of elders, or what some might call a board of directors. These two entities are actually the same, just with slightly different names. Essentially, the top structure of every consortium is like this: a corporate agent and a council of elders. Members of the council of elders hold great prestige within the consortium, and it is also the place where every agent retires after a 20-year term. Once retired to the council of elders, they cannot interfere in the overall operations of the consortium. Zhang Fan doesn't know these details clearly, but he isn't particularly concerned. He isn't from a consortium background. Our consortium has 4 heirs? Li Sini also seized the moment to discuss some situations within the consortium. Currently, only 2 of the heirs are qualified. Originally, there should have been 4 heirs, and many had high hopes for these 4. It even almost led to the consortium being divided into 4 internal factions. However, even if their consortium was divided into 4 internal factions, it wouldn't be like the Blue Ice Consortium, where internal factions are like enemies. Now, among these 4 heirs, it's becoming clear who will eventually become the real corporate agent. That would be the 3rd heir, Luo Jifeng. Previously, he did something that, according to Zhang Fan, involved bringing back some evolutionary samples of taming beasts from a dungeon. He also presented a pathway that could perfectly evolve a level 13 taming beast. This pathway is now known to the Council of Elders, and it is strong with combat power at the 14th level. This evolutionary pathway can indeed be considered quite remarkable. However, during this period, Luo Jifeng's actions have become increasingly excessive. Originally, the ordinary staff and employees of the White Blood Consortium were quite loyal, but Luo Jifeng has started treating these people as mere pawns. Some who wanted to leave the consortium had to either pay an exorbitant penalty or work for a year without receiving anything and then leave. Besides, Luo Jifeng has also deprived many who do not support him of their benefits. It's not exactly deprivation, more like confiscation. The Council of Elders can no longer control Luo Jifeng. Now Luo Jifeng is just a temporary corporate agent waiting another 4 or 5 months, assuming no problems arise. essentially Luo Jifeng has been sitting in the position of an agent for a while and will retire after 20 years, so how about you go and challenge him now? Zhang Fan turned his head to look at Luo Yexin again. At this moment Louis also suddenly realized that his clan brothers should have been doing quite well within the Bai Shui consortium. It's likely that he hadn't enjoyed many good days before being exploited by Luo Jifeng from within the consortium. No wonder that middle-aged man said those words at that time. Such behavior would surely lead to his abandonment by everyone. Moreover, within this consortium it is impossible to block the news as everyone is a person with guardian beasts. Louis had many thoughts flashing through his mind at this time. But the others were still unaware. However, they didn't care much as the issue with Louis's clan brother was very easy to solve. I should have no problem challenging him, but at this time his supporters will attack me together, so... Luo Yexin understood that her guardian beast was now at the 18th level and this level's aura was not at all illusory, so her combat power was genuinely solid. However, facing the attack of so many people, she estimated that her guardian beast might not hold up. Oh, in that case you could also ask for external help. I'll help you block those people and those people. Zhang Fan was about to say he wouldn't kill those people or anything like that, he would just completely defeat their guardian beasts. By directly killing them, their bodies would then be your spoils of war, although it's a pity that they mostly wouldn't carry all their materials on them. At this moment Li Sini abruptly interrupted with a statement that left Zhang Fan somewhat unable to react. Didn't you just say that people from the Lan Bing consortium are too disunited and such? How come? Your consortium also? It's a helpless move. If Luo Jifeng truly secures the position of the consortium's agent with his character, he won't let us go and either he'll kill us or send us to some small city branches of the consortium to die. This dispute from the beginning, the losing side has never had a good outcome, Li Sini directly said. Zhang Fan also raised his eyebrows, turning his head again to look at Luo Yexin. He noticed that Luo Yexin's expression was somewhat similar to Kongning's. I understand, then tomorrow I will help you resolve your consortium's issue. Afterwards you come with me to the Lan Bing consortium. At that time I'll see how many people will jump out and I'll deal with them personally. Zhang Fan's lips curled up slightly. If that's the case, the next 100 energy cores might as well all be used on the six-winged, and the next batch of materials obtained from the Lan Bing consortium could then be used on Yao Tang. Even so it still feels like these materials are somewhat insufficient. After Yao Tang evolves once, maybe there will be some left over. At that time, it could be used for another evolution of the poison scorpion or the fierce locust. However, after reaching the inner city, Zhang Fan still doesn't know how strong the people inside are. Moreover, Zhang Fan had estimated that there were quite a few hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. Today he planned to further evolve the six-winged creature, and together with the poison scorpion and the fierce locust he expected to have overwhelming power equivalent to the 16th or 17th tier. By then there shouldn't be any problems. Tomorrow? Yes, that would be fine. At that time his supporters would be in your hands and you need not show mercy. Yes, no need for mercy at all, just kill them directly. I actually hate such outcomes, but there is no other way. If we do nothing they won't spare us, so naturally we shouldn't spare them either. With a tier 18 level, that kid Luo Jifeng is just at a tier 13 beast master level, he won't stand a chance. At this moment everyone's faces showed smiles, some even burst into loud laughter, sweeping away the gloom in their hearts. Perhaps I won't need to make a move myself. Let me first take a look at your beast. I haven't had a close look at it since it evolved. Zhang Fan's gaze was now fixed on the purple chief fox cradled in Luo Yexin's arms. Luo Yexin immediately nodded, and now the purple chief fox no longer showed much aversion towards Zhang Fan and joyfully jumped towards him. Zhang Fan caught it in his arms. However, this action nearly caused a commotion among his own four little creatures. What's going on? The six-winged, the glowing mantis, including the poison scorpion, even the fierce locust seemed agitated. To the four little ones, the space they occupied was their territory and they wouldn't allow other beings to step foot in it. However, now that the purple chief fox had entered Zhang Fan's embrace, coupled with the strong aura it emitted, it immediately made the four little ones restless. Especially the poison scorpion, which looked like it was about to run out of Zhang Fan's arms. With no other choice, Zhang Fan had to put the purple chief fox down and calm the four little ones. The other three creatures weren't seen by the crowd, but they did notice the fierce locust near Zhang Fan's earlobe. I didn't expect Mr. Zhang's beast to be so small. I thought you were wearing a golden ornament, Li Sini teased at that moment. It was then she suddenly realized that the beast on Zhang Fan's ear was one of the beasts that felt extreme fear. This means the other three are also quite diminutive. Suddenly Li Sini thought of the now evolved purple chief fox. After its evolution, the purple chief fox could change its size. This meant that one should not judge the strength of Zhang Fan's beasts merely by their current size, that would be too rash. At this moment, the ferocious locust also landed on Zhang Fan's shoulder. However, after Zhang Fan gently pinched it with a finger, the locust once again hung itself on Zhang Fan's earlobe. At this time, the purple chief fox showed a slight bristle. Essentially, this was because it sensed a strong presence and the fear it emitted was instinctual when it felt targeted. It's okay, little one, don't be afraid. My beasts are actually quite good-natured. For the most part, they don't get angry. They just think you're trying to take their place. Zhang Fan spoke, unsure if the purple chief fox could understand him. The red-white nine-tailed ferocious fox. Level 18 low-tier skills. 9 Heaven's Tail Sweep, Illusion Heart, Extinction Bullet, Ferocious Beast Cannon, Indestructible Aura of Malevolence. The 9 Heaven's Tail Sweep, a skill that utilizes the power of 9 tails gathered together with a slight pulling force, is an attack that creatures below the 19th tier simply cannot withstand. Every creature below the 20th tier is guaranteed to be hit. The Illusion Heart Extinction Bullet involves spitting 3 extinction bullets into the air from the mouth, which appear as 300 to the enemy, although only the original 3 have real power, each capable of killing any creature below the 20th tier with a single shot. The Ferocious Beast Cannon, when in a red state, emits a high-intensity energy bullet capable of killing any creature below the 23rd tier. There is a 3-second delay before firing. The Indestructible Aura of Malevolence, in a red state, makes any attack from a creature below the 20th tier except for psychic skills unable to truly harm it. Additionally, the beast can use the malevolent aura to force opponents into an illusion and permanently absorb 5% of their energy to enhance itself. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. The main issue was that the initial foundation was not solidly established, but this evolutionary form had indeed laid a good foundation. With this, subsequent evolutions would be much easier. Of course, it also depends on whether the opponent would seek him out, but for now, the foundation was well established. In terms of a cultivation world, it could be said that he had forged an unparalleled foundation. Strictly speaking, it wasn't an unparalleled foundation, but it was a good one. Not bad, at least in my eyes. It is past. From now on, it can also consume those illusion-type psychic materials, but I suggest you still buy some ordinary high-energy materials, as there is not much difference between them and the psychic materials. As for the skills and techniques, the current 4 are already sufficient. Its real combat power is probably 1 or 2 tiers higher than it appears now. It's just over the 20th tier. Even higher, it's not without a fighting chance, though. It would be somewhat strenuous. Zhang Fan slowly stood up. The purple chief fox didn't mind these things. It knew its own strength. As for encountering any enemies, it would rely on its own perception to gauge the approximate strength of the opponent. If it deemed them strong enough, it would not fear anything. With a graceful turn, the purple chief fox swiftly walked towards Luo Yixin, its small feet moving quickly. However, it couldn't understand the immense impact of Zhang Fan's words on everyone. What, you mean it now has 4 skills? Yes, the evolution of beasts often comes with a chance to comprehend new skills. Previously, this purple chief fox's skills were rather weak, maybe 2 or 3, and now it has finally grasped another one. Indeed, this evolution is not simple at all. It has gained the strength of 20 levels, jumped 2 levels directly. There's no need for Mr. Zhang to deceive us. Everyone was taken aback, their surprise clearly written on their faces. At this moment, they took a closer look at the purple chief fox, with Luo Yixin feeling exceptionally delighted. Wonderful, Ziyu, your skills have finally. Just then Zhang Fan interrupted. Its current skills are not the original ones. All 4 skills are brand new. It might still possess the old skills and can use them freely without any consumption. Perhaps those skills were too weak, hence it almost doesn't cost anything. You can try it out with someone today. At Zhang Fan's words, the crowd fell silent again. What do you mean? It means not just one skill was comprehended, but 4 new ones were directly grasped. You're not joking with us, are you? Li Xian, after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, asked uncertainly. Of course, Zhang Fan wasn't likely to deceive them, nor was there any need. Of course, I'm not joking. Moreover, its current evolutionary form is called the Crimson White-Robed Nine-Tailed Ferocious Fox. The name is just a code, don't take it too seriously. Its nature is still quite cruel and fierce, and its aura is somewhat similar to that of mythical beasts. Well, that's about it. Also, can I make use of this barren space? Zhang Fan's words snapped everyone back to reality. However, Li Xian, having been in the consortium for many years, understood the situation at a glance. "There is no need for such, Mr. Zhang. This item isn't very valuable, I'll give you a few scrolls." At this moment, without any hesitation, Li Xian took out 4 scrolls from her bosom and handed them to Zhang Fan, who nodded in response. At this moment Luo Yixin could hardly contain herself. "Mr. Zhang Fan, has my beast really comprehended 4 skills, and, in your opinion, are they strong?" Luo Yixin could indeed sense that Zhang Fan's standards for beasts were generally higher than those of ordinary people. From what Zhang Fan had said earlier, it was clear, it wasn't that they were weak. If there was nothing else to take care of, it was time for them to head out. "Tomorrow, I will help you become the agent of this consortium, and then it will be the turn of the Blue Ice Consortium. Regarding the Blue Ice Consortium, you only need to help me block some people and I'll handle the rest myself. I think there shouldn't be any problems, right?" After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he turned his head to look at everyone. Li Sini and the others immediately nodded at this moment. They really liked the way Zhang Fan handled things. Even this particular matter was incredibly valuable to them, especially for Luo Yexin. By then her beast taming skills should reach the 20th level without any issues. Furthermore, if things continued this way, she might even be able to lead her own consortium into the inner city of Lion Camel City. A whole new world awaited there. Later, after Luo Yexin and others hosted a dinner for Zhang Fan and his group, everyone went back to their homes. However, on the way back, Zhang Fan took out 10 Tier 13 energy cores and handed them to Li Xiangwen. "Just right, you helped me with something. I think you are naturally better at this kind of thing than me." Zhang Fan, often not one to hide his true self, knew that buying materials in large quantities with those 10 Tier 13 energy cores might attract some unwanted attention. With the recent tight schedule, Zhang Fan really didn't have time to deal with any troublesome matters. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, a glint of joy appeared in Li Xiangwen's eyes. Good, Zhang Fan hadn't abandoned him, not treating him like a burden. But Li Xiangwen also clearly understood, based on his observations, that Zhang Fan was not that kind of person. "What is it? Please tell me, I will definitely handle it well for you," Li Xiangwen said earnestly, seeing it as an opportunity to prove himself. "It's not a troublesome matter, just find a place, use these 10 Tier 13 energy cores to buy more materials, at least of Tier 7 or 8, the more the better. Among all materials, even here in Lion Camel City, energy cores are still the most expensive items. You don't need to buy anything particularly rare, as long as it meets my requirements and is relatively common, that would be fine. I'll wait for you at home, hope you make a quick trip." After Zhang Fan finished speaking, Li Xiangwen quickly nodded, swiftly taking the energy cores handed over by Zhang Fan. Time quickly moved on to the evening and Zhang Fan quietly awaited Li Xiangwen's return. Soon, the door of the villa was gently opened. As Li Xiangwen entered, he saw Zhang Fan sitting in the living room with 2 cups of chilled tea on the coffee table in front of him. "Sorry. You came back late, the tea has gone cold. I hope you don't mind," said Zhang Fan casually. A smile appeared on Li Xiangwen's face as he quickly responded, "Why would I mind? Of course not. Here are the materials you asked for. Is there anything else I can do for you?" Li Xiangwen then took out a small bag of materials and placed it on the coffee table. This bag, about the size of a palm, could also be known as a space bag. However, it wasn't crafted using any spiritual energy but was made from the materials of a mythical beast, covered with a space-expanding scroll. It was designed specifically to store materials from such beasts, though naturally occurring materials from the wilderness could also be stored in it. Zhang Fan picked it up, glanced over it, and nodded slightly. Seeing Li Xiangwen's weary appearance, Zhang Fan didn't say much. "Well done, you can go rest now," he said. Li Xiangwen blinked. "If there's anything else you need, just tell me, I can take care of it." Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing for now. My beast is about to evolve again soon and I might need your help with some miscellaneous tasks later. But by then, here in the outer city of Shirtu City, there shouldn't be anyone troubling you anymore." After saying this, Zhang Fan watched as Li Xiangwen went to rest. As for the 3 ladies, Li Ye and others, Zhang Fan had already sent them to rest earlier. At this time, apart from Zhang Fan, there was still another person in the hall. "Koningning, come out, you've been hiding here for quite some time. Is there anything you want to say? If you are worried about your family's troubles, I can assure you that I will send you back to your family within the week. Of course, if I am to settle some internal matters for you, then I will need half of your family's resources. We agreed on this earlier, didn't we? Any problems with that?" Zhang Fan turned his head towards a load-bearing pillar. Indeed, following his words, a small and delicate girl stepped out from behind it. This was none other than Koningning, who had been hiding there all along. "No, it's not about my family's Issues, she said, clutching the corner of her clothes, barely daring to look at Zhang Fan. She occasionally lifted her eyes to scrutinize him carefully, then quickly diverted her gaze elsewhere. Zhang Fan just laughed heartily in response. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just that evolution isn't a very difficult thing for me. If that's all, you should go rest. We thought you had already rested." Sure enough, after Zhang Fan's words, Ko Ningning's anxious heart finally settled down. It was Zhang Fan's remark that allowed Ko Ningning to breathe a sigh of relief. Such an outcome was more than good for her. "So that's how it is. It seems that you truly are one of the highly talented individuals in Jiangnan City. Although Xiaoyu has told me quite a bit about you before now, your abilities have added quite a weight in my heart," Ko Ningning said with a smile as she walked over and gently sat down on the sofa opposite Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan nodded casually. This kind of praise and the astonishment of most people were things Zhang Fan had seen too much of, and he understood them very well. Therefore, to Zhang Fan, Ko Ningning's words were quite ordinary. "If there's nothing else, you should go rest. Also, if you want to meet that good friend of yours, she will definitely arrange it for you." Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Once the matter with the Lonbing Corporation is resolved, then it will be the Ko family's turn. Currently, there is still no information on the Ko family, so it might be worth drawing the snake out of the hole. However the other side reacts, they will need at least 3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days should be enough to help Luo Yexin successfully take control of the Baishue Corporation and deal with the Lonbing Corporation. No, I'll stay with you guys for now. I'm not in a hurry. After all, the current me is actually not as good as Li Xianguan." Ko Ningning shook her head helplessly. "In my eyes, everyone has their value, and you are no exception. If I help you take back your family, would you go all out to help me?" Zhang Fan asked casually. Ko Ningning immediately responded, "Of course, I will definitely help you." "You are?" Ko Ningning's face turned red. In her view, Zhang Fan was a person who had looks, ability, and most importantly, a great sense of responsibility. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Fan already had people like Li Ye, she would have had some plans of her own. "Very well, that's actually enough. By the way, you have materials on you, right? What rank is your beast now?" Suddenly Zhang Fan's interest was piqued again. It seems if Ko Ningning were to take back her family on her own, no, she at least needed to have a basic level of combat power. Otherwise, even if I help Ko Ningning reclaim her family's position, once the day comes that I leave, the Ko family will still be in trouble. To Ko Ningning, it might not be something she can hold on to by herself. She does have some capabilities, but not many. My beasts are currently at the 5th tier. Ko Ningning smacked her lips. This level, even if placed in Shirtua, let alone in Jiangnan City, isn't really that high. In fact, it could be considered rather low. Well, then forget it. In the next few days, all you need to do is wait quietly and leave the rest to me." Zhang Fan couldn't help but reach out and gently rubbed Ko Ningning's head, pinching the tender flesh on her face as well. "I must say the feeling is quite delightful indeed." Soon after, Ko Ningning also went to rest while Zhang Fan directly tore open the void scroll that Li Sini had given him earlier. In an instant he disappeared from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in that familiar desolate space. Essentially, all these desolate spaces looked the same. Zhang Fan immediately let out his 6-winged creature. "This time it's only you undergoing evolution, Yao Tang. Next time, the poison scorpion and the fierce locust have already evolved. Now help me prepare the materials and stop clinging to me." Zhang Fan noticed that 6 wings, perhaps having picked up habits from the poison scorpion, always liked to stick close to him. It usually made his arms itch, which was tolerable, but now at such a time, why still this behavior? Upon hearing it was about its evolution, 6 wings somewhat reluctantly jumped down from Zhang Fan's body and started working on the materials with him. Arranging the materials didn't take much time. Moreover, Zhang Fan had the power of the panel as a guide. He just needed to handle the materials. The rest could be left to the power of the panel. So it began. 6 wings, you must be very excited about this evolution. Immediately Zhang Fan began to activate the formation, and that extremely familiar aura appeared once again. Then a large amount of materials transformed into streams of energy that crazily surged towards 6 wings. At this moment, 6 wings didn't restrict its own size, growing directly to its original size of over 300 meters. Eventually Zhang Fan didn't know how much time had passed. The evolution of 6 wings had finally come to an end. Now its carapace, compared to before, was even darker, inkier, while the countless legs beneath it turned a more golden yellow. The supreme path of the indestructible heart of the sky holds no lesser saints, with a rank of 10th order junior. Its skills include indestructible body, unbeatable fong, undying poison, and unfading will. Indestructible body. Any creature below the 30th order, any attack, any offensive skill will have no effect whatsoever, and if the opponent uses a skill-based attack, their skill will be completely cursed and sealed for the next 10 minutes. Unbeatable Fong, the toxins in the fangs. Imbued with a hint of the power of rules, cause unbearable pain to any creature below the 32nd order. The pain is so intense that the victim would live in agony until death, with the timing of death depending on the physical strength of the victim. Undying poison. The beast can use the toxins generated by the rules within its body to resurrect some corpses to serve as combat power. Additionally, for every corpse revived nearby, the beast's overall strength increases by 1%. The revived corpses must be at least 15th order. Otherwise they cannot withstand the power of the toxins. Unfading will. With a wildly insane roar, it dispels any playful spirit, returning to its original murderous and fierce beast form. Its overall physical attributes increase to 5 times their original strength, and all injuries heal 10 times faster. The other 3 skill effects also double in power. When Zhang Fan finished reviewing the current panel of the 6 wings, he was quite astonished. He couldn't help but slowly look up again at the 6 wings. Now, the 6 wings had become a massive creature stretching 600 meters. Its head alone was 100 meters tall. More terrifying were the countless rushing feathers and the golden insect legs beneath. After a few glances, one could even feel a slight sense of illusion. Indeed, the current 6 wings actually possessed more than those 4 skills. Its original skills were still present to some extent. However, for the current 6 wings, those skills almost had no cost at all. It could release them effortlessly. Then the 6 wings immediately shrank its body and quickly jumped towards Zhang Fan. Now, the 6 wings could also feel the surging power inside its body after evolution growing wildly, but what it cared about more was first getting into the sleeve of Zhang Fan. As for its own power, it was not in a hurry to check now, planning to leave that for later. You little fellow, why are you so clingy at this time? Well, if you want to stay then stay, Zhang Fan said as he pinched the now shrunken 6 wings. The 6 wings did not struggle and stayed very quietly in Zhang Fan's hand. Finally, Zhang Fan did not continue to pet it. The 6 wings twisted its body and leisurely crawled into Zhang Fan's sleeve, settling in its old spot without moving. If one were to pull open Zhang Fan's clothes at this moment, they would find that the 6 wings was just like a bracelet directly wrapped around Zhang Fan's arm. The next morning, Zhang Fan also got up early from bed. Following that, Zhang Fan suddenly caught sight of 3 very enticing figures. However, he quickly composed himself. Usually he had no problem sleeping in, but with recent events being so busy, he couldn't afford to get lost in distractions. Indeed, it seemed that even heroes had their weaknesses when it came to beautiful distractions. Zhang Fan felt that if he were to spend a few days lounging with Li Ye and the others, he might eventually lose the will to attend to any matters at all. Promptly, Zhang Fan started to freshen up and Li Ye and the others also got up. Compared to Li Ye and Wang Bing, Louis had turned into quite the addicting driver. Aren't we doing any morning exercises today? Louis teased Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He always found Louis to be more bark than bite, always bold in words, but in action it wouldn't take half an hour before she'd surrender. That was just Louis. With a smirk, Zhang Fan paused, his eyes fixed on Louis. Oh, you want a shot, huh? Well, it's not impossible. My beast evolved again last night. I feel like I've got endless energy now. At this, sweat started to bead on Louis's forehead as she seemed to recall something. Aha, aren't we supposed to go to the White Blood Consortium today? After all, today's agenda is quite important. Let's discuss this later. Louis swallowed nervously. After a bit of playful scuffling, they all headed out. At this moment, on the other side, in the Grand Hall at the headquarters of the White Blood Consortium, a significant number of the high-ranking members had already gathered. The Council of Elders, the top 100 leaders. The Council of Elders consisted of the historical leaders of the White Blood Consortium, originally 9 members, but 16 years ago, during a massive melee involving over a dozen consortiums in Shirtas City, many were severely weakened. Of course, at the very least, the White Blood Consortium had survived, unlike some other consortiums which had dissolved entirely. It had been a long time indeed, 16 years since the last major gathering of the consortium, which had been during the Shirtas City Consortium War. What could this meeting signify now? What has that boy done? He has indeed done quite a bit. A significant portion of people are planning to leave our consortium because of him. Yet he came up with another brilliant idea, to go around the small towns recruiting, not swindling people. Who initiated today's meeting of all the senior executives? I feel it's pointless. Among the 4 heirs, only Luo Jifeng possesses a 13th tier beast, and he has also contributed a new evolutionary path. Many of the top 100 executives of the consortium who are still unaware of the full situation are exchanging words among themselves, some of whom have not fully arrived yet. The so-called top 100 executives are extremely influential within the consortium and possess considerable power. Though they are not exactly young, their families have also made significant contributions to the consortium. These combined factors are what qualify one to be among the top 100 executives. They are the backbone of the consortium's strength, and the primary criterion is still power. Without sufficient strength, one cannot be considered part of this elite group, otherwise they are just ordinary senior executives. This strength requirement means possessing at least one 14th tier beast. 3 elders sat at the foremost seats, and one of them slowly began to speak. Actually, that boy, I feel we misjudged him. It's good that he has an ambitious heart, but his abilities simply cannot support it. So, what do we do? You all know the situation with the other 3. Has our 100 blood consortium really come to such a decline? The expressions on their faces were somewhat helpless. However, they recalled that during the last meeting initiated by Licini, they were told that the White Blood Consortium was about to be reborn. At the same time, Luo Yexin's beast had made a breakthrough. He was to challenge Luo Jifeng in front of all the top executives and the entire Elder Council to completely defeat him and qualify as the new acting agent of the consortium. If Luo Yexin really succeeds, then there would be no 2-year probation period. He would directly become the true acting agent of the White Blood Consortium. Suddenly, clear yet somewhat heavy footsteps echoed through the massive conference room, causing everyone to turn their heads. They saw a young man with a proud face slowly approaching. His brows were slightly furrowed, clearly indicating his mood was not the best. Of course, anyone in his position today would not feel happy. This young man was none other than Luo Jifeng, followed by several middle-aged men, his loyal supporters. These supporters were either from within the consortium or recruited from outside. Generally, most people are found internally, but if not enough can be found, then they must look externally. If from outside, they either already possess considerable power and have decided to join the consortium, or they must have personal combat strength starting from the 15th tier. Meeting these requirements is also acceptable. In plain terms, whoever can bring significant benefits to the consortium and possesses substantial strength can become an agent within the consortium. I am an agent of the consortium, and now I should know who initiated this meeting. Don't you know that my beast has reached a critical period of evolution? If I don't get an explanation today, there will be no turning the page. Luo Jifeng, with his usual arrogance, took his seat at the meeting right where the agents sit. What infuriated him even more was that he was not personally invited to this meeting. He only knew about it through an internal consortium notification that there was a meeting today. The most outrageous part was that he felt this meeting could not have been prepared in just one day. After all, initiating such a high-level all-member meeting would undoubtedly require a lot of preparation. It's impossible that someone's beast had an absurd breakthrough to the 18th or 19th stage and then they would challenge his position as an agent, right? Clearly, the real situation could not possibly be like this. So, there remains only one possibility: a significant number of people are very dissatisfied with him. At the same time, in this situation, the other party might even want him dead. Once he leaves the position of the consortium agent, he would definitely not survive. This is an unwritten rule. This rule is not only in the consortium he bought into, but it also applies in other consortia without any exceptions. The main reason he has not yet fully taken action against the other 3 people is that those 3 still have some supporters. Another reason is that his position is not yet fully secured. Give you an explanation? Are you joking, Luo Jifeng? This is my normal right, and don't forget you are still within a 2-year probation period. For the first year, the elders did not intervene, and in the second year, after the top 100 senior members also felt there were no issues with you, only then you will truly be considered an agent. Right now you are just an intern on the same level as us, and whether we notify you in advance or not is permissible. At this moment, Licini spoke up directly. Her voice resonated throughout the meeting room. At the same time, the room suddenly fell silent. Actually, quite a number of people did not even know that this all-member meeting was initiated by Licini. At this moment, everyone's eyes were wide open. If one were to say that Licini has initiated this meeting, it could only mean that Luo Yexin is now eyeing the same position, planning to snatch it away. Instantly, Luo Jifeng's expression changed. Honestly, within the Baishue Corporation, there are quite a few with the surname Luo. In other words, whichever family's child shows more potential could vie for this position. Until now, Luo Jifeng had been the favorite. Well, he used to be the favorite. recently a portion of people have started to show their dissatisfaction with him. So you're representing Luo Yexin, right? Where is she? Luo Jifeng couldn't help but look around. He did not see Luo Yexin anywhere. At this moment whispers spread among the top executives, some clearly puzzled. Does Luo Yexin still dare to show her face directly? Hasn't her beast been unable to evolve for 2 or 3 years? She hasn't even managed to master a basic illusion-type spiritual skill. Why does she suddenly have ambitions for this proxy position now? She'll be here soon. And today she intends to challenge you in front of everyone, including your supporters, Li Sini said, after which the room fell silent again. Some were stunned, but these top executives had weathered many storms and were cunning as foxes. At this moment each one touched their chin full of doubt. No one was a fool. What they didn't know was where exactly Li Sini's confidence came from. Haha, with her 9th tier beast. Are you joking? Among us here 21 firmly support me and I have 7 more behind me. These 7 each possessed beasts of 14th or 15th tier and they had only agreed to support me as the corporation's proxy. I have even brought a new evolutionary path to the corporation. What does Luo Yexin have? Why should I step down for her relying on her 9th tier beast? After he finished speaking, Luo Jifeng couldn't help but laugh again, legs crossed. The 7 middle-aged men behind him bore similar expressions. Just as Li Sini was about to continue, the conference room's doors opened again, but this time from another direction. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. First, they saw Luo Yexin, but their eyes quickly focused on the beast in her arms, the tri-tail purple chief fox, which now had its 3 tails merge into one with the other 2 nowhere in sight. This bizarre transformation changed the expressions of everyone present. They could no longer sense the beast's aura. Could it be that the tri-tail purple chief fox is no longer viable? That shouldn't be the case. Is this the corporation meeting you spoke of? Are these the people we need to defeat? They don't seem very strong. Zhang Fan's words rang out arrogantly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. To be honest, they had never encountered a young man as audacious as Zhang Fan in all these years. He seemed to regard nothing and no one with any importance. However, it wasn't that Zhang Fan disregarded everything. Rather, his evolved 6-winged form was so powerful that he deemed everyone present beneath his notice. Just a while ago he had scanned the room and found not a single individual who posed a threat to him, not even those with the aura of a level 30 beast. Clearly, among these people, there was no one whose beast's aura reached level 30. Instead, most were around levels 13, 14 or 15. Even the 3 elders seated at the highest seats were not particularly strong, their combat power only at level 17. At that moment their gaze shifted away from Luo Yexin and focused entirely back on Zhang Fan. They soon realized that they couldn't see through this young man at all. Zhang Fan's words also caused people like Li Sini, who were already aware of the situation, to break out in a slight cold sweat. Indeed, Zhang Fan had the right to speak so boldly, for he possessed the strength appropriate for his age. Adding to this, the evolved beast that Zhang Fan had given to Luo Yexin only further enhanced his capabilities. The only thing that could slow his progress was a lack of resources. Young man, who are you? Do you know where you are? This is the top-level executive meeting of the Bai Shui Consortium. You seem quite young. Did you just graduate from the academy? Don't be too ignorant of the ways of the world, or you might just end up dead, said one of the executives. Luo Yexin, aren't you going to explain? Who is he? Why did you bring him here? Luo Jifeng spoke casually, for he didn't sense an overwhelming power from Zhang Fan. On the contrary, he couldn't sense any power at all from him. Such a scenario could only mean one thing. The opponent's beast was incredibly stronger than his own, which seemed unlikely given the young man's age. Thus the only explanation was that Zhang Fan's beast was very weak, likely a distraction. What exactly is Luo Yexin planning? Before Luo Yexin could finish speaking, Zhang Fan abruptly cut him off. Explain? What's there to explain? I'm in a hurry. If I recall correctly, defeating all of you should suffice, right? Zhang Fan said calmly, his gaze fixed intensely and dismissively on his opponents. His words immediately caused Luo Jifeng's brows to furrow deeply. Kid, do you even know what you're talking about? So, you insist on doing this? Pan Zhe, go take out this kid's beast and kill him as well. Just graduated from the academy and you think you can meddle in our consortium meeting? Do you not realize this could get you killed? Luo Jifeng spoke arrogantly. Behind him, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Are we fighting here? This space is a bit too cramped, isn't it? Can we move somewhere else? Moreover, this distance is too close for my comfort. I don't want your blood on me. Zhang Fan knew all too well that this conflict was not going to be a normal duel. Everyone would be fighting with all their might, no holding back. At this moment, one of the three elders sitting at the top spoke up. "Young man, are you sure about this? If you turn around and leave now, none of this will concern you. It's good to be courageous, but you must be aware of the reality. Once you're dead, that's it. Also, Yi Sini, don't forget, even if you do find someone who can defeat Jifeng's supporters, you'll still need to defeat Luo Jifeng yourself. This final step must be done by you alone. No one else can help you. Our consortium isn't as strong as it used to be, and I really hope we can avoid this infighting." The other two elders shared similar expressions. As for Li Sini and the others, they were brimming with confidence, not to mention that Luo Yexin's beast had reached the 18th tier. The main thing is Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's power is not just at the 18th tier, in fact his combat power is much higher than what they had anticipated. This was mainly because one of her beasts could sense the situation of the four beasts with Zhang Fan. Looking at it now, Zhang Fan's beast seemed to have grown even stronger. "Regret? No need for that, let's begin. I've already seen the scroll in your hand. It must be a spatial expansion scroll, right? Use it." Sometimes a consortium can only advance further when everyone is united. From what I see, the internal state of this consortium isn't great. After Zhang Fan's words, many chose to shut up. They also looked at Zhang Fan with a bit of interest. To speak in such a manner showed that Zhang Fan was not as simple as he appeared to be. Young. "So, young man, if you were him, what would you do?" "Kill those who do not support me, it's that simple. It doesn't matter whether their loyalty is genuine or feigned. I need the entire consortium to heed my command. Only then can the consortium function at its highest efficiency to fulfill my laws," Zhang Fan said indifferently. Bang! However, Luo Jifeng was somewhat displeased, his fist smashing down onto the table in front of him. The loud sound immediately captured the attention of everyone in the room. "Luo Yexin, look at who you've brought back. Can such a person even join our consortium?" Zhang Fan's words made many feel a chill down their spine. Moreover, for Li Sini and others, it was clear that a person like Zhang Fan was absolutely not to be offended. Otherwise, sooner or later Zhang Fan's temperament would seek revenge. But now, upon careful consideration, they were already on good terms with Zhang Fan, so there was no need to worry about this issue anymore. At this moment, Zhang Fan did not even glance at Luo Jifeng. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the three elders seated on the high platform. "An arrogant fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." It seems he set his mind on getting involved. Where does this kid get the audacity to speak like this? Is he not afraid of death? Perhaps he truly isn't afraid. Harboring dreams of soaring to the skies, what a pity, reality is never reasonable. In the end, he will surely die here, leaving behind nothing but his pathetic courage. Alas, he is still just a young man. Around them, the top executives of the consortium were mostly skeptical of Zhang Fan. Most of them did not hold a favorable view of him. However, a few individuals, arms crossed and corners of their mouths slightly lifted, remained silent. If Zhang Fan were to observe these people closely, he would realize that he had seen them before. They were the elders related to Luo Yexin. Meanwhile, Li Sini looked at Zhang Fan with increasing approval. If only someone like him had been born into our consortium, she thought. Such a person would surely command the respect of everyone within the consortium. Completely different from that petty Luo Jifeng. Perhaps it would be good if Zhang Fan stayed to help us. He could become Luo Yexin's right-hand man. In that case, our Bai Shui consortium could fully develop within 2 or 3 months, even possibly returning to its former peak. Unfortunately, I am well aware that these are just my own fanciful thoughts. Essentially, Zhang Fan is here to help Luo Yexin clear all obstacles just this once, but next time it will be Luo Yexin herself who must clear the obstacles. It's uncertain whether Luo Yexin will still be capable of this when the time comes. However, with her assistance, there shouldn't be too many major issues. With this in mind, Li Sini now focused her gaze on the high platform where the three elders stood, her face filled with great anticipation. If all goes as expected, the elders should soon use a spatial expansion scroll. Although it's a temporary scroll lasting only 3 to 4 hours, that should be ample time. Perhaps there might even be many supporters willing to back Luo Jifeng, which would complicate matters if a fight breaks out. In such a scenario, it would be best to use a void scroll. Young man, this is your choice, not us forcing you. Next, I will activate the temporary spatial expansion scroll and this area will be enlarged. The venue will become very large, which should be sufficient for your fight. The elders spoke calmly while the other two elders looked on indifferently, showing no intention of speaking. The other top executives around slightly nodded after witnessing this scene. Especially those who originally supported Luo Jifeng, who now looked at Zhang Fan with a faint sneer. It's laughable, such a lack of strength, and clearly just a young man fresh out of the academy, naive about the ways of the world. But such people are not unheard of, and most of them end up dying very miserably. In the past, they were curious if such people really existed. Now, they have seen it with their own eyes. Indeed, they exist and have come before them. Hold on before we start fighting, we must settle everything. Licini, I don't expect Luo Yexin to achieve much. To be honest, I used to have high regard for you, thinking that there was someone in the consortium who knew what it takes to accomplish a great deed. Attitude, intuition, vision, you had it all. Unfortunately, you lost today. If this young man dies, you, along with those others you know I'm referring to, will all have to step down from the top 100 executives. Luo Jifeng is no fool either. His intuition tells him this man is unlikely someone Luo Yexin could have brought in. Luo Yexin doesn't understand how to play these internal consortium battles. The only people on Luo Yexin's side who know how to play this game are Licini and a few others. In fact, this time it was just a guess. Zhang Fan helping Luo Yexin was merely a coincidence. There are no other reasons left. Step down from the top 100 executives? Sure, no problem, I can do that too. Tisk tisk, Luo Jifeng, you really have confidence in yourself. However, with the way you're acting, I'm not sure if you can keep it up. Everyone here is no fool, and those people are also among the top 100 in the organization. Upon hearing Luo Jifeng's words, they all nodded slightly. Licini appeared utterly indifferent. Of course, if I lose in the end, I will leave the consortium, Luo Jifeng said slowly. He had a backup plan, although it wasn't a very good one. That's why Luo Jifeng didn't want to lose, and in fact he didn't think he could lose. Leave? Are you misunderstanding something? If you lose, you die. There's nothing simple about leaving or not. Zhang Fan saw through him at a glance. For such a person who has chosen to be an enemy, there's no way they could just let him go. They must kill him. Otherwise, they shouldn't make enemies. Otherwise, it just gives the enemy a chance for revenge. Luo Jifeng's expression darkened and his gaze towards Zhang Fan became extremely cold. Previously he thought Zhang Fan was just an ignorant youngster, but now he truly wanted Zhang Fan to die. Alright, I am about to use the spatial expansion scroll, you two get ready. As for the rules, kids, since you've come here you know the rules, I won't repeat them here. Wait a moment. Suddenly Zhang Fan spoke again, and this time many people were somewhat impatient, especially Luo Jifeng, who was already very displeased with Zhang Fan, his eyes filled with intense murderous intent. Kid, I admit that you have completely enraged me now. In a while I will definitely chop you and your beast into pieces too. Feed the dogs? What, do you have anything else to say? Since you've come here today and participated in this meeting of the White Blood Consortium, no matter what your intentions are, you can't possibly leave now, Luo Jifeng said with a cold face. At the same time he also occasionally glanced at Licini and Luo Yexin, including those who secretly supported Luo Yexin. He had originally planned, once he had secured his position as the agent of the consortium, to deal with these people, but he had never expected that these individuals would come to him first and even initiate such a meeting. If he lost this meeting, there would also be a price to pay. Also, kid, let me tell you one more detail. Since you've chosen this way, it means that you can't use any temporary level raising items, drugs or scrolls on your beast, understand? Luo Jifeng was indeed very annoyed with Zhang Fan, but he was not foolish. With the beasts under your control, there's no need for my beast to utilize those props. I just want to mention that even if we use a spatial expansion scroll here, it won't be effective. Let's just use a void scroll instead. You seem in a rush, why don't you bring one out and use it directly? Zhang Fan looked calmly at Luo Jifeng. He could clearly sense the aura emanating from Luo, which belonged unmistakably to a 13th tier beast. This suggested that Luo's beast was also of the 13th tier. However, what puzzled Zhang Fan was the somewhat unstable nature of Luo's aura. Typically, a beastmaster's aura derived from their beast should be stable. Could it be that his beast's level was inherently unstable? That shouldn't be the case. Even if the level required adjustment, the reciprocal enhancement of strength was real, a tangible thing. Zhang Fan didn't dwell on these thoughts. In the end, Luo Yexin would face Luo Jifeng, and whatever secrets the latter bore were not of paramount concern to Zhang. After all, if Luo wasn't strong enough, what was there to worry about? It would simply be a waste of energy. Fine, I'll do it myself, Luo Jifeng declared, then turned to address the elderly man in the center. Master Zhang, there's no need for further trouble, I'll use a void scroll myself, consider it a parting gift for this youngster. Panzai, no need for probing, just give it your all and accord this youngster the highest death rights. Your beast is of the 15th tier, this shouldn't be a challenge for you. Pan Zhe, the middle-aged man previously tasked by Luo Jifeng to eliminate Zhang Fan, nodded slightly. The white-haired elder who had spoken earlier also nodded silently. Immediately Luo Jifeng produced a void scroll. In the blink of an eye, everyone was transported into the void space. The landscape was eerily familiar, remarkably barren, not even a whisper of wind in sight. However, several high-ranking members, relatives of Luo Yisan, quickly retreated a considerable distance. They knew, unlike the others, about Luo Yisan's beast, which measured 300 meters in size. If a battle ensued, the dust stirred could cover a kilometer. And as for Zhang Fan, the initiator of the evolution, they had no doubt his beast was substantial in size, possibly reaching 400 to 500 meters. After all, Luo Yisan's beast, the three-tailed purple chifox, was a massive 300 meters, and Zhang's eyes betrayed no surprise, indicating he had anticipated as much. So it can be said from one side that Zhang Fan's beast is definitely not small in size. It's starting now. Pay close attention, Exin. To be honest, your performance today is not very impressive, and now your beast is not weak, but you cannot continue to be weak. Even Mr. Zhang has noticed this. In his eyes he thinks you are very weak. Now, this is your opportunity. At least with his current arrogance, no one dares to underestimate you. At this moment, Li Sini whispered to Luo Yexin. However, at this time Li Sini did not notice that Luo Yexin's eyes were filled with the figure of Zhang Fan. The way Zhang Fan had protected her just now stirred a mix of unease and excitement in her heart. Honestly, she had never experienced such feelings before. After a short while, Li Sini finally heard a response from Luo Yexin. She couldn't help but nod lightly. At the same time, she sighed in her heart. After all, this child lost her parents early, otherwise her personality wouldn't be like this. Although sometimes she is quite wild, most of the time she is weak. A weak person can ultimately not become an agent of a consortium, unless they possess an absolutely overwhelming strength. Then, the benevolence shown is a form of tolerance. However, clearly Luo Yexin is basically not up to that standard at this moment. Many people's attention was not on Luo Yexin but on Zhang Fan and Pan Zhe. At this moment, Pan Zhe also immediately summoned his own beasts, the red firebone horse and the shadow cat leopard. These two beasts of mine, one is of the 15th tier and the other is of the 13th tier, because I am using all my strength. If you only have one beast, I will not hold back. Now, we stand here with no quarter given, and I hope you won't hold it against me when I kill you later, Pan Zhe said slowly. His face also carried a cold, murderous intent. Similarly, he was very clear that Zhang Fan was unlikely to hold back against him. Most likely he would strike to kill. Zhang Fan nodded. Of course, he wouldn't hold any grudges. He then carefully sized up the opponent's beasts. He noticed that the shadow cat leopard was about 70 meters in size, but it actually had quite a few hidden injuries. Zhang Fan could even identify 3 old wounds, which were a kind of weakness in some ways. If nothing unexpected happens, this beast should be the opponent's first beast, otherwise it would not have so many hidden injuries. In another case, the imperial beast in question had an odd appearance. Standing 100 meters tall, its body composed entirely of bones from which flames continuously emerged. To Zhang Fan, this imperial beast seemed quite intriguing. However, its strength and its downfall both lay in its very form. Such a form was indeed terrifying among imperial beasts, yet its potential was clearly capped. Zhang Fan estimated that this imperial beast could at most ascend to the 18th level. Progressing further was practically impossible. Of course, if it could evolve, that would be a different matter altogether. Just then, as he reached out to pinch the still sleeping fierce locust, he suddenly felt a fluctuation at his left cuff. It was the aura of Yao Tang. Do you want to join the battle? All right then. Zhang Fan immediately changed his plans. Often he would agree with the ideas of his imperial beasts, but these creatures usually didn't have any particular notions. Without further ado, Zhang Fan threw out Yao Tang and then turned his attention to Pan Zhe. It's okay, is this your full strength? I won't hold back either. Before Zhang Fan could finish, Luo Jifeng beside him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, with such a small imperial beast, how can you win? And this level of aura? Ha ha, are you joking with me? A 6th tier high level insect type imperial beast. Can you tell me where you got this confidence from? At this moment, Luo Jifeng was thoroughly amused. Some of his supporters also laughed out loud at this time. What's going on? Did he bring out such an imperial beast just for laughs? He's not planning to kill us with laughter, huh? A 6th tier imperial beast? This little thing is actually quite unique. Could he be mistaken, or does he not feel the strength of Pan Zhe's imperial beast at all? How dare he bring out such a beast? These people were all mocking, yet they felt somewhat Surprised and intrigued by the novelty of the situation, even then Lee Sin and others were also puzzled. It shouldn't be, his Imperial Beast's level can't be this weak. At that moment Lee Sin immediately had her Screaming Mouse sense around. Soon a wave of fear transmitted from the Screaming Mouse to her. That's right, this Imperial Beast, its combat power, around the 14th level? Lee Sin was stunned for a moment, even doubting whether her own Imperial Beast could have sensed incorrectly. But, wait, could this Imperial Beast indeed possess 14th level combat power just at this level? But the question remains, how many Imperial Beasts could possess 14th level combat power at the 6th tier? Suddenly Lee Sin's eyes widened. It wasn't that she didn't believe it. On the contrary, she now fully believed it. One reason was her own Imperial Beast, the Screaming Mouse. The second reason lies with Luo Yexin. Originally, when Luo Yexin's beast underwent evolution, its level soared directly to the 18th tier. However, according to Zhang Fan's own account, the true combat power of the beast was actually at the 20th tier. This being said, Auntie, just watch peacefully. This time you'll witness the terror of geniuses from the outside world, the true formidable prodigies. At this moment, many people heard Lee Sin's words and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. With Zhang Fan's beast like this, he too could be called a genius. Even Pan Zhe was stunned. He was nearly 50 years old now and felt he had seen plenty of storms in his time. In his youth he had left his hometown to seek his fortune here. Nowadays, a 6th-tier beast like Zhang Fan's would not be considered anything special in his hometown. At most it would be deemed outstanding. Yao Tang, there's no need for this attitude. They are our enemies whom we need to kill. This isn't just a friendly spar. As long as the opponent has a beast and you can sense their killing intent, then they are our enemies. As Zhang Fan's words ended, silence fell once again. If they weren't mistaken, Zhang Fan was actually talking to his beast. But here lies the question. Could a beast understand such complex intentions, especially insect-type beasts which generally have smaller brains? It's hard for them to fully grasp their master's intentions. Many avoid using insect-type beasts precisely because of this reason. Just as Pan Zhe was about to speak again, suddenly a tremendous and ferocious aura burst forth and Yao Tang's form also instantly grew. From its original size of 5 to 6 centimeters, it visibly grew at an astonishing speed to a massive 300 meters tall mantis. It grew 6 horrific insect blades. The aura it emitted made everyone feel terrified. At the same time, Pan Zhe's two beasts, when facing Yao Tang, slowly lowered their bodies and began to retreat. This was their unease and their fear. Wait, is this still the same beast from before? How could this be possible? This aura is truly that of a mythical beast. How did he manage to train his beast to this extent? Such a beast with this size and potential, know this bloodthirsty killing intent. This beast's real combat power cannot possibly be just 6th tier, at least it must be 13th tier. At this moment, many people felt like their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Even Lee Sin and others felt a great shock at this time. However, they accepted it rather quickly. After all, they had previously witnessed Luo Yexin's beast. Just as everyone was feeling a bit shocked, Yao Tang's figure began to move. With a whoosh, the sound of air being cleaved filled their ears, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. This sound made them feel as though they were in an unexplored, informationless wilderness. It seemed as if a deadly beast lurked in the bushes around them, ready to strike them down. Is this a disaster-level beast tamer's creature? They wondered in disbelief. How is this possible? Why isn't such a potent beast tamer with the imperial military? At that moment, an elder with white hair among the speakers trembled slightly. There was no other reason than the sheer shock he felt upon witnessing Zhang Fan's Yao Tang. What does a disaster-level beast tamer's creature mean? This grade of beast cannot be measured by normal standards. Moreover, these creatures are commonly known as divine beasts. Their apparent level and aura are deceptive because their true combat power could likely be 3 to 4 times their level. This isn't due to any skill. It's simply that these beasts are inherently strong and level advancements enhance them even more. A combination of factors makes their combat abilities truly terrifying. With a fierce shriek from Yao Tang, everyone felt as if they had heard a death knell shaking them to their core. Where is it? At this moment, Pan Zhe could no longer care about others. Sweat broke out on his face due to the terror. The sheer size of 300 meters, sometimes the size of a beast tamer's creature, can indeed be a reference for its combat power. Without giving Pan Zhe much time to search, he soon saw Yao Tang's form and simultaneously his own beast, the shadow leopard cat, being split into two. A loud bang suddenly erupted, making everyone's eyes widen, not daring to blink as they felt a 13th tier presence dissipate. Without a doubt, Pan Zhe's shadow leopard cat, his beast, was dead. What a joke, they murmured. A 13th tier beast tamed creature was annihilated in one strike by a mere 6th tier. Is this level difference a joke? This was not just surpassing a few levels. This was literally doubling the expected level. The onlookers' eyes bulged as if they could fit 10 eggs in their mouths. Even then, some people pinched themselves so hard at this moment, believing that everything they were seeing was merely an illusion. Of course, it was not an illusion at all. With a loud crash, Yao Tang and the fiery skeletal horse collided. After briefly separating, they clashed again almost immediately. However, this time the confrontation did not last long. Yao Tang swiftly dodged back, his aura climbing steadily. He was preparing to use a skill. What was that sound? Everyone's gaze swept over to find a slightly silvery bone. Such a bone, wasn't it, from the skeletal horse? This power, a 15th tier beast tamer, and that's all it amounted to. What kind of joke was this? What kind of monster was this? Could this creature really be 6th tier, or had some kind of tool been used on the beast? Note that couldn't be possible. No matter what kind of tool or how it might conceal, the beast's own level and aura could not be completely hidden during battle. So this beast was truly 6th tier? A 6th tier beast had defeated a 13th tier beast with a single strike. Perhaps it was a sneak attack. A sneak attack, well, that seemed suspect initially, but now, the skeletal horse's bone was broken. Everyone, this couldn't be considered a sneak attack anymore, could it? The so-called top 100 elites around were each more shocked than the last. Helplessly, Zhang Fan's beast demonstrated such terrifying combat power in their eyes that it seemed utterly unstoppable. Just moments ago, a 13th tier shadow leopard had been turned into 2 strips of flesh. Everyone watched the scene, their scalps tingling. What kind of joke was this? How could? Panzai's face was also filled with surprise, but soon the backlash of his beast's death made him kneel on the ground. Planning to use a skill on it? Don't use those high consumption skills. Zhang Fan, seeing Yao Tang's aura still climbing, knew that Yao Tang's next move was definitely not going to be ordinary. For instance, Yao Tang's selfless severing, a terrifying strike emitted in a state where it could not recover before evolving, damaging an insect blade. The skill was indeed very powerful, but in Zhang Fan's view, Yao Tang did not need to go to such extremes. The most direct reason was that the other 3 beasts he currently had were much stronger than Yao Tang, so there really was no need for Yao Tang to fight to the death. Crash, crack, Yao Tang struck again, this time his attack directly slicing off a large section of bones. Bone fragments and dust soared into the sky. With a thud, the once fiery red flame skeleton horse suddenly transformed into a struggling old horse, collapsing onto the ground. It occasionally struggled, and everyone could feel how weak the horse's spirit had become. Meanwhile, just as Yao Tang was about to pursue his victory, suddenly 3 figures charged towards him. Bang! Yao Tang! Zhang Fan's eyes widened as he turned to look beside Luo Jifeng. At that moment, 3 middle-aged men with serious expressions stepped forward. Alongside them were 4 guardian beasts, 3 of which had already approached Zhang Fan and in fact had already knocked Yao Tang flying. Zhang Fan clearly saw that Yao Tang was injured at this moment. I need an explanation, Zhang Fan said angrily after witnessing this scene. If his own beast was weaker, he might have let it go. If it was a matter of skill, he wouldn't talk nonsense. But what about the scene before him? Someone was actually using their beasts to sneak attack his. As Zhang Fan spoke, he called Yao Tang back. At this moment, Yao Tang had some cracks on its body. In fact, Yao Tang was still a high attack, low defense assassin, and in battle most of Yao Tang's attacks were not directly blocked. This was different from the scorpions. The 3 scorpions essentially took any direct attack head on, but Yao Tang was different. Yao Tang was most vulnerable to sneak attacks because its combat style was essentially about seeing through the enemy's attack patterns and dodging them before counterattacking. Hiss. Yao Tang seemed to still want to continue fighting, getting back up to continue the battle, but under the sneak attack of the 3 beasts earlier, its condition was not optimistic. It was almost in a severely injured state. Facing such a situation, Zhang Fan hesitated almost not at all. He immediately chose to recall Yao Tang, just to be safe. In fact, in this situation, Yao Tang still wanted to continue fighting. That was its nature. It liked to break through in desperate situations, but in Zhang Fan's view, the current situation was not suitable. Come back, Xiao Tang, I know your mindset at this moment. But for us, the risk is too great right now, if there is a path without risk, why should we take a risk? Sometimes we take risks because we have no other choice, so we need to take risks. Sometimes we take risks to gain greater benefits, but right now the disadvantages outweigh the benefits. After Zhang Fan said this, Yao Tang's expression was very reluctant, but it immediately shrank its body and quickly jumped towards Zhang Fan like a wrong child. Seeing this, Zhang Fan's expression grew even colder as if he could bleed ice. He looked up carefully. At the field, where a total of 7 imperial beasts were present, 3 of which had already approached Pan Zai. Including Pan Zai's remaining beast, there were actually 8 imperial beasts on the field. Explanation: boy, this is what you call all's fair in war. Surely you can't be fresh out of school. How could you be so unprepared? Luo Jifeng was incredibly pleased at this moment. In his view, Zhang Fan should only have 1 imperial beast, and indeed that beast's combat power was quite formidable. After multiple evolutions, it should be very capable in terms of attack power, but not so much in other areas such as mental strength and defense. And now, the result was quite clear: the defense was lacking. Just any 14th tier imperial beast had already defeated it, even causing injury. Actually, in his estimation, Zhang Fan's beast should have died from that strike, but the opponent only seemed severely injured. This was somewhat different from his expectations. But no matter, the opponent had already lost the ability to fight. After all, being so young, where would he get the energy to handle a second imperial beast, right? This you really taught me a lesson, but I want to see who else here wants to make a move against me. Call everyone you've got. I don't want to waste time killing you one by one. Believe me, I won't let you go. Zhang Fan's gaze turned utterly cold. Initially he too indulged in a childlike fancy, just going along with it. That's just how Yao Tang was. Moreover, these imperial beasts didn't have much of an advantage when facing Yao Tang. From the beginning, Zhang Fan didn't quite take these imperial beasts seriously, knowing that even if these people teamed up, it wouldn't be too much for Yao Tang to handle. But such a sneak attack was unexpected, not only for Yao Tang but for Zhang Fan as well. Not just that, the many top-tier leaders present frowned at this scene. In their eyes, even if one wins this way, it is not a glorious victory. Moreover, the opponent was not one of their consortium members, but a passionate young man. Using such a scheme to defeat a passionate youth was hardly a victory, since anyone could resort to such tactics. For a moment, even the 3 elders frowned. In their eyes, such tactics were too disgraceful. If you were a knife, such actions might be acceptable, fitting your role, doing whatever it takes for the consortium's interests. But you, Luo Jifeng, as an agent of a consortium, even during a probationary period, should be aware of your influence. From the start, Zhang Fan declared that if anyone wanted to fight, they should all join together. At that time, when those people teamed up, Zhang Fan wouldn't have said much. Most people felt there was no big issue with this. However, now many senior members of the Baishue consortium, including the 3 elders, felt as if they had completely lost face, as if nothing was left. Your actions were indeed too excessive, too despicable. At this moment, even Luo Yexin couldn't help but feel agitated. Li Ye and others' expressions turned completely cold. Li Seni felt a chill down her spine, knowing that Zhang Fan was truly angry now. If that's the case, Zhang Fan was about to truly exert his full power. Despicable, this is the struggle of beast tamers in the wild. Hasn't anyone taught you to use every means possible to survive? Although this is said to be a void space, the situation has begun to turn against me, so I must regain control of the situation. Luo Jifeng spoke without any evasion. At this moment, one of the elders spoke up. Enough, Luo Jifeng, you have embarrassed us enough today. You have disappointed us greatly. Don't forget your current role. In that case, let's end today's meeting here. Young man, you may leave. As for your beasts, our consortium will compensate you with some resources, the elder said somewhat helplessly. Zhang Fan shook his head at this time. I still have beasts, and now I just want to know who is supporting him. Zhang Fan's gaze swept coldly over the others. Among the top 100 senior members, about 17 or 18 slowly raised their hands to indicate their support. However, at this moment, Luo Jifeng turned to look at Zhang Fan. Again, honestly, he did not dare to directly respond to the 3 elders of the council, because he was very clear that the current situation was simply a transition phase for the Baishue consortium. The council members were just choosing the taller one from among the short, and he happened to be that taller one. Still have beasts? Well, this is what you said, that you want to challenge all my supporters. Of course, I'll make it a bit easier for you here. The top 100 senior members won't need to take action. The 7 by my side, if you defeat them, it's considered a win, and the other senior members supporting me won't need to take action either. Finally, it will be a showdown between me and Luo Yexin. How about that? Even if you really can defeat my people, you can't oppose me. Otherwise, that would be breaking the rules. Hearing the word rules, Zhang Fan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Rules are made to be bent by the powerful. With these words, Zhang Fan nonchalantly tossed out his 3 insect beasts, including the 6-winged creature, the venomous scorpion, and the fierce locust. The trio was still asleep, particularly the 6-winged dead to the world. The fierce locust awoke, first looking at Zhang Fan with a puzzled expression. However, the crowd gasped in surprise when they saw Zhang Fan throwing out the 3 creatures. Normally, such insect-type beasts wouldn't even catch their eye, but Zhang Fan's beasts were different. Their true forms were massive, terrifying creatures hundreds of meters tall with combat abilities that defied ordinary classifications. Instinctively, they realized that among the insects, 2 were of the 7th tier and 1 was of the 10th tier. Normally, these levels wouldn't impress them. But Zhang Fan's beasts were exceptional. Recalling Zhang Fan's earlier words, Luo Jifeng suddenly realized something, his face turning pale with terror. At that moment, Zhang Fan had already sealed their fate. "Kill them," he said softly. "Yao Tang was ambushed by these weaklings and now you can help it take its revenge." As Zhang Fan spoke, the fierce locust steadied itself, especially angry upon hearing that its friend Yao Tang had been ambushed. Fury surged within it, and in the next instant, it soared into the sky, transforming into a giant golden locust about 300 meters long. With a swoosh, it grasped a giant insect blade which seemed to appear out of nowhere. At the same time, a terrifyingly fierce aura emanated from the fierce locust, unsettling everyone present. They could feel a palpable fear from the aura of the locust, an aura even more savage than before. "Use the scanner, quickly use the scanner to check the combat power of this beast," someone shouted. "This level of fierce aura, it must be around the 20th tier. Damn it, how could such a beast appear?" Outside the city of Shirtu, before they could even use their scanners, the fierce locust holding its blade merely flashed a silver light. They felt as if the very space itself was being sliced open. Thud, thud, thud. The bodies of the 4 beasts around Pan, including Pan himself, were split into 2. As the fierce locust landed, it was clear that this strike was effortless, hardly even a skill. Lu Jifeng and his group's summoned beasts, merely at the 15th and 14th tiers, stood no chance against the ferocious locust's assault. In fact, the locust had used a special skill. Confident in his ability to effortlessly eliminate the 4 creatures before him, he unleashed his skill without hesitation. This act also served as a learning experience for the 2 smaller creatures, 6 Wings and Poison Scorpion. Upon noticing the change in their surroundings, Poison Scorpion immediately sensed Zhang Fan's location and subsequently felt Zhang Fan's rage. 6 Wings experienced a similar situation, however the others hadn't yet noticed the plight of 6 Wings and Poison Scorpion. They were too shocked by the locust's unexpected attack. Indeed, many had not anticipated the terrifying combat prowess of the locust. The mere 14th and 15th tier beasts were like ants before it, utterly powerless to resist. This scene was especially unbearable for Lu Jifeng. He stared wide-eyed at the locust, which now seemed like a locust spirit transformed into a human form, complete with insect wings and a shell gleaming with a golden hue except for its legs that kept it standing and its 4 arms, one of which wielded a massive scythe 100 meters in length. What kind of terrifying creature was this? Could this also be a summoned beast? It looked nothing like 1 inch, appearing far too ferocious. "Look, the other 2 have also awakened," someone shouted. Among them, one exuded the aura of a 10th tier creature. "This isn't good. I think we should move back," one of them suggested, adding, "Let me make one thing clear, I was never a supporter of Lu Jifeng. Who would dare support Lu Jifeng now? There's no point in choosing sides anymore," another retorted. The young man had already taken note of everything. With such powerful beasts at his command, he was bound to seek retribution for any slight. Realizing this, many of the top-tier leaders present started to back away, no longer interested in merely spectating. If they didn't retreat now, they might soon find themselves caught in the crossfire. From the moment the locust steadied itself, those around couldn't help but shift their gaze towards 6 Wings and Poison Scorpion. They had clearly seen the locust's formidable combat abilities and feared what might happen if the other 2 beasts were fully roused. Even the 3 elders present lost their composure, completely abandoning any facade of dignity. After all, at the beginning they all thought that Zhang Fan, this young man, was just fond of boasting. But now it seems that it's not the case at all. Clearly, the other party inherently possesses the capital to be arrogant, a 7th tier senior with the potential for combat power of several more tiers. Such a beast, even one alone, could cause a frenzy among collectors, but Zhang Fan has more than one. In an instant, the people around him withdrew a great distance, only turning back to look once they felt safe. What followed next, however, was a sight that left them utterly astonished. What kind of beast was this? Truly a bug-type beast? Was it really only of that level? this combat power, it surely wasn't just 7th tier anymore. This young man's beasts could not be measured by ordinary tier levels. Their combat strength was probably twice as high as their tier level suggested. Owning one of these beasts was already remarkable, yet this young man had 4. That meant Luo Jifeng was bound to lose. A chill ran down the spines of the top-tier leaders. At the same time, they grew even more curious about where someone like Zhang Fan could have possibly emerged from, as they had never heard of him before. Upon awakening, the six-winged beast launched into the sky, its perception of Zhang Fan's emotions the most pronounced. It did not slowly grow like the radiant mantis, but instead, like a fierce locust, immediately revealed its true form: countless golden legs, 100-meter-wide giant mouth, and rows of sharp fangs stood erect within it. A pair of insect wings fluttered slightly on its shell. Hovering high in the sky like a dragon, its terrifying size of 700 meters made it appear like a demonic creature that had escaped from some horrific dungeon. Seeing the six-winged beast, Luo Jifeng's breath hitched. At this moment, he began to doubt whether he was still asleep, intuition telling him that if each of Zhang Fan's beasts had a real combat power twice its level, then did this beast flying in the sky truly possess the strength of the 20th tier? What a joke! With an instinctive cry, the six-winged beast let out a screech, a sound that made everyone's hair stand on end. An innate feeling within them told them that they should flee from this place, not continue to stay here, or even find a way to leave this void space altogether. Indeed, it was possible in such a space to use 2 void scrolls and leave this area directly. However, many understood that such terrifying beasts were something that some of them might never see again in their lifetimes. Moreover, not everyone was there to support Luo Jifeng, so they felt quite confident staying. Just when everyone thought it was over, they suddenly felt themselves covered by a huge shadow. Turning their heads, what kind of creature was this? A massive body that blotted out the sun, a gigantic venomous tail that reached the sky, and a pair of black, red, and purple pincers that were also 300 to 400 meters in size. Given the inherent size of the venomous scorpion, it was on the scale of kilometers upwards. No one knew how much time had passed, but it was only a few seconds. Now Luo Jifeng was left alone, as his followers, including their beasts, had already been swallowed by the six-winged creature. At this moment, Zhang Fan took a deep breath. Honestly, it was his first time being so out of defense, but on the other hand, he hadn't expected Luo Jifeng to suddenly attack him. But that was that. Such an incident would not happen again. Then Zhang Fan retracted both the six-winged creature and the venomous scorpion. There was no need to release all 3 creatures. Just one was enough to stop Luo Jifeng. What now? Do you still have any beasts? Call them out, or I will eliminate you right now. Zhang Fan indeed harbored a certain degree of dislike towards Luo Jifeng. However, the main reason was that Luo Jifeng had previously ordered his men to sneak attack Yaotang, which greatly infuriated Zhang Fan. Now, in Zhang Fan's view, Luo Jifeng was nothing special, just ordinary. Mr. Zhang Fan, let me handle this from here. At this point, the crowd suddenly realized that Luo Yexin had unknowingly approached Zhang Fan. After all, the terrifying power of Zhang Fan's beasts had attracted everyone's attention. It was then that some of the 100 top executives had come to their senses. Earlier, Zhang Fan had asked who among them still supported Luo Jifeng. At that moment, those who had expressed their support for Luo Jifeng immediately switched sides. Mr. Zhang Fan, we have actually been secretly supporting Luo Yexin all along, and we have been dissatisfied with Luo Jifeng for a long time. We've always been too scared to speak out against him. Yes, Mr. Zhang Fan, we've always been helpless against him, and he even used my family as a threat. Yes, my father, who passed away not long ago, was dug up from the ground by him all to threaten me and make me support him as the acting head of the consortium. Miss Yexin, you actually know me. Back then I was always supporting you. However, I realized that Luo Jifeng, that despicable man, was becoming increasingly powerful. At that time I was resolute and decided to infiltrate their ranks, all for you. Suddenly, those 100 senior executives who had planned to support Luo Jifeng flipped sides. After all, at the beginning, they clearly saw who had the power to become the proxy of the consortium and supported them accordingly. But now things have changed. Watching everything unfold before them, the 3 elders, known as the council, sighed indifferently. Today their consortium has thoroughly lost face. At this moment, they also felt a bit of a headache. Zhang Fan, where on earth did this person come from? They even felt that as long as Zhang Fan left, the consortium would completely weaken. Luo Jifeng, no matter how undesirable, had some tricks up his sleeve. However, the other 3 heirs lack both strength and tactics. In such a situation, the consortium's proxy could only be Luo Yexin. But Luo Yexin's capability was also not very impressive, which made them quite worried. Meanwhile, they hadn't forgotten that back in their youth the 100 senior executives in the consortium were all capable people with strong personalities. Unlike now, where everyone is soft and highly focused on their own interests, however, the current situation also made them curious. Zhang Fan could defeat Luo Jifeng indeed, but where did Luo Yexin get the confidence to say she could handle Luo Jifeng herself? The three elders chose not to speak, and at the same time, they were thinking about whether to find a way to bring Zhang Fan directly into the consortium. The main thing was Zhang Fan seemed too young to them, a person with limitless potential. Speaking of which, didn't the Imperial Army have any thoughts about such a talent, or did this young man not really like the military side of the Empire? After all, some people are used to being free and simply uninterested in joining the Imperial Army. Simply, comma. At this moment Luo Jifeng also came back to his senses, his anger surging, pointing accusingly at those 100 senior executives who had switched sides. In the past, it was always he who instigated others. He hadn't expected that today, without even a word from others, these so-called senior executives couldn't hold back anymore. At that moment Luo Jifeng's eyes were red with rage, yet the top executives of the Bai Ren group had skins thick as city walls, supporting Luo Jifeng initially only for their own interests. Loyalty was a commodity bought and sold for the same currency. If their interests were insufficient, they would never stand by Luo Jifeng. Realizing this, Luo Jifeng couldn't help but turn his gaze to the three elders of the council. Typically, the elders of any conglomerate are regarded as the most public aspect of its underlying strength, the true extent of which remains a mystery to all. However, it's generally assumed they start around the 16th or 17th tier with 3 or 4 high-tier battle beasts at their command. Just as Luo Jifeng turned to address them, his words were abruptly interrupted. It was the elder with white hair in the middle whose gaze now carried an increasing sense of helplessness. "We will not assist you," he declared. "We regret having tacitly approved your methods before, and now we cannot possibly assist you." This stance was partly due to Zhang Fan's terrifying combat prowess. They feared even their own beasts might fall to Zhang Fan's. When they had seen Zhang Fan's six-winged creature eating earlier, it had made their skins crawl. They doubted their own beasts could defeat his, especially the fearsome, king-like poison scorpion. Indeed, no beast king they knew matched the terrifying size and power of this one. It was the first time in many years they had encountered such a beast that could blot out the sun. Turning his head, Luo Jifeng looked towards Zhang Fan and Luo Yexin. He saw the irritation in Luo Yexin's eyes and thought that Zhang Fan was merely interested in Luo Yexin and thus decided to help her. In reality, after dismantling the Lanbing conglomerate, gathering resources on his own would be cumbersome. Moreover, entering the inner city posed another challenge. These were all issues the Bai Shui conglomerate could help resolve. In return, Zhang Fan could help Luo Yexin take complete control of the conglomerate, which could then be seen as an ally. "Then I leave him to you," he said. "Make sure he doesn't survive, and let his death be a brutal one," he added, recalling the words he had overheard. Zhang Fan immediately recalled his fierce locust. His own 3 beasts hadn't even shown their full strength yet. Just the fierce locust alone had not even utilized all 4 of its insect blades, deploying only a single blade. Zhang Fan also observed that most people's beasts, while ranked at the 15th or 16th tier, actually possessed combat abilities 1 or 2 tiers lower. If the beasts weren't inherently ferocious types like tigers or leopards, their true combat power was even lower. Zhang Fan had noticed this before but hadn't paid much attention to it, considering that this was after all Jiangnan City, a place as inconsequential as a small village in the mountains with little of value and scarce exposure to the broader world. So Zhang Fan thought that the beast tamers of Jiangnan City were somewhat weaker, but now it appears that this isn't the case at all. The truth is, his own beasts are exceptionally strong. "Leave the rest to me," he continued. "I appreciate your help. You've taught me a valuable lesson today. Rest assured, I won't let him get away." Luo Yexin looked at Zhang Fan, a peculiar light flickering through her eyes. Honestly, she felt as if she had been reborn from the ashes. Only now did she realize that these people could support her again because of Zhang Fan's strength, although her own beast taming strength wasn't as formidable as Zhang Fan's. Killing Luo Jifeng wouldn't be a problem. Now Zhang Fan had also calmed down. There was no reason to be upset. The opponents were too weak. Crushing them felt like squashing an ant. Under such circumstances, there was simply no need to be angry. Li Sini watched the scene with tears gleaming in his eyes, thinking to himself, "Finally Luo Yexin has grown up." "Luo Yexin, how could you possibly kill me?" Luo Jifeng screamed madly. At this moment, in this desolate space, many from the Bai Snow Corporation quietly observed the scene. They also couldn't understand, Luo Yexin's beast was only at the 7th or 8th tier and it hadn't evolved for a year or two, moreover her beast hadn't mastered any special skills, known to be precise any illusion-based psychic skills. The three-tailed purple mist fox, this type of beast had performed quite well in their corporation years ago. Several high-ranking executives in the corporation used this beast back then. The illusion-based psychic skills alone were terrifying, however there was a significant limitation: the opponent must be susceptible to illusion-based psychic skills. If the opponent was naturally immune like certain special beasts, the purple mist fox would find it extremely difficult to leverage its combat strength or even fail entirely. It seems that in your eyes my beast is as weak as ever, but this time my beast has evolved. Killing you and your beast will not be a problem at all. Now Luo Yexin also felt a strong disgust towards Luo Jifeng. She had realized earlier that he had harbored the intent to kill her all along. Previously, she thought that he might consider their long-standing peer relationship. It was clear now that she had thought too highly of him. If not for her good fortune in meeting Zheng Fan, given the changes in the corporation, she would likely have been doomed, and the fate of her relatives wouldn't have been much better. At this moment, she also understood why her aunt sometimes thought she was very naive. Sometimes he felt extremely frustrated with her, as if she wasn't living up to her potential. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. You rely solely on your beauty and I have my methods. Now that he has destroyed all my methods, I have nothing left to say. But as for you, Luo Yexin, I am not convinced by you at all. Today you may have called for strong support, but tomorrow I can do the same. After I defeat you at the next general meeting I will convene, I will surely kill both you and him with my own hands. For years I have endured humiliation and burden, all to become the agent of the consortium, and you've ruined everything. And now you think you can become the agent of the consortium? That's a joke. Luo Jifeng's eyes were bloodshot, his face unable to hide his anger. However, those around him didn't take it seriously. From the moment one decides to compete for the position of consortium agent, they must accept great risks, but also great benefits. Initially, no one will influence your choice. For certain benefits, one must bear certain risks. That is the reality. Any benefit without risk is either a trap or an even bigger trap. Well, since that's the case, I don't need to say much more to you. Luo Yexin had no intention of wasting more words with her opponent, her anger rising even further. How dare they say she used her beauty to seduce Zheng Fan? If it weren't for her aunt's dramatic intervention that day, she would still be worrying about controlling her beast. Zheng Fan is not someone who could be seduced that easily. She then released her own beast, the purple chi fox. The purple chi fox jumped out from Luo Yexin's arms, stretched its body a bit boredly. Although it couldn't fully unleash its power in its current form, Luo Jifeng's strength was clearly not enough to warrant its full effort. Come out, Jade Demon Tiger, my beast has been through. Before Luo Jifeng could finish, the purple chi fox suddenly let out a furious roar. In an instant its body grew massively, reaching 100 meters in size, with 9 tails emerging behind it. Is this still the purple chi fox? The purple chi fox? Is this really the purple chi fox? Wasn't it said that it could at most evolve up to 5 tails? How does it have such a huge body now, and those tails? The crowd's expressions changed dramatically, many of them snapping back to reality at that moment. This type of beast indeed seemed like something Zheng Fan would handle. Could it be that this young man? Everyone turned their heads, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at Zheng Fan. It would have been understandable if Zheng Fan himself had produced 4 powerful beasts, each with terrifying potential. But now Luo Yexin's beast was also showing the same traits, which spoke volumes about the terror that was Zheng Fan. After all, they had seen Luo Yexin's beast before. Many had even abandoned Luo Yexin because her beast had shown no progress. Yet now Zheng Fan seemed unfazed by this scene. In his hand, the scorpion was throwing a small tantrum. Zheng Fan knew it, just enjoyed his touch. Seizing the opportunity from when he had thrown it out earlier, it was now coquettishly approaching him. At the same time, Zheng Fan was reflecting on his own shortcomings. Recently he had indeed been too arrogant. It was acceptable for Yao Tang to be injured once, but it must not happen a second time. How can this be? Your beast has evolved too. How is that possible? Luo Jifeng was stunned as he summoned his own beast, which turned out to be massively huge. However, what followed was the purple chi fox not hesitating in opening its mouth wide. In an instant a shadow of a fox flashed by. Luo Jifeng and his beast were left without a trace, not even a fragment remained. Only the slight bloodstains at the corners of the purple chi fox's mouth told the whole story. Seeing this, everyone's heart trembled. such a beast was extremely ferocious, and even if it were given to them, they would not dare to fully trust it. But thinking that this purple chief fox had been contracted with Luo Yexin from a young age, they started to feel differently. From now on, I am the representative of the consortium, and Mr. Zhang Fan is also a friend of our consortium, who is in favor and who is against. Luo Yexin's calm and icy voice resonated throughout the space. She had changed under the influence of Zhang Fan. The White Blood Consortium had undergone internal changes the day before. Although it seemed unchanged on the surface, the entire style of the consortium had drastically shifted, something that many had noticed. At the headquarters of the Blue Ice Consortium in a top-floor meeting, Sun Shaoxian casually crossing his legs. Sun Shaoxian, you should restrain yourself a bit. Don't you know yesterday your men injured someone related to the White Blood Consortium? You have already brought too much trouble to the consortium, don't you understand? A coldly beautiful woman slowly spoke. The other two were also sitting in their respective places. 4 people positioned in the 4 corners of the north, southeast, and west faced each other. At this moment, there was also a middle-aged man, his face somewhat pale. Reflecting on last night's events, he still felt a shiver run through him. The White Blood Corporation had recently appointed a new agent whose personal beast control level reached the 18th tier, with combat power soaring to the 20th tier. Last night, the White Blood Corporation mentioned a transaction and called them over. However, upon arrival, they realized that Sun Shaoxian was missing. At that moment, they began to understand some of the underlying realities, yet none among them had anticipated the true strength of Luo Yexin. Yang Ci, don't speak to me in that tone, he warned. Remember, the 4 of us are equals. The Elders' Council has already been sidelined. The power you wield now, you owe it to me. Without me, how could you possibly sit here so comfortably? Yang Ci was the stunning woman sitting across from him. Upon hearing these words, Yang Ci simply nodded slightly and immediately pulled out a spatial expansion scroll, tearing it open. In the next moment, the other 2 summoned all their beasts. What are you trying to do? Sun Shaoxian panicked. Someone wants you dead. Besides, your men have offended people they shouldn't have. Kill him and we will be allies of the White Blood Corporation. From then on, we will monopolize all business in the outer city areas, Yang Ci exclaimed excitedly. Her words sent a bolt of terror through Sun Shaoxian's heart as he turned to look at the other 2, who had also summoned all their combat beasts and even used some potions in their effort to kill him. Damn it! The mere White Blood Corporation, what makes you think you can join them in controlling the outer areas of Shurta's city? Sun Shaoxian was utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom why these 3 had such confidence. You know nothing, like a frog in a well. You will never understand what true genius is. I advise you to struggle less. After all, your people have already been turned against you, Yang Ci said coldly, summoning her own beast and charging at Sun Shaoxian. She also took out an energy sniper rifle, aiming it at him. Seeing this, Sun Shaoxian's eyes nearly burst with rage. What is this? Is it necessary? Even using such energy weapons from the inner city? Are you joking? We have no choice. It's for our own protection, since you've offended people. Sun Shaoxian had always said his way of doing things was too prone to attracting disaster, but he never believed it. Regarding the incident with the Blue Ice Corporation, Zhang Fan and others were unaware, but Zhang Fan guessed that the matter was about to conclude. At that moment, Zhang Fan was planning to leave with Koningning. We can leave today? Do you have a way out? Has the Yexin Corporation agreed to help you? Koningning asked, her eyes wide like misty pools, and today she was also dressed in new clothes. At the same time, the outfit she was wearing seemed particularly enticing to Zhang Fan. He nodded slightly, casually stroking her face. Their help was one aspect, but the rest would have to be accomplished by ourselves. When the time comes, I'll help you break through your beast control, he said, but that's after your family stabilizes. Zhang Fan always had a feeling that this matter was extraordinary, especially since he had just learned of it yesterday from Luo Yexin. The Ko family was one of the 10 major families in the inner city. Although ranked at the bottom, the head of the family's strength couldn't just be at the 16th tier. The movements of the Ko family had been quite suspicious lately, and it wasn't only the Bai Shui consortium that noticed something amiss. Many other consortia felt the same way. On the surface, everyone kept quiet, but behind the scenes they all began their investigations. Every power that could stand firm always relied on its eyes, and these so-called eyes were naturally intelligence. Are you really sure now? He asked. Actually, I have a scroll here. I've thought it over these past few days. If you're in danger, use mine, Koningning said, pulling out a scroll from her bosom. Initially shocked by Zhang Fan's capabilities, she hesitated to trust anyone due to her cousin's affair. But today she genuinely fell for Zhang Fan and understood why people like Li Ye were so devoted to him. She even felt it a pity that Zhang Fan wasn't from Shirtu City. Why hadn't she met him earlier? That's why she didn't want Zhang Fan to face any danger because of her. Don't worry, even without the Bai Shui consortium I am confident I can handle this, he reassured her. Let's go, many people are probably waiting for us right now. Zhang Fan took Koningning's hand. Li Yeye and Wang Bing didn't comment. Instead, it was Lu Yi who quietly followed beside Koningning. What do you think? Are you moved? Koningning's cheeks reddened, but she did not pull her hand away. Zhang Fan then remembered the matter with Lu's family. Your cousin? Don't worry, he's already on his way back. Next time he comes, he'll be here to do business with the consortium. Louis chimed in. Zhang Fan nodded lightly. Shortly after, another shocking scene unfolded for Koningning. In the highest level guest hall of the Bai Shui consortium's headquarters, not only did she meet her friend Luo Yexin, but she also encountered the three controllers of the Lanbing consortium. Mr. Zhang Fan, at last you've arrived. Everything you requested has been prepared for you. Yang Ci was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Koningning by Zhang Fan's side. She recognized Koningning but chose not to say much at this moment. After all, Koningning was a member of the Ko family. The Ko family had been behaving strangely lately. On one hand, they were searching for Koningning, and on the other, there were rumors of internal strife within their clan. Although the family had stabilized internally, these were still people from the inner city where situations were far from ordinary. Remembering some information she had received earlier, Yang Ci cast aside these thoughts, not wanting to get involved. She had just managed to reorganize the Lanbing Corporation and there were still many tasks ahead for her corporation. Meanwhile, as she spoke, many eyes turned to the person next to her as well as to a material bag and a jade box on the table in front of them. Li Xiangwen immediately recognized the man who had injured him previously. Luo Yexin also stood up from his chair at that moment. Ningning, how come? Your family has been looking for you. They even came to our corporation a while back, Luo Yexin said excitedly. Koningning appeared somewhat helpless. I can't believe my damned cousin actually found his way here. I'm sorry for the trouble. With that statement, Luo Yexin realized quite a bit. Could it be something went wrong within your family? Yes, there were some issues, but I was lucky. I made it to Jiangnan City after much effort and eventually things turned out quite well, finding two very good friends. Of course, now these people are my close friends. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, affirming Koningning's words. In fact, I am here because of Koningning, but let's talk about that later. As Zhang Fan spoke, he shifted his gaze to Yang Ci. This woman was tall and imposing with a cold demeanor befitting a leader, clearly having held a high position within the Lanbing Corporation for many years, employing her own ruthless methods, a strong woman of considerable attractiveness. This was Zhang Fan's first impression of Yang Ci. Now, the only person in the room feeling somewhat uneasy was the one who had previously caused trouble for Li Xiangwen. However, it wasn't his turn to speak. Yet, as anyone present could potentially cause him trouble, of course, these items have already been prepared for you. The man who troubled your subordinate has been brought here. His name is Renwen Zhang. How you deal with him is up to you, Yang Ci said. Inside the jade box lay the head of his direct superior son Xiao Xian. Inside the material bag there were 10 14th level energy cores. We deeply regret the incident involving you, but we also hope to become friends with you, just like we are with the White Blood Consortium. After Yang Ci finished speaking, she felt a sigh of relief. However, she wouldn't really think that just their Blue Ice Consortium and the White Blood Consortium could monopolize the outer city of Lion Camel City. It wasn't that easy. The outer city area was vast and hid countless forces. Simply uniting the forces under the jurisdiction of their two consortia was a difficult task, let alone the entire outer city of Lion Camel City. You don't need to give me that jade box, I trust you. The 10 15th level energy cores have indeed been a great help, Zhang Fan said, nodding slightly as he looked at the 10 15th level energy cores. He hadn't yet figured out how to ask for resources from the Blue Ice Consortium. After all, the matter concerning Li Xiangwen, if put in a broader perspective, was really just a minor issue. If pursued further, it might make people think that Zhang Fan was being petty. However, he quite liked the current situation. He felt that the main effort in creating this situation should be credited to Luo Yexin's aunt Li Xine. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan glanced at Li Xine, the beautiful lady, who returned his look with a smile. As long as you appreciate what we've offered. Yang Ci said, her gaze turning cold as she looked towards Renwen Zhang. Thump. Renwen Zhang quickly knelt down, his face turning extremely pale at that moment. He was very aware that the few people present could easily kill him. People like Yang Ci next to him or Koningning, even if their strength was not significant, their status alone was enough to overpower and easily take his life. At this moment Ren Wenjiang was full of regret. A cold look flashed in Li Shangwen's eyes. Kill him, this man has already become my enemy. As a clan leader, he saw very clearly that letting go of so-called face to exchange for some resources and better development for his family was worth it. Similarly, his judgment was not poor. He could see that Zhang Fan was a dragon among men. The events that had transpired were enough to demonstrate Zhang Fan's potential. Unbeknownst to others, they were very clear that Zhang Fan had only graduated from the academy a month ago. In such circumstances, Zhang Fan, with his tier 20 combat power, was eagerly sought after by two consortia both keen to befriend him. Moreover, in Jiangnan City, Zhang Fan's influence was formidable. Most terrifying of all was his ability to customize the evolution of beast tamers. It wasn't exactly customization, but as long as there were resources, Zhang Fan could utilize them completely in beast taming. This ability alone outmatched many others. You all. Ran Wenjiang seemed to want to say something more, but at that moment Yang Ci did not just stand there dumbfounded. In an instant she had moved behind him and struck with a palm. Thus Ren Wenjiang didn't even have time to summon his own beast tamer. Perhaps he had a chance to struggle, but it would not change his inevitable fate of death. Seeing this, Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Well done. Now that these minor issues are resolved, we can perhaps discuss other matters. About the inner city, have you two thought about extending your reach into the inner city? Zhang Fan's words stunned everyone present. What he suggested seemed utterly fantastical. The inner city was different from the outer city. To enter the outer city of Lion Camel City, no special identity or entrance fee was required. If there were an entrance fee, it might be because a nearby consortium controlled the area and could possibly charge a toll. Of course, the Empire wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. A smart person could take a detour or find other ways into the city. However, the inner city was different. Entry points were guarded by the military officials of the Empire. Not only did one have to pay, but an application for a slot was also necessary. Though these slots could still be purchased, there were two ways to buy. One was directly with money, meaning energy cores, and the other was through contributions. Buying with money was exorbitantly expensive and offered poor value. As for applications, one needed a family member in the imperial military or ancestral contributions to the military. Without such credentials, applications were impossible. Thus most slots were acquired through contributions, and acquiring these contributions was complicated, dependent on the development of the outer city of Lion Camel City. Each year, a consortium that did well would receive some contributions. If the development was poor, not only would there be no contributions, but imperial military personnel might even come knocking. We can handle the slot for you, but the inner city isn't what you might expect. The powers within each have formidable strengths, perhaps. On the surface, we don't seem much different, but they definitely possess soldier-level beast tamers. Soldier-level beast tamers, Luo Yi murmured while also casting a strange glance at Koningning. It would seem unlikely for such an event to occur within the families of the inner city. The term soldier-class beastmaster certainly made Li Ye and everyone else, including Zhang Fan, pause for a moment. They had never heard of the concept of a soldier class. What exactly was it? At this point Li Sini took over the conversation. The so-called soldier class refers to a beast that cannot evolve or increase in level. In such a state, the Empire has devised another method for strengthening beasts. Every beast can enter the soldier class, but the higher the level and combat power before entering, the better. There are differences within the soldier class. For instance, a beast at the 20th tier upon entering the soldier class becomes a 2-star soldier class. Every 10 tiers equate to 1 star, and this also includes an assessment of the beast's combat power. For example, if your beast is at the 10th tier, it might well be at the 2-star level upon entering the soldier class. Hearing Li Sini's explanation, Zhang Fan couldn't help but nod. It seemed this journey was fraught with certain risks. It was unclear what exactly was going on with Koningning's family. However, at that moment a spark lit up in Koningning's eyes. I know now what my cousin relied on to seize control of the family. His beast's innate ability can temporarily erase the contract between a beast and its master and even forcefully control another person's beast. When the family first discovered his talent, everyone was wholeheartedly supportive of him, but then he made some mistakes, and the family decided not to continue supporting him. After this revelation, everyone seemed to suddenly understand. Luo Yexin then spoke up. It seems the situation is quite clear now. He controlled your grandfather's beast and then began to purge the family. Perhaps your grandfather, well, let's leave that aside. For now he has complete control over the Ko family. Moreover, the current strength of the Ko family is not as rumored. It's unclear about your grandfather's beast. Everyone now realized that Koningning's cousin's greatest asset wasn't his supporters or himself, but rather his talent to control other beasts. I'm not sure, but he might have imprisoned my grandfather's beast using his own talent. He once mentioned that he can't control another's beast for long, Koningning said, turning to look at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, completely unfazed. There was no point in panicking. How powerful is your grandfather's beast? Additionally, is there no way to counter your cousin's unique ability? These concerns are more pressing to Zhang Fan now. My grandfather's beast is a soldier level 2-star rating, but as for my cousin's talent, it has little effect if someone has a very sincere relationship with their beast. However, his ability to erase the perception of the beast contract still takes effect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan roughly understood the other party's beast talent. Some people are just like this. Apart from the most basic beast talent, they also have an advanced talent. However, for most people, their advanced talent brings higher attribute enhancements to their beast. Only a very few people can use their beast talent as a skill. As for that skill, it tests the relationship between the beast and its master. Unfortunately, this skill has no effect on Zhang Fan at all. Zhang Fan is very confident about this. Even if his beast really can't sense its contract with him, it would not betray him. So it seems this talent doesn't really affect me much, almost not at all. My 4 little guys, our bond is pretty strong. Saying this, Zhang Fan mentally called out to the 4 little ones. Yao Tang slightly stretched its body as a response. As for Lu Qi, it had turned into a bracelet wrapped around Zhang Fan's forearm, tightening slightly before relaxing again. Meng Huang slightly shook itself. It would never betray Zhang Fan, contract or no contract. When it first met Zhang Fan, along with Du Xiat, it was love at first sight, determining its future. As for Du Xiat, it was somewhat restless. It was now very afraid of leaving Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, helpless, gently scratched it through his clothes to calm it down. It seems that the skill has a significant impact on Du Xia. If Du Xia felt that its contract was gone, it would probably go mad. Imagine a terrifying beast of 1,000 meters high suddenly going berserk. Zhang Fan felt that it might be better not to let Du Xia out just to be safe. Du Xia had no idea what Zhang Fan was thinking. After slightly fiddling with its tail, it leaned against Zhang Fan and fell asleep again. Well, if the bond between you and your beast is very strong, my cousin's talent will be greatly limited, even useless. However, I remember your beasts seem to be quite fierce if they can't feel your contract. Koningning said this, also looking somewhat uncertainly at Zhang Fan. After all, she had guessed quite a bit about the family situation. At such times, her cousin's trump cards had also been nearly fully guessed. They hadn't gone to their family's home yet, but it's best to prepare a bit earlier. Moreover, it's okay if anyone else's beasts go berserk, but if Zhang Fan's beasts were to rebel and be controlled, that would be a real trouble. Imagine such a terrifying size going berserk in the family home. Not to mention Zhang Fan's beasts would definitely get hurt, the entire Ko family would be destroyed. After everything is over, rebuilding the family will again take a lot of time, all this back end forth is just a waste of everyone's time, and the end result is definitely not going to be great. Rest assured, my beasts aren't just for show. The one that looks the fiercest is actually the gentlest towards me. So next, how do we get into the inner city? We definitely can't rely on the Ko family now. Do you 2 big conglomerates have any methods for this? Zhang Fan scratched his chin. In its full power state, the 6-winged beast's combat power definitely surpasses that of a 2-star soldier. Thus, Zhang Fan isn't worried about going to the Ko family at this time, and neither is the fierce locust thanks to its skill characteristics. Zhang Fan is confident that even if he faces a siege by several tier 10 beasts, he won't be at a disadvantage. Luo Yexin and Yang Ci exchanged glances. In fact, they had already discussed this matter before Zhang Fan arrived. Now, their 2 families' conglomerates could actually make some contributions to exchange for access from the military officials in the inner city. They could secure about 7 or 8 spots. I can provide 2 spots from my side, Yang Ci said directly. At this point, it essentially amounted to a transaction between the Lanbing conglomerate and Zhang Fan. We can provide 4 spots from our side, any more would be troublesome, Luo Yexin said somewhat helplessly. These spots are precious, yet also not so much. They are rather difficult for ordinary people to get, but even so, every day there are still many who need to enter the inner city. After all, some of the truly good things are only available inside. Zhang Fan could tell that these spots were not something easy for the 2 conglomerates to offer. In that moment Zhang Fan also carefully looked over Yang Ci. Her figure was notably prominent, a deep valley revealed between her complexion exceptionally fair, her neck as flawless as white jade, her legs were enveloped in black stockings which must feel quite pleasant to the touch. After casually observing her for a few moments Zhang Fan regained his composure. Thank you both, 6 spots are actually enough. Once I've handled the matters in the inner city I will visit your conglomerates. To express my gratitude, knowing that Yang Ci was a clever person, Zhang Fan felt sure she understood his meaning. Instantly a light shone in Yang Ci's eyes. Very well, what she desired of course was an evolution of her own beast. As for Luo Yexin's beast, she could see clearly what it had become. She would be lying if she said she wasn't envious. If her beast could reach the level of Luo Yexin's, then in the next year or two their conglomerate could further develop. Indeed, sometimes the development of a power cannot bypass talent. Especially someone like Zhang Fan, having him is like adding wings to a tiger for any power. Sure, after you return, our consortium will certainly take good care of you. For someone as exceptional as you, we will do our utmost to meet your needs. Yang Ci is no fool. She noticed Zhang Fan's expression earlier, however, she doesn't mind dealing with someone like Zhang Fan. On one hand, there's Zhang Fan's potential, and on the other, his current strength is also noteworthy. Zhang Fan nodded. When the time comes, you'll prepare the materials needed for the evolution. I assume EXIN has already discussed my evolution method with you. Upon hearing this, Yang Ci and the other 2 members from the Blue Ice Consortium immediately smiled. We understand, they said. Zhang Fan now doesn't need to worry about his abilities being exposed, because most people wouldn't easily believe it without seeing it firsthand. Moreover, the people from the Blue Ice and White Blood Consortiums who know about his abilities wouldn't disclose them. They are all too eager to have his help. If he kept hiding and sought to develop on his own, the efficiency certainly wouldn't be as high as it is now. Furthermore, from another perspective, only people like Li Bingbing know that he is just controlling for imperial beasts. But for Yang Ci and Luo Yexin, they really don't know how many imperial beasts he has or what his full strength is. They can only guess roughly. Moreover, helping Luo Yexin is also a way to showcase his combat abilities on some level. As long as there is sufficient combat power, many people, even if they have some thoughts, would snuff them out themselves. After all, most people understand that it's better to befriend a genius than to offend one. Well, next we need to sort out your affairs. The inner city might be more dangerous. I'll take care of you and the others, but I might not be able to ensure your safety, Zhang Fan said, addressing Li Xiangwen. After all, this trip to the inner city isn't for leisure. It's to handle the Ko family's affairs. It's possible that the Ko family is already aware of their situation by now. However, the Ko family wouldn't take too many precautions, as they probably still believe that the people Koningning brought back from Jiangnan City aren't very strong. Li Xiangwen thought for a moment, looked at Zhang Fan and said, I will follow your arrangements completely. Eventually Li Xiangwen was stationed in the outer city area. If something goes wrong during this trip, then Li Bingbing and the others could be supported by people from both the White Blood and Blue Ice Consortiums. When the time comes, Li Xiangwen can take Li Bingbing and others back to Jiangnan City. Although this is the worst-case scenario, I must consider it for the 3 of them. There must always be a backup plan, and as for myself, there will be other options available, so you don't need to worry about me. As Zhang Fan's voice trailed off, the expressions on the faces of Li Bingbing and the others immediately changed, including Wang Bing, who usually spoke little. At that moment even she slightly opened her mouth as if she had something to say. However, after Zhang Fan finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances. Honestly, everyone present was somewhat astonished by Zhang Fan's capabilities, whether it was his beast-taming skills or his grasp on situations, which often seemed too sophisticated for his age, almost uncharacteristic of a young person. This was particularly felt by Li Sini and Yang Ci. Initially they thought Zhang Fan was rather arrogant in his actions. Now it seemed that was not the case at all. I was quite worried that a young person like you entering the inner city might be at a disadvantage, but now it seems that is not the case. However, rest assured we have already made contacts in the inner city. But the Imperial military, those people will definitely know of your information. This we cannot avoid, Li Sini said, sensing that the discussion was almost concluded, and spoke up directly. Zhang Fan nodded lightly. The Imperial military, huh? I have no grudges with them, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Actually, there was a woman who tried to recruit me to the Imperial military before, but I refused. It shouldn't really count as making enemies, so let's set off. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the inner city of Shirtua City within the Ko family, Ko Shanfeng quietly watched the several black-robed figures in front of him, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Why are you here? What business do you have with the Ko family? Our deal was completed, wasn't it? Ko Shanfeng's voice was cold. He didn't secure his position in the family by relying solely on himself and a few close confidants. There were certainly others who helped. Mr. Shanfeng, we hope you are not upset. The beast that hatched from the beast egg requires your cooperation. That is the true content of our deal, which we had agreed upon previously. You haven't forgotten, have you? The leader among the visitors, wearing a mask, spoke with a chilling voice, like a sinister wind howling, sending shivers down the spine. Ko Shanfeng's face turned even more steel blue. Others might not know what the beast egg was about, but could he be any clearer? You also did not mention that the beast hatched from that beast egg was the violent bird, did you? The ferocious bird, a notoriously savage beast, marks its master's life with constant brushes with death. Such creatures often dwell in a state of brutal fury, initially drawn from a deep cavern and later crossbred with other beasts, their original form long forgotten. Now evolved into the so-called ferocious bird. These beasts boast impressive growth potential and combat prowess, their only flaw being their tendency to turn on their masters. Ko Shanfeng, let me make it clear, while others may not understand the current plight of your Ko family, we are well aware. Do not forget the Ko family is no longer a match for us. You might control that beast for now, but how could you possibly unleash its full power? Gung Yuren's eyes glinted coldly. Moreover, I hold leverage over you. What do you think the Imperial military would do if they knew you were unleashing wild beasts on Jiangnan City? Such actions certainly cross the Empire's red line. Once the military is informed, a quick death would be a luxury. Those who cross the line relying on their beasts often find themselves used as test subjects for relentless experiments and development of various techniques. This is the cost of crossing that red line. Shut up! Your syndicate is nothing but sewer rats. Do you really think you can stand against the Ko family? Even if I can't fully harness the beast's power, it remains a soldier-class creature. After saying this, a slight smile appeared under Gung Yuren's mask. Ha, you don't think our syndicate possesses soldier-class beasts, do you? At these words, Ko Shanfeng's expression froze and he took a deep breath, the room falling silent. At that moment the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Master, your cousin has been found. Initially furious, Ko Shanfeng's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing this news. Good, that's the only good news. Where is she? In the outer city with some people, but their aura seems to be of the 8th or 9th rank, probably Jiangnan City's guards. Ko Shanfeng's eyes chilled. TCH 8th or 9th rank trash. She'll probably come to the inner city soon. Go and meet her. Then Ko Shanfeng turned his gaze back to Gung Yuren. Alright, you win. Mr. Ko, you have ambition and so do we. There's no harm in collaborating, as long as you can help us control that beast temporarily. As for taming it, we have our ways. Additionally, perhaps we can help you with your sister's problem, Gung Yuren said casually. From the very beginning, their consortium was the winner. As for the Ko family, they were actually very united back then. If it weren't for their meddling, Ko Shanfeng wouldn't bear such special hatred towards his own family. Of course, Gung Yuren didn't plan to reveal everything. My sister's problem is none of your concern. Oh, I recall that previously. You hired some people and in the end. Bang! Ko Shanfeng stomped on the ground, a web-like crack appearing beneath his foot. Our family has your people. At this moment Ko Shanfeng's face was extremely grim. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and rage. The fact that someone had infiltrated his family was disastrous enough to understand even for a fool, let alone him. No wonder Ko Shanfeng was furious. For a family, such a situation was a tremendous disgrace. Don't be angry, Ko Shanfeng. What's the use of getting angry? Besides, this situation isn't our fault. If you truly controlled your family through legitimate means, I believe the members would definitely recognize you. Now, aside from your confidants, why would others acknowledge you? Is it because of your temper or your laughable strength? Gung Yuren chose not to respond directly, but rather explained from a different angle, which indeed was very logical. Moreover, why would we need to plant people in your family? We can find out everything we need just by asking around. Frankly, you still lack people's support, but rest assured we will help you out later. Of course, we can talk about that later. After saying this, Gung Yuren quite presumptuously propped his legs up on the table in front of him. Meanwhile, Ko Shanfeng's face turned even more steely. Time seemed to drag on. The room's icy atmosphere filled with murderous intent gradually settled down. Underneath his mask, Gung Yuren's lips curled into a slight smile. The situation was mostly handled by him. Unless something unexpected happened, Ko Shanfone was about to agree. Fine, I accept your deal, but after this transaction you and us we will be allies. On the other side, within the imperial inner city stood several strategic points required for entry. Among these, situated toward the southwest, Tianyan was utterly bored as she scrutinized the intelligence report in front of her. It contained details about the talents within and around the inner and outer parts of Shitushan City. These talents had graduated just about a month ago. Many of them had already reached the 5th rank, with some even achieving the 6th or 7th ranks. There were about 100 at the 8th rank, and as for the 9th rank, there were only a dozen or so. Only 3 individuals had reached the 10th rank. These talents, as recorded in the report, were selected from Shitushan City and its neighboring smaller cities. Essentially, all the individuals mentioned in this report were considered geniuses, even those at the lowest, the 5th rank, would be deemed talented in other smaller cities. However, the troubling part was that few of the people mentioned in the report could join her team. After all, these talents were dispersed throughout the entire southern region by the imperial military. Having even one 9th rank talent in her own team would be quite good. Moreover, there were some hidden talents not listed in this report. She wondered about the current strength level of a certain young man. Fighting alone was extremely challenging. If he were to come to Shitushan City, perhaps he could collaborate with some of the major demon hunting groups or guilds, yet such a development would still pale in comparison to being in the imperial military. Never mind, last time that young man's beast control strength was around the 5th rank, he must have reached the 7th or 8th rank by now. Before returning, I should make a trip to Jiangnan City to look for him, Tianyan thought to herself as she stood up and stretched lazily. Her business in Jiangnan City was concluded, yet she felt there were still things left undone. Different people seemed to have different intentions, but she was too lazy to bother with that. Investigating such matters would have to start from the local forces, and she didn't have much time for that. Moreover, these were not her primary responsibilities. Glancing once more at the large screen hanging on the wall, every strategic entry point into the inner city had a screen in the top floor meeting room displaying who entered the inner city, their time of entry, and their credentials. Koyuelan 944, Family Contributions, Maingji 945, Corporate Contributions, Li Buting 946, Corporate Contributions, Zhang Fan 947, Corporate Contributions, Newcomer entering Shitushan City's inner city for the first time. Upon seeing the name Zhang Fan, Tianyan's eyes widened in shock. What, Zhang Fan was here? How could that be? The wild areas nearby, especially the route leading to Jiangnan City through Dark Moon Mountain, were notorious for their high-level beasts starting from the 8th and 9th ranks. Under such circumstances, how could Zhang Fan possibly be here? At first, Tianyan thought it might be a case of someone with the same name, but upon seeing the names Li Yeye and 2 other women listed right after her intuition told her that this indeed was Zhang Fan. Moreover, it was from this stronghold of hers that he entered. Indeed, if coming from Jiangnan City, entering Shitushan City within such a large area, her stronghold for entering the inner city was the closest. If one were to detour even for a beast tamer, going around to another area and entering the inner city through another stronghold would take at least a day. Basically, no one would choose to do that. How could it be? How could he possibly come here? Moreover, the wild areas nearby with exotic beasts are occupied by some conglomerates. The remaining areas, although they do release some exotic beasts, those beasts are not weak in combat, making it not so easy for someone from Jiangnan City. And wasn't his insect-type beast supposed to be 5th tier? At this moment Tianyan was filled with immense doubts. However, continuing to stay here and think, she couldn't figure out what exactly the situation was. She might as well go down and see for herself. Furthermore, even if the other party still chooses not to join the imperial military, she could still collaborate with him in some way. Tianyan had an intuition that Zhang Fan, this person, would not have mediocre achievements in the future. Moreover, his growth rate in her view was somewhat terrifying. If Zhang Fan was actually born in Shitushan City, she could understand such a growth rate. After all, in Shitushan City, even the resources to advance one's beast to the 30th tier were available. Of course, better resources were not obtainable in Shitushan City itself. However, Zhang Fan was not born in Shitushan City, but in Jiangnan City, in that place where merely an 8th tier power could dominate advancing one's beast to the 8th tier was extremely difficult. This kid, her intuition told her that there must be some secret with Zhang Fan. However, one thing at a time, she would not think about exploring the secrets of Zhang Fan. Sometimes truly offending a genius could bring about some trouble. therefore in most cases Si Tianyan would not choose to offend a genius. Immediately Si Tianyan also quickly left the place. She guessed that Zhang Fan probably had not gone far. By the way, she wanted to see if Zhang Fan was interested in joining her to make some extra money. It might be impossible for others, but she felt that Zhang Fan was very different. At this moment Zhang Fan and his party had just entered the inner city. After receiving his identity token from the military officer at the entrance, Zhang Fan carefully observed his surroundings. His immediate impression was that this place resembled a city within a city. He also noticed that it was bustling with activity. Skyscrapers were everywhere, but unlike in his previous life, most people were casually walking on the streets. Those in a hurry moved faster, their speed surpassing that of the cars from his past life. Additionally, Zhang Fan discovered something peculiar about the air and beneath their feet, as if something underneath the center of the inner city was maintaining its operation. This place was truly special, perhaps even the real heart of Shirta City. In the meantime, Koningning couldn't help but stroke her chin, her eyes clouded with memories. I remember when I was young, my grandfather mentioned that Shirta City initially did not have an outer city, only an inner one. Over time, as more people arrived and various conglomerates wanted to take the Empire's celestial stones for research, the Empire dispatched troops here and established the Skytracks. Now, Shirta City has evolved into what it is today, she explained, providing insight to the group. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. Although curious about what exactly the celestial heart was, now was not the time to discuss such matters. He had already noticed many eyes on him. These gazes were certainly not friendly. More likely, they were from the Ko family, one of the top 10 families in the inner city of Shirtu. Despite some internal changes, as the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse, the Ko family could not be underestimated. Let's head to the Ko residence first, Zhang Fan said decisively. Yeah, if anything feels off, remember our initial plan. Of course, it might not be necessary, but we should always have a backup plan. If things turn sour, don't hesitate to leave. No dawdling, he instructed firmly. He also considered that after handling Koningning's matter, he would discuss potential resource accumulation spots with Luo Yexin and others, like finding some high-level dungeon scrolls. Such a move could significantly enhance the strength of the ladies. Suddenly he realized that from the beginning until now, there hadn't been a single day when he wasn't in need of more materials. Li Yaya and the two other women exchanged glances and nodded at Zhang Fan, just as they were about to move forward. Zhang Fan suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Koningning asked, cautiously looking around. Logically speaking, it was still broad daylight. Their family shouldn't be so audacious as to directly make a move on her under such circumstances. I sense a familiar presence. Aren't you coming out yet? If I'm not mistaken, you should be that person from the military, Si Tianyan. Zhang Fan called out the other party's name directly. Actually, at this time, Zhang Fan and his companions had just entered the inner city not long ago. They weren't far from the entrance to the inner city. Si Tianyan, who was this? A person from the imperial military? Koningning was incredibly puzzled, but she chose not to speak. At that moment she saw a woman in a white military uniform slowly approaching. Her legs were tightly clad in trousers, and she wore a white overcoat with several badges on her shoulders. Because she wore glasses, people couldn't quite discern the expression in Si Tianyan's eyes. However, Zhang Fan had a strong intuition that she was here for him. Though Si Tianyan was indeed a very attractive person with a temperament that could tempt any man, Zhang Fan thought about not exposing himself or letting the imperial military notice anything amiss about him, so he had no intention of joining the military. If the military personnel harbored any designs on him, that would be quite troublesome. I never expected you to arrive in Shirtua City so quickly. Looking at the aura about you, a 10th rank, the speed at which your beast taming skills have improved is indeed fast. It seems your beast has evolved once or twice again. I just wonder what level of combat power your beast has now, Si Tianyan asked with a hint of probing. Although she could have someone check on these things, if it doesn't help her own team, it might actually reduce her influence within the team over time. In the Empire's military, relying solely on seniority is synonymous with incompetence. As long as you have achievements, strength, and contributions, the military won't treat you unfairly, and others will respect you. If someone in the imperial military relies on their seniority to assert themselves, they are likely to be ridiculed. Hearing Si Tianyan's words, Zhang Fan silently observed her. It wasn't that he had any prejudice against Si Tianyan, perhaps he just wasn't quite used to her yet. She still felt like a somewhat unfamiliar friend. 10th rank. It was not easy for me to come here. Do you need something from us? Zhang Fan said calmly, his gaze seriously intent. If Someone unfamiliar with Zhang Fan heard this. They might actually believe what he said. Although Si Tianyan didn't know Zhang Fan very well, she rather trusted her own sixth sense, and it was clear that Zhang Fan's abilities might be more than what they seemed. Zhang Fan's true combat power, it seems, is already at the level of the 13th tier. This is the highest level that Si Tianyan had ever imagined. If it were any higher, Si Tianyan would do whatever it takes to bring Zhang Fan into the imperial military. It's just out of curiosity, how did you manage to get here? It appears I had underestimated you earlier. I thought your background might have limited you. Surprisingly, you've already arrived in Shirtua City so quickly. Remember the old saying, if you ever want to join the imperial military, contact me and I'll give you some preferential treatment. While saying this, Si Tianyan also cast her gaze on Ko Ningning. Coincidentally, the affairs of the Ko family are related to their past actions. The little girl from the Ko family, huh? It seems Zhang Fan. You're planning to get involved. Personally, I wouldn't recommend getting involved because even with the power of the 16th tier, it could be troublesome. Si Tianyan's eyes sparkled. She could guess that Zhang Fan was definitely the kind of person who values relationships deeply. Such people are actually very easy to communicate with. It seems you know about the situation with her family. Can you elaborate? Since his arrogance was curbed after a setback at the White Blood Consortium, Zhang Fan has become somewhat humbled. As he spoke, Si Tianyan raised her eyebrows slightly. On the surface, Si Tianyan maintained a very serious expression, but inwardly she was somewhat surprised. Just now she had observed very carefully. When she mentioned the 16th tier, there was no significant change in Zhang Fan's expression, which was quite indifferent. This indifference suggested that Zhang Fan's true strength was not at the 13th tier, but rather at the 17th tier and possibly even higher. Si Tianyan licked her lips. From now on she needed to take Zhang Fan seriously. Honestly, the current Zhang Fan had shocked her even more. No wonder when she first saw Zhang Fan she had a different feeling about him. There wasn't much intelligence. Originally she had wanted to hire him for some tasks, but now she thought he should first resolve the Ko family's issues. Perhaps she would seek him out afterwards. Si Tianyan's lips curled slightly. She now had quite an interest in Zhang Fan. She had never seen anyone whose power could increase so rapidly, even to an extent that seemed rather absurd. After all, calculating the time, Zhang Fan had just graduated a month ago. His strength had already far surpassed those so-called geniuses mentioned in the reports. Moreover, Zhang Fan had come from a small place like Jiangnan City, not from somewhere like Shirtua City. On the intelligence list, those who have reached the 9th rank are almost exclusively born in Lion Camel City and have powerful backers. Zhang Fan, however, has made it to this point on his own without the support of any faction. Si Tianyan felt that Zhang Fan's future might be promising. Well, I thought you stopped us for something important, but if it's just to say this, then we'll be going. Just as Si Tianyan was pondering this in her mind, Zhang Fan's words abruptly interrupted her thoughts. She nodded in agreement, and under her watchful eyes Zhang Fan and his companions left. At that moment, some members of the imperial military slowly approached. The leader, a middle-aged man, gave Zhang Fan a peculiar look, then turned his attention to Si Tianyan. Why are you out here? The military's energy transport vehicle won't arrive for a while. That young man, is he also a genius, with the aura of a 10th rank? Si Tianyan nodded slightly. Xiong Hongguang, that young man is no ordinary genius. Perhaps he could also be of help to us. Let's take some people and head to the Ko family first. If all goes as planned, we should be able to wrap this up today. And while we're at it, we might as well capture that young Ko family member. He surely doesn't think his actions are unnoticed. Xiong Hongguang nodded gently, though a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. What's going on? Why so soon? I thought we were supposed to wait a while longer. As for that genius, well, honestly, everyone who joins the imperial military is a genius, so I didn't pay much attention to Zhang Fan. In the imperial military, rank is merely a reference. Strength must be proven through combat. Thus, whether Zhang Fan was a genius was not of great concern to Xiong Hongguang. He was more interested in the matters concerning the Ko family and the Tianyi consortium. Si Tianyan turned her head, her gaze cold as she looked at Xiong Hongguang. What, do you have any thoughts? Xiong Hongguang shivered slightly. I was just curious why we are wrapping things up so early. He spoke cautiously. In the imperial military, regardless of gender, as long as one is strong enough, one can speak freely. If you are dissatisfied, you find a way to become stronger. It's a bit complicated, and it involves that young man. Let's get going, no need to waste time here. Si Tianyan bit her lip. As for how to recruit Zhang Fan into the imperial military, she had no clue at the moment. It seemed a pity to just let Zhang Fan continue on his path. Well, we'll take it one step at a time. If he doesn't want to join after all our scheming, even if others come, there's nothing we can do. Persistently inviting someone only to be met with disdain can indeed be a losing proposition. After all, she was still considering collaborating with Zhang Fan. In that case, there would be no need to seek out those giant conglomerates. Is this your family's estate? Yes, indeed, it truly is a family from the Lion Camel City, always grand in their gestures. Just this front courtyard alone uses a space expansion scroll. Initially, Zhang Fan and his companions had accepted the inner city of Lion Camel City as a city within a city. However, what he had not expected was that even the Ko family's front courtyard utilized a space expansion scroll. From the outside, the entire Ko estate didn't seem very large. In Zhang Fan's eyes, it was about the size of half a neighborhood from his previous life. But once they entered the family's main gate, he suddenly realized that was not the case at all. Upon entering, he discovered a whole different world inside. The person leading the way, hearing Zhang Fan's voice, sneered, "Country bumpkin, this is not just any space expansion scroll, but a more precious cave heaven expansion stone." Space expansion scrolls degrade over time, eventually dissipating completely and needing maintenance each year. Moreover, the extent of expansion is quite limited. As for the cave heaven expansion stone, it doesn't have these restrictions. As long as there is a sufficient energy core in the input of exotic beast materials, the space can continue to expand indefinitely. Upon hearing this, everyone except for Zhang Fan furrowed their brows deeply, especially Li Yeye and the others. Their faces turned a shade of deep iron blue. Among them, Li Yeye even seemed ready to take action. However, her movements in the eyes of the other party appeared as trivial as a child's tantrum, not taken seriously at all. Zhang Fan gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "Don't overdo it, remember you people are essentially our family's servants." At this moment, Ko Ningning directly retorted. The man at this time seemed to want to continue saying something, however, feeling several powerful presences approaching from the family's interior, he promptly shut his mouth. After all, he could indeed afford to mock and ridicule Zhang Fan and others, but regarding Ko Ningning, he truly did not dare say much more, otherwise the current family head would definitely not let him off. "Family head, Miss Ningning has brought them back. I was unable to deal with the rest, please punish me." He immediately knelt on one knee. Ko Shanfeng, accompanied by several elders, slowly walked out. He casually waved his hand, not even glancing at Zhang Fan and Li Yeye. In his perception, the capabilities of Zhang Fan and others were too weak. "Go on with your business. Oh dear sister, you've finally returned. I've spent some time looking for you, and having not seen you for a while, I find you've grown even more beautiful." When Ko Shanfeng's gaze fell upon Ko Ningning, he couldn't take his eyes off her, especially after seeing her face. He seemed almost unable to stop himself. It was then that Ko Ningning realized why her cousin was so eager for her return. Especially after meeting his almost predatory gaze, she quickly hid behind Zhang Fan. "So you must be her cousin," Zhang Fan said lightly, his voice tinged with disapproval as if questioning, "Is this really okay for you? Why do you act like a street thug?" As he spoke casually, his hand reached out to grasp Meng Huang, who immediately woke up and obediently lay in Zhang Fan's hand, which he playfully toyed with. However, Zhang Fan's gaze never left Ko Shanfeng. Zhang Fan's remark caused the atmosphere to suddenly still. Some of the Ko family members, including numerous servants who looked visibly pale, gathered around. Previously, many servants were loyal to the old family head and ended up dead, fed to the family's bred livestock. "Young man, do you know what you're saying?" Ko Shanfeng snapped, his temper flaring. "I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel and kowtow a few times and I might let you leave. Don't assume that this is your Jiangnan city. Here, a level 10 is nothing special, especially in the inner city where you can catch a handful of level 10s easily." Ko Shanfeng, noticing the disdain in Zhang Fan's eyes and seeing people like Li Yeye treating Zhang Fan as their focal point, felt a surge of imbalance in his heart. Damn it, what does this kid have? Especially seeing his cousin Ko Ningning clinging to Zhang Fan's sleeve, almost collapsing against his back, fueled his rage even more. "Indeed, this isn't our city, or else it wouldn't be so much trouble," Zhang Fan said, cutting to the chase. "No need for more words, release your beast. Don't say I ambushed you." With that, Zhang Fan threw out his beast Meng Huang. At this moment, neither Zhang Fan nor Ko Shanfeng and the others were aware that imperial military personnel had also begun to approach from another direction, led by Si Tianyan and Xiong Hongguang, with Si Tianyan being the highest ranking officer among them. Accompanying them was Zhong Xiaotong, not a military person but a seed being groomed by a consortium as an heir. Sister Tianyan, did you bring me here just to witness such a spectacle? How the aura emanating from that young man reeks of blood and slaughter, and his beast does not seem like an easy one to manage. Moreover, this aura of bloodshed is even more potent than some of the exotic beasts in the wilderness. Isn't he afraid of any backlash? Zhong Xiaotong couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had seen people with fierce beasts before, but none had an aura as intense as Zhang Fan's. There are two possibilities. One, in Zhang Fan himself is no simple character, the other an extremely ferocious beast utterly loyal to Zhang Fan. Such a beast, even without a contract, would willingly obey Zhang Fan's commands. To achieve this, the beast must have been nurtured from a young age, taking many years to train, otherwise it would simply be impossible. However, her words made Xiong Hongwang shift his gaze onto Zhang Fan, taking several more looks. Suddenly he felt a sense of crisis. This young man. At this moment, both Xiong Hongwang and Zhong Xiaotong were shocked, because whether it was Zhang Fan's calm demeanor or the aura emanating from him, including the beast he had just summoned, all were somewhat unexpected. Another beast from this young man with the aura of a 7th tier. The level of aura was such, but a closer sensing revealed that the combat power was definitely not just that. Si Tianyan's face showed surprise again. Honestly, this time Zhang Fan truly surprised her. With her strength, not just sensing, even with her own eyes she should be able to clearly see the combat capabilities of the beast Zhang Fan had thrown down. How much combat power could it be? This young man really knows how to surprise people. Si Tianyan wore a slight look of emotion. As for Zhong Xiaotong, at this moment she was staring wide-eyed, frozen in place. Because of her innate talent with beasts, she could feel 3 more auras from Zhang Fan, including the beast he had just thrown out. Zhang Fan had a total of 4 beasts on him, and each of their combat strengths was not low at all, each one at the level of over 10 tiers. As for Xiong Hongwang, he too put away his disdain at this moment and stared seriously at Zhang Fan. Is this the insect-type beast you were talking about on the road? Xiong Hongwang swallowed a gulp of saliva before directly asking. However, he soon realized that Si Tianyan did not respond, and he turned his head to look, only to find that Si Tianyan was actually shaking her head gently. Nope, this is not his beast. His beast should be stronger than the one now. This young man, born a master at manipulating insect-type beasts, it's hard to find a second person like him in the entire empire. Just 1 month after graduation he already possesses 2 beasts with combat powers exceeding 10 levels, and this was achieved without the reliance on any family powers but by his own effort, step by step. Truly remarkable. Si Tianyan didn't hide her admiration for Zhang Fan this time. However, at this moment Zhong Xiaotong regained her composure, swallowed, took a deep breath and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Sister Tianyan, perhaps you should reconsider the accuracy of your intelligence. I guarantee with my talent that he doesn't just have 1 beast but 4 each, and one of them is even stronger than the current one. Of course, the one present could contend with a level 20 beast. If he could join the empire might even break through its current predicament. Zhong Xiaotong's words shocked both Si Tianyan and Xiong Hongwang, who were standing beside her. What is going on? Not just 1 beast, but 3 more, and one is even stronger than the current one? How is that possible? This kid is so young. But thinking more about what Zhong Xiaotong just said, it seemed she wasn't joking at all. So with this in mind, Si Tianyan's desire to recruit Zhang Fan into the imperial military grew stronger. Meanwhile, Xiong Hongwang and others from the imperial military were stunned. Help the empire break through? That seemed rather exaggerated. Xiong Hongwang was completely baffled. Wait, no, isn't it just an insect-type beast? Captain Tianyan, from what you just said, his other beasts must also be insects, probably just good for a surprise attack. Xiong Hongwang began to say more but was immediately silenced by Si Tianyan raising a finger. Then just watch carefully and soon you will understand why I am so focused on this young man, Si Tianyan said. In the empire there are many who manipulate insect-type beasts, but someone like him, there's only one. At this moment Ko Shanfeng and the other family elders also saw the beast Zhang Fan had released. They were stunned. What's going on? This is your beast. Are you sure you don't use it for sneak attacks? My beast could probably defeat 100 of these. Moreover, a level 7 high. You dare to bring this out in front of me? Ko Shanfeng scoffed wildly after snapping back to reality. Primarily his heart was filled with immense dissatisfaction. At this moment Ko Ningning was hiding behind Zhang Fan, equally displeased. Why should Zhang Fan be surrounded by beauties, and him, all born into an inner City family, he didn't even have a single woman by his side, just this fact alone was enough to infuriate him. However, his ability to laugh would soon be cut short. Just then, what was merely a locust the size of a fingertip began to stand upright on the spot, rapidly increasing in size. In practically the blink of an eye, it had grown to a height of 300 meters. At this height, in this courtyard, it was nothing short of a colossal beast. For a moment, the air itself seemed to still. Standing tall at 300 meters, with 2 feet planted firmly on the ground and a golden 100-meter guandao resting on its shoulder, this was no ordinary beast. Moreover, a terrifyingly fierce aura emanated from the locust, oppressing everyone present. Upon feeling this dreadful aura, everyone was taken aback. They suspected that what stood before them was not any ordinary tamed beast, but a legendary beast king. How could this be possible? At this moment, Ko Shanfeng couldn't help but inhale sharply, but without any hesitation he didn't even think to summon his own beast. Instead, he activated his innate abilities and immediately took out a scroll. He then spoke to the other elders, "You guys hold it off for a moment. Once I summon that old man's beast, victory will be on our side." "Well done, sister, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to find such a master in Jiangnan City." "Hey kid, it's not too late for you to become an elder in our family. Otherwise, I'll show you just how terrifying a soldier-level beast can be." At this time, the many elders of the Ko family exchanged glances. However, it was then that Zhang Fan turned his head to look at Ko Ningning. "Now it's your time to shine. If you truly wish to take control of your family, you can't just hide behind me. Now it's time to show your courage." Zhang Fan chose not to let the fierce locust take action immediately. After all, he also wanted to see just how strong the so-called soldier-level beast under Ko Shanfeng's control really was. On the other hand, this was also an opportunity for Ko Ningning to train. If Ko Ningning could stand out at this time, then the Ko family would have a reliable leader in the future. He didn't want to complete Ko Ningning's commission only to find that the head of the Ko family had changed again in a month or two. That would be quite troublesome. However, based on Zhang Fan's understanding of Ko Ningning, he believed she had the capability to stand up. It could be said that Ko Ningning's perception and inner world were not small. The only thing she lacked was her own strength. And now he was also helping Ko Ningning bridge this gap in some ways. However, relying solely on himself would not suffice. Ko Ningning still needed to stand up for herself, otherwise it would be like trying to prop up a wall with mud. By then, not to mention one Zhang Fan, even 10 Zhang Fans wouldn't be able to resolve the situation. Clearly Ko Ningning was very aware of this herself. Indeed, after Zhang Fan's words were spoken, she immediately took a big step forward. "Elders of the family, you now have 2 choices," she declared. "First, bring out your beasts now and then wait for both your beasts and yourselves to be killed, or continue to join forces with my cousin here to attack us. I advise you against it, as it would be the worst outcome for you." After stepping forward, Ko Ningning's face showed no trace of fear, becoming even more serene. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was holding onto his 6-winged creature, feeling the gaze of many hidden eyes upon them. Although he didn't know exactly what those observers were planning, his experiences with the Bai Shui Consortium had changed him. He was no longer as unguarded as he once was. It's common for there to be no rules in the wilderness, but even within the city, some people still prefer to play without rules. After all, the potential rewards were too great and many would choose to take the risk. Zhang Fan himself was no exception. As Ko Ningning spoke, some of the elders immediately began to hesitate. Just before, they had been frightened by Zhang Fan's beast, and coupled with Ko Shanfeng's forceful commands, they had subconsciously considered Zhang Fan an enemy. From Ko Shanfeng's standpoint, this thinking was faultless. However, everyone present knew that Ko Shanfeng's position was illegitimate. More importantly, Ko Shanfeng had previously seized control by relying on the intervention of another power, controlling the old family head's beast and even killing the old family head. Some, under the pressure of life and death, chose to submit, but that didn't mean they were loyal to Ko Shanfeng. On the contrary, they had always harbored dissatisfaction towards him, though it had not been expressed. "You Ko Ningning, you are truly damn boy, you've successfully angered me. What are you all still doing standing there? Don't tell me you think that with just one beast he can defeat the old man's beast." As Ko Shanfeng continued to speak, the elders around him furrowed their brows tightly. Not a single person chose to directly summon their guardian beast to show a firm stance on the side of Ko Shanfeng. This situation was quite normal. Essentially, among these people, some supported Ko Shanfeng for the immense benefits, while others did it for the sake of the old family head. Previously, they were simply forced to submit due to the overwhelming circumstances. At this moment, the scene before everyone was so shocking that it nearly gave Ko Shanfeng a stroke. After all, it's infuriating for anyone to see their supporters just standing there dazed at a critical moment. It seems you have all made your choices, now come to our side and all will be forgiven. Ko Ningning added fuel to the fire at this moment. Her gaze was fixed unswervingly on Ko Shanfeng and her eyes were filled with a murderous intent. If her suspicions were correct, perhaps even the death of her own parents could not be disentangled from Ko Shanfeng. It was likely that he had a hand in orchestrating their demise. Thinking of this, Ko Ningning reminisced about the past when she had so much trust in him. Now it seemed she had been utterly deceived. At this moment, the murderous intent in her heart reached its peak. Meanwhile, Si Tianyan's companions Zhong Xiaotong and Xiong Hongguan were almost popping their eyes out of their sockets in astonishment. They had never expected Zhang Fan's guardian beast to grow so significantly. It was a terrifyingly large transformation, starting at 100 meters. Even Si Tianyan herself was shocked after seeing the size of the mantis beast. It was not just 100 meters as she had guessed, but a monstrous 300 meters. Moreover, she noticed 3 golden scimitars hanging on the back of the mantis beast, indicating that it had not even reached its full strength. If it were to exert its full power, the so-called soldier-level guardian beasts wouldn't stand a chance and could be annihilated in an instant. This beast's strength was beyond my imagination. A 7th-tier high-level beast already possessed such power. While Si Tianyan was speaking, Zhong Xiaotong and Xiong Hongguan came back to their senses. They began to realize just how terrifying Zhang Fan's potential was. His guardian beast was merely a high-level 7th tier, a level which frankly wouldn't usually be considered significant by others. After all, being at the 7th or 8th tier is quite noteworthy for a small town. However, in a place like Shirtas City, such a level hardly attracts any attention. Even if someone reaches the teens in terms of levels, they might at most get a nod of acknowledgement. What really matters is the number of such individuals within a power, how many there are at the teen levels. But what about Zhang Fan, as a high-level 7th-tier beast tamer? What does he need now? He needs Ko Shanfeng to use the old family head's beast to respond to him. The Ko family's situation has long been clear to them, even clearer than to Ko Shanfeng himself. This was destined from the time the Ko family became one of the inner-city families. The imperial military has also mentioned this long ago. If one cannot accept this kind of situation, then they might as well not come to the inner city and go to the outer city instead, where they can do whatever they please. However, in the inner city, there are more rules to follow. The inner city of Shirtas City is, so to speak, the core of the entire city, and thus no major mistakes can occur there. At this moment, Zhang Fan's beast requires Ko Shanfeng to use a 2-star soldier-level beast to counter it, which clearly demonstrates Zhang Fan's potential. The beast trained by Zhang Fan, even if placed within the imperial military, would be considered quite formidable. If Zhang Fan had only this one beast, they might say that he is somewhat lucky. The beast has good qualities, but Zhang Fan does not have just one beast. With Zhong Xiaotong's perceptive abilities adding to the exploration, Zhang Fan has a total of 4 beasts. This situation alone is enough to show that the training of such beasts is mostly due to Zhang Fan himself. Perhaps he has many secrets that are the core of his strength. Impressive, this young man might truly be able to leave most people behind when he exerts his full strength, Captain Tian Yan once again expressed her admiration. At the same time, she also realized just how terrifying Zhang Fan's current beast is. Don't forget, Zhang Fan's beast's level is only at the 7th tier for now, but if his beast's level were to upgrade to the 20th tier, choosing to evolve into a soldier level once more, the combat power by then might be equivalent to a 4-star soldier level beast. At that time, it would be possible to break the myth that a soldier level beast cannot surpass its tier. Captain Tian Yan, I think I understand what you mean by helping the Empire to break through, but this young man, didn't he say he does not want to join the imperial military? At this moment, Xiong Hongguang also understands that having someone like Zhang Fan develop outside is indeed a loss for the Empire, but the key issue is how to recruit Zhang Fan into the imperial military. Clearly, directly seizing such a person is not going to work well. If we use some resources to recruit, the other party seems to want to secure those resources, and it's not certain that they will start from their military. Larger conglomerates, deeper-rooted families, these are all potential trading partners for him. Don't look at me, I'm also out of methods, and right now this young fellow is arranging his logistics. It could be that within the outer city he might have befriended some powers as well. If it weren't for the fact that this young man doesn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts, I would actually be afraid that he might really stir up some trouble. The Empire today isn't what it used to be. It can't emerge from turmoil unscathed. Si Tianyan took a deep breath. At this moment Zhong Xiaotong and Xiong Hongguang also widened their eyes. Matters concerning the empire are typically not to be discussed casually, let's leave his issues for another time. Let's first see when those from the Tianyi consortium will make their move. By all accounts it should be soon. See, Tianyan deftly changed the topic, much to the relief of Xiong Hongguang and Zhong Xiaotong. Discussing the affairs of the empire was something they dared not do recklessly. Now the Ko family courtyard had clearly split into two factions. One faction was led by Zhang Fan and his group. Behind them stood the majority of the household servants, 4 elders and several key figures of the family. Indeed, the Ko family, as one of the top 10 families of the inner city, did not disappoint. Even at this point Zhang Fan noticed nearly 100 individuals with the aura of the 13th or 14th tier. These individuals likely possessed more than one imperial beast, and it was uncertain how many more aces they had up their sleeves. They truly lived up to their reputation as one of the top 10 families. The only pity was Ko Shanfeng. If not for him, the development of the Ko family would have required much more caution from Zhang Fan. Unfortunately, in this world there are often no such things as if only. At most, there is only regret. You all, absolutely insane. At this moment Ko Shanfeng, seeing the majority of the family siding with Zhang Fan, had a twisted, manic expression. His eyes bulged red like a pair of red beads and veins throbbed on his forehead. Even the air around him seemed to emanate a murderous aura. After all, the stronger one's imperial beast, the more enhancements its master receives, and these aren't just limited to physical qualities. Psychic abilities also have certain enhancements. However, most people just use them to display their innate talents. You traitors, just wait, it won't be long before the old man's beasts are all released, and then I will kill all of you. Ko Shanfeng screamed, his voice chillingly cold. After Ko Shanfeng finished speaking, those who still supported him at this moment frowned slightly. At the very least, a family head, regardless of the situation, should maintain some basic rationality. How could he be so confused so quickly? Remember, when the old family head was killed by Ko Shanfeng, he had sighed helplessly. Although he was still angry, the old family head had softened his heart at the last moment. Otherwise, how could a petty man and hypocrite like Ko Shanfeng ever win? What a joke! Betrayal, cousin, you killed our great-grandfather. Logically you should be the traitor, not us. We are not the traitors, Ko Ningning said angrily. At this moment her anger towards Ko Shanfeng reignited fiercely. If it weren't for Ko Shanfeng, she would still be in the family. If it wasn't for him, her great-grandfather. Initially, Ko Ningning's anger towards Ko Shanfeng was just a desire to retaliate after being chased, but now it was no longer about retaliation but about avenging her family. Humph, that old fool doesn't understand what his beast control skills mean. All these years he has been too weak, always enduring and yielding. Now, I have finally taken control of his beasts. Ko Ningning, don't be too proud for too long. Wait until I defeat this youngster. I will capture you and torment you day and night, making you regret being born into this world. Such venomous and ruthless words were spoken. Apart from those hiding in the dark from the Tianyi consortium, the rest had faces full of coldness and anger. There was no other reason. Such words were simply too excessive. Some even regretted whether they should join Zhang Fan and others at this moment. No matter how you look at it, Ko Shanfeng was rather lacking as a family head. Now, although he was both the family head and clan leader, in essence he relied on the help of outsiders and tactics like ambushes to maintain his position. In a direct confrontation, Ko Shanfeng truly did not deserve to be called a family head. The term petty man was quite fitting indeed. At this moment, those supporting Ko Shanfeng knew that what they fundamentally valued was not Ko Shanfeng's power but his relationship with the Tianyi group. This was the critical point. The rest concerned the divine beast under Ko Shanfeng's control. Calm down, head of the family. We should summon that divine beast immediately. That's the priority. Next, we'll help you fend it off. Come out, Blackwing Earth Tiger. One of the elders summoned his own divine beast. However, his beast's size was nothing compared to the fierce locusts. It was just over 200 meters in size. Yet this divine beast carried an aura of approximately the 15th tier. The other divine beasts present were around the 14th tier. Excluding Zhang Fan's fierce locust, there were actually more than a dozen divine beasts present. Most of these beasts were hovering around 100 meters in size. As for their levels, there were a few divine beasts at around the 12th tier. So many divine beasts, it was uncertain if their choice was correct. Whether right or wrong, it no longer mattered. I couldn't stand him anymore. He loses his temper too easily. No worries, we will also deploy our divine beasts to assist the young miss. As for Ko Shanfeng, in my view he no longer exists in the Ko family. Gentlemen, no need for further words, let's each contribute our strength. Previously our resistance was futile, but now, at this moment, those standing with Zhang Fan were speaking one after another, settling the matter. They were planning to release their own divine beasts to aid Zhang Fan, however at that moment Zhang Fan directly stopped them. No need for that. These mediocre figures are not worth your effort. Let my divine beast handle it. I just want to see how many of you truly remain loyal to him. Then Zhang Fan turned to look at Koningning. See, without me you could still take back the family from your incompetent cousin by plotting on your own in Shirtus City and allying with others. There is no such thing as a dead end in this world, only people who despair in their circumstances. Zhang Fan also took this opportunity to teach Koningning a lesson. Koningning couldn't help but nod, honestly. In Zhang Fan's eyes Koningning's abilities were quite commendable. After all, not everyone was like him, having lived 2 lifetimes. To Zhang Fan, Koningning's achievements were already quite impressive. However, Zhang Fan's words seemed far too arrogant to Ko Shanfeng and others. Young man, don't get too pleased with yourself too soon, Ko Shanfeng shouted angrily at that moment. But Zhang Fan had no intention of continuing the conversation. He simply gave the fierce locust a look. Suddenly, everyone present felt a shiver in their hearts. Originally, when the fierce locust was standing there quietly, they had accepted it, subconsciously feeling that it was still safe. However, just as the fierce locust began to move slightly, a deadly aura began to oppress the space around them. With a burst of energy, poochie, 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 hiss, in an instant the fierce locust wielded its enormous guandao and slashed 3 beams of light. The onlookers only saw 3 streaks of golden light flash by, and then most of the majestic beasts on the field were cleaved into 2. There was no back and forth, no stalemate. Even the strongest beast controlled by one of the elders, the winged earth tiger, had one of its legs cleanly severed. Arrogant? I am not being arrogant. To be honest, if I were to fully unleash my power, you wouldn't even qualify to stand before me, understand? Besides, my beast hasn't even exerted its full strength yet. Wait until you can force my beast to show its true power before you call me arrogant. Also, Ko Shanfeng, right? There's no need to keep those people hidden anymore. Let them come out. Zhang Fan spoke slowly as he once again halted the fierce locust. He was also curious about who these hidden people were. Silence. At this moment the Ko family was enveloped in an eerie quiet. Even the air seemed as if it had been muted. Once again everyone's gaze returned to the fierce locust, sensing its aura more carefully this time. The fierce locust still possessed the aura of a 7th-tier senior. Moreover, the deadly aura around it seemed even denser than before. However, it was soon noticed that there were 3 huge guandos hanging on the back of the fierce locust. At that moment the fierce locust looked like an ancient fierce general who hadn't even used his full strength. Wait, those are 3 huge guandos, implying that the previous strike was just a basic attack without any skills? It seems that way indeed, and it appears that the lady has found someone extraordinary. More than extraordinary. Even if all of us together attacked, we would likely not be able to defeat this person's beast. So young, whose prodigy is this? Why have we never heard of him before? Whose prodigy have you forgotten? The lady returned from Jiangnan City. How can that be? This means that this person is from that place. At this moment, those who chose to support Koningning saw how terrifying Zhang Fan was and were brought back to their senses. But then they realized that someone like Zhang Fan would probably soon leave Shirtus City. The main thing was Zhang Fan seemed far too young. So young that it was almost ridiculous, almost like a student who had just graduated from college. In fact, that was indeed the case. This matter was simply too preposterous, and Zhang Fan had no intention of speaking about it himself. As for LVE and others, they too wouldn't say much at this time. Instead, they were discreetly helping Koningning observe the people from the Ko family. Currently, it seemed that all the people who had come were loyal to Koningning, or rather they were willing to support Koningning as the head of the family. Perhaps part of the reason was that Ko Shanfeng was truly incompetent. At this moment Ko Shanfeng was indeed on the verge of madness. He was initially amazed by Zhang Fan's beast taming, but soon after his heart was filled with jealousy. Why was fate so unfair? It seems you've sensed it too. So members of the Tianyi Consortium, come out. If I die, our deal will be impossible to fulfill. After saying these words, Ko Shanfeng looked at the scroll in his hand, which was already half activated. Just a little more time and he would be able to summon a 2-star soldier class beast. As he finished speaking, those who supported him breathed a sigh of relief in unison, as they were in no mood to fuss about anything. After all, they were already in the same boat. What was the point in sweating the small stuff now? Bang, bang. Over a dozen people seemingly appeared out of nowhere, crashing onto the floor and causing web-like cracks to spread beneath their feet. Gung Yuren had a face full of smiles and surprise. His attention was not on Zhang Fan but on the fierce locust. What an excellent beast! You must have put a lot of effort into this one. Look at it, its malevolent aura, its ferocity, it's practically a perfect weapon. Gung Yuren's attention was hardly on Ko Shanfeng. After all, they were collaborators, not brothers or friends. In the shadows, Si Tianyan and others were taken aback. Xiong Hongwan even swallowed hard before saying that attack just now was terrifying. This beast, its spirit energy flows wildly within it, its malevolent aura, its energy, it can perfectly manipulate all of these. Moreover, the beast didn't even use any skills just now, it was merely a simple technique. Si Tianyan also nodded slightly, her eyes squinting. This one beast is already so powerful, what level then is the other beast? Currently Si Tianyan estimated the combat power of the fierce locust to be around the 18th tier, which suggested that if it exerted its full strength, its true combat power might well be at the 19th tier. And there, like a centipede of terror, the true combat power of that beast might well be at the 20th tier. Any special techniques, barely any effort was needed, not even a flex of muscle. Ah, the people from Tianyi Consortium have already shown up, now we should just... Zhang Xiaotong, relying on her innate ability, could indeed see places and details many beast tamers couldn't. Now, with the situation as it is, the people from Tianyi Consortium are out. According to the original plan, capturing these people from the consortium should have sufficed. Si Tianyan simply shook her head. Capture them? There's no rush. It seems that for now, the consortium folks have no intention of leaving. Their attention has been completely captured by Zhang Fan's fierce locust. No need to hurry. Perhaps what follows might just solve our problems for us. This trip has indeed brought unexpected gains. Anyway, things are about to get a lot easier for us. Si Tianyan crossed her arms, her white military uniform fluttering casually. Did it take a lot of effort? You might not believe it if I tell you, but I'm not usually too strict with my beasts, Zhang Fan said teasingly. Indeed, he doesn't manage his beasts as closely as other tamers do. And among his 4 beasts, except for the scorpion who always likes to cling to him, the other 3 usually don't feel like moving much at all. And with just one sentence from him, all 4 little creatures are extremely obedient. Gung Yuren didn't delve too deeply into these details. Give up this beast or else we will kill you. Don't think about opposing Tianyi Consortium or you will regret it, he threatened. I'm giving you a chance not because you are talented, but because you're just lucky that this beast caught our eye. Gung Yuren's face was flush with excitement. In his eyes, the beast no longer belonged to Zhang Fan, it was his. All this, of course, was thanks to Ko Shanfeng's ability to control beasts and erase the contracts between beasts and tamers. Your beast? That's interesting. So, what are you going to do about it? Zhang Fan was not worried in the slightest. If it were any other beast, especially Yao Tang, it might indeed fear a sneak attack. But the fierce locust was different. It wasn't afraid of ambushes at all. With its Maplu-like skills, it could be immune to attacks from beasts even beyond the 20th tier. In such a seemingly invincible situation, Zhang Fan didn't see how he could lose. However, there were still some who hadn't shown themselves. Among them, one presence felt somewhat familiar to him, but there were also others that he couldn't quite place. Are there still people in the shadows? Zhang Fan questioned himself, though he was not panicked now, confident that the ferocious locusts were not susceptible to surprise attacks. As long as the enemy dared to show themselves, he could simply release his poison scorpion. It seems you have no intention of voluntarily breaking the contract with this beast, but no matter, let me show you the power of a level 20 beast master. Release the poison bee and the fong bee, and teach this youngster a lesson. Gung Yuren's gaze settled on Zhang Fan. To him, Zhang Fan was merely lucky, and this also indicated that Zhang Fan's beast had a solid foundation. He had secretly observed that this beast's combat level was around the 18th tier, possibly even reaching the 19th tier. However, level 20 was a significant dividing line not so easily crossed. As Gung Yuren finished speaking, several figures in black robes behind him each pulled out a scroll and tore it open. The scrolls transformed into streams of energy that shot into the air, and soon 2 massive figures gradually materialized. They were 2 bee-type beasts. However, these beasts were not particularly large, merely around 10 meters in size, which could still be considered a giant bee since ordinary bee-type beasts are not so large. Nonetheless, Zhang Fan could distinctly feel that the aura of these beasts was not very strong, and it seemed as if their will was suppressed, unable to unleash their full combat power. Upon closer inspection, it was clear to everyone, not just Zhang Fan, that there was something wrong. With these two beasts, their wings and the areas around their abdomens were marked with black runes. The Tianyi Consortium's beast control technique couldn't manipulate soldier-class beasts, but as long as the beasts were not of soldier class, they could control any type. Unexpectedly, Ko Shanfeng had actually approached the Tianyi Consortium. The Tianyi Consortium dared to show up here so openly. Weren't they afraid of death? The imperial military had issued a warrant against them recently. Many from the imperial military were busy recruiting talents, and for a while they were short-handed, which must be the situation now. Of course, if they were late in escaping, they would still be captured by the imperial military. At this moment, the Ko family members standing with Zhang Fan each began to speak one after another, their faces filled with concern. Many people at this time turned their attention to Zhang Fan, seemingly trying to discern his expression, mainly because they had no other choice. Although these two beasts seemed unable to exert all the power of the 20th tier, these two beasts didn't necessarily rely on brute force. For example, they could rely on tactics like using poisonous needles. When Gung Yuren uttered those words just now to everyone present, Zhang Fan's control over his beast seemed utterly assured, a foregone conclusion. At 20th level, it seemed that these beast controllers were not acting on their own strength, relying instead on underhanded tactics, and yet they considered themselves powerful. Zhang Fan merely glanced at Gung Yuren and his cohorts before deciding not to give them any further attention. They were just a group dependent on controlling others' beasts to oppress and manipulate further. This snowballing method might be good for a consortium, but it was highly offensive. Moreover, such methods of development were unsustainable. No wonder the Empire had decided to issue a warrant against them. The fact that these people's consortium still existed without being destroyed was nothing short of a miracle. Not fit for the public eye. As long as you can win, what does it matter by what means? The poison bee used its venomous stinger to paralyze the beast, while Tooth Peak stood guard in preparation for a counterattack. Gung Yuren issued the command directly. Ko Ningning, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but feel anxious. With her intelligence, she could guess what was likely to happen next. They were probably planning to first paralyze Zhang Fan's beast, then they would utilize her cousin's unique abilities. Be careful, they are planning to. Ko Ningning didn't have the chance to explain further. The poison bee had already launched its attack. A dark green venomous needle shot from its tail, slicing through the air and drawing a green line in its trajectory. This strike made everyone's heart tighten. However, Ko Shanfeng and others showed smiles at this moment. Haha, this time I want to see how you. Snap, crackle. Suddenly, the smile on Ko Shanfeng's face froze completely. Not just him, but Gung Yuren and others were also stunned at that moment. They saw the dark green venomous needle strike the mantis, but it was like a fragile toothpick, leaving not even a slight mark on the mantis's body, and the crisp sound it made as it hit the ground seemed to cast a spell of silence on them, stopping everyone's breath. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. Just a mere 20th level, and you think you can harm the mantis with its unmovable mountain-like body? Only if the mantis is moving at high speed could it possibly be harmed. Otherwise, once the mantis stops and automatically activates its immovable mountain-like body, no ordinary beast can defeat it. Unless there is an absolute overpowering of the mantis's strength. Thinking of defeating the mantis is nothing but a pipe dream. His words seemed to shut everyone's silence off. Many people at that moment involuntarily opened their mouths, but could say nothing. Their perception swept over the locust again, identifying it as a 7th-tier advanced creature. Is that right? What's going on? Your attacks are too weak. Do you have any other beasts? Bring them all out now. This is your only chance, Zhang Fan said with a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Next, it was time to see just how powerful those hiding in the shadows were. If those lurking figures couldn't resist striking at this moment, it would prove that their strength was about the same as those from the Tianyi Consortium. If they didn't make a move, then wait, that's all. Zhang Fan didn't believe that after all the people from the Tianyi Consortium were wiped out and Ko Shanfeng dealt with, those hidden would still not show themselves. As Zhang Fan finished speaking, the locust lost a bit of its enthusiasm. It actually shared Zhang Fan's thoughts. It had assumed that the combat power of these two summoned beasts might be somewhat stronger. However, it now seemed that they weren't much stronger after all. Whoosh, a golden blade swept through, creating a streak of golden light different from before. This strike did not hit the two beasts. Instead, it made them dodge. In an instant, the locust became serious. It was, after all, a creature of the 20th tier. Overall, its attributes were indeed stronger than those of ordinary beasts. With an excited shriek, the locust's form vanished on the spot, and in one step it appeared right in front of the poison bee and the tooth bee. From the perspective of size, these two beasts could indeed be called insects in front of the locust. At this moment Dung Yuren stopped watching the two beasts he had just summoned and turned his head to look at Ko Shanfeng. How much longer? Hurry up and call out that beast and then find an opportunity. Dung Yuren suppressed the shock in his heart, but he also realized that the two beasts they had summoned were no match for the locust. Moreover, these two beasts were mostly used by them to capture other beasts. Ko Shanfeng nodded slightly, then reacted as well. He understood Dung Yuren's plan, which was to have him erase the beast contract between Zhang Fan and the locust. Once Ko Shanfeng erased this contract, Dung Yuren would be able to use the tools within their consortium to directly control Zhang Fan's beast. Well, it must be said, it's a beautiful thought, he mused. It's already done. The scroll in Ko Shanfeng's hand didn't turn into dust like other scrolls after use. Everyone just felt that, at this moment, the scroll in Ko Shanfeng's hand had lost its power. At the same time, an aura emerged from the scroll, swiftly gathering and condensing into a beastly form, a four-horned ox, no less formidable in stature, spanning 400 meters, even larger than Zhang Fan's fierce locust. With the appearance of this beast, the skies began to fill with large swaths of fiery clouds. Koningning's face paled in shock. This is grandfather's beast, the four-horned flaming ox, whose skills are mostly fire-based spiritual abilities. Ko Shanfeng, you've gone too far. Initially, Koningning was somewhat panicked upon seeing her grandfather's beast. However, remembering that Zhang Fan was by her side along with his formidable combat prowess and his earlier words, she quickly regained her composure. She wondered how her detestable cousin had managed to take control of her grandfather's beast. She knew his special talent could temporarily erase the bond between a beast and its master. Thus, it seemed her cousin had used some method to dominate the beast. Excessive, he had said, as long as it leads to victory, any means are acceptable. Four-horned flaming ox, go. Suppress this beast first, once it's subdued I can then. He didn't finish his sentence. Ko Shanfeng also glanced at Zhang Fan with a sly look, but Zhang Fan's face was devoid of any excess emotion. Boom, boom, two giant wasps fell to the ground like heaps of rubbish. At that moment the fierce locust steadied itself. Observing from the shadows, Si Tianyin and others took a deep breath. The beast summoned by Ko Shanfeng, though tricky to control and devoid of consciousness, acting only on residual instincts like a puppet, was after all a soldier-class beast, not easily matched by ordinary beasts. What should we do? Should we intervene now? Xiong Hongguang said slowly, his face tense with anxiety. At this point he was genuinely afraid that Zhang Fan, a prodigious talent, might end up dead here or lose his beast. After all, Zhang Fan's beast was of a particularly fierce kind, one that was nearly impossible to tame by anyone outside. But the Tianyi consortium was a different story, yet they did not wish for the consortium to acquire this beast. Wait, we are not his babysitters. He hasn't joined the imperial military yet, and besides he might be on guard, especially with Koningning by his side. Xiong Hongguang continued. Koningning likely knew of her cousin's special abilities, so Zhang Fan should be prepared. If his beast is indeed taken over and he faces an attack, that would be our moment to help. Besides, he might already be aware of our presence. Si Tianyin's words took Xiong Hongguang and his companions by surprise. At this moment even Zhong Xiaotong showed a similar expression. For the other members of the imperial military, these ordinary soldiers felt their scalps tingle with unease. After all, when they joined the imperial military, they were considered geniuses. However, compared to Zhang Fan, they fell short. Be careful, my cousin's talent abilities. Koningning warned again subconsciously as she watched Zhang Fan, who appeared calm and composed. The Ko-family members around her also wanted to say something at this time, some faces filled with anger. Ko Shanfeng, you deserve to die. The old patriarch's beast. This is the old patriarch's beast. Damn it, the current patriarch is already dead, and he actually uses the old patriarch's beast as a weapon. Damn, Ko Shanfeng, you are too much. At this moment even those among the Ko family who supported Ko Shanfeng felt somewhat displeased internally. However, they did not continue to say much, only quietly retreating a few steps with expressions of helplessness and numbness on their faces. No matter what, from today onwards their Ko family is definitely on the decline, and they will also fall out of the so-called top 10 families. Humph, a bunch of useless people. Righteousness sometimes. It's just like this, it can be cumbersome, but I will definitely not let it hinder me. You beast, move it for me. At this time Ko Shanfeng also realized that the four-horned skyflame ox, which he strongly controlled using the methods of the Tianyi consortium, stood still, not obeying his commands. Involuntarily he then activated the runes in his palm as his words fell. Immediately the four-horned skyflame ox let out a long and painful roar and then charged towards the ferocious locust. In that instant Ko Shanfeng seized the opportunity, allowing his innate ability to enter a state ready to unleash. Bang! The four-horned skyflame ox moved and the whole ground shook at that moment. It even seemed as if the fiery clouds in the sky at that time also emitted some power, converging onto the body of the four-horned skyflame ox. Zheng Fan could see that the original level of this beast should have been 24, and then it had entered what is called a soldier level. Possibly, the locust's immovable mountain body skill could not defend against the opponent's attack. Meng Huang, don't be careless. This opponent is nothing like the trash we faced before. Zheng Fan issued a direct warning. Meng Huang nodded slightly in acknowledgement and immediately positioned his Guandao in front of him. Behind him, two clones appeared simultaneously. The emergence of these two clones once again startled everyone. Cloning skills, this aura. Everyone then realized that these clones also inherited the original body's strength. At this moment Ko Shanfeng's expression froze. His talent required aiming after all. But what was happening now? Three beastly figures. His talent could only hit one in a moment. Moreover, once used it couldn't be used a second time within the same day. Time around seemed to slow down several folds at this moment. Finally, with a loud crash, everyone realized what had happened. Bang! One of Meng Huang's clones was directly knocked away. The other two clones disappeared. Deng Yuren and Ko Shanfeng, among others, saw this scene and smiles immediately spread across their faces. It seems that this beast was not unbeatable. Deng Yuren's eyes shone as he then turned to stare at Ko Shanfeng. However, Ko Shanfeng also knew this was an opportunity. Meng Huang flipped casually in midair and landed steadily, sliding back a few meters. A trickle of red blood emerged from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, everyone could see a deep bone-deep wound on his chest. Zheng Fan sighed helplessly. I told you not to be careless. Why did you still take it head on? Meng Huang did not respond. How does that saying go? Probably something about being a disbeliever. Just before Meng Huang was in such a mood, disbelieving that he couldn't block it. Well, the result was indeed that he couldn't block it. At this moment Si Tianyan and the others were somewhat unable to remain calm. Even Si Tianyan herself couldn't keep her composure. What? This beast's skills, his clones can directly help him disperse his injuries? How is that possible? However, at this time no one was there to answer her questions. Everyone's gaze was still on Meng Huang. Meng Huang snorted slightly. In front of Zhang Fan he was like a stubborn child. Zhang Fan was also somewhat helpless but didn't pursue the matter further. Another clone appeared beside Meng Huang and everyone was stunned. Just before the two clones were useless, so why create another now? Was it a tactical move? Ko Shanfeng sneered. It's a pity. Having clones that inherit the original strength is indeed impressive, but unfortunately this beast will soon no longer be yours. Watch me. Just as Ko Shanfeng was about to activate his own ability, he suddenly noticed that Meng Huang's original body had dissipated and the clone blinked its eyes. He then took off 3 more golden broadswords from his body. His aura completely surged at that moment. Everyone was dumbfounded again. What kind of beast is this with avatars that can shield him from damage? What a joke! Could it be true that as long as it has avatars it cannot be killed? No, that's impossible. There is no such thing as an invincible beast. Thus, such a technique must have some cost for it. Those supporting Ko Shanfeng nearly had their eyeballs pop out of their sockets. In fact, even Zhang Fan and his group wore similar expressions of astonishment, especially Ko Ningning, who considered herself quite knowledgeable, but she had never seen such a beast skill before. Ko Shanfeng gritted his teeth once more, raised his palm and aimed at the fierce locust. Erase contract. A swipe of purple energy emerged from his palm and quickly flew towards the locust. This energy posed no threat to the fierce locust, so it did not even bother to move. Buzz! The energy hit the locust. 1 second, 2 seconds, a purple aura flashed over the locust's body and at the same time a rune appeared on it. The faces of Si Tianyan and others hidden in the shadows changed dramatically. Zhang Fan looked calm as usual, nodding slightly. He could probably tell that this innate ability was essentially a sensory deception aimed at the beast and a sensory disturbance for the Beast Master. It made both parties believe that the contract was either blocked or dissolved. However, the impressive part of this innate ability was that it could even deceive the contract itself. In Zhang Fan's view, this was the most powerful aspect. Haha, with this I can control this beast. How about that? Oh Zhang Fan, what chances do you have if I control this beast? Ko Shanfeng laughed on the spot, feeling that the advantage was now his. Gung Yurin, however, frowned slightly. What? Did it mean that it was controlled by Ko Shanfeng? After all, he wanted that beast for himself. How could he let Ko Shanfeng have it? Meanwhile, Si Tianyan and the others knew there was no need to hide any longer. They immediately stepped forward, but they directly surrounded Gung Yurin and his people. The imperial military. Tisk, you actually found this place. You are Si Tianyan. What a trouble, what to do? At this moment, the people brought by Gung Yurin were somewhat panicked. After all, it was the imperial military. However, Si Tianyan now had no intention of dealing with them. Her gaze was directly fixed on Zhang Fan. What shocked Si Tianyan was that even at this point Zhang Fan still maintained a calm expression. Zhang Fan, your beast has been controlled. I knew it was you guys all along, wondering who was lurking in the shadows, Zhang Fan said with a relaxed expression. If the poison scorpion was controlled, he really wasn't sure if it could sense his location. If the poison scorpion couldn't feel him, it would definitely go mad. By then he wasn't sure if he could calm it down. But the fierce locust was different. Though it would likely rage, it certainly wouldn't strike at him. Zhang Fan, is it? Today, even if the imperial military is present, you are going to die. This is a personal grudge between you and our Ko family, and the imperial military has no reason to intervene. Golden battle insect, I've given you a new name, now kill your former master. Ko Shanfeng smiled as he stared at the fierce locust. However, the fierce locust was instantly enraged. With a hiss, its screech made many people subconsciously cover their ears. I can't feel it, I can't feel his presence anymore. The fierce locust immediately swept its eyes around and soon spotted Zhang Fan. At that moment Zhang Fan waved at the fierce locust. I'm here. Sometimes we shouldn't take the losses we can avoid, because some attacks can indeed affect us. Now having good defense is just the last layer of insurance, understand? Normally Zhang Fan wouldn't choose to instruct his beasts like this, but in situations like these, after suffering a loss, his creatures seemed more receptive to his words. The fierce locust's heart, initially filled with panic and fury, suddenly calmed down a bit, and then it turned its head to look at Ko Shanfeng, its eyes brimming with murderous intent. Zhang Fan, you don't think? What, heavens, Tianyanox, stop it. Just as Ko Shanfeng was about to say something, the fierce locust emitted some steam, and the runes that had just appeared on its body also shone brightly. This meant that the fierce locust was currently suffering from the backlash of the beast taming contract and the suppression of Ko Shanfeng's innate abilities. Such a situation proved that the fierce locust would rather endure immense pain, even to the point of almost tearing its soul apart, to kill him. To the fierce locust, it was initially just bait, a disposable toy that could be killed at will. It suffered pain every day until Zhang Fan came along, giving it a sense of strength and warmth so it would never betray Zhang Fan. The pain of tearing its soul apart was nothing compared to the daily agony it used to endure. With a roar, the fierce locust's golden spiritual energy fully activated, its eyes intently fixed on Ko Shanfeng. At that moment the four-horned celestial ox also launched an attack on the fierce locust. Xiong Hongguan was about to mention that he had summoned a beast to help out the fierce locust when suddenly the locust raised its hand, summoning over a dozen giant clones that filled the sky. Their wings vibrated madly, stirring up a fierce wind in the sky. In an instant these clones of the fierce locust charged towards Ko Shanfeng, startling everyone present. The form of the fierce locust in front of the four-horned celestial ox transformed into a beam of golden light and dissipated. Block it? What a joke! Hiss. Although the locusts did not speak human language, everyone could feel it. The locust had entered a state of extreme fury. For the locust, Zhang Fan was akin to its parent, and in essence its heart was like that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. The only difference was that the locust wouldn't cry. Of course, falling into a rage was inevitable. Nope, it can't be. How could such a beast exist? Ko Shanfeng's face was filled with shock and he felt somewhat desperate. At that moment the locust's massive form blocked all light in front of him, making him seem like a mere insect by comparison. Poochie. First came the sound of flesh being effortlessly split, followed by the sight of a streak of golden light. At that moment Ko Shanfeng was cleaved into two. The moment he died, all the purple runes on the locust's body dissipated as if they had never existed. Then the people around widened their eyes, staring intently at the scene, their faces already filled with surprise and shock. They had never imagined such a beast could exist. After chopping Ko Shanfeng to death, it seemed the locust's rage had not been fully vented. It picked up its four guandao again, and like a storm it chopped Ko Shanfeng into pieces. After a short while the locust finally dispersed its clones and looked at Zhang Fan again. Calm down a bit, there are a few more in black clothes, deal with them together. These people, as you can see, belong to the same group as the one you just killed. Zhang Fan, unaware of anyone else lurking, completely relaxed. As Zhang Fan's words fell, Gung Yurin and the others immediately widened their eyes, a sudden fear arising in their hearts. Facing a beast like the locust, honestly they would rather face some fierce beasts in the wilderness at this moment. This was because they felt that the ferocity of the locust was even more terrifying than those wild beasts. After all, those wild beasts upon feeling pain would first get angry, and if they were somewhat intelligent and realized they couldn't win, they would turn and run. They might even submit to a beast master because of the pain. However, Zhang Fan's beast the locust completely ignored those behaviors, showing utter loyalty to Zhang Fan. No, Zhang Fan, we have no grudge against you. To the current Ko Shanfeng, death had already come. Zhang Fan paid no mind to those plotting against him. From the very beginning he clearly remembered Gung Yurin's intent to claim his beast as his own. This infuriated Zhang Fan greatly. Although he didn't show it on his face, his disdain for Gung Yurin was unmistakable. Soon the fierce locust unleashed its full firepower. Gung Yurin and his companions didn't even have the time to summon their beasts before they were slain where they stood. Silence fell once again. Many exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes disbelief and shock. What kind of beast is this? And those abilities, they're terrifying. Moreover, does that clone have no limits? With a mere wave of his hand he creates dozens of clones, and it seems they can continue summoning, and the main body can freely transfer to a major clone. What kind of terrifying skill is this? Besides, both its defense and attack capabilities are extraordinarily high. This creature, treating 20th tier beasts as mere chickens to be slaughtered, is only 7th tier. Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Xiong Hongguang, who had intended to assist Zhang Fan. At that moment he was so shocked he could barely breathe. All right, come back. There are no more enemies, Zhang Fan said, and the people around him finally exhaled in relief. They clearly felt the oppressive atmosphere dissipate. The fierce locust instantly transformed into a tiny flying insect and swiftly flew towards Zhang Fan, urgency evident. Don't worry, soon you'll feel the contract hasn't disappeared. You just can't sense it for now, Zhang Fan softly said to the locust that had landed on his hand. The locust seemed uneasy and didn't respond, nor did it perch near Zhang Fan's ear as usual. Instead, it flew directly to the top of Zhang Fan's head and hid in his thickest hair. Zhang Fan could sense the locust's fear. With Ko Shanfeng now dead, there was little he could do to console it. In a few minutes, the contract would reappear and be sensed by the locust, which would then no longer feel afraid. Now, let's talk, Miss Si Tianyan. Surely you haven't been following me all this time, Zhang Fan said, turning his gaze to Si Tianyan. No way could anyone ignore that figure in the striking white military uniform. Si Tianyan was no stranger to grand scenes and quickly regained his composure. Right, little brother, I came looking for you, he said. Zhang Fan's face darkened, and he waved his hand dismissively. An hour or two later everything had concluded. As for the Ko family, it was natural to appoint Ko Ningning as the current head of the family. Besides that, the Ko family also offered numerous resources to Zhang Fan. Everyone in the Ko family agreed that befriending Zhang Fan was essential. After all, considering Zhang Fan's remarkable combat abilities at such a young age, who could imagine how formidable he would become in another year or two? The internal affairs of the Ko family left little room for discussion. With Ko Ningning as the head, there would be plenty of time to discuss future matters. At that moment in the Ko family's conference room, Zhang Fan, somewhat bored, leaned back on a luxurious and comfortable sofa. Facing him were Si Tianyan and others. So you've come to invite me to join the imperial military again? Haven't I told you? I'm not fond of that place. Of course, I have nothing against the military itself. It's just that I'm used to being free and don't like being controlled by others, Zhang Fan stated bluntly. Such a direct way of speaking also saved everyone's time. Moreover, it was better to be straightforward with the imperial military personnel to avoid their disdain. Now Zhang Fan didn't care about such concerns. His words were purely influenced by his mood. Like now, Ko Ningning was sitting next to him and the other three ladies were also sitting close by. Si Tianyan adjusted his glasses slightly upwards. I can see it now. You can evolve insect-type beast tamers to 100% efficacy. This must be your true talent, Si Tianyan remarked. Zhang Fan did not deny it. He had long known that his talent might get noticed. Known to be precise, the way he evolved beast tamers was bound to catch some people's attention. You're half right. What now? Are you trying to threaten me into joining the imperial military? No, you don't need to harbor such animosity towards our imperial military. We wouldn't go that far. If anyone dares to do so, you can report directly to the inspector with your military token. The inspector will surely assist you. That's what their presence is for. Besides, I've already explained the situation to my squadron leader. If you join the military, we will immediately provide you with all the materials you need until you can no longer utilize your talent to evolve beast tamers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile. Good, he said.